Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The main character lives on a huge continent. Most of it is ruled by an empire whose power rests on 4 pillars. The first, a worthy family founded by the Golden Lion and representing martial arts and fencing, the Great Lions. The second is the power that springs from devotion and holiness, and the people who worship countless gods across the continent, the Protestant Alliance. Third, the people who gather all kinds of information and protect the imperial family from the shadows, the Inspection Bureau. And fourth, the force that represents and controls the world of magic for more than 1,000 years, the Wizards of the Tower. A prestigious family of sorcerers who rule the Magic Tower and the world of magic, the protagonist's family, the Merbingers. 30 years ago, when the war with demons broke out, this family led everyone to victory. However, most of his family members were sacrificed when he was 8 years old, and his father and mother, who was a magic teacher, died when he was 8 years old. Only he and his older sister survived. All the vassal families who served the sorcerer's family betrayed them. Looking at this, the boy swore that he would become a great sorcerer and return everything due to his family. He had a great plan, but he had a curse that prevented him from using magic. He was unable to fulfill his oath, becoming a laughingstock for the whole world. The young man exhausted himself half to death in attempts to remove the lockdown. But he failed. But at some point, it seemed to the heir that his wish had reached heaven. He was lucky to encounter a dragon. His nest has become the only chance for a cure, because the protagonist must restore the former greatness of his broken family. But something unexpected happened. The evil ones filled the cave, and the heir decided that he was dead. The demon appeared in the light of black lightning. With a terrible smile, the villain called the young man the one who had removed the seal from him and his new patron. The monster went to the young man, offering to become one with him. The protagonist was frightened by the proposal to take over the whole world. Dark forces fell on the guy. The sorcerer's eyes rolled back as the dark magic began to consume him. He clenched his teeth, and he fell to his knees, unable to resist him. If the heir knew that this was actually the Demon King's trial, he would never have sought to meet the dragon. In the next moment, his eyes opened. He, Elric Merbinger, would not allow himself to be consumed by the demon. The main character's eyes reflected his own silhouette when he was addressed by name. The doctor explained that the ailment he was fighting was called blocking disorder. This rare disease prevented the free flow of mana in the body. Elric sat in the Royal Magical Sanitarium and listened as the doctor continued to say that they had already tried everything that could help, but unfortunately, they were powerless. The young man lowered his head as he was told that he would not be able to use magic. The sorcerer stood near the communication point while his sister tried to get his attention, and he asked him to repeat his words. The girl from the balloon asked how his condition was, what the doctor said, whether they had found a way to treat, and if the question was money, then she could help. But the heir smiled guiltily and asked to slow down. There was no need to worry about him as a child, and very soon he would recover. But his sister did not agree with him, so the sorcerer had to break off this conversation. After that, the guy sighed tiredly. Elric gritted his teeth. He couldn't tell her the truth that he might not be able to return home. Above the academy building, students discussed their grades. Everyone saw that the heir Merbinger did not change at all, with his highest scores in the theory of magic. The students gathered around the blackboard and continued their argument. The young man closed his eyes, cursing that in the end everything was all over again. His grades and practice did not allow him to go further. This was his 4th failure with grades. According to the rules of the academy, a 4-time failure meant the worst. The protagonist shuddered when he thought about being expelled, because if this happens, he will not be able to bring honor to his family. Elric had gone out of his way to study to stay here. He had tried his best and done his best. As a result, he became well versed in the academy's training system and grasped everything on the fly, and he passed the theory exams with honors. The young man did not want to admit it to himself, but he always thought that he was special, not like everyone else. After all, he was not only smart, but he was distinguished by the ability to understand and detect mana better than others. Theoretical knowledge and the ability to mana were the ultimate dreams for wizards, but it did not matter if the sorcerer had the talent that everyone dreamed of. No one could understand that a magus with such a bloodline could not create a circle. He was offered to give up magic and become a scientist, even to put in a word for him. But because of the curse blocking disorder, he couldn't use magic, which meant that at best, he could only become a scientist, and it was impossible to revive a family with such an ordinary profession. The guy stopped near the statue of his grandfather in the courtyard of the academy, a hero of the Great Demonic War, nicknamed the Star Mage. He could just snap his fingers, and like a supernova flash, devour your enemies. And the best magical educational institution, Uston Academy, was founded by the protagonist's grandfather, and if he is expelled, it will mean that he will destroy the pride of his family with his own hands. Elric could hear the discussion behind his back that a man like him couldn't be the grandson of the first headmaster. He continued to be called the Merbinger family's shame, and they expected that the royal magical family would quickly reach the bottom. The gossips walked away, but the young man called out to them. The students turned around when the sorcerer recognized them as first-year students of the Magic Elements department. The heir was approaching them, noticing that he was a close friend of an assistant professor named Sean. With a fierce smile, the guy clarified their names. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and threatened that their beautiful assistant professor with his disgusting character was unlikely to calmly watch such a person. The students, cursing at the madman, ran away. Elric sighed. And again he squinted his eyes to the side. The statue of his grandfather sparkled in the sunlight, and the guy thought wistfully what if only his father was still with him. The young man twitched the corner of his lips, deciding that he should not be given any slack, even with his damned body. The sorcerer pulled the tie from his neck, and mentally added that he would deal with it. The heir went through the documents, muttering that something was wrong. His eyes swept over the lines of the first academic report, but there was nothing about blocking disorder. Suddenly, a shadow covered the guy. The next moment, his face was stamped on the table. The student sitting nearby looked frightened in the direction of the noise. The protagonist pressed his fingers to the back of his head. Then he jumped up abruptly, cursing, but he was cut short. Sean, clenching his teeth, asked if his friend had used his name left and right again. Elric threw up his hands, greeting the love of the entire nation, but in response, the assistant professor demanded to shut up and reminded that he asked to stop threatening first years with his name. When the guys returned to the table, the young man offered to treat him to a drink if he would fix his nose with magic, to which the friend was indignant that he had to do everything himself, as usual. The heir frowned when the interlocutor demanded to give his nose here, and added that this was why he asked not to do it again. While Sean was angry, the protagonist was thinking about this person. After the fall of his family, the control of the magic tower passed into the hands of 6 noble families, whose union was nicknamed the Hexagram, and his friend Elric was a member of one of these families, and after graduating from the academy early, he became an assistant professor, a member of the elite. Although their paths were completely different, he was the only one who remained on his side. The associate professor threw the documents on the table, and said that the happy face of the heir infuriated him. He moved the documents to the heir. The young man looked at them in surprise. From the title page, he read that this was a plan to find the diamond dragon's nest. The sorcerer took a drink from a straw and asked why he needed it. Sean leaned forward and explained that this ancient species had only recently been discovered, and apparently a nest had been found, and he wanted to join the expedition. Elric grabbed the documents when it dawned on him that it was an ancient species of dragon. With round eyes, the young man stared at the report. He was sure that they were extinct, but a dragon's nest had been found that could be the original source of magic. The docent folded his arms over his chest, and said that if his friend was lucky enough to find the artifact, maybe the academy would turn a blind eye to his expulsion, because he had tried so hard for it. The heir began to sort through the papers. It was amazing, but it was not only about the expulsion. Perhaps there would be something in the nest that would help cure his ailment, although if he found something suitable, it would still be confiscated by the management. But then the guy slapped his palm on the report. Sean looked at his friend questioningly, and asked why he hit the table. The protagonist leaned forward. He realized that this was a chance granted by heaven. Elric let out a chuckle. After that, he began to laugh out loud. The associate professor frowned, thinking that his friend had gone mad again. But the young man pointed his finger at the marked point on the map. With a confident grin, he declared that there was no nest there. The wizard turned sharply, but it turned out that no one had listened to them. The assistant professor leaned over to his friend and asked him to watch his tongue, because he had no idea how many professors took part in this, and it was possible to challenge absolutely all the bigwigs at a time. The heir sank into a chair and said that it was true. Each of them thought about his own thing. Sean reached out and launched a stamp on the map, inviting him to take a closer look. The seal lit up brightly. The light surrounded the table and the sitting guys. The guys seemed to be hovering over a real map, and the assistant professor drew the protagonist's attention to the rift formed by the collision of 2 lithospheric plates and the huge amount of mana that flowed from it. Elric frowned, and noticed that all of this had been accumulated over the past 100,000 years or so, and logically, there was indeed a suitable place for a nest here. The young man folded his arms over his chest when his friend asked him to remember the 3 laws of mana flow, to which he thought that he was being laughed at, and he had to admit that the professor's assistant knew such basics. Sean narrowed his eyes and said that the first law was from highest to lowest, the second, from wide to narrow. He looked inside the cave. The assistant professor muttered the 3rd law, from hot to cold. His gaze swept over the ice layers at the entrance. Elric pointed to this with his hand, and assumed that it was because of these principles that they were convinced that this was a dragon's nest. The heir's finger pointed at the gorge, and stated that since there was very hot magma flowing through the rifts, there was no mana gathering there, so the dragon simply could not live there. Sean narrowed his eyes, not believing it. Only now did he remember about the Akron volcano. The heir raised his eyebrows and agreed with this, because the magma of this particular volcano flowed under the continent. The sorcerer threw up his hands, and retorted that they had calculated the lengths of dragon mana waves near this area. It could not be that there was no nest there. The guy propped his face with his palm and objected that he did not say that there was no nest at all. He smirked when his friend clarified what he was talking about, and stated that the nest was definitely there. And he pointed to the map at a point north of the previous one. Elric was willing to bet that the nest was in Caragul Cave. Sean stood in front of the rector's door, wondering aloud what to say to the top. He knocked. The guy frowned, deciding that he could pretend to be stupid. He could simply be kicked out if he angered the dean. But it could turn out that his friend's words were true. The assistant professor remembered walking down the corridor one night. Strange noises caught his attention. He found Elric, and tried to ask what he was doing here alone in the middle of the night. The guy stood with his arm outstretched, and whispering his wishes, tried to manifest magic. Sweat ran down his face as he cursed his frustration in a low voice. The sorcerer grinned, because if everything was correct, his friend would be able to heal from his illness. Sean slapped his face, deciding that he had to help him as a comrade. The dean looked through the papers. Barox arched an eyebrow and asked if his research report was wrong. The young man stood in front of the director in confusion, admitting that he just wanted to listen to his opinion, since there was such an opportunity. The man put his legs on top of his feet, and said that he did not know how the student came to this conclusion, but he had better try to convince him. The next moment, pressure fell on Sean when the dean said that even his status would not help him. With a threatening face, Barox added that he would not let him get away with it. The young man froze tensely, feeling how overwhelming this person's energy was, which was the strength of a sorcerer of the Seventh Circle. But Elric threw open the door and shattered that feeling. Sean turned sharply. When the friend went inside, the assistant professor indignantly asked what he had forgotten here. But the heir simply bowed, greeting the dean, and apologized for his willful intrusion. Barox frowned, not realizing that this clumsy man had forgotten here. The man's face didn't change, and he asked if the professor's assistant's conclusion was the young man's exact view. The protagonist admitted with a smile that the director was right. The rector straightened his jacket and said that he paid tribute to his insight and intuition. It was hard to believe that the student could think of something like this, but he had no proof, only guesses. Elric's smile became cunning as he revealed that this was a simple truth that even a 3-year-old knew and was surprised that a man needed proof. Barox looked at the young man with a heavy look. Sean almost cried as he wondered why this psycho was provoking the headmaster, as if he had come not to help, but to drive nails into the lid of his coffin. The man lowered his head and coughed, clearly angry at what he had said. Then he began to laugh loudly, admitting that he was even speechless for a while after hearing such a thing from a simple bastard who was not even able to collect mana. The guy narrowed his eyes, and wondered if he really thought that his guesses were wrong. The rector locked his fingers and noticed that there were simply people in the world who were sometimes lucky. Elric tried to keep a calm face when he was called a garbage who wasted his tongue, and did not know his place. But then Barox scratched his temple and added that as a professor he could not simply ignore the student's opinion. A shadow fell on the man's face as he offered to make a bet with him. The rector raised his hand to the young man's question about this. The young man clenched his fists, as the director explained that he would give him all the resources he needed to create a research team. But if it failed, there was one thing that the founder of the academy left behind. Why not put this family heirloom on the line? As the friends rode in the carriage, Sean asked his friend why he wasn't angry. But the main character buried his face in the book and asked him to yell quietly, otherwise his ears would fall off now. The guy smiled contentedly, and added that it was normal, because he would not be expelled if he found a dragon's nest. The assistant professor snatched the book from Elric. He looked at his friend and noticed that he had just become interested. The heir looked in surprise at the interlocutor, who asked what he would do if he was mistaken, because the family heirloom would be taken away from him. The young man lowered his gaze to the pendant, which was transmitted only to the head of the Merbinger family. When the protagonist laughed and reminded him that the man had wanted this pendant for himself since time immemorial, Sean was indignant. But he only smiled embarrassedly and thanked him for the fact that his friend remained on his side. The assistant professor sat down and covered his face with his hand, saying that it would be the end of both of them if they didn't find the nest, so he wanted to know about his friend's plans. Elric sat down and told him that he had not accepted this bet only out of fear of exclusion. The young man looked at him in surprise. The heir's smirk became even more insane when he stated that if the rector dared to desire a family heirloom of his family, then he should have been willing to put his own life on the line in addition to this nonsense. The sorcerer frowned, and remembered that this guy had 2 nicknames. One of them was the Shame of Rod Merbinger, and the other was the Most Beaten of the Merbinger family. Sean looked at his friend, trying not to laugh. The guy looked into those crazy eyes, realizing that this idiot was back for his own, and remembered what had happened at the beginning of the first semester. 2 students were drenched in sweat from the tension. That was during the first lesson on mana control 7 years ago. Elric was only 15 years old then. He flinched when he was asked if he was indeed the heir of the Merbinger family. One of the guys raised his hand, summoning a fireball, and said that he did not understand why the boy could not even do this. The student smiled mockingly, assuming that he had been picked up on the street while the others were laughing. The boy listened silently to the ridicule. When the hooligans walked away, he got to his feet. He grabbed a glass ball from the floor. After that, with all his foolishness, he struck a blow to the back of the offender's head. His sycophants were shocked, but the boy did not smile. Blood dripped from the orb as the others tried to revive Rivern. When Elric appeared before the disciplinary committee of the academy, he explained that the Viscount's son had dared to insult the head of the ducal family. With a completely calm face, the heir wondered if there was any problem with the fact that he had punished him according to the laws of the Empire. As the members of the commission whispered in surprise, Sean thought that he even felt sorry for those idiots. Elric was dismissed because the academy's rules stated that all students were equal, but after that day, no one dared to touch him again. The associate professor continued to sit with his palm to his eyes. Then the young man paid attention to the title of the book. The protagonist raised his hand and asked his friend to stop screaming when he accused him of being insane. His hand trembled when Sean was indignant that this was forbidden literature, and why the hell did the guy read it? But the heir scratched his head in embarrassment, and said that he was aware that if he was found with it, he would probably be burned at the stake. The associate professor returned the Talmud to his comrade, and called him a real psycho. He frowned and clarified why Elric would learn the art of enhancing the body of the Monster King. The young man looked down and admitted that he was just wondering if it was possible to heal from the blocking disorder. In ancient times, when the Monster King invaded the Empire with his army, they were in serious trouble due to his body enhancement art, which allowed him to enhance his physical abilities. Eventually, the art disappeared when the Empire banished the Monster King and built a wall. Sean scratched his cheek and added that scientists had already tried to restore it, but failed. When the heir flipped through the pages and stated that he had succeeded, but he had no idea how to use it on his body, the assistant professor began to scream again, not believing in such a thing. The sorcerer could only throw up his hands and admit that he was tired of being surprised all the time. At that moment, the carriage swayed. The guys climbed outside, trying to understand what was happening. Several people were approaching him, and one of them noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Elric's gaze expressed surprise, and he muttered that he hadn't expected to meet them at all. Rivern threw up his hands, and when asked why he was here, he said that he just loved his younger comrades. Sean immediately stepped forward and called the guys scoundrels, which made them even shudder. The Viscount's son turned and explained that the dean had asked them to help. The young man looked menacingly at the people he hated, but said out loud that it was very nice of the dean, even if he said he didn't need help. The docent covered his mouth with his hand and whispered if his friend had sensed that many of them were hiding their mana, and he admitted that it was more like Principal Barrock's. But then Elric showed me something under his clothes and asked him not to worry, because he had also prepared something. The sorcerer's eyes widened. He did not understand how he could have obtained this, but the heir grinned again. The rector was shaking with anger when he heard that the student had taken the breath of Gehenna and the armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky, and the assistant justified himself by ordering him to provide all possible assistance. But Barracks kept yelling that his staff had gone mad, lending a student rare magical equipment that could turn an entire city into ashes. The man rubbed his head, thinking he was crazy, and told his assistant to walk away, not even wanting to see his face. He rushed out of the office at full speed, banging the door. The rector held up the newspaper, muttering that if the other candidates found out about it, they would make such a fuss. Barracks raised an eyebrow when he remembered something. He took out the search plan that Elric had made, thinking to himself what would happen if he did find the nest. He frowned, and added that it wasn't bad. After all, blood wasn't water. The man slapped his palm on the table, and decided aloud that he had to replace those idiots on the research team anyway, since they dared to call themselves a scientist but missed the basics that every student knew. But then the rector stuck out his tongue, muttering that thanks to their stupidity, he would be able to get his hands on the magic pendant. The villain's gaze expressed greed as he said that once the relic fell into his hands, he was guaranteed to become the next prime minister. Barracks crumpled the report in his fist. After all, even if Elric won the bet, it didn't mean that he would return alive. The main character turned over several pages. The research team observed him. Sean, closing his eyes, was casting a spell. A circle of light surrounded the young man as he activated his mana search. The flash illuminated all the members of the expedition. The air turned when a column of fire blazed in the mountains behind him. The assistant professor also looked in that direction, and whispered that his friend was right. Rivern stared at the pillar in surprise, not believing that it was really somewhere here. Elric himself slammed the book shut, and stated that he thought so. He turned to the research team and barked that they needed to make it before the pillar of light burned out. The sorcerer grabbed the protagonist by the belt, and said that he didn't care if he was embarrassed by it. On a wave of mana, Sean carried his comrade forward. Researchers even began to panic. Their faces expressed shock. They screamed that they had been left behind. The guys had to walk. The Viscount's son was panting, muttering that they should have walked together instead of running headlong. But when the guys raised their heads, they flinched. The pillar gushed out of the ground, but there was no nest, and since it could not be in an open field, then the genius, as usual, was mistaken. The scoundrel rubbed his chin, muttering that the time had come. With a cunning smile, the young man decided that he could complete his task and crack the skull of the loser. But to his surprise, Elric told his friend that they were there. With a smirk, the protagonist asked his comrade to make a big hole for him, and he replied that he could rely on him. A whirlwind of fire appeared around Sean's fingers. He stretched out his hand forward, releasing a fire spell. The guy's eyes lit up as he activated the flash. There was an explosion, and the ground flew to the sides. Under the influence of magic, it began to crack, until it collapsed. The fire scattered debris in all directions. Only the heir was not surprised that a huge cave was found underground. One of Rivern's henchmen opened his mouth in surprise. The second, with a tense face, admitted that the size really spoke of a dragon. But in the next instant, a strong stream of mana burst out of the hole. The stream practically knocked down and blinded everyone who stood in its way. But then Elric stretched out his hand. He frowned and ordered not to be carried away. It was just the accumulated mana that was leaking out of the hole they had created. With a resolute look, the young man added that they needed to go down. The heir went inside first, and the others said that they needed to follow him. Stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cave. The group went deeper, noticing that it was so cold here that even the spells did not help to warm up. Suddenly, the air froze. Sean stopped next to him, and clarified what he noticed. The assistant professor warmed his hands with his breath, and when his friend objected that a chill ran down his spine, he decided that he was just cold. The pendant flashed in the semi-darkness as the group moved on, and the guy assumed that his comrade was right. Somewhere in the depths, a dark silhouette opened his eyes. The demon smirked in the darkness as he realized that he had finally waited. The members of the expedition froze in amazement. A huge door blocked their way. The researchers immediately began to offer options to go further, but almost all offered power options. But to their surprise, Elric told them to stop. The guy pointed to the door and said that it had a dragon seal on it. He carefully examined the symbols on it and added that he himself did not know what could happen if they did something wrong. Riverne looked around in exasperation, muttering that they understood, and he thought he was just trying to show off. One detail caught his attention while the heir was asking everyone to step aside. The scoundrel stopped listening to what the hated guy was talking about and sat down near the hemisphere. The young man turned around as he continued to speak, telling the expedition members to try not to do anything alone from now on, as they did not know what could happen. With a frightened face, Elric shouted not to touch him, and the scoundrel did not understand why. In the next moment, flames broke out behind him. Riverne jumped away from the flash, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist gritted his teeth, cursing at this idiot. Under the surprised glances of the members of the expedition, the door began to shake. The symbols on it began to glow, and the young man shouted that it was a trap. The next explosion hit the guy behind him. The wizards were frightened by the sudden reaction. Explosion after explosion was heard all around. Sean summoned a shield and shouted to his friend to do something. Elric pulled out a notebook and replied that he was trying to decipher the text. The young man froze, trying to ignore the screams around him. He forced himself to calm down and think of it as a task in a test. The protagonist began to write quickly on the sheet. The heir was sure that he would be able to find the answer to it. As always, you just need to believe in it. He continued to write. Another researcher was struck by a fiery explosion. The guy pursed his lips. The assistant professor could hardly hold the shield while the others continued to shout in fright. Symbol after symbol appeared on the paper. Elric grabbed the hemisphere on the door. The young man held on tightly to the door, muttering a spell, hoping that they could hold out a little longer, and he himself would not make mistakes. The heir squeezed his eyes shut, mentally begging that he would succeed. Suddenly, all the fire went out, and silence fell. Sean could not stay on his feet, and muttered that he had almost said goodbye to life. The main character rushed to his friend to find out if everything was all right with him. While the others tried to get to their feet, the young man replied that he was alive thanks to his friend. The associate professor grinned, and noticed that his interlocutor was not so simple. Elric pressed his fingers to his chin, and grinned that he had learned from a master like him. But then the cave shook. One of the researchers looked up. A flood of mana fell on the expedition. The mage didn't even have time to realize how his arm collapsed. Blood splashed on those who were standing nearby, and the man began to collapse. The heir looked in that direction, frightened, not understanding what had happened. Ice spears detached from the ceiling. They fell directly on the puzzled guy. Sean created a shield to deflect the ice attack. The others had to repeat after him, even though they could barely stand on their feet. The protagonist gritted his teeth and grabbed his notebook again, cursing loudly. He concentrated, trying to continue deciphering. With all the speed he could, Elric drew the symbols. The assistant professor did his best to maintain the barrier, shouting for his friend to hurry. The young man's eyes flashed with a cold light. It reflected the silhouette of a dragon. It was as if a gust of wind swept over him when he realized that this was the source of magic, the magic of the dragon's tongue. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he shouted to Sean to get a boost. The assistant professor cast a glance at him, but couldn't fully concentrate the spell. There were cuts on the heir's cheekbones, but he continued to break through. A flash of light enveloped his torso. Riverne stared at the guy in shock as he realized what had saved him. The Azure Sky Lord's armor flashed brightly as it fought the attack. Elric's fingers reached for the hemisphere. He squeezed his eyes shut, telling himself that this time he was sure. Ice projectiles began to shatter Sean's shield. An ice arrow flew straight into the back of his head. The protagonist's eyes widened, and the shell crashed without reaching the target. The symbols on the door went out, and the trap disappeared. The young man sat on the floor and muttered that he thought that he was really going to die. The sorcerer smiled wearily at his friend. The others looked at the door with different emotions, and it began to open. The golden light shone between the door leaves. The passage opened wide in front of the main character, and he ordered to help the wounded and go inside. The face of the heir expressed delight. The cave was filled with treasures. The scientists scattered around the treasury, sharing with each other what they saw. Not only gold, but also books that have long been considered lost. The protagonist smiled, reminding himself that they were mages too. One of the members of the expedition put his hand on the leader's shoulder, recognizing him as incredible. The guy gave him a surprised look. The speaker walked away. Sean put his arm around his friend's neck, delighted with the way he pulled it off. Elric arched an eyebrow and wondered who got the perfect score on the theory test. He just thought of it as an exam, and simply solved this problem from a geometric perspective, and then used the elemental theory. At this point, the young man's eyes widened again. The thought came to mind that something was wrong here, as if he had been given samples before the exam itself. The heir looked at his friend, who asked what he was thinking about so diligently, but lied that he was thinking about nothing. The docent grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder, and stated that he should smile on such a great day. Intercepting the young man, the sorcerer added that from now on, no one would dare to ignore him or his prestigious magical family. Elric stared at his comrade with huge eyes. Sean tousled his hair, and the young man thought that although something was still bothering him, he decided to just enjoy what he could get for now. At this time, Rivern took out some artifact from the chest. An evil grin appeared on his face. Someone grabbed the leader's hand. The man dragged the dumbfounded heir to the laboratory. The docent turned to the villain, remarking that his friend had grown up, since he was even called a leader, and he should follow him. But he heard that behind the mountain of treasure were the remains of a dragon. The sorcerer turned around with delight, deciding that he needed to call the protagonist. But the Viscount's son grabbed him by the arm. Their eyes met, and the scientist convinced his interlocutor that he would join them later. Soon, they were actually looking at the huge skeleton of the monster, whose size hinted at the rank of the Dragon King. Rivern glanced sideways at the boy, and assumed that the remains were more than 4,000 years old. At this time, Elric staggered from the impact. He tried to get back on his feet, calling those who attacked him scoundrels. The young man gritted his teeth, looked back and asked what they were doing, mentally scolding himself for letting his guard down. The guy who praised him tucked his hair behind his ear, and asked him not to think that they were holding a grudge, because he even liked him. His gaze turned cold as he added that work came first. Sean, still looking at the dragon, turned to Rivern. He carefully looked at the skull, and asked if the scientist thought that the skeleton had moved. The heir glanced back when he heard his friend's voice. At this point, a couple of researchers were climbing the stairs, discussing that the others were probably spending their time researching. The guy was grabbed by the collar when he tried to call for help. The enemy's fingers gripped his throat. Elric's eyes began to roll back as he thought that he should never trust anyone, not after what he had done. The man released flames from his palm, but in the next moment, he was swept away by a flood of mana right after shouting that they needed to run. The pupils in the protagonist's eyes narrowed to dots. The villain's hand lay on the floor. The young man quickly looked around, and then he saw what he was looking for. Guys were running in his direction, shouting about the dragon. A dead monster chased after them, opening its mouth. The air froze with horror. Stones from the ceiling of the cave crumbled. The main character could not take his eyes off the monster. The dead dragon was approaching him directly. The guy pursed his lips, trying to force himself to pull himself together, reminding him that this was the same test, an exam. As the others screamed in panic, Elric mentally added that this was a test of finding a nest. And opening his eyes wide, he thought that he had to leave the dragon for the sake of survival. The young man frowned, carefully examining the dragon, trying to understand why it was standing still. All the information he knew flashed through the protagonist's head. His eyes widened as he realized that it took time to prepare for continuous fire breathing. Yer ordered the researchers standing behind to gather together and create a line of defense. The warriors raised their shields, the mages took up their positions. A protective dome was formed. The guy immediately realized when the dragon would start attacking. The shields pressed closer together. A flood of mana slammed into the barrier. It immediately crackled under pressure. Elric concentrated. He figured that the breath would last 20 seconds. If they could survive this attack, they would have a chance. Sean gritted his teeth and shouted for everyone to hold on to the last. Mana pulses ran through the barrier. The young man squinted his gaze back, calculating that they would be able to reach the door in 17 seconds. If they can close the door in 3 seconds, then they will survive. Then the air shuddered. Breath pierced the shield, and one of the mages burned to ashes. The mana flow began to weaken. The protagonist furiously shouted at them to run now. The members of the expedition immediately rushed to the door at speed, realizing that they were finished if they were caught. The guy raced after the others, assuming that at this pace they would be able to survive. But then something caught his attention. Something dark fell on the head of the man running in front of him. Blood spurted onto Elric's face. He saw the body of the murdered man fly back. The young man's eyes were filled with fear. The path of the fleeing was blocked by several dozen monsters. The air recognized the Spartas, legendary creatures known as the Dragon Guardians. The protagonist froze. But then a ball of fire flew over his shoulder and blew up the nearest guard. Sean threw spells at his enemies and ordered his friend to get ready. At the same moment, the sorcerer dodged the Spartan attack. The guy wiped the blood from his face, trying to figure it out, ignoring the cries for help. The only one who could handle this situation was himself, because every problem had a solution. The pendant reflected the light. Elric clutched his head. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed something. The young man saw lines everywhere, as if in a spider's web. Sean shouted something to him, but the air did not hear him. The air blinked, and heard that he had been told to dodge. The enemy was flying right at him. The protagonist managed to move aside, which noticeably surprised the monster. But on the face of the guy himself, there was surprise that he had succeeded. He also dodged the next attack. Elric focused, and realized that he had actually seen where the monster was heading, and how it should dodge. In the lines of the web, he saw every movement of the enemy. The young man peered into his new vision, and realized that he would be fine if he followed these zones. He knitted his brows, unable to shake the thought that this was a trap. But the rest of the guys fought with all their might. The protagonist continued to dodge, deciding that he had no time to think. The light flashed. The air sprang past the monsters forward. The guy resolutely shouted for everyone to follow him, not wanting to die in vain. Sean looked back at the members of the expedition and told them to hurry. Rivern and his men fled, and everyone went where Elric's eyes looked. The dragon roared, and the young man fought his way through the ranks of the guards, paving the way. The associate professor threw fireballs where his friend asked. Soon the group ran out the door, rejoicing at the miraculous rescue. The young man followed the others with his eyes, figuring that they had only to close the door. The heir reached for the orb, but heard a scream behind him. The scoundrel trembled violently on the floor, begging to be saved. The protagonist turned around when he realized that if he wanted to close the door, he would have to leave Rivern, who had been putting spokes in the wheels to the last. The guy gritted his teeth. He watched the Viscount's son reach out for him, and the monster loomed over him. Elric rushed in his direction, deciding that he could not let him die. He was running, trying to get ahead of the guard, and someone was shouting his name behind him. Rivern looked up. While the monster was trying to break through the invisible barrier, Sean attacked the main character, outraged by his act. But the young man stretched out his hand and explained that the weak legs of the guy he saved were to blame, and they dug into him. The heir glanced at the Sparta, who could not reach him. Then he left, making me think that they really could not pass. The guy looked carefully at the entrance to the cave. He thought that there were signs of damage above the dragon's lair, which meant that they had predecessors. The dragon continued to rage, but something was strange. A spear protruded from the monster's skull. Suddenly, a stone collapsed over Elric's head. Rivern shouted in horror that the Spartans were getting out. Indeed, the guards were jumping from the ceiling now, but the young man did not move. Sean glanced back. He saw a friend standing in front of the entrance. The assistant professor barked his name, but he looked at him with a smile and asked him to go ahead. The sorcerer rushed to the air, but the doors closed first, and Sean screamed. The guy beat the door with his fists, accusing his friend of being crazy and demanding to open the door. He squeezed his eyes shut, remembering the past again. 7 years ago, after Elric's dismissal, he himself approached him, offering friendship. The teenager's gaze was gloomy. To the boy's shock, he demanded to get off. After a while, Sean found the Duke's son in the library. He held out his hand to him again. With a smile, Sean again offered him friendship, but the boy refused. It went on again and again. The future associate professor heard refusal after refusal. But one day, during a lesson in the forest at night, the teacher announced that a real sorcerer must have good stamina. The mage looked at the students and continued that they would be given points according to the order they would be in, so he advised them to give their best. But if they used magic, they would be disqualified. The teenagers rushed to run on command. They tried their best. Footsteps bounced off the ground. Sean quickly pulled ahead of everyone. The guy was literally flying through the forest. The future assistant professor stopped, breathing rapidly. He noticed that he had already crossed half the mountain, and he was worried about Elric. Suddenly he stammered. Surprise flashed on the boy's face. Something exploded behind him, and it was rapidly approaching. His fingers grabbed the ledge. Sean hung over the abyss, clinging to the edge of the cliff. Blood was running down the boy's face, and he tried to call for help. They really approached him. Rivern grinned and suggested that the poor man use magic to get up instead of whining. The fingers of the future associate professor trembled. His strength left him. The guy squeezed his eyes shut, deciding that he was going to die, or he would be disqualified for using magic. Tears flowed down his cheeks, because in this case he would not be able to look into his father's eyes, and he fell down. Suddenly, fingers gripped Sean's wrist. Elric grabbed his friend's arms and pulled him upstairs with all his might. The guy clenched his teeth and asked him to hold on tightly. Soon they were sitting on the edge of the abyss, trying to catch their breath. The future associate professor straightened up and invited the heir to go forward, because he was already late because of him. The boy glanced at him. He saw that the opponent's leg was broken. So he put Sean on his shoulder, and Sean tried to be indignant. But to his surprise, Elric remembered that he wanted to be friends. The victim's eyebrows crept up, but immediately he heard that he could just give away a few artifacts of his house. After that, the teenager smiled and clarified whether this would be enough, since they were friends with him. The boys continued their journey through the forest at dawn, continuing to jokingly argue about the reward. In the present, Sean was pressing his hand to the door, muttering that even though he was weaker than him, this fool was trying to save him. The associate professor gritted his teeth when he heard screams behind him. He clenched his fist and shouted for Elric to wait a while and he would call the elders of his family, or at least his father. The young man rushed to the defense of the others, begging his friend not to die. Elric smiled, mentally thanking Sean, which was why he couldn't let his friend get in danger. After that, the guy rushed forward, straight towards the dragon and his army, barking that he was not going to die. The protagonist traced the desired trajectory. Step by step, the heir bypassed his opponents. He stretched out his palm forward. The dragon exhaled mana the moment the young man grabbed one of the artifacts using his weapon. Elric squeezed the artifact, deciding that if you sow, you will reap. The young man's eyes lit up as he offered the guards a taste of his own medicine. Flames engulfed the young man's hand, but it didn't matter to him that it was an artifact that could only be used if a person had mana. Blood flowed from the heir's eyes. Everything flared up when he decided to use his life force instead of mana. The guards were blazing in this fire. Another flash appeared when the protagonist stated that it was just a dragon test. The guy went straight to the dragon, deciding that if this was the case, then the answer was within him. The monster opened its mouth, collecting mana. The spear in his skull attracted attention. Elric landed on the skull of the dead dragon. He clenched his fists, looking at the protruding shaft, thinking that it was the key and the answer to the dough. And if his answer is wrong, and it's just someone's game, then he'll die here. With a smirk, the young man grabbed the spear, because he was Merbinger, which meant he would not retreat. Monsters clung to the air from all sides. But the next moment, mana burst into flames. But suddenly he was at the bottom, looking high up. His gaze was puzzled as he asked aloud what had happened. He saw a dark figure with lightning blazing over it. The dragon seemed to be covered with ice. The figure stood with his back to the protagonist. The stranger turned sharply with a grin. The guy froze when he met his gaze. The dragon from above roared. Darkness lit up in the demon's palm. He held out his hand to Elric. A light burned in the dragon's mouth. Everything around him turned white. Only the stranger held a spear in his hands high up. The demon struck his blow. His eyes were full of rage. His weapon struck the ball of light from the dragon's mouth. The young man covered his face with his hands, feeling a huge amount of mana, and tried to figure out what kind of stranger he was. The demon's spear was approaching the monster's neck. The air looked dumbfounded as the ancient monster's eyes rolled back. Everything around was cracking and crumbling. The demon bared his teeth, swinging again for a strike. A bright flash blinded the protagonist. He saw a black lightning pierce the dragon's skull. The stranger plunged his spear into him. The frightened guy realized that it was this guy who killed the dragon. But then the demon turned his attention to the boy standing there. The stranger grinned wider as he declared that it was the new vessel that would free him from this tedious seal. The villain approached Elric, urging him to become one with him. The eyes of a man with the eyes of a demon, and he added that together they would take over the whole world. But then a cold light lit up the young man's face. The dragon released the chains from its mouth. He captured what the ancient monster called the demon king Mephistopheles. The dragon's eyes shone as he added that the villain would be buried here with him. The heir was surprised to hear about the demon king. The protagonist watched as the chains around the demon tightened, and he claimed to have been sealed here with Shainak 1,000 years ago. The chains shattered, and the voice of Mephistopheles announced that the great vessel had appeared before him. The darkness began to soak into the guy. Elric clenched his teeth in pain. This was not a dragon test, but a demon king's trap. Darkness seemed to pour into the young man, whose head flashed that he would die here. Mana ran through his skin. The protagonist was literally breaking from the inside. As he continued to absorb into the vessel, the demon laughed that Shainak's mana made the vessel's body stronger. Darkness continued to fill the heir's mouth and eyes. Elric knew that his grandfather and the rest of his family had sacrificed their lives to get rid of the demons in the Great Demonic War. Having survived the almost complete destruction of the family and even the death of his parents, only he and his older sister survived. The imperial family, the magic tower, and all of their vassals had all revealed their disgusting desires. Even the person the guy trusted the most and relied on. He tried to take what belonged to them, but they were abandoned. His family was betrayed and insulted, and the child could not do anything at all. Even though Elric was going to heal his blocking disorder in order to get the family back on its feet and make all those who turned their backs feel sorry for them, it couldn't end like this. Suddenly, the family pendant lit up, and the heir decided that he could not afford to be devoured. A bright light surrounded the protagonist's body and his eyes shone, and someone's voice proclaimed the hope that he would reach his descendants sometime in the distant future. The demon was swept back by this light. He gritted his teeth, trying to comprehend what this power was. But his figure was distorted in this light. The young man stretched out his hand and announced in a voice that was not his own, that the first demon would be consumed here and now. Darkness reached Elric's hand. Mephistopheles tried to resist, but the light absorbed him more and more quickly. Soon the darkness disappeared, and a dragon symbol appeared on the protagonist's hand. The young man saw his translucent hands, trying to figure out where he was. He saw the figure against the sunset, and it looked so familiar. The air froze when he heard a voice that he hadn't heard in so long as he began the story, that they were nothing more than a group of scholars pursuing the ultimate magic. However, because of those who coveted much more power, they were enslaved by demons and brought harm to the world. Those who realized their mistakes in order to return everything to normal also swore for their past and created a family. The figure turned. After the demon deity appeared, he added that he had to uproot the demonic infection. A palm stretched forward. Stone dragons loomed over the figure, who announced that eradicating all demons was their family's duty. However, demons will never disappear completely. They will inevitably appear over and over again. Demons must be consumed over and over again, so the clan will not disappear. The unknown man made several gestures with his fingers. Steam fell. The figure covered his face with his hands. A gust of wind swept over the monsters. One day, in the distant future, their descendants will fully inherit their will. A scarlet eye lit up in the darkness. A palm covered the man's figure. A bright light flashed. The next moment, Elric sat up abruptly on the bed, shouting at the man to watch out. But then he saw his clear palm. Sunlight poured through the window. The young man coughed into his fist. He saw Sean sitting next to him, and called out to him. The associate professor did not turn around when the heir asked if he was crying, but heard a denial. The guy's face reflected anger when a friend said that he could cry, although it seemed that he began to cry in the nest. Sean turned sharply to his comrade, and he apologized, but the sound of the blow was heard. The protagonist lifted his head up and asked if the sorcerer had led a rescue squad to rescue him, and the sorcerer replied that he had. Elric rubbed his forehead and grumbled that the head of the family quarreled so often. But when Sean's gaze became dangerous and the question was asked, what difference did it make, the young man said that he did not say anything. At this point, something caught the attention of the associate professor when he began to say that he would not allow his friend to do anything dangerous again. He shuddered all over his body and told the heir to shut up and stand up. The sorcerer measured the protagonist's height with his palm, and noticed that he had grown taller. When the guy looked in the mirror on demand, he really saw that he had changed. Elric's eyes widened as he remembered that terrible moment, not believing that he had changed then. Sean looked at his companion anxiously and asked what had happened to him and the dragon in the nest. The young man turned around. He could not tell him everything yet, but he promised to tell the first one when the time came. The assistant professor put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and expressed confidence that he was up to something. Then he pouted and said that it was not fair to hide everything from his friend. But then the heir shuddered and asked what had happened to the nest. The sorcerer took it upon himself to peel the egg and replied that his family was watching it, which made the boy think that they were searching everything there. But to his surprise, Sean retorted that they were guarding so that no one could enter. The assistant professor licked his fingers and added that Elric had found it, which meant that it belonged to him, and no one could do whatever they wanted with him. Officially, the dragon's nest belonged to whoever found it, but it was still a common practice for powerful organizations to acquire the rights to explore such sites. Sean held out his hand and complained that the magic tower and the academy were just furious and were trying with all their might to get their hands on the nest. But the protagonist smiled so sweetly that the assistant professor demanded to explain. The young man thanked his friend with a smile, and he did not immediately find what to answer. The heir continued to smile as he mused that the Neristar family wanted to warm their hands on the nest as well, but they protected him for him, while his friend continued to grumble that he was infuriating him. Laughing, they clashed fists, habitually calling each other names. But then the protagonist remembered something else. The guy was sure that it was the old eccentric Barox there, pulling all kinds of strings, just to get the right to research. Elric sneered slyly when he thought that the rector had dared to encroach on his life. Sean pointed his finger at his friend in a panic, and shouted that he was definitely up to something crazy, because when he smiled so badly, there was always some kind of chaos around the young man. The heir smiled and turned to his friend, who advised him not to even dare. The protagonist leaned down and reported that he had a request, and the assistant professor began to mutter that he did not hear him. The sorcerer covered his face with his hands when he finally heard that this guy wanted to spread rumors that he was seriously injured. His boots trampled on the cobblestones. The shoulder pad gleamed in the sun. The guards of House Neristar were lined up at the gates of the Imperial Magic Hospital. The rector frowned and asked to repeat again. The doctor adjusted his glasses and reported that Cadet Elric Merbinger had been unconscious after being seriously injured in the dragon's nest, and on that note he asked the entire delegation to leave the area. Indignation ran through the crowd that they had come this way, and nothing is clear about the rights to research. The man headed back while the officials continued to complain that they had been blocked from entering the hospital. The main character watched this from the window, calling the old people fools. A representative of his friend's family, Carl, entered the door and asked the young man to rest. The heir did not move. Sunlight was beating out of the window. The door closed behind the assistant. The protagonist exhaled. Then he frowned to the side and asked his interlocutor to stop staring and start talking. I wanted to know how much longer he planned to burn him with his gaze. Mephisto folded his arms over his chest and was indignant that the boy could not show the king a little more respect. He was a great demon king who had plunged the world into chaos. However, right now some fool was picking his nose and saying that he would call him Philia. Mephistopheles was furious when he threw the snot in his direction. While the one who became just an evil spirit tried to beat the impudent man, he thought that a cotton ball probably does a better massage. A certain symbol of a two-faced creature was revealed when it was said that the symbol of darkness, the god of demons, had 4 servants. A kind of fresco with a dragon appeared, meaning the end. They also showed a bird that was called Madness. In particular, there was an image of a certain snake, which meant fornication. And at the end, there was an image of a yellow monster who was the original sin, the true king of demons Mephistopheles, the greatest and noblest king, whose name lives on in legends. The demon, pointing his finger at his forehead, shouted that he had already told him about it, and that he should remember his name, as it was the most famous of all the rulers. His teeth were clenched violently. Flying behind him, the assistant shouted that sooner or later he would tear him to pieces, and the young man noted that he began to explode because of a couple of words. His comrade's body trembled as the fighter asked if all the demon kings were really that stupid. As he clenched his fist, Mephistopheles realized that he had not waited at least 1,000 years to lose all his strength. His upside-down silhouette appeared as the demon remembered that he had once intended to make the whole world fall at his feet. A memory of that blood-red moon appeared in his mind. Someone appeared against the background of this moon, when the assistant thought that this domination was the reason for his existence. This silhouette was getting closer. The dragon opened its mouth wide to attack. The demon was smiling broadly. Due to their collision, a bright flash lit up the battlefield. Blue chains began to appear in the dragon's mouth. They suddenly enveloped the monster's body. The dragon's eyes glowed blue as he spoke of the demon being buried here with him. Its mouth was still wide open. Someone's red eyes appeared when Mephistopheles realized that he had only had to wait like this for 1,000 years. A smirk appeared on his face. People were walking into the cave when the demon said that they were finally this man here. The young man frowned when the assistant realized that this was a vessel that would free him from the seal. After imagining all of this person's trials, the monster knew that this warrior had completed all of his missions. Remembering how he possessed him, Mephistopheles realized that he had almost managed to take possession of his body and soul. The protagonist's eyes glowed bright green. Flying by the window, His companion realized that all he had left was a piece of demonic energy, and in essence, frowning, the demon couldn't understand what kind of power was consuming him. The protagonist, lying on the bed, asked him not to be so arrogant. The young man was holding an object in his hand when his comrade in arms began to shout something to him. Squinting, the guy hoped that their voices would reach their descendants. Memories of the demon trying to possess him appeared in his mind. Holding the artifact in his hand, the hero assumed that it was his grandfather's voice. Imagining himself now and at that moment, the fighter remembered the words that right here, according to the preparations, the first demon would be consumed. His eyes widened after realizing that this demon was being consumed right now. Standing up, the guy realized that this particular pendant was doing this. Holding it in his hand, the fighter thought that this Mephistopheles would be consumed whole. His gaze turned to the side. Looking at the demon, the protagonist suggested that then other creatures could be absorbed in the same way as this one. After imagining the images of all the other lords, the young man realized that there were others in this case. Smiling broadly, the guy realized that this was simply amazing. The fighter was standing on the rock when the demon asked him what this sudden trip was and added that he should answer when adults asked questions, and the owner ordered him to shut up. His cloak fluttered in the wind. The young man, folding his hands in front of him, knew that before using the pendant, he needed to check something. The guy was sitting on the ground. His eyes were closed. Suddenly, a bright glow began to emanate from him. A flower appeared. The insect flew towards him. A ladybug sat on one of the flowers. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared behind him. The petal soared into the air. The protagonist was still sitting on the ground. Bowing his head a little, the guy realized that he could hear the rustle of the wings of this insect, feel the coolness of the wind and feel the aroma of flowers, and he managed to see and feel all this. Opening his eyes, the protagonist thought about his suspicions. His hand reached out to the light. His face was hidden by shadows. Immediately after, the fighter clenched his fist with force. His heart began to glow even more. Suddenly a spark appeared. A bright flame flashed in front of him. The demon's eyes immediately opened wide. Sweat appeared on his face from the realization that it was dragon magic. The young man raised a finger as the assistant thought about how even though this person was a member of the Merbinger family, it was still too unbelievable. A lot of sparks flew against the white light. The soldier raised his head slightly. The guy got to his feet and realized that now he had the opportunity to use magic. The protagonist, closing his mouth, thought that he had managed to get rid of this curse after all. The image of a little boy appeared and many people shouted about his inability to use magic. In the distance I could see the bright sun. The hero frowned, realizing that now everyone who betrayed his family and did not care about him would regret it. A lot of people stood with cameras. Camera flashes illuminated the people in front of them as reporters shouted questions about whether the student was really in a coma and what would happen to the rights to the dragon's nest. The assistant, standing in front of them, spoke about the fact that the detailed information would be announced in the magic tower and asked them to put all the questions in writing. The man entered through the open doors. Trembling, Carl asked not to be entrusted with anything like this again, and the mage noted that it was indeed a good job. The comrade in arms, holding a stack of papers, said that it was not a good thing, because he had almost died because of everything he and Mr. Elric had done. Carl, standing beside him, asked if he knew what would happen if his fraud was exposed, because in that case, the mage tower and the imperial family would not stop and it would be difficult for him to cope with the consequences. The fighter, holding out his handkerchief, explained that Elric could do it anyway and should be trusted. The hero, sitting on the bed, smirked when this magician said that the bigger the bet, the bigger the winnings. Sean, closing his eyes, thought that the hero should find out how his comrade had to suffer because of all this. Carl, wiping his face, asked where the hero had gone, and he replied that he did not know. Holding the paper in his hands, the soldier tried to understand where this bastard with his half-dead body went. The man suddenly noticed something. The man took a step forward, calling out to his master. Taking a sheet of paper in his hand, the man explained that they had some kind of problem. Someone's black cloak appeared. In his hand was a letter. It had a bright red seal on it. Someone came into their room and shouted a question about what my brother was secretly up here alone. The soldier, wide-eyed, asked if it was his sister. The girl, putting her hand in her pocket, asked why he was so surprised. It was Tasha, the fire witch. She smiled a little and asked if she couldn't just visit her younger brother. 3 people appeared under their symbols, and it was told that the Magic Tower, the Imperial Family, and the Protestant Alliance, in which each generation became the greatest geniuses of the era, or the 3 stars, in whose hands the power of the Empire was concentrated. The girl, taking the assistant's ear, asked why he had not given him that letter, and the soldier remembered that his sister was the youngest sorcerer in history, who was a member of this trio. Frowning, the brother asked what was the real reason for her coming to this place. She, looking to the side, replied that she had heard rumors about his friend, and as a person who also had a magical certificate, she simply could not sit in one place, and also asked if he was in another room. The magician, remembering that sheet of paper, realized that if she entered the ward, he would be finished, and realized that he needed to escort her out before she understood. Turning away, Sean explained that the hero was not yet able to receive guests. The nurse, grinning, asked if this was true, and he also asked her not to terrorize the medical staff. The girl, taking him by the hand, asked if he had decided to give her orders. Bright flashes immediately lit up the entire room. As she approached, she invited him to begin their conversation from the beginning, and asked him to tell him what had happened to the rights to the dragon's nest. Introducing his sister to the museum of these creatures, the fighter remembered that this crazy witch actually adores dragons. Looking up, she told him to tell him about the rights to the dragon's nest. The young man gritted his teeth forcefully as he tried to say something. Frowning, the guy replied that they would only be able to find out from the protagonist. Looking ahead, she said that there was nothing they could do about it. Bright flashes continued to illuminate the entire room. She was still holding his wrists. In a second, his sister let him go. As she was leaving, Tasha asked him to contact her as soon as his friend woke up. His gaze turned back. She turned around and explained that if she did not manage to be the first to know about it, then her brother would be extremely bad later. Sean, imagining a girl beating him, hoped that the protagonist would return here as soon as possible. His gaze darted to the side as the assistant called out to him. Carl, trembling, asked if they were finished. The city appeared and words were heard that the heir to a prestigious magical family had fallen into a coma. A man, standing at a shop with newspapers, asked who had received the rights to explore the nest. There were many newspapers on the counter when the clerk said that the right now belonged to Sean. The buyer, grinning, asked who he was. Holding the newspaper in his hand, the protagonist noted that their professor is indeed photogenic. Grinning, the soldier said that he could still smile. The man's face appeared. The man bowed and said that the director could now do what he had always wanted. The old man, putting his hand to his face, asked him not to rush things, because the elections had not even begun yet. The student, smiling, said that he had been too hasty and explained that he simply saw the interlocutor as a winner who would become the future director of the academy. A smile also appeared on Burkos' face. Sitting in the chair, the old man also asked about the protagonist's condition. The same replied that this person struggles with death on a daily basis. Closing his eyes, the director said that this was really a pity. The student raised his head and explained that improving his condition could be a huge problem and therefore they would need mercenaries to solve this problem. Suddenly, a black and pink aura filled the room as the director ordered him to stop it. His eyes lit up bright pink. The student, gritting his teeth forcefully, apologized for this. Taking a cup, the interlocutor noted that after the elections, the position of professor would be empty. Sweat ran down the man's face when the old man said that someone would have to take it. A smirk appeared on his face from the man's words that ordinary deans did not know what was going on outside the academy. The assistant, bowing again, shouted that he would not disappoint him. The old man threw back his head, drinking tea. The city appeared under the cover of night. A man was standing in an alley. There was a smirk on his face. Glancing at the building, the guy suggested that it was time for him to start. Squinting, the fighter remembered that thanks to a clear eye, he had the opportunity to see the other side of the world. A bright glow appeared. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist realized that if he could find the hidden space and share the mana with the dragon's heart, then he would succeed. Red lightning passed through his circulatory system. His eyes widened. Immediately after, a bright blue lightning bolt appeared. The soldier jumped from his place. His body soared into the air. Suddenly, a huge amount of dust rose into the air. Stepping on the ground, the guy realized that in this case he would be able to use magic without resorting to complex spells. The moonlight illuminated his face. Standing on the roof, the young man realized that he had finally reached the starting point to break the system and announce to the world the revival of the Merbingers. The fighter, smiling broadly, knew that he needed to become stronger before the election began. The demon closed one eye, called him pathetic and asked if even with the help of his power he could only use magic at this level, and only use a jump. The protagonist, closing his eyes, realized that his comrade-in-arms was right and he needed to become faster and more powerful. Mephistopheles, pointing his finger at him, asked how he dared to close his eyes when spoken to, since in his time demons and dragons were on an equal footing and they trembled when they heard his words. The young man, looking down somewhere, remembered that among the dragon spells, there was something in the form of soul speech. A bright glow began to appear on one of his hands. The same thing happened to the other hand after realizing that he needed to create an image and describe it in words. A lot of lightning appeared around him. The demon, gritting his teeth, tried to understand what was happening. The protagonist's open mouth appeared. His feet lifted off the ground. They began to rise even higher. His comrade-in-arms, frowning, could not believe it. The fighter quickly rushed forward. His eyes glowed bright green. The whole city was ahead. The guy soared above him. Falling, the hero shouted that it was too high. Looking down, the guy realized that it was just incredible power. Immediately afterward, the man rushed forward again. The demon flew behind him. Frowning, the assistant couldn't believe that this mediocre child was capable of using a double soul speech spell. The mage was still flying forward. Remembering how he stood on the edge of a cliff, Mephistopheles realized that the only enemy of the demons was the Merbinger family. After introducing the 4 people of this kind, the monster also remembered that there was no one with such talent among these bastards. Suddenly, an image appeared in his head after realizing that such a person exists. This man appeared. His eye lit up green when the demon realized that such a person was their progenitor. Still flying in the air, the monster realized that he had almost thought about what he shouldn't. Frowning, the monster also remembered that he needed to possess his body as soon as possible anyway, before it became stronger. Flying behind, the demon didn't know if there was a way to accomplish it faster. The hero was looking somewhere ahead. Sweat ran down his face after realizing that the soul's speech was indeed amazing, but it also took a lot of energy. Clenching his fist, the guy realized that in order to become stronger, he must learn the magic of dragons. but he also needs a mentor who will be able to help, keeping the secret. Introducing that dean, the hero also realized that Barox most likely already had great power in the academy, which meant that he was unlikely to be able to find a suitable mentor there. His foot stepped on the ground. Getting down on one knee, the hero assumed that there must be at least someone who has reached the level of the hexagram, but there is no chance that any of them will accept him as a student. An image of his late grandfather appeared in his head. Raising his head, the young man realized that everything would have been different if his deceased uncle or father had been with him. A demon appeared. Getting up, the soldier called out to him. Opening his eyes wider, the protagonist asked if he could teach him magic, as he realized that there was no better teacher than his assistant. Mephistopheles, flying nearby, asked what kind of heresy he was carrying. Immediately afterward, the monster turned away. A smirk appeared on his face as the man called out to him. Turning around, the companion asked what benefit he would have from fussing with him. The young man, raising both hands, replied that he would create a new vessel for him with the help of alchemy. The demon closed one eye and asked if he really thought that an ordinary person could create a vessel that could hold him, and the master pointed out that he just needed to help him become powerful enough to do so. Crossing his arms over his chest, the comrade in arms said that this was not enough, but the young man noted that he would not be able to do anything if the master did not become stronger. The guy, smiling, added that he had something else to offer. His eyes were closed as the demon replied negatively. Also closing his eyes, his companion asked why he would transfer his skills to him. One of his eyes opened. Examining the man, Mephistopheles tried to understand what kind of confused face it was. Grinning, his companion knew that he was still too weak to possess him, but if he managed to teach him black magic, he would become stronger and his soul would decay under the influence of this magic, and then he would be able to absorb him. Immediately after, the monster presented its hand over this person. As he bared his teeth, the warrior realized that the man now had to kneel down and beg to be taught. His eyes widened as the guy replied that he didn't need anything then. Pointing his finger, the colleague asked again, while the fighter said that such bidding should be carried out accordingly. Exhaling, the protagonist added that these attempts to negotiate do not work at all. There was a wide grin on his face. The monster's body was trembling. The demon rushed forward. The guy's mouth appeared and an order of silence was heard. His mouth was immediately taped shut. Smiling, the guy noted that he did not even expect that it would come out so perfectly. His comrade in arms, pointing his finger, tried to say something. Frowning, the companion realized that he could not force him to obey only the speech of the soul, when suddenly the hero ordered him to show mercy. His image immediately changed. Blood spurted from the mouth and ears of the fighter. The mage fell to his knees. Turning back, the guy noticed that apparently he had decided to do it in vain. Taking out a notebook, the young man asked him to go further, because he no longer wanted to look at him, and told him to write in this notebook everything he knew about the speech of the soul, because if he liked what was written, then perhaps the spell would be removed from him. The demon, flying nearby, knew that he would be able to endure it, because he had been imprisoned for more than 1,000 years. The young man released the fireball from his hand when the assistant realized that he would spare him if he admitted that he was wrong. The fighter used a different spell when Mephistopheles suggested that the man was no longer interested in training. 2 fireballs flew over the hero's head. The demon, squinting, realized that he was already going to teach him and maybe he should just pretend that he was giving up. Immediately after, the monster began to write something in a notebook. The protagonist put his head on his hands. The image of his comrade in arms appeared when he remembered that he was actually a great king. A large amount of dark red aura spread around him as he thought about how he wasn't going to obey some pathetic person. Suddenly, this monster took the form of a dog, but could not understand why it had happened. The hero, looking somewhere ahead, knew that the basics of the soul's speech were ancient knowledge that he would not be able to find in an ordinary book. Holding the notebook in his hands, the guy asked if their cooperation had not been fruitful. Immediately afterward, the demon took on his normal form. The protagonist, pointing his finger, asked to describe all this in a little more detail, because perhaps he will even be allowed to speak. Something struck his head after these words. The guy, propping his head on his hand, shouted a question about what it was all about, because didn't he really know that the next day he needed to show more than the previous one? The demon, raising his hand, tried to ask if he was mocking, but the young man replied that if his companion wrote more, then perhaps he would be released for a couple of days. His hand trembled when the fighter told him to write more legibly and also to say that it would not be enough, and therefore he should write more. Imagining holding this man, the monster knew that dark magic would take over him, and then consume his body and soul. Something light blue appeared as he thought about the fact that he had only been able to learn the introduction so far. Ice blocks were visible. A man stood in front of them. The demon, flying beside him, could not understand why there was no sign of black magic in his spells. The young man, turning his head, asked what this expression was, and noted that everything was written on his face in large letters. Turning away, Mephistopheles replied that he did not even understand what he was talking about, and the hero asked if his companion thought that the student was so stupid that he would learn what was written to him without question. Smiling, the guy thanked him for taking it to the next level. Looking down, the demon realized that his master must have understood everything. Holding a notebook, the fighter asked if there was anything else. The same shouted a question about where his humanity was. Pointing his finger, the protagonist noted that if there was even one more reproach, he would be silenced again. The same replied that he did not know anything else. His eyes widened. The demon, flying in front of him, said that he had nothing more to teach him except true speech. Birds flew up from the crowns of the trees. His eyes widened as he realized that he was talking about the highest level of soul speech that preceded divine speech. Mephistopheles, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that he could not understand her, because the level was still low, and in this case, the young man would simply go crazy. The hero, rubbing his head, realized that this really did not look like a lie. His eyes widened at his comrade's words that magic was perfected in battle, which was what his family had always done. His father, looking down, said that this was the principle of the Merbinger family, those who constantly protected the continent from demons. The man was sitting in a wheelchair when the hero remembered that his father had taught him and his sister in the territory destroyed by the war with demons. The young man sat on his lap and remembered that he had never told them that he was suffering from the marks that the war had inflicted on him. A flag with the symbols of the family appeared when the guy thought that the man apparently missed the old days, when he fought side by side with his father on the battlefield. The man's gaze was directed somewhere forward. The boy, smiling broadly, asked if he would be able to use magic like his grandfather after entering the battlefield. Father, looking away, tried to say something. His mother, smiling, noted that her son still needed to grow up and also asked him what he needed to do in order to become a strong and intelligent magician. The hero, looking to the side, replied that for this he needed to study. His father closed his eyes as he listened to his wife's words that he should not become an ignorant sorcerer like his father, because unlike him, their grandfather studied a lot before becoming the greatest mage on the continent. Turning his head, the man began to say that her words were offensive to the head of the family. She, holding his stroller, noted that he should first stop taking children to this place. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man whispered to his son that magic could always be improved in practice in battle. The guy's eyes widened. The woman, turning her head, asked the hero to read a brief information about the relationship between the ancient geometric system and language systems, and noted that he should do so before the end of the day. The girl dragged him away when he shouted that he wanted to play with Dad today. The head of the family, shifting his gaze to the side, noted that although studying is a good thing, their son is still a child. She, closing her eyes, noted that it was because of her husband that he had so many bad habits. The setting sun appeared in the distance. The rain fell on this manor, and sobs could be heard. The two of them were sitting by their bed when the protagonist remembered that it was then that his father's condition worsened, and his mother, who had given herself all to take care of them, suddenly lost consciousness, while the man at the same time shared his remaining life force with her, and thereby only prolonged her life for a short time. The head, without opening his eyes, apologized to his wife. She, smiling a little, asked him not to say that, because thanks to this they met and had children. They joined hands when their father said that thanks to her, their children grew up to be good people, and she was really a good mother. The woman, without opening her eyes, asked if her daughter was there, and she answered in the affirmative. The daughter trembled violently as she listened to her request that she keep an eye on her younger brother. The man, turning his head, apologized to his son, because his blocking disorder is because of him. The guy began to cry. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he was scared and his father should not leave like this. Tears flowed from his eyes. His father's hand was on his face. The hero's eyes were wide open when he spoke about how in his life, the days spent on the battlefield were incomparably worse than the days spent with children, and he did not have to become a magician. The young man raised one hand. The head, still without opening his eyes, said that he hoped that they would live happily. His hand began to droop. She fell on the bed. Their closed hands appeared. The boy's mouth was slightly open. The young man, standing in the middle of the forest, realized that his father was wrong when he said that he did not have to become a wizard, because if a person is weak, then he will not survive. Clenching his fist, the hero knew that he needed to become stronger so that no one would dare to ignore him. Without turning around, the man said that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield, and therefore he needs the experience of battles. Imagining a certain forest, the fighter suggested that he should go to the Crimson Forest, which is teeming with monsters and ghosts, but immediately realized that it was too dangerous there. Also imagine a certain entrance to the cave, but realized that this is also not suitable, since there are too many potential observers. The silhouette of his father appeared, which spoke of the shelters that their ancestors had previously used scattered across the continent. The demon, crossing his arms over his chest, asked where they were going. A snow-covered location appeared. The protagonist, walking forward, replied that they were heading to the homeland of the Yeti. Bright light broke through the crowns of the trees. The hero was standing in the river. Wiping his face with his hand, the young man realized that since revealing his identity could be a problem, he needed to change his appearance. The water around him began to rise after casting the spell. His head was bowed. She hid most of his face, and the fighter cast another spell. Part of the hair was immediately cut off. They soared into the air. Behind him, the water was spreading in circles, and the young man cast another spell. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. Smiling, the hero realized that now it was time for him to go. The snow-covered roofs of the houses were visible. An agency of guides appeared and words were heard that the guest was lucky, because the expedition should leave soon. The man, pointing his finger, noted that at such a time no one goes to the highlands of the Yeti, and it is extremely surprising that so many people have gathered there this time. The door started to open when the man said they were coming just in time. The man who came in, smiling broadly, shouted that apparently they had a new one. The protagonist immediately shifted his gaze to the side. First, the guy looked at some men who were herbalists. Then I paid attention to people with weapons and realized that they were monster hunters. I also noticed the fighters whose faces were hidden, who also hid their energy. The guide, smiling broadly, began to introduce himself, saying that in his tribe there was a tradition of naming a person in honor of his birthday, and his name meant the second dawn of the week. The demon, crossing his arms over his chest, said that this bastard was too talkative and wanted to rip out the throat of this chatterbox, and the guy asked if he could buy a crystal ball here for communication. The rest of the people appeared when the guide said that crystal balls were not to be found in this backwoods, and therefore he would have to use the services of the post office and pigeons. Raising his finger, Mingma also shouted that it reminded him of a funny story that happened a long time ago. Someone said that it was very unfortunate, but it was time for them to go. The guide, passing by, said that in this case there was nothing to be done, and he would have to tell this story on the way there. The young man, looking down, realized that his sister would go crazy if he did not contact her soon, and suggested that he should let Sean know, as he would be able to settle everything. The territory of the highlands appeared, and the words of their guide were heard that a pigeon suddenly flew into the chimney, which belonged to a person who lived opposite the man who stole money from a person who lived next to the lover of the grandfather's grandmother, who lived there the longest. The demon, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that this place seemed familiar to him and assumed that the Yeti lived here, while the fighter asked if the interlocutor had a chance to see them. Flying forward, Mephistopheles replied in the affirmative and explained that it was the scum who dared to admire them, while the protagonist shouted a question about whether these creatures were also demons, but he told him not to compare them. The young man, opening his eyes wider, realized that he was only thinking that they were just monsters, but he hadn't expected that they had such a connection with these creatures. The assistant, without turning around, noted that their previous king had indeed been useful, so he had received the grace of the demon god despite his unfortunate fate. The young man, shifting his gaze to the side, was surprised that the Yeti had a leader in the past. His comrade-in-arms, looking ahead, said that his grave should still be here. The protagonist, baring his teeth, shouted a question about whether he knew exactly where it was, and the demon replied that he did not know, because even if it was still there, it was most likely already looted. His eyes widened. Mountains appeared in the distance as the young man realized that this grave must have some connection to the family shelter. My father, sitting on the bed, talked about how the shelter was the lair of the ancestors, which was built to protect the family inheritance. The young man opened one eye as he told him that when he grew up and became the head of the family, he should first visit the Yeti Highlands. The interlocutor, bowing his head, explained that he would need to confirm the family's heritage instead of him and pay tribute to his ancestors. The guy, taking the pendant in his hand, tried to understand what the family heritage was in this shelter, and whether he would be able to learn more about the magic pendant if he went there. The assistant, walking ahead of the others, continued to tell some stories. The demon frowned as he listened to all these words. Clutching his head, the assistant shouted a question about whether the master could not use the magic of speechlessness on this scum, and the latter asked him to put up with it. Looking away, the hero realized that this man was talking so much about the Yeti, but they still hadn't met a single one. Raising his hand, Mingma shouted that the path would be much more difficult from now on, and therefore, before they continued walking, they should have a little refreshment. Burning logs appeared. People were sitting around the fires. The man approached the others and asked them to take some fire. The guy's gaze drooped. Noticing the man's aura, the protagonist realized that this man possesses the strength of a noble knight. This man was going to his comrades. Looking at them, the soldier suggested that he was not in their plan and they were apparently on some secret mission. Immediately afterward, he noticed a man in a blue hood and thought that this was their leader, who was not very strong. The man began to take off his hood. His eyes widened. Two other men also took notice. The girl, smiling, thanked them. The warrior immediately raised 2 fingers to his mouth. The sorcerer raised one hand and asked why the young lady was hiding such a beautiful face, while the other said that he would never have thought that his eyes would be blessed with such beauty in this wilderness. Someone suddenly grabbed a blade. The blow was aimed directly at the face of one of the men. The fighter rushed forward. The blade stopped not far from his face. The warrior with glowing eyes was talking about how it was a sin to talk to young miss in such a tone, and he should atone for it with his own life. The girl turned her head and ordered him to lower his blade. The hero, raising his hand, realized that this man dared to flirt with a noble lady and apparently did not think about the consequences at all. Suddenly they looked at each other. Something dark was approaching behind. The protagonist's eyes widened. The swordsman, holding a blade, shouted that these bastards had insulted her. The commander, with her eyes wide open, told him to let the man go. The warrior's eyes were hidden in the shadows. His blade returned to its sheath. The young man, rising to his feet, shouted for them all to run away. The man turned his head. The man, also looking somewhere ahead, asked again. The swordsman held out his blade in front of him. A lot of blows fell on him. The assistant's eyes immediately opened wide. There was a gaping hole in the body of one of the crew. Chen frowned as he told the others to protect the young miss. The bodies of the rest of the soldiers were trembling. The hero, frowning, realized that everything was just like in a nest. His head was raised. Countless shells were directed in their direction. In the distance, the silhouette of a man could be seen. The image began to get closer. The young man, holding out his hand in front of him, began to use a spell of protection. A yellow barrier immediately appeared in front of him. Glancing to the side, the protagonist tried to understand how the others were doing. They also repelled these shells with swords. The rest were struck by these arrows, and the bodies fell to the floor. Another person fell. The guy immediately frowned harder. The demon's gaze was also fixed on this direction. A red light illuminated the man. His companion, grinning, said that it must be that stupid tribe of Scarlet Eyes again. The protagonist immediately rushed forward. In the distance, a lot of luminous dots appeared. They were approaching when the guy remembered that these monsters usually attack in groups of 10. These monsters appeared. The young man, with his eyes wide open, realized that there were actually many more of them here. The fighter, frowning, ordered his wards to destroy them all. The Yeti also sought to attack. They clashed in battle. The demon, smiling, noted that this was a hardcore difficulty in his very first battle and also asked if he was afraid of it. His mouth was immediately sealed after casting the appropriate spell. One of the swordsmen appeared when the hero thought that all this was extremely suspicious. The man's eyes burned bright blue. His blade cut through all nearby enemies. The protagonist, throwing back his head, realized that this is how the knights use the aura and he really wants to see more. But there is simply no time for this, since he has enough problems from the unexpectedly attacking Yetis. Noticing even more silhouettes, the guy realized that another pack of Yetis was waiting for a chance to ambush them, and if they made even one wrong move, then they could all be in great danger. A lot of stones rose into the air when the hero decided to take the first step. His body was covered in red lightning after the removal of the transformation. Immediately after it, some green streams appeared near it. The young man, soaring into the air, realized that it was a good decision to preserve the magic of amplification through memorization. A group of these monsters appeared in the distance. One of them turned his head. His gaze was fixed upwards. Suddenly something fell on his head. The fighter kicked him on the head. The mouths of the other two monsters opened wide. The hero, bowing his head, realized that he would at least be able to detain them. His eye lit up bright green again. Something exploded behind him. The man's gaze immediately turned back. There were even more of these monsters, and the mage gave the order to burn. All the monsters were immediately covered in flames. Ice projectiles began to appear in the air on one side. On the other hand, the same thing appeared. These projectiles took the form of blades. The monsters looked up. The protagonist's hand lit up blue after the order was given. All of these blades headed forward. The monster's body was falling down. The eyes of one of them were wide open. The young man, standing on the battlefield, noted that apparently there were only 2 enemies left. Standing still, the guy asked where they were going. Smiling, the hero gave the order to bind. Squatting, the fighter noted that it was really amazing. Sitting on the monster, the hero called the demon to communicate. Raising his finger, the mage also noted that he must have forgotten that he had shut it up again. His comrade-in-arms, pointing his finger, began to shout at him. The fighter, without raising his head, ordered him to be silent. The guy, looking to the side, explained that they had too little time and asked him to become an interpreter. Rising to his feet, the fighter also added that he would free them if they told them where the village was, while the demon replied that the beast would tell. If the master untied them, the sorcerer asked why he should believe them. Frowning, the colleague noted that at such moments problems are solved by dialogue, not blackmail. Snapping his finger, the young man asked to tell them that they would be released, but they should hurry up with an answer for this. Mephistopheles, covering his mouth with his hand, was saying something. A smirk appeared on his face and suddenly the hero used the translation. Standing in front of them, the young man heard the words of his comrade-in-arms that they now need to send this bad man to hell together. The monster immediately got to his feet. A moment later, a shard of ice struck his head. The guy's finger was pointed at him. His eyes widened. The demon and the second Yeti were trembling. Grinning, the hero noted that they would probably have to chat more. In the distance he could see the setting sun. The protagonist, looking after the monster, noted that all good-natured animals die because of people like Mephistopheles. The fighter put his hand on his chest. Imagining his blue heart, the young man realized that his dragon heart was filled with the mana of this creature and the demon king, but he only had the ability to extract 3% of his entire mana reserve. Looking at the monster in front, the guy knew that if he recklessly tried to extract even another drop, his body would collapse and explode. Approaching the village, the hero knew that with this level of ability, it was extremely risky to fight. Clenching his fist, the protagonist knew that he could not retreat. Imagining himself now and before, the fighter realized that if he gave up because of this, then he would not be able to return the family to its former greatness. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. Eyes to the sky, the young man thought about whether that lady managed to escape. Blood splatters appeared. The man held the blade in his hands. The 4 of them were standing side by side. The girl, running up to them, shouted that one of their companions was missing. The fighter, wiping his face, realized that this mage was either dead or hiding somewhere. Chen turned around and replied that this man had most likely managed to escape safely. She, looking up, said that she hoped so. The head narrowed her eyes a little. The hero's eyebrows were furrowed at this moment. There were many of these monsters in front of him. Looking ahead, the fighter said that they could avoid senseless bloodshed if they escorted him to the head of their tribe. The monster, baring its teeth, only growled. They suddenly looked somewhere behind when someone ordered them to surround a person. Someone took a step. The protagonist's eyes immediately opened wide. A huge beast stood in front of him. Looking up, the guy said that he needed to ask him something. The Yeti, looking down, only growled. Holding the crystal in his hands, the young man hoped that he would not come to this, because if the negotiations failed, then he would have no choice but to kill their leader as quickly as possible. Sweat was running down his face when suddenly the beast spoke of his green eyes. The leader, looking down, asked for the guest's name. The young man, opening his eyes wider, introduced himself. The monster put his hand on the snow and asked him to follow him. The two of them were going somewhere. The head, walking beside him, said that in their tribe one legend was passed down from generation to generation. His eyes widened at the Yeti's words that the great king who ruled it had lived on this mountain for a long time. The fighter immediately turned to the demon. Bowing his head, the beast explained that the legend said that there was a man whom the king recognized as his friend. After introducing these two creatures, the monster said that it was a man with shining green eyes and the surname Merbinger. The young man, looking at his interlocutor, realized that one of his ancestors was a friend of the Yeti, who, in turn, said that the heads of the tribe followed the will of the king and maintained order in the man's house. The guy's gaze was directed forward as he asked about where this place was. The head, looking down, replied that this house was below. A gorge appeared in front of them. The two of them looked down. The young man, his eyes wide, could not believe that this place was in an abyss. His eyes were still wide open. Suddenly, a house appeared in the distance in the dark. The young man continued to look down. The hero noticed something and thought about the updrafts. The Yeti, looking down, noted that even they were barely able to go down only once a year, as long as there was this flow. The demon, grinning, noted that the master with his mediocre charms was not even able to cope with frostbite. The protagonist stood by the cliff when Mephistopheles asked what he was going to do, because with his current powers, this is simply impossible. The fighter, without looking back, noted that he was right and he really could not do it now, but if he retreated, then he would not be able to take a step forward. The guy, walking forward, said that he needed to do it because the ancestors were so eager to see the abilities of their descendants. His body flew down. Smiling, the soldier said that he needed to kindly show them. Watching the master fall, the demon said that he would die. Gritting his teeth, the main character thought that this wind is stronger than he thought. Looking at the man, Mephistopheles told him to concentrate, and added that if he couldn't, he would throw away his skates. The hero's leg flew down. Concentration could be seen on the protagonist's face. Looking down, the young man used a step. A building appeared below. Suddenly, the guy's leg was covered with magic. The mage reached straight to the house. The main character fell down. The protagonist's eye burned green. Making a stupid face, the man thought that he would die. Sitting down on the ground, the guy began to laugh. In turn, the demon said that the Lord was strong in spirit. Looking at the house, the young man said that this place was SOSO. The mage approached the door. Suddenly, a spell appeared, and it became clear that the door was locked by an ancient spell. Raising his hand to his chin, the main character said that he thought the casket should open simply. In the end, the monster said that he should try to direct mana, guessing the password. Touching the lock, the protagonist began to guess the password. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that it had nothing to do with the mana pattern, and added that perhaps there was something like a key. Looking down, the man came up with an idea. The guy took the artifact in his hands. The sorcerer brought the thing to the lock. Suddenly, something happened. A man could be seen in the doorway. Going inside, the main character found himself in a blue room. The protagonist took the book. The guy's eyes opened wide. Running through the library, the young man said that there was a fundamental doctrine of magic, magic of fairies and monsters, and even a book on black magic. Looking ahead, the demon said that this must be where the Sage of Winter lived. Looking around the corner, the mage asked who the Sage of Winter was. The monster had its back turned. The guy was looking through books. The man picked up a book called The History of the Merbingers. Reading the book, the main character saw that the eradication of all demons is their duty. Standing with a book in his hands, the protagonist asked if this was what he heard in his dream. The young man continued to read the book. The boy was surrounded by green symbols, reading about how the duty entrusted to them by heaven could be fulfilled if you were able to thoroughly digest the demons you devoured over and over again, unless a new harmonious combination of magic was formed. The words were in the book. Symbols flowed into words. The magician was reading a book that said he needed to eat, devour, and absorb demons. The protagonist's eyes turned green. The artifact began to crack. A medallion appeared. Suddenly, the thing began to emit a green light. Suddenly, memories of various battles appeared. The artifact hung around the young man's neck, making it clear that if the descendant passed the first test and absorbed the first demon, then he had found his true beginning. A man appeared in a meadow. The magician lay surrounded by flowers, asking what kind of place it was. Getting up, the wizard heard that he must be their descendant from the distant future, destined to inherit their destiny. Behind the main character was a man. The man looked at the protagonist. The magician smirked. Looking ahead, the young man said that he was Otto Hahn Merbinger. The man put his hand on his heart. Looking forward through the monocle, the man said that he was the one who tested and guided their future descendants through appointments, a guide. People were standing in front of the book, and it was clear that several centuries ago there were those who founded the magic system of the Merbinger system. Smiling, the man said that he seemed to know him. Looking at the guide, the main character said that he was the Sage of Winter. In turn, the man said that there should be no descendants who would know his name, asking where he heard this name from. Pointing with his finger, the guy stated what Mephistopheles told him. Casting a glance at his companion, the man asked if he was talking about the original Sun Demon King, and in the end, the protagonist answered positively. A hand was on the young man's shoulder as the mage said that he could not believe that the first demon he absorbed would be Mephistopheles. Holding the young man's hand, the man said that they had an amazing descendant, and added that after this, shouldn't he increase the complexity of the appointment. The demon sitting in the room asked what kind of pathetic fool would dare to insult the great demon king, and added that he would rip out his limbs. Raising his hand, the mage asked what the purpose was, asking where he was directing it. Putting his hand on his head, the man said that he probably had a lot of questions. Smiling, the man said that he was most likely interested in what all these difficulties were about, because they could just leave notes. The hand continued to be on the hero's head. Suddenly, lightning appeared in the man's palm. The wheel appeared in his hand while the wizard was talking about how they had created something like a wheel. The man attacked, saying that if it starts spinning, it can no longer be stopped, and added that in such conditions nothing can be left to chance, so you have to carefully choose and check the descendants, because time does not matter. Looking at the guy, the magician said that since he had passed the test, now the choice was entirely up to him. The wheel was in the hands of humans, and it became clear that the protagonist could decide whether to stop the wheel or let it roll. Elric glanced at the palm of his hand. The protagonist ran along the wheel, thinking that he did not know what was entrusted to his family, and stated that if he crossed the threshold without hesitation, then all his familiar usual life could disappear. Clenching his hand into the basket, it became clear that this was his last chance to get out. The man, looking at the hero, said that he respected his decision, while the young man said that it was in order to revive the family and fulfill the wishes of his great-grandfather and his ancestors, and continued that he was doing this in order to carve his name on the tablets of history as the name of one of the greatest magicians. On the guide's face you could see confusion. People fought demons. The main character was standing in front of the statue. Elric used magic, and it became clear that what he had been talking about for a long time was his dream. Suddenly, the spell began to work. You could see surprise on the man's face. Slapping the protagonist on the shoulder, the guide said that they needed such brave guys here. In turn, the guy said that it hurt him. Green mountains appeared. The landscape changed from a meadow to snow-capped mountains. People were looking into the distance. Trying to warm up, Elric asked where they were, while the man said that this was the training ground where he had to complete his first mission. Gritting his teeth from the cold, the guy thought about why he should be tested in such a place. Smiling, the main character made it clear that he would become much stronger. Without showing his face, the conductor said that such a smile was a very excellent mood for a candidate. Pointing with his hand, the man said that the guy should look there. In turn, the young man did not understand where he needed to look. In the end, the man said that he should look deeper and further. The eyes of the main character indicated that he was concentrating. Suddenly, something seemed to me. Something was in the black smoke. The creature had red eyes, and it became clear that he was the king of the ice mountain, that he was the first and last king to unite all the Yeti and rule over this ice mountain. In addition, he was ambitious and tried to restore the former status of the Yeti as demons, but in the end, he was consumed by his own ambitions, ending his life as a fallen demon. A snow-capped mountain towered ahead. People were looking at something black. Looking ahead, Elric heard that this king was the second demon that he must devour. Pointing his finger at the man, the protagonist asked if he was really telling him to absorb this monster, while the guide stated that he was only saying to absorb it. Without showing his eyes, the man said that from now on he would have to absorb demons and draw their seals, the root of their existence. Suddenly, a black caricature appeared, which made it clear that from the primordial dark emotions of living beings such as fear, despondency or hatred, an accumulation with evil desire is formed. This is the essence of the demon, and each demon has its own evil desire, and this is what forms their personality, rank and emblem. A strange seal suddenly appeared on the boy's hand, and it was obvious that it was the seal of original sin, which could be regarded as Mephistopheles himself. Blue magic was on the young man's hand, making it clear that it was the seal of the demon king. Turning to the protagonist, the man said that from now on he would hunt demons and draw their seals. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the man said that once he absorbed the demons, their abilities would be his. Elric's face showed surprise. The main character, standing in the snow, thought about what he could become if he received the abilities of this huge monster. The mage did not show his eyes. Suddenly, the young man took off. Different essences emanated from the protagonist while he unlocked the equipment. The protagonist flew into the black haze, remembering that he did not need to defeat them, but to absorb them. Suddenly the guy stopped, thought about what he should do with them. Something was in the darkness. The monster suddenly turned, speaking of a familiar mana. Suddenly, images of Mephistopheles appeared, which encouraged me to prove myself. The guide, looking ahead, ordered us to stop. The young man flew forward. Suddenly Elric noticed something. Something black was above the character. The guy began to run. Suddenly, there was ice under the man's foot. The mage looked at the countless warriors who were the king's guards. The soldiers stood with spears in their hands, making it clear that there are dozens of them here, and they are not at all the ones that the main character has already managed to defeat. A huge Yeti opened one eye. Holding his hand on the ready, the young man thought that if he could use the seal of original sin, he would be able to deal with everyone, including the king of the ice mountain himself. The protagonist did not show his eyes, thinking that these were just empty dreams. Suddenly, one of the soldiers began to attack. The Yeti rushed to attack. The mage ordered his hand to burst into flames. There was a strong explosion. Man created an explosion. A blade appeared in front of Elric's eye. You could see the confusion on the protagonist's face. The young man was enveloped in blue energy. The man swung. Lightning came from the mage's mouth. Erlic's eyes were stunned. The enemies came close to the main character. The protagonist's hand began to change position. The other hand did the same. Standing near the ice block, the guy picked it up and punched. The Yeti's helmet was outside his head. The young man's eye was green. The mage stood in front of the enemies, stating that he had heard that they had once been part of the demon race, but they had been banished. Without showing his eyes, the man said that he was sure that the warriors understood him, and added that when you become weak, you are thrown out. The soldier made a face full of rage. The main character stood surrounded by blue light. Opponents approached the protagonist. The guy's hand turned yellow. The young man knitted his eyebrows, saying that he would pass without any problems. Suddenly, a huge ball appeared above the man. A yellow haze appeared. The shock wave continued to expand. The yellow essence was everywhere. The magician protected his face with his hands. Elric's face was surprised. There was a blow. The main character was thrown far away. The Yeti held a sword in his hands. The protagonist fell to the ground with a crash. Warriors towered over the guy as he thought that he would lose at this rate, adding that he could not fall at the first test. Blue smoke appeared from the young man's mouth. The man tried to get up from the ground. Surrounded by darkness, the mage stood on his feet, not knowing if his body would survive. Suddenly, another explosion rang out. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly as he said that he would drain all the mana from the dragon's heart. The soldier looked down. An incision appeared. The guy struck the warrior. Continuing the attack, the young man used disclosure and dispel. The young man's eyes were enveloped in darkness. A dark haze was coming from the mage's mouth. The man suddenly sat down on the snow. Elric's eyes were closed. The main character opened one eye. Turning around, the protagonist asked if it was a joke and added that it was too cruel for the first round. In the middle of the darkness, the young man said that his heart was about to break, thinking about the fact that enemies were starting to form again. The man stared into the darkness. Stretching out his hand, the wizard asked what was going on. The main character was reaching for something. The seal on the protagonist's hand began to absorb the dark mist. As he sat on the ground, the young man thought that although it was paler than the first one, it was definitely a new seal, and added that he didn't understand what was happening, but the mana of the dragon heart was stabilizing. Magic consumed darkness. The guide standing with the guy said that therefore, in order to use their power, he must know the names. In turn, the magician asked how he could find out, because he could not just ask. The man, without showing his face, said that the wizard should not worry. Standing in front of the soldiers, the young man remembered the words of the man who said that he himself would understand everything when the time came. The main character tilted his head. Suddenly, the protagonist began to use blue magic. The hand tried to catch something, and it became clear that his real name was Cruelty. The man could not explain it in any way, but he knew how to use the seal and their real names. The guy was surrounded by ice. The young man's eye began to close. A blizzard began over the mountains. The mage did not show his face. The wizard used magic. The soldiers stood in black robes. The Yeti raised their shields. There was an explosion. Standing on the ice, the main character said that his mana had been used up, and added that it was too much. The guy looked tired. The young man stood in front of the soldiers, asking that this was the power of the seal. Suddenly, the creatures froze. The monsters stared ahead as Elric laughed. Suddenly, blood began to flow from the mage's mouth. Human consciousness began to fade. When the main character woke up, he began to cough. The protagonist was lying on the stone floor. Opening his eyes wide, the man asked what had just happened. The demon, looking at his master, said that he seemed to have had a good deal. Standing in front of the protagonist, Mephistopheles said that he immediately realized that the task was activated because he fell asleep and the pendant began to go crazy, and added that it was not easy. Looking down, the guy thought about what it meant that he hadn't really died. Touching the seal, the man continued to think that he had gone too far because he had too much faith in the seal, and added that he must have passed out after consuming all the mana. Suddenly, memories of the young man standing in front of his enemies appeared, and it became clear that the strength of his opponent was much greater than he had realized. For if the defective seal of cruelty was so strong, then how amazing was the seal of true sin. The magician continued to touch the seal. Turning around, the wizard listened to what the demon had said. Glancing down, Mephistopheles said that it seemed that the Sage of Winter had come up with an intricate scheme. Sitting on the ground, the main character asked how he could use the seal of true sin, while the monster said that he believed that he had told him about his real name. Without showing his face, the demon said that the guy really thought that he would tell him about it. Looking away, the monster declared that he did not care what humiliation he subjected him to, but he would never get an answer from him. Holding his head, the main character said that he thought that this was a trivial question, but the demon took it so sharply. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he knew it, and added that, after all, the seal was the work of demons, and stated that if Mephistopheles approved of the use of sin, it would mean that the man had deprived him of everything, adding that it was regrettable, but for now, the young man should give up. The demon stood with his back to the mage. Holding hands, Elric continued to think that the first thing to consider was that true sin was the seal of the demon lord, because he couldn't even control the power of the Yeti, and it was useless to talk about the demon king. Casting a glance at his comrade in arms, the main character asked about the fact that he seemed to say that he knew the king of the ice mountains. Looking at the man, the monster asked why he was asking, while the protagonist said that this place was his tomb, and it was obvious that he should meet with the king. The demon, whose eyes were red, said that Otto Han Merbinger was crazy, adding that how dare he force the creature to be captured, which the demon admitted. Looking at the creature, the young man asked if it knew any good methods. Moving away, the demon replied in the negative, while the guy said that he was no longer connected with demons, so he could tell the mage at least that. Making a face full of anger, the monster asked what the master was talking about, and added that divulging the secret of the seal, which was both a secret and a weakness, was a violation of his pride. Closing his eyes, the monster listened to how the man promised a 3-day release from the cute regime. In turn, Mephistopheles asked if he really thought that he could break his pride with something like this. The main character put out his hand, saying about 5 days. Clenching his teeth, the demon said that this was utter disrespect, and in the end the master told him to forget about it. Smiling, the monster said that it was an insult, but since his generosity was as big as the ocean, he would agree this time. Looking at his comrade in arms, the protagonist began to joke. Making a serious face, the demon told him to listen to him carefully, and forgot about completing the quest with the current seal, because with it he would not even be able to approach the king of the ice mountain. Looking at the monster from under his brow, the hero asked what it meant. The monster smiled, declaring that this did not mean that the solution did not exist. The man stood in front of the mountain, saying that it was damn cold here, and added that this was the reason he didn't want to go back. The demon turned to hear the protagonist say that he should use Mephistopheles' hint. Suddenly the guy jumped. The mage went on the attack, remembering the demon's words to increase performance, because seals are divided into ordinary, advanced, unique and mythic depending on rarity. The young man dodged the attacks, making it clear that the seal of cruelty was very valuable and definitely not of a low rank. However, his achievement level was only 1 star, and the king of the ice mountain had achieved 10. The Yeti continued to attack Elric. The warrior's helmet shattered into pieces, and it became clear that the guy needed to either level up or raise his rank to a unique one. The protagonist smiled. Suddenly, the seal flashed with blue light. It was snowing over the mountain. The mage's foot sank into the snow. Slouching, the main character said that they had finally met. Something lurked in the darkness as the man thought about how his achievement level was stuck at 2 stars, and in order to advance, he had to fight the king. The demon was not surrounded by a shadow, but by demonic energy. Hopelessness appeared on the wizard's face as he said that the guide had indeed offered him to defeat the demon, and added that he was indeed an ancestor of their family, or a sworn enemy. An icy mountain appeared. Standing in the snow, the young man said that he should at least try. Without showing his face, the guy said that no matter how difficult it was, if he kept trying, he could definitely win. Hope appeared in the man's eyes. The demon stared ahead. The main character, not understanding anything, opened his eyes. The man was lying on the floor, declaring that after collecting all the seals and tearing his ass, he died without even lifting a finger. Putting his hand on his stomach, the mage asked how he could defeat this creature. Flying over the master, the monster asked about what he finally understood, and added that he simply refused the task. In turn, the man said that if he had the seal of such power, he would win. Looking at the wizard, Mephistopheles called his comrade names. Raising his finger, the protagonist asked about the fact that the king of the ice mountain is a woman. The hero's eyes were open. The demon lowered his gaze. The monster's eyes darted to the side. Looking at the protagonist, the monster asked why he was looking at him like that, and added what was wrong with his eyes. The creature, whose face had blushed, pointed with his finger. The man was holding an artifact in his hand. The main character sat down, holding something in his hands. Suddenly there was a green light. Starting the attack, the protagonist wished her opponent death. Suddenly, a blue essence appeared. The man froze. Steam was coming from the young man. The magician was cut into 2 parts. The hero fell, cut in half, and it was clear that he was in great pain. The guy was missing half of his palm. The man's head was cut in half. There was a blow. The main character used ice magic. The demon was not happy that the protagonist was getting closer and closer. The monster's face showed that she was furious. Showing his teeth, the mage declared that he now knew how to use the seal of cruelty of the Queen of the Ice Mountain. But nevertheless, once he received the seal, it was difficult for him to surpass a creature who wielded it perfectly. The monster began to attack. The man stretched out his hand. The palms of the opponents collided. A shockwave appeared. The man's hand began to crack. The main character was thrown away from the scene of the collision. The man looked at what was happening. The guide, looking down, said that he would not be surprised if his personality suffered after these failures, but he smiled. The protagonist grinned. Having cut off the hand, it was clear that Elric had not only an innate talent, but also a submissive will and an ineradicable desire to grow above himself. The hand flew away. A dark essence appeared. The seal began to glow, and it was obvious that this person was insane. Looking to the side, the main character said that he had reached 3 stars. Suddenly, a point appeared in front of the protagonist's face. The man evaded. Counterattacking, the young man said that she did not even allow him to catch his breath. Suddenly, the monster let go of the blade. A cloud of power appeared. A magician using a barrier. The monster struck. Crossing his arms, the guy thought that this was his limit, and added that stealing alone was not enough to conquer the Ice Queen. The opponent swung for an attack. Clenching his teeth, the mage thought that he should definitely understand her, adding that he should become her. Man began to break through the darkness. The young man crossed his arms. Suddenly the seal lit up. Shock appeared on the protagonist's face, thinking that he had died again. Suddenly, Mephistopheles appeared in the sky, saying that someone had to prove something to him. The demon smiled and told her to prove that she was worthy of being part of their race. The queen dropped to one knee. One of the monster's eyes glowed green. One of the lady's hands was on the ground. Suddenly the seal lit up. Someone with a skull on his head appeared. His hand reached for the monster. Someone was with a staff, making it clear that the god of demons had sent them a prophecy. The creature was standing in the snow. A monster with fangs appeared. Standing on the cliff, it became clear that they would conquer the mountain range. The queen of the ice mountain was small, having made it clear that she was born to rule. However, as the one who was the first in the history of the ice mountain to unite the tribes, she could not get enough of this place alone. Monsters gathered. Red eyes were visible, and the monster made it clear that she had to restore their former legacy. The girl looked into the distance. The Yeti were looking ahead. The lady held an axe in her hands, making it clear that she would return to their rightful place. The soldier was holding a sword in his hands, and it was clear that they had brought countless humans and demons to their knees, and once again they had become part of the demon race. The horse's leg was bleeding. A blood moon obscured the sky. Looking ahead, the queen even tried to become the demon queen. However, she was prevented by the demon king Mephistopheles. The soldiers lay dying. The lady got down on one knee. The demon was smiling. Looking at her opponent, the girl thought that the bar of the all-powerful demon king was too high, and added that she had no choice but to know the bitterness of defeat. The mountain was covered in blood. Something was in the darkness. The demon was in the mist, and it was clear that she had almost managed to get Mephistopheles' confession, but someone had told her to stop. Suddenly, a lock appeared. The soldiers were ready for battle. People were looking down. The man, whose eye was glowing green, made it clear that he was an obstacle, that the monster had not yet met him. The demon's face was full of rage. A trail of blood stretched behind the monster. The Yeti was killed. The eye looked away. The soldier began to attack. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Turning around, the queen listened to the screams for salvation and that someone did not want to die. The warriors were wounded. Suddenly, a monster appeared. The fist struck, making it clear that the girl wanted to live. The warriors looked ahead. The axe was covered in runes. The heroine took a weapon, stood among the soldiers. The lady's face showed fury as she talked about how they were part of a proud demon race, adding that there was nothing beyond their control, and went on to let the warriors show those who stood in their way all the fear of their terror. Blood flowed. The demon's face was covered in blood. The screams of monsters that died in an instant could be heard. Hopelessness was visible in his eyes. The man stretched his hand forward, and it became clear that it was Otto von Merbinger, to whom they had lost the war against humans, resulting in them being driven back onto the icy mountain. The buildings were engulfed in fire. The lady, looking ahead, asked why everything happened this way. The man looked away as the warriors said that humans already had everything they could only dream of, and added that they were saying that monsters were not worthy of even a fraction of it. The seal was glowing blue. The print has become brighter. The main character was standing in front of a demon that was in the dark. The man looked up. The monster's face was not visible while the protagonist said that this was her work. The guy was in white light. The warrior was in the dark. The young man became younger. The girl also became younger. The man's hand stretched forward. The creatures began to weep as the mage talked about how reviving her horn's honor was a great task. Suddenly it began to snow, and it became clear that after that day, Otto Han had settled on the icy mountain to keep an eye on the queen. The axe struck the weapon. The guys began to smile, making it clear that after countless fights, they began to respect each other. The lady, sitting in the snow, said that she must restore their former greatness. In the end, she, unable to completely free herself from the shackles of her ambitions, eventually became a monster. Suddenly hands appeared. The man stood with his hands folded. Looking forward through the monocle, it was clear that the lady had met her end at his hands. The man woke up. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist heard the words that he must be the same descendant from the distant future that he was talking about. Looking at the protagonist, the girl was sitting on the ice. Holding her hand, the demon said that he was able to calm her madness to some extent, and even chopped off her hand, adding that she should think that his words were not an empty shake of the air. Looking at his opponent, the guy said that he felt sorry for her hand. Suddenly, the monster began to regenerate his hand. With his eyes wide open, the young man listened to the fact that although she had never been able to let go of her ambitions, she was still a warrior, a queen, and the leader of her race. Sitting surrounded by darkness, the warrior said that she did not need pity, especially from the enemy. A look of bewilderment appeared on the mage's face. Smiling, the demon asked that now was the time to end this long battle, in order to apologize to her people and revive them. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist listened to why she was so greedy while trying to join the demon race. From the darkness came a voice that she would live well with her lovers. Suddenly there was a memory of the creature being in the ice. The young man didn't show his eyes, thinking that after all, she was once again under the influence of demonic energy. The man opened his green eyes, thinking about what he should do now. Something was standing below. Making a serious expression, the protagonist continued to think that he needed to concentrate, because his opponent was the queen of the ice mountain, the monster that united the huge ice mountain, the greatest of the Yeti warriors, and the enemy that he must devour. The guy looked at the demon. In the eyes of the opponent, you could see rage. The wizard stretched out his hand, knowing that he would not win if he did not put all his strength, and it would also be disrespectful to her. The man stood in the blue light. The stones began to fly. Boulders were falling. The lady stood with her foot on the snow. The man's foot slipped through the snow. The two began to attack, making it clear that this was the end of their story. Fury could be seen on the faces of the creatures. Due to the impact, a blast wave occurred. The cut went far. The red haze went farther and farther. The enemies fought. The axe rushed down. The axe was shrouded in lightning. The man parried the attack. The main character clenched his teeth and said that he would become her again. The man's shoes broke in the sock. A series of blows rang out. The girl had her back turned. The protagonist did not show his face. The shock wave from the legs stirred the ground. The man's shoes were directed further. The demon looked furious. Anger could be seen on the young man's face. The opponent swung for a shot. The girl's foot was on the ground. The man's shoes were in the snow, and it became clear that the protagonist's life was at stake in this battle. The enemies took an attacking stance. The mage clenched his teeth, not understanding why he was having so much fun. The monster gritted its teeth. There was an explosion. The shock wave broke the stones in half. The cobblestones scattered through the air. The stones were carried farther and farther. The main character swung. The demon held her hand above her head. The lady struck the young man while he felt the days she had spent with Otto. The hero was thrown far away. The monster attacked the man. The wizard dodged the blow. The demon was surrounded by boulders. Elric's face was furious. Blue magic suddenly appeared near the lady. Someone took a step back. The opponent did the same. The enemies moved away. Blood was flowing from the guy's mouth. The girl's eyes were red, making it clear that they were both already at the limit. Suddenly someone began an attack, making it obvious that the outcome of the battle would be decided by the last attack. The opponent also rushed into the attack. The creatures swung. The girl was preparing to strike with her palm. The mage was also ready to strike. The opponents joined hands, using an icebreaker. Suddenly, a powerful shock wave was heard. A cloud of smoke appeared. Silhouettes were visible in the shadows. The demon was missing half of his body. The man opened his eyes wide. Blue cracks were visible. The queen had no body part. The creature stood in front of the main character. The protagonist began to tremble. The guy gritted his teeth. Opening his eyes, the young man listened to the monster tell him if he would allow him to thank him. Tears appeared on the warrior's face. The snow was illuminated. The girl fell to her knees. The heavens began to clear. The lady smiled. The sun illuminated the mountains. Dark smoke began to emit from the demon. The opponent disappeared. The man clenched his fist. The seal remained on the hand of the main character. A flower grew on the ground. The plant got stronger. The bud opened, making it clear that the guy wished the girl to rest in peace. Starting to clap, the man asked if the guy really managed to absorb the queen of the ice mountain, adding that it was magnificent. Looking to the side, the main character asked if the task was too difficult for the first time. Looking at the guy, the man said that nothing was impossible for their family, and added that he could not consider himself a merbinger if he was not able to cope with something like this. Looking ahead through the monocle, the hero said that he was surprised, because he thought it would take at least a year or 3, but the chick, who had only known magic for a couple of years, was able to defeat the queen of the ice mountain in a month. Without showing his face, the protagonist asked about the month. Making a serious face, the man said that 1 month had passed. Counting on his fingers, the young man said that he had learned magic a month ago, and had spent 1 month here, so it meant that 2 months had already passed. Looking at the main character, the man said that this was too bad a joke. As he continued to look, the mage asked if this was true. Without changing his posture, the wizard asked if it was some kind of pretentious joke of the Merbingers. Stretching out his hands to the guy, the man laughed, adding that he really had an eye for people, while the protagonist said that he was just talking recently, and he was just quoting his words. Hitting his comrade in arms, the man called him a slight name. Looking at the mountain, the man asked what it was like in the last minutes. Looking into the distance, Elric said that she was smiling. Turning around, the man said that he was glad to hear it. Bowing to the guide, the young man thanked him, and the magician told him to take care of himself on the way back. Looking up, the guy said that he might not be able to visit him often. Smiling, the wizard said that he understood, because the head of the family always had a lot to do. Turning around, the main character announced that he was leaving. Suddenly the man turned around. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked how he could get out of here. Pointing his finger, the man replied that he had done this countless times. Suddenly, a blue sphere appeared in front of the man's face. The young man lay on the floor, indignant. The guy began to touch his face. Looking at the master, Mephistopheles said that this crazy Otto killed him, while the main character said why the hell he did it without warning. Raising his chin, the demon asked if he was able to absorb the queen of the ice mountain. The man, showing the seal, said that everything worked out. Making a joyful face, the monster said that it was all thanks to him. In the end, the protagonist said that the great demon king was magnificent and unique. Looking away, the monster thought that he had only shared a modicum of knowledge, adding that this man was not even a genius, he was just a monster. Raising a finger, the young man asked about his relationship with the queen, asking why he did not allow her to become a demon. Looking away, the demon asked how he knew, while the main character said that it happened, and added that he looked into the queen's memories. The monster sat on the bones of the victims, giving the answer that he was the king of the demons, and they were only the scion of the demon race, adding that at that time he was just bored. The creature hovered over the mountains, hearing that someone was planning to become a demon here. Looking at the girl's face, the monster thought that she wasn't up to the Demon King, but her ambition and ability were commendable. Gesticulating, the demon said that if she had met someone like Azazel or Lilith instead of a benevolent king like him, she would have been torn to pieces. As she left, the creature waved her hand to find him when she became stronger. Looking at the demon, the main character asked if they had met again. In the end, the monster answered why he would date her. The mountains were covered with snow. The girl smiled with the man. The footprints pointed to a cliff. The demon did not show his face. Sadness appeared on the monster's face. Punching his arm, the protagonist replied that he understood. Making a stupid face, the young man asked if he knew how snots mock girls with whom they are not in love. The demon's eyes glowed red as he talked about snot and unreciprocated love. Looking at the creature, the man declared that this was why that bachelor after 1,000 years. In turn, the monster said that how dare he mock him. Comrades in arms were sitting in a room. Suddenly a fist appeared. Lowering his hand, the man said what a wonderful descendant he was. The leaves were flying in the wind. You could see sadness on the man's face. Closing his eyes, the guide asked if she felt the same way, asking if she was offended. Suddenly, there was a creature in his arms. The girl held the creature in her hands. The warrior sat on the ground. Suddenly, a man appeared, addressing her by name. The lady was furious. The monster shed tears. Darkness was approaching man. Reaching forward, the creature asked Otto to kill her. The mage's face was not visible. Without showing emotion, the wizard said that he was sorry. An image was visible in his hands. The man folded his hands. The man looked ahead through the monocle. My eyes began to close. Looking up, the sorcerer told her to leave her regrets and obligations to this child, and rest in peace. Crying, the man said that he wanted to meet her in the next life. The sky was at sunset, and it became clear that the man hoped that everything would be better than before. Mephistopheles, lying next to the protagonist, asked what he was looking for, who replied that he had to find something. The young man put his hand in his inner pocket. He took out an ice crystal in the shape of an egg. Otto, standing in front of the young man, told him to take the ice crystal and find the god of Camellia. He would be his mentor. The young man, scratching his head, asked if this would be his test. The old man confirmed his guess in response. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Elric asked how long it would last. Otto frowned, saying that it would be until he reached the progenitor level. The protagonist frowned upon hearing his words. The man in front of him said that he probably had many questions, but in time he would find the answers himself. The progenitor had achieved a lot and left a lot on this earth. Looking at the sky, the old man said that they had prepared quite a few tasks for him to follow in his footsteps, so he only needed to walk this path diligently. Hiding the crystal, the guy agreed with Otto, who, hearing his consent, said that he was sorry that he had hung such a burden on him, but only he, the head of the Merbinger family, could go this way. The old man turned away, telling the young man to leave. He narrowed his eyes, saying that he should bring winter to perfection. Mephistopheles, covering his face, laughed. He chuckled, saying that Otto must be trying to recreate winter. The young man, looking at the crystal in his hand, asked what winter was. The demon replied that it was their vile 4 seasons. Frowning, Mephistopheles said that these 4 creatures were hunting demon kings like him. The protagonist looked up at the demon. He stood up, asking Mephistopheles to tell him more. Stretching out 4 fingers, the guy said that he would release him from cutie mode for 4 days if he told the demon. Angrily asked how long he thought it would work. Elric gritted his teeth and said that it would be so, he would free him from silence. But that was the maximum. The king chuckled, saying that the fee was acceptable. In the past, there were 4 servants who assisted the progenitor in the founding of the Merbinger family. Since the personalities and abilities of the 4 corresponded to the seasons, the demons gave them the nickname, 4 Seasons. Otto was the personification of winter, a harsh, cold winter. Narrowing his eyes, Mephistopheles said that the fact that someone like him was left behind to watch over posterity in the role of overseer meant that he wanted to pass on the power he once had to him. The protagonist shuddered all over. He involuntarily parted his lips, mentally saying that this all meant that when this ordeal was over, he would be able to gain new strength from the other 4 seasons. Mastering the power of the 4 seasons also meant that he would be able to match the powers of the progenitor they had helped to open the pages of the Book of Destiny. Glancing at his tattoo, the young man realized that if he could continue to absorb seals equal in power to the seals of cruelty, it would be a matter of time before the family was revived. Elric grinned. Looking at the crystal in his hand again, he asked what was so important about this crystal that the god of Camellia needed it. Mephistopheles, imagining the ice mountains, said that it was the core of winter, formed only in the deep parts of the ice mountain covered with eternal snow. In other words, it was the egg of the spirit. Since Camellia is a flower that blooms in winter, it is impossible to think of a better pot than an ice crystal for her. The god will shine when he receives this egg. When Elric asked where he needed to go to meet the god of Camellia, the demon closed his eye and said that he most likely needed to go to the flower temple in the north. The protagonist, with his mouth agape, asked if this temple really exists. Mephistopheles, hearing him, said that it exists, and that noisy idiot is most likely guarding the temple. The young man, staring at the demon, said in his mind that he would only be able to confirm this information in the Imperial Library. He frowned, mentally saying that Mephistopheles was somehow suspiciously friendly. He was clearly up to something. The demon's spirit form became brighter. Mephistopheles sneered. He never thought that the test he had passed would bring back his demonic energy as well. It seemed that Elric had noticed something, But what difference did it make if he couldn't change anything? He had no choice but to become stronger with each trial. In this way, the young man will be left alone in the midst of darkness. The protagonist bowed his head, realizing that although trials make him stronger, they also add strength to the Demon King. Perhaps he will resurrect the great Demon King with his own hands, who, when freed, will plunge the world into chaos. Seeing the young man trembling, the demon laughed in his mind. He liked the look on Elric's face. He was clearly frightened. Mephistopheles chuckled, mentally saying that although he was uncomfortable with Mirbinger getting stronger, there was nothing he could do about it. His recovery was a priority now. The protagonist suddenly grinned. The demon trembled as he thought that he could take so much more from Mephistopheles. And in order for him not to run away as soon as he regained his strength, he had to become stronger. The guy made the demon look away. A strong wind was blowing. A bright glimpse swept through the wind. The protagonist, having landed, said that only a month ago, the path here was a lot of difficulty, and now it was too easy. The young man, kicking up the snow with his jerk, said that since he needed a mentor, they should go to the Scarlet Eye tribe. But in his mind, he said that he didn't know if it was because he had been fighting the Yeti for a long time, or because he had absorbed the seal of the Ice Mountain Queen. He wanted to take a look at them. Elric couldn't help smiling. His eyes widened in horror. Houses were destroyed. The snow was covered with blood. The corpses of the Yeti lay on the ground. The entire settlement was destroyed. Seeing the Yeti hanging from bayonets, Mephistopheles said that they were killed slowly and tastefully, although they could quickly end lives, all for fun. Frowning, the demon said that he did not know who exactly had done this, but even the demons would envy their cruelty. The protagonist, looking at the ruins in front of him, said that he felt bad. He stepped forward, mentally saying that since Yetis were monsters, they were often killed. Even he had killed quite a few Yetis, but he had never treated them as toys. The young man gritted his teeth. He felt angry. The young man remembered how he had taken on the duty of the Queen of the Ice Mountain. He opened his jaw sharply, realizing that he was not her and did not have to sympathize with them. The young man's pupil decreased. The guy froze, looking at the space in front of him. He approached a snowdrift. The protagonist began to scatter snow with his hands. Elric clenched his jaw. Soon he dug up the top of the creature's head. The protagonist screamed in grief. Clots of snow were thrown aside. Elric dug up Mingma, and she died crying. In the past, the girl, entering the hall with a smile, was happy with the newcomer. She raised her hands, saying that from now on the path would be much more difficult, so they should have a meal. Mephistopheles froze, looking at the guy in front of him. Looking at the corpses of people stuck in the snow, he said that it was the business of the people they had recently met. The protagonist, feeling an invisible pressure on himself, asked if he felt too bad about them. The knight, despite the wound, ran after his mistress. The lady was breathing heavily. She stumbled. The knights immediately ran up to her, asking if she was okay. When they approached, the girl said that everything was fine with her. They shouldn't worry about her. They didn't know when the killers would return again, so they had better concentrate on finding the grave. Frowning, Isabel said that she was the daughter of the Blue Lion. She no longer wanted to be a burden to him. Chen stared at the mistress with concern. The girl trembled, mentally saying that many people died at the hands of the killers who persecuted her. For their sake she could not afford to sit idly by. Walking with the map in her hand, she said that a whole month had already passed. They had been looking for this grave for a month, following the map. The lady frowned. She looked up at the sky. Looking at the beautiful clouds, she remembered her father. Looking at the coat of arms of the Blue Lion family, people would say that the only daughter of the family was not even able to hold a sword properly. The men, looking at each other, said that, given that the lion follows only the strong, there would be problems. Isabel stopped. She walked away when she heard the servants talking. The girl repeatedly brandished her sword. She trained at her personal training ground. The sword plunged into the floor. Breathing heavily, the girl did not understand why she did not have talent, whether she could even call herself the daughter of a blue lion. A lot of ridicule and contemptible words were like a huge burden for her. The man approached his daughter and called her. Herman smiled. Sitting down next to his daughter, he said that he seemed to have put too heavy a burden on her shoulders. He was sorry. The girl, hearing his words, said that the reason was only that she was not good enough. Closing his eyes, the man said that she did not have to follow in his footsteps and become a blue lion. He sneered, saying that she was not a blue lion. She was a proud member of the Vile family. Afterwards, he raised his hand, saying that he was still strong as a bull. She should touch his stone muscles. Smiling, Herman said that she didn't have to worry about him, the blue lion. Herman, while, as always, he would continue his dream of becoming the best swordsman on the continent. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She smiled fondly at her father. As she walked down the hall, Isabel asked why her father didn't wake up. She grabbed his hand gently. The doctor, standing by the bed, said that Sir's illness had similar symptoms to blocking disorder. Looking at the men's faces, he said that while he was trying to make it impossible to control the aura, his blood and energy flow had stalled, causing the mana circulation in his body to stop. If they didn't take action soon, his muscles would begin to atrophy. Isabel froze in horror when the doctor said that the problem would be solved when they restored the mana flow. But Herman had too much mana for human power alone to solve the problem, and they had no choice but to rely on magical artifacts. A shadow hid the girl's face. Soon Isabel and her faithful knights left the estate. Since simple artifacts were useless, she desperately tried to get her hands on the latest artifacts that the magic tower or academy possessed. However, she was always refused. The man raised his hand, expressing his refusal. So the girl remained in the rain in front of the gate of the tower. She could not find anything that could help in her father's treatment, even if she visited all the cities of the continent. In one of the houses, someone said that there was the tomb of the queen who ruled the icy mountain in the Yeti Highlands. Isabel flinched as she listened to the man say that there might be artifacts in the grave that ordinary people could not afford. She involuntarily turned around when the man's interlocutor scolded him, saying that he wanted to die only because of some legend. The knights turned. Isabel smiled. The legend of the queen was her last hope. She learned that the tomb really existed, and even found out its approximate location. However, some people whispered to their acquaintances about it. So Uncle Isabel, who was drinking wine, learned about her. The knights shouted, telling Isabel to run while they fought themselves. The girl opened her mouth in horror. Her uncle, Paul Vile, who wanted to take the place of the Blue Lion, sent hired assassins for the head of the heiress. Now the girl was walking in the middle of the mountains. She gritted her teeth and asked her uncle if there was anything human left in him. Chen turned around abruptly, telling the lady to hide. The knight seized the girl. The man stood next to the girl. Chen frowned as someone told him that they were hiding pretty well, but that wouldn't save them. The head of the Blue Lion's 6th Division, the one that Paul had secretly raised, was covered in blood. Chuckling, he said that since they still belonged to the Vile family, he would at least give them a quick death. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock when the head of the knights told Chen that since he was here, then his mistress should be there. The young man, frowning, shouted at Hanul, saying that he would pay for Isaac and Zard's lives with his life. The man tried to dissuade the girl from coming out, because they simply could not cope. Isabel screamed, saying to let her go, otherwise Chen would die. Frowning, the knight said that Chen was risking his life to buy them time to escape, and she wanted his sacrifice to be in vain. The lady gritted her teeth. The girl's eyes widened in horror. Hanul, putting his foot on the knight's head, told Isabel that her humble servant was about to die. She should show herself. The sword plunged into the knight's body. Grinning, he said that the lady had abandoned the faithful knights. The young lady turned out to have a heart of stone. The sword rushed to Chen's head. Isabel came out of hiding and stopped him. Crying, she said that since she was his target, then he should just kill her and let Chen go. She frowned sharply when Hanul said that he was sorry, but it would not happen. It was ordered to kill everyone associated with her. The girl's pupils shrank drastically when the enemy told her that if only she hadn't run away, they would all have been alive and would have a happy life with their families. The handprints of the dead were reflected in her eyes. Blood covered the snow. The corpses were stuck in snowdrifts. Mingma died with tears in her eyes. The man grinned. The girl's eyebrows rose up. She was terrified. Darkness descended on her. She couldn't believe that innocent people had died because of someone like her. Hanul swung his sword. He turned around abruptly when he heard someone else's voice. He looked at a tree branch. The guy, stepping on a branch, used the transformation. The man gritted his teeth. The protagonist, sitting down, said that he was just a passing devil. Clenching his jaw, Hanul said that he could have lived longer if he had walked past. Elric disappeared from his seat. Hanul's eyes lit up. The enemy was behind him. The knight's feet slipped. The snow kicked up as Hanul asked the guy who he was, who, ignoring the question, asked Isabel if she was okay. The man blocked the mistress when she answered, saying that everything was fine. The protagonist himself was not in the best condition, sitting right in front of the couple. The knight standing opposite asked if mages usually land like this. Elric stood up, mentally saying that if it hadn't been for the snow, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. The girl's eyes widened as she realized that this guy was the companion they had previously lost. Parting her lips, she screamed, asking the boy to run, for it did not concern him. The knights hiding in the forest said that they did not leave any witnesses alive. Hanul's eye flashed as he ordered the devil to be eliminated. The knights immediately rushed to the young man. He frowned, saying that his goodwill had been spent on them. A bright light burst out of his eyes. The wind streams concentrated at his hands. The guy stretched out his hand. An icy wind immediately hit the knights. A moment later, a gust of wind completely covered them. The young man clenched his fist. The bodies of the dead knights fell to the ground. The lady's mouth dropped open in shock. Hanul tilted his head, puzzled. The knights rushed forward, intending not to give Elric a chance to use magic. The guy abruptly found himself in front of one of the enemies. He turned his head sharply. Stretching out his hand, the young man used ice magic. Ice swords rushed towards the crowd. Swords pierced the knights. Some of them dodged the squall of ice. Starting to run away, the knight called for help. Suddenly, his head shattered into pieces. The scraps of the bodies began to slowly fall to the ground. Hanul, breathing heavily, asked Elric if he even knew who they were. The guy smiled, saying that he didn't care, so he should bow his head first. Hanul gritted his teeth. Isabel, hiding behind a tree, tried to understand who this man was. He could handle the blue wolf's cocks with such ease. Her pupil shrank as she realized that Elric was a powerful wizard, her intuition warning her of danger. The knight rushed to the protagonist. He swung his sword, saying that at least he would be killed. Elric frowned at the enemy's speed. Isabel, getting out of cover, screamed, telling the guy to keep his distance. The guy's pupil flashed. He used the reinforcement of weapons. A moment later he jumped back. The knight froze, looking at his opponent. He stretched out his hand in his direction. Peaks of ice rushed towards the enemy. Rushing towards his opponent, Hanul asked if he believed he could block his path with such magic. The man broke the ice into pieces. Swinging his sword, he roared. Elric frowned at his foe. The sword collided with the ice. A huge block of ice blocked Hanul's attack, surprising him. He did not understand why the ice did not break. The protagonist grinned. He straightened his hair and told Hanul that his head was about to kiss the ground. The man, sweating, said that this was nonsense. A torrent of mana flew out of Elric. The knight's cloak was torn. His dead body fell to the ground. Chin, looking at the wizard's back, said that he never thought that such a wizard would appear here. The girl, who had disappeared into hiding again, mentally said that they were clearly the same age, but he was too powerful. Elric's figure exuded power and strength. Looking at the guy's face, she mentally said that if he was already so strong at that age, then he could be on par with Tasha, one of the 3 new stars. However, his name was still unknown. The guy closed his eyes. Raising his head, he froze. Elric remembered the smiling Mingma, the Yeti he had fought. Narrowing his eyes, he mentally asked them to rest in peace. Mephistopheles, who was standing beside the young man, said that their friends were looking at him very anxiously, that he should talk to them, or their looks would hurt the back of his head. The protagonist was sweating. He did not come up with a plan of action after the battle. The bodies of the knights shuddered. Elric smiled and said that a long time had passed. Chin grabbed his sword, mentally saying that although Elric had helped them, they didn't know him at all. It was too early to let their guard down. He frowned as he saw the mistress step forward. Getting down on one knee, she thanked the savior for his help. The protagonist began waving his hands, saying that he shouldn't go that far. Suddenly, the knights knelt down on one knee and began to thank their savior. Elric, nervously, said that he had only done what anyone would do. Mephistopheles, grinning, said that the lady had been trained in manners. Standing up, Isabel asked if they could ask the savior for something, although it was somewhat rude. Grabbing the guy's hand, she said that she wanted to entrust it to him. The guy froze with his mouth open in surprise. Night fell, and the moon rose in the sky. A horse-drawn carriage drove along the road. The protagonist, who was sitting inside the carriage, was thoughtful. Mephistopheles, who was sitting next to him, said that he saw the corners of his lips lifting. If he hid his grin, then he had to do it properly. The guy, looking at the medal, mentally said that he was given something incredibly valuable. Taking the medal in his hand, he was puzzled when he saw the coat of arms of the Blue Lion. Glancing at the girl in front of him, he asked if they were of the Vile lineage, and she replied that they were. Looking at Isabel's face, the protagonist mentally said that this explains why she is so beautiful. Isabel, although her beauty drove the crown prince crazy, that he even made her marriage proposals. He got down on one knee in front of the lady, but in the end she was abandoned as she was a hollow flower. The leaf was disgraced. Isabel was abandoned only because she was without talent. If fangs and claws are not attached to the lion's body, its value drops significantly, so the girl was left alone. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that he had heard that she had lived in seclusion since the engagement had been broken. The lady looked down. The young man smiled, saying that she could call him Rick, and it was an honor for him to meet the Blue Lion's only daughter. The girl was surprised, saying that there was no honor in meeting someone like her. Elric closed his eyes and said that in his opinion her persistence would not disgrace the Blue Lion's name in the least. Barely holding back tears, Isabel thanked the guy. The young man, throwing up his hand, asked what errand she was talking about. She replied, saying that she had nothing else with her now. Moving her lips, she asked if she could shamelessly ask him to be escorted to the imperial capital. Chin jumped up abruptly, saying that they hadn't found that place yet. The girl turned around, saying that she didn't want to lose them because of her greed, and that she should first meet with her uncle and negotiate. The protagonist involuntarily looked at the corpse of the knight, realizing that these knights looked like part of the Vile family. Perhaps they had a feud in their family. Rubbing his chin, he mentally said that he remembered that the Blue Lion had an outflow disorder, something akin to a blocking disorder. He frowned sharply, mentally asking himself if he would be able to get the Blue Lion himself into debt in this way. The alliance of the revived Merbinger family with the Blue Lion would be a sensation. The young man grinned, rejoicing at his insidious plan. Isabel, looking at his back, said that although they lacked strength, which is why they asked for their help, when she returned to the capital, she would pay him twice as much as she was currently offering. The protagonist stared at the gold coin. He squeezed the coin sharply as the girl reached out her hand. The guy grinned. Grabbing the girl's hand, he said that he would help them reach their destination safely. It was dark inside the carriage. Only the outlines of figures could be seen. Mephistopheles, standing upside down, asked why they needed money if there were tons of jewelry in Shanak's nest. The protagonist turned his head, telling the demon never to say such words unless he himself was cold and hungry. The demon narrowed his eyes. The young man, frowning, asked what he would have to do if he didn't have money right now. It might not matter to him since he was a ghost, but people needed money to eat and sleep. Touching his mouth, the guy said that this sound transmission is quite convenient. With a small amount of mana, he can send words to his target at will. Mephistopheles chuckled, saying that he had trained him only because he annoyed him with his barely audible mumbling under his breath when someone was around. Elric chuckled, saying that it wasn't surprising why he hated the silence spell most of all. Chatterbox. Isabella, who sat in front of them, was tense. As she looked at the young man, she wondered if Elric wasn't speaking just because she was now his employer. She pursed her lips, realizing that she needed his help right now, but her uncle could send a stronger squad and the three of them would not have a chance to fight back. The carriage slowly continued to drive in the middle of the night. Events take us to the castle of the Vile family. The knight bowed to his master. The man stood up and asked if the sixth squad had been destroyed. Trembling all over, the servant said that he was sorry. Paul unsheathed his sword. The servant's figure froze. His head separated from his body, and Paul said he shouldn't have done what he regretted. While people were cleaning up the corpse, the man asked Hilton where he thought Isabel would go. As the corpse was raised, the servant said that since the footprints confirmed that the lady had left the ice mountain, she would most likely return to the imperial capital. A group of men approached Paul. Hilton chuckled when his master asked him if that meant Isabel would be trying to negotiate with him. The guy confirmed the master's guess. Grabbing the sword with both hands, Paul asked how such an incompetent girl could dare to believe that she had the right to negotiate. The man swung his sword. The knights lined up when Paul told Hilton that he only had one chance. The horses slowed down. Chen turned to announce their arrival in Licenti. There was a city nearby. Stretching her shoulder, Isabel said that 2 days without respite had paid off. Mephistopheles, trembling, said that everything hurt him. Elric laughed and asked what could be hurting the ghost. He smiled broadly as he asked the demon if he didn't know that the right posture relaxes the mind. Why then did he hang upside down all the way? The knights of the Vile family stood at the entrance to the city. They watched every person who entered the city. Hilton, looking at his subordinates, ordered a second squad of blue wolves to be assembled. Looking up, the man asked if it was worth mobilizing their best squad for something so trivial. Hilton, having cut off the head of a subordinate, said that the dogs should act as one. Chuckling, he said that she would definitely not be able to pass through Licenti as she was heading to the imperial capital from the ice mountain. The protagonist frowned. He saw the coat of arms of the Vile family. Outside the carriage stood a crowd of knights. Isabel, frowning, said that she suspected that they would not be able to move freely since these lands were ruled by a lord, but she did not expect that to such an extent. The knights carefully examined all the people who entered. One of them, pointing to the carriage, said something to his comrade. The girl, looking out the window, said that they should drop the carriage and look for another. The protagonist interrupted her, saying that it was not necessary. He chuckled as he used illusion magic. The carriage passed by a crowd of knights. Chen sat quietly on his horse. Isabel, who sat inside the carriage, was tense. Soon the carriage passed the gate. The bright light from the gate was left behind. The carriage drove into the city. Elric stepped outside. The girl, surprised, asked what kind of magic he used. He, smiling, said that it was simple illusory magic that changed their appearance for a short period of time. Isabel, raising her hand, said that thanks to him they had managed to get into the city safely. The young man, after thinking, said that they should spend the night here, and he would return as soon as he finished his business. Mephistopheles, following the guy, asked why he decided to just pass by with the illusions when he could get rid of them. Elric replied by saying that he did not want to fight without knowledge of the enemy's forces, and mana should be saved for an emergency. Looking around, the demon said that he was just lazy, because he had the speech of the soul and the seals. Bending down, the demon asked if he needed to go to the academy or where he wanted to rush there soon. The protagonist grinned. Remembering the old man, he said that he needed to find out how their dean was doing now in order to prepare and successfully push him into the abyss. Children in the street played knights and fought. Looking at the children, Mephistopheles asked what he felt from the knights. It was something similar to knights. Elric stared at the children and said that this aura chain did not exist in his time. He stretched out his finger, saying that mana was originally a blessing bestowed on sorcerers, but over time, even martial artists had developed a way to apply mana to the body. If sorcerers create magic circles in their hearts with magic, martial artists strengthen their bodies by interweaving aura chains around their dantian. Magi have a hierarchy of the number of circles. The magister has 6 circles, the archmage has 7, and the sage has 8. Martial artists rank according to the number of chains. 1 is just a user like that child, 2 are adepts, 3 are experts, 4 are masters, and 5 are supreme masters. Mephistopheles, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if there were only 5 chains. The guy replied by saying that this is usually the case, but there is an exception. 1 person managed to form more than 5 chains. Squinting, the demon asked who it was. The protagonist froze. He imagined the figure of a man, saying that it was the golden lion, and he was considered the strongest creature on the entire continent. Continuing to follow the guy, Mephistopheles said that it was too arrogant a nickname, nothing more than human standards. The guy refuted him, saying that this man was on par with his great-grandfather, one of the greatest sorcerers in the history of the Merbingers. The demon involuntarily froze, stopping at this place. He grinned, saying that he would be happy to meet the golden lion one day. The young man, looking at the newspaper, said in his mind that this old man was stuck over something again. Smiling, he asked if he could buy the most interesting newspapers of the month. Events take us to the academy. The guy got down on one knee and said that the Neristar guarded the hospital like an impregnable fortress. The old man, thinking for a moment, said that Sean was too ungrateful a bastard. Rivern, bowing his head, said that since his achievement of finding the nest was known to everyone in academia and the press, he was far superior to the others in the ranking of the candidate for the position of director. Burkos, frowning, said that it would never be clear what could happen if they did not get the rights to develop the nest. Rivern grinned, saying that all he had to do was give the order. The man smiled. Glancing at the guy clutching his head, he said to press the Neristars even harder. Carl, looking at the master's trembling hand, said that the pressure to transfer the rights to explore the nest was growing. Sean's whole body trembled. He raised his head, saying that his sister came every single day and asked him, and there was no news from that idiot Elric. Touching on the papers, he said that he had already come to terms with everything. Standing up, Sean said that he would continue to endure until Elric returned. The protagonist, looking at the newspapers, said that the dean was cunning, and it was his fault that a real hell was going on there now. Grinning, he said that the older, the more cunning a person became. Clenching his fist, he said that no matter how high he climbed, it was for the best, for it would only make his debut even more pompous. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he felt a little sorry for Sean. Suddenly, something flashed off to the side. A moment later there was an explosion. Mephistopheles and Elric turned sharply. Screams were heard outside the door. People fled in fear. Children called their mothers. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, opened the door. He opened his mouth in shock and horror. The city in front of him was burning. A little earlier, Chin had entered the house and asked the lady if she trusted Elric. Standing behind his mistress, he said that he might not be Paul's subordinate, but he might be the assassin, the infiltrator of one of the 7 lions claiming the main inheritance. Though he wasn't sure about it, but they had to be prepared for the worst. The girl didn't turn to the knight's words. She understood the origins of Chen's thoughts, but after the icy mountain, his concern became suffocating. Turning around, she told Chen that she understood what he was saying. Pointing to the map, Isabel said that he should consider one thing. His distrust of Rick was a distrust of her decision. The knight's eyes widened in shock. Remembering the boy's face, she mentally said that only a righteous person could show such a face. Remembering how the guy squeezed the mistress's hand, Chen asked, "Wasn't the guy just a mercenary who just needed their money?" The lady smiled, saying that he had done it on purpose. Turning to the knight, the girl said that he had helped them from the beginning, not expecting anything in return. He would still have helped them even if they hadn't hired him. The girl, pondering, said that Rick's expression had changed. As soon as he realized that they were from the Val family, he decided to take care of their family's reputation. Looking at the knight opposite, Isabel said that the guy had belittled himself intentionally. The man smiled broadly, saying that now he understood everything. He did something so as not to make the blue lion look weak. Chen also smiled as he understood the situation. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the window. A moment later, an explosion shattered the window. Looking at the burning city, someone said that the city was burning beautifully. Simonin, grinning, said that the scroll of the 4th circle was definitely worth the money. Beskov, frowning, asked how he could be pleased with such a sight. Picking up the scroll, the man said that he had only recently agreed with him, and now he was acting serious. But he had no idea how much he had spent on this thing. Beskov frowned, mentally saying that he had not managed to do anything better anyway. With her own character, the young lady, disregarding the danger, would definitely crawl out to save everyone. Simonin, pondering, asked if it was worth adding fire. The man objected, saying that the 6th squad had been destroyed. According to Hilton's calculations, they were opposed by 3 or more unknowns. They should not underestimate the enemy, for there might be a magician among them. Waving his hand, the knight said that although he would have destroyed this 6th squad himself, he and Hilton were too worried. Licking his lips, the man said that he hoped that there would be decent entertainment here. Closing his eyes, Beskov said that then they should start. He then ordered the knights behind her to find her and kill everyone but her. Sparks flew all over the city. The girl was lying on the floor. She trembled and asked Chen and Ed if they were alive. The girl gritted her teeth. A fire broke out in front of her. People asked to save them. Isabel's eyes widened in shock. Women, clutching their heads, screamed, calling for their children. Men froze, seeing the dead bodies of their relatives. Severed limbs and corpses lay on the ground. The girl turned sharply when she heard a warning cry. The explosion threw Isabel away. She began to fall slowly. Chin, finding himself under the rubble, asked the mistress to run away. The lady stretched out her hand to the sword. She grabbed the hilt of her sword. She was filled with anger at her helplessness. Getting up, she wanted to go out with them for a fair fight and save people, but she has neither the strength nor the talent to stop them. The girl got to her feet. She bit her lower lip, not wanting to run away, not wanting to live a shameful life. She remembered how Elric, smiling at her, had said that her persistence was not in the least disgraced by the name of the Blue Lion. Looking at the flash in the distance, Isabel said that she was a member of the Vile family, the defenders of the Empire, and even if she died, she would fight to the very end. The girl stood up. She frowned as she stared at the fireball. An explosion thundered. The lady closed her eyes, expecting pain. She slowly lifted her eyelids. The ground was covered with frost. Some parts were completely covered with ice. Elric was standing directly in front of Isabel. A cold wind rushed into the burning city. Frost and cold wanted to extinguish all the fire in their path. A couple of seconds later, the fire was extinguished, and the city was covered with a crust of ice. The girl, parting her lips, asked what had just happened. Tears appeared in her eyes. In front of her stood a lonely figure, her savior. Debris fell to the ground. The protagonist stood motionless. Looking at his face, Isabel thought that perhaps it was impossible, but she wondered if she would ever be able to stand next to him. The young man stepped forward. The guy rushed forward. He gritted his teeth, angry. Looking at the corpses, he tried to understand why the knights killed innocent civilians. The young man landed on the roof. The fury of the Murbanegs usually slumbers, but if he woke up, he knew for sure, since he had personally encountered such things in the past. Unlike ordinary people who lose their minds and make mistakes, the fury of the Murbanegs chills their minds, gives them strength and ruthlessness. So the young man now stood at the top of the tower in front of a crowd of knights. Mephistopheles, grinning, said that there were quite a few of them and they were much stronger than the past losers. Did he really think that he could win? Looking at the wounded people, the protagonist said that it would not be easy. Mana might not be enough, and the townspeople were restricting his actions. Manna enveloped the boy as the demon asked him why he wasn't running away. Seeing their relatives hugging each other, Elric said that there was a saying in their family that those with power had the right to do their duty, which was why the Merbingers had always been at the forefront of every war. Flames broke out around the protagonist. The man was at the top of the tower. Looking up, the warrior asked what abyss the scum had crawled out of, and assumed that he was the sorcerer of the magic tower, and asked what they should do, since they were not allowed to mess with the magic tower. The wizard stood surrounded by magic while the man said that he knew every sorcerer from there, and did not know him, but caution does not hurt. Looking up from under his brow, the man said that they would eliminate the young lady and retreat, while the ally asked what they would do if the sorcerer began to interfere. There was a building in the distance. The man was holding something in his hand. Starting the attack, the opponent said that they would kill him too. The man opened his eyes wide, thought that he could not move. The guy took the girl by the hand, called her by name. The mage looked back. The man knitted his eyebrows menacingly. Suddenly, lightning swept through the city, and it became clear that they were escaping. The main character was carrying a lady in his arms, thinking that there are more than 40 of them here. The warriors jumped on the buildings, and it became clear that the protagonist needed to lure them into a deserted place. Suddenly, the man whistled. The guy was among the opponents. The young man flew through the opponents. The enemies were advancing from the front. The mage prepared to attack. The man abruptly changed his trajectory. A multitude of warriors overtook the young man. Looking at the wizard, someone said that he had been caught. Holding his sword at the ready, the man said that it made him a little happy, because this was his first hunt for a sorcerer. Suddenly shouted about where he had hidden the young lady. The main character, throwing up his hands, said that they really thought that he would answer so easily, and added that they were complete idiots. Smiling, the protagonist said that they did not know and would not know anything, since all they could do was, like dogs on command, stupidly chasing him. In turn, the man said that the judgment day of the young man had come. The boy, blinded by the blue, listened to the head of the command to bring his head. As he prepared for a fight, the mage thought that the mana of the dragon heart had increased significantly after absorbing the seal, but his body would not survive for long if it overstepped its limits. Suddenly, memories arose of how the young man's head had been cut off. The man's torso was cut in half. The protagonist was missing half an arm, and it was clear that then he could not fear that he would die. But if he died now, everything would come to an end. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man thought about the fact that there were 40 opponents here, and added that he had heard that they were attacking all together, even if there was only one victim. The guy took out an axe. The mage, preparing for the attack, said that he would kill their leader first. The man's face became closer. The warriors suddenly attacked the opponent. Mephistopheles, looking at the hero, asked if the main character was sure that his body did not obey in the same way as when fighting the Queen of the Ice Mountain, because he was not sure that the magician was able to defeat her. In turn, the wizard said that he was sure that his body then moved as he wanted. The protagonist opened his eyes wide as the demon said that he was a fool. Suddenly there was a blow. His eyes glowed blue. The sword entered next to the guy's head, while the monster asked if he really thought that reality would not differ from the game. In turn, the main character said that he should shut up if he did not want to help. Suddenly, the crowd dispersed, having received the command to get out of here. A duel broke out. Stretching out his tongue, the man asked what kind of stupid sorcerer he was, since he fought in close combat, and added why he didn't use the all-powerful magic like last time. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the man cut through the space, using an ability called piercing. Looking ahead, the warrior asked what he had prepared. The mage's face showed fury. There was a blow. Waving his weapon, the man said that his opponent should entertain him. There was an attack from above. The attack took place from top to bottom. There was a smile on the man's face. A drop of sweat flowed down the face of the main character. There was an explosion. The sword dragged along the ground. A silhouette was visible in the fog as the warrior talked about what happens when the protagonist runs around like a hunted rat. The soldiers surrounded the wizard suddenly. Magic appeared. The fireball was in the air. Fireworks rang out in the sky. Turning around, the man asked where the flash came from. The main character gritted his teeth. Surrounded by magic, the protagonist asked if everyone was here. Suddenly, a yellow magic circle appeared. The man, looking ahead, told him to stop his tricks. The warrior's eye opened wide. A huge creature appeared above the guy, and it was not clear how a person could have such eyes. The young man watched the enemies attack from above, while the head shouted for them to kill the mage before the spell was activated. A smile appeared on the warrior's face. The man swung his sword. The activation of the circle has ended. The main character stood in a circle. Suddenly, a creature appeared, and the protagonist used the surge in that area. An ice spike appeared. The warrior froze. The man was covered in ice. The young man, standing on the crystal path, said that magic circles are definitely good for saving mana. Frozen, the warrior said that it was impossible. In turn, the guy said how stupid you have to be not to notice how he has prepared a circle. Making a face full of horror, the man said that the opponent should not approach him. Stretching out his hand, the main character said that the enemy does not face a painless death. Suddenly, the warrior attacked the protagonist. The gentleman, looking down, said that it was not bad, but the opponent's luck had come to an end. The young man knitted his eyebrows. Soldiers were everywhere. Surrounding the sorcerer, it was obvious that he was trying to lure the warriors into the range of the magic circle, and this would not have been possible without accurate calculations and confidence. The protagonist broke into a smile, and it became clear that he knew that he was being watched from the shadows. However, he could not feel their presence. If he knew, then he would not use the magic circle at such a moment. The man looked ahead. Unsheathing his weapon, the man said that he would let the guy leave if he handed over the girl. In turn, the young man said that he himself did not plan to let the soldiers go alive. The eyes of the chief opened wide. A blue glow appeared around the mage. Closing his eyes, the main character said that his opponents should not have done so, and added that there would be no mercy for knights who betrayed their honor. The man took the sword in his hands. Rushing to attack, the man ordered to protect the bodies with an aura and hold the line. Suddenly, the opponent's weapon became dull. The protagonist dodged the enemy's attack, realizing that the curse of rust did not work. Blue eyes were visible in the hood. The young man, waving his arms, used a magic called Carry Away. Suddenly, the man attacked. Holding the line, the guy realized that all types of non-ice magic had weakened, and now, in order to expand his capabilities, he needed to get his hands on the seal of combining attributes. The wizard used ice magic while he thought that in this case it would be much easier for him to use the seal of cruelty. But not so, because it was incredibly difficult. An ice attack was directed at the warriors. The main character began to combine the magic of the two elements. The man parried the attack. The opponent's sword began to break in half. The protagonist joined his hands. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared, making it clear that the young man used the impulse. The soldiers tried to stay on their feet. The man tried to block the attack. The blade of the sword collided with the ice crystal. The warrior looked at the mage. Suddenly, the man attacked. The guy was standing in a defensive stance. Blood came from the swordsman's hand. The warrior's eyes began to glow blue. The man held out his hand. The main character knitted his eyebrows. The warrior, starting the attack, said that it was necessary to stop these games, adding that he did not have time to play with him, so he would end it. Turning around, the man ordered the soldiers to kill. Suddenly, all his comrades in arms were frozen. The villain gritted his teeth as he heard that the frost poison freezes the target even at the slightest touch. The decision to use magic on the swords was their fatal mistake. Opening his eyes wide, the man said that he had never heard of such cursed magic before, and the magician asked what surprised him so much. Smiling, the main character said that he would only fill the magic of ice with a curse. Standing with his back, the enemy said that the leader of the first squad was mistaken, because he should have sent more people. The protagonist smiled as he listened to the fact that he was incredible. However, the guy would soon regret daring to destroy them. Showing his teeth, the man began to laugh, adding that the opponent would soon die at the hands of the captain of the first squad. In turn, the young man asked if he was the instigator of all this. The man did not show his face. The warrior froze to death, and it was obvious that they would not be alone on the way to hell, because the main character would soon send him after the warrior. The protagonist's eyes burned green. An explosion rang out in the city. Standing on the castle gates, the warrior told them to take a scroll containing the magic of the sixth circle called the Fire Bridle, and added that they were able to survive with its help and thanks to the time Beskov had won. Without showing his face, the man said that they, the Blue Wolves, could not just run away with their tails between their legs. Putting his hand on his knee, the man recited a verse, the essence of which was for the soldier to set fire and flee. Using the scroll, the warrior said that it did not matter if the young lady died, adding that his subordinates would sacrifice their lives to turn this city into ashes. The main character stood together with Mephistopheles. The demon looked at the protagonist with a smile. Looking at the young man, the monster said that they wanted to do something crazy. In turn, the guy asked what he was talking about. Suddenly, the mage turned. The wizard soared into the sky, insulting his opponents. Outbursts began while the demon was talking about how even demons are inferior to humans in madness. The city was engulfed in a green crack, and it was clear that no matter how people behaved in appearance, this was the true face of your race. You could see the fury on the protagonist's face as he thought about the fact that there were only 3 blue wolves left. But the main problem now was the magic scrolls in their hands. The man is holding a scroll in his hands, and it became obvious that they are at least of the 6th circle. Smiling, the warrior asked if the main character would be able to stop this as well. The man was standing on the roof of the house. Smiling maniacally, the opponent said that it seemed to be too late. The protagonist turned. The man had a sword in his hands. Suddenly, the enemy's hands were cut off. The young man arrived at the place. Looking ahead, the guy said what he had understood since the days of the Ice Mountain, but she was definitely fearless. The lady held the sword that the mage had given her. On the lady's face, you could see malice. The man, attacking, ordered the lady to die. Suddenly, the man froze in a block of ice. Stepping forward, the wizard asked why you should make unnecessary body movements when you die in any case, and asked what was wrong with the opponent's face, since his hand had only been cut off. Stretching out his hand, the main character said that it was time to finish. In turn, the villain asked that they really believe that everything is over. Looking down, the hero asked about what the man said. In the end, the man replied that they had forgotten about his 2 accomplices. Explosions began. There were many buildings in the city. The man was standing on the roof of the house, and it became clear that while they were fighting, his subordinates had already finished their preparations. The soldier looked at the men with the scroll in his hand. The scroll began to burn. Smiling, the mage said that he had already neutralized them. Turning around, the warrior asked how this was possible, while the guy said that he had seen the hero use magic, but he was saying something. There was a memory of the protagonist running under the man. The guy turned around. The wizard smiled. Suddenly there was a blow. The soldier was hit in the face. Blood was coming from the man's body. Looking ahead, the opponent realized that even his last trump card had not played. On his knees, the villain said that this could not be, adding that they were joking. Looking at the girl, the warrior said that the lady should listen to him, and added that if she allowed him to live, he would put in a word for her to Lord Paul Vile. The man watched the man hold the weapon as he talked about how he had originally only been ordered to scare her lightly and escort her to him, stating that he was the captain of the 3rd Wolf Squad, so the master would listen to him. Attacking, the lady ordered him not to disgrace the name of the Vile family. The warrior's head fell down. Looking away, the lady apologized for her temper, and the young man said that he was going to leave him to her anyway, and asked if she was injured. Trembling, the lady replied that she was fine. In the end, the guy said that her situation was like a shock, so she needed to wait a little. The main character touched the girl, using magic. The castle towered in the distance, and it was clear that the lady had never experienced such a thing, because the knights of the family always kept their distance from the untalented miss, bowing their heads to her only because she was the daughter of a blue lion. The girl looked away, adding that her uncle's blue wolves sometimes didn't even salute, but their gazes devoured her. There was anger on the soldier's face. The warrior, bending at the back, asked why they had left him alive, while the man said that they needed a messenger. With a menacing expression, the lady asked to convey a message to her uncle that he would never become a blue lion. The main character was looking at the girl. Suddenly, ice shards appeared. The protagonist used magic, thinking about if he also had strength and talent, stopped himself, thinking that first he needed to get rid of his weak character. The man pointed his fingers up. Someone clenched his hand into a fist. Standing in front of the lady, the young man asked her where she was going next. Smiling, the lady said that she would go to Karnoi, where her father was recovering, and would make plans for the future. In turn, the guy asked if she was going to increase her strength. Looking at the protagonist, the girl replied that she was going to do so, asking for help from her father's old friends who were indebted to him. In the end, the guy said that it was a wise decision, and added that no one would dare to touch the territory where the blue lion lives. Miss did not show her face, but answered in the affirmative. Looking at the magus, the lady thought that if her father did not wake up, then it would be very difficult to win this battle, and added that they would have a chance if the protagonist helped them, but the lion could not cooperate with the magi. The man held out the papers. The lady was holding a scientific work in her hand. As he stood in front of the miss, the young man asked her to forgive his audacity, but he had heard that the blue lion's illness was similar to a blocking disorder, and he added that he wasn't sure if it would do much good, but it was a record of how the blocking disorder would cure. The guy smiled. A blush appeared on the girl's face. The man, sitting on the ground, asked what the main character meant. The wound began to heal. Looking at the person, the protagonist apologized for hiding his identity, and the lady asked what he was talking about. Starting his transformation, the young man said that his name was Eric Merbinger. The girl opened her eyes wide as she heard that the guy was the lord of the Merbinger family. Looking to the side, the mage said that he was the Duke of the Shining Star. Suddenly, a painting appeared with clawed hands, the description of which stated that this title was granted to Ustin Merbinger after his victory over the demons. This nickname symbolizes his radiance on the battlefield, although it does not carry any power. The lady, looking at the main character, said that this man, according to rumors, was in a coma in the Imperial Magic Hospital. Glancing at the girl, the protagonist said that he had circumstances that he could not reveal, and added that it was true, he did have a blocking disorder. As he continued to look at the lady, the young man declared that she had in her hands a work which he had made on the basis of his own body research after the cure, since the blue lion's disease was similar to his, and said that had not the miss said that she would return to those who had tormented her, adding that wouldn't it be sad if the blue lion missed such an interesting scene? The lady opened her eyes wide. The girl did not show her face. A tear rolled down the lady's cheek as she asked how she could repay such kindness. Putting his hand on his girlfriend's head, the guy said that she should forget. Smiling, the guy said that he would return for her dead very soon. The guys were standing in the same place. The wizard closed his eyes. The comrade-in-arms continued to cry. Without showing her eyes, the lady said to repay him a little for his kindness, she wanted to be the one who would help him. Smiling, the girl asked if the protagonist would mind making a hero out of him. The city was in ruins. Workers were rebuilding the city, while the demon asked if the guy was sure that it was worth revealing his identity. In turn, the young man said that the man would try to find him by any means. Workers were dragging the stone. Looking away, the main character said that his magic is unique, so all the secrets will immediately become clear as soon as he turns the academy upside down, while the demon asked if he made a scene, since the young man would be discovered in any case. Residents raised their hands up. Waving back, the guy listened to the fact that he not only arranges pretentious performances, but also prepares a solid foundation under his feet, and added that he believed that the guy was talented only in magic, but he also had the makings of a strategist. The woman, carrying the child, asked about the fact that the main character was already leaving, and added that they should stay for a little longer, while the protagonist said that he had already been sitting on their necks for too long, so he should return to his daily business. Holding the child's head, the lady thanked the hero, and said that if he had not defeated those bad people, they would not have existed then. Lowering his hand, the man thanked him for his hard work, and added that he was not sure how to express gratitude. Looking to the side, the mage asked why he always had such a depressing expression on his face, since he had already said that he was only doing his duty. Hand on heart, Chen said that he would never forget the favor of man. Looking ahead, the guy said that it was not worth going so far, while Mephistopheles said that this young man was only chasing after the benefit that he could get with him. Smiling, the main character asked about the swordsman's plans. In the end, the man replied that, even if it was the work of Paul Vile, this sin still lies with their family. Still holding his hand on his heart, the knight said that he would help these people to the very end, and then he would go to Karna with the young lady. The demon, crossing his hands, said that their plan was to raise the mood of the people, and along the way Paul Vile's notoriety would spread around the world, and added that this woman was unexpectedly treacherous, and you could not tell from her innocent appearance. The protagonist did not show his face, thinking about responsibility. Mephistopheles looked away. As he left, the guy listened to the thanks of the crowd. The villagers smiled after the young man. There was happiness on the man's face, and it became clear that the monster considered responsibility only an excuse. Elric's cloak fluttered in the wind as the mage wondered if he should meet the dean. The castle stood under the sky. The man went into the office. The man, pointing his finger, said that he had said to go and get those damn research rights, even if the Neristar family held on to them with their teeth, and asked what kind of fool he had been fooling around all this time. The young man, bowing, said that he was sorry, while the dean said how dare Sean Neristar stood in the way of his mentor, and added that he would not allow him to take a step into the academy. Smiling, the chief said that he should find a way, even if he needed to use the press or bribe the highest ranks. The door closed abruptly. The table was littered with news. The newspapers lit up, making it clear that there were still 3 days before the election of directors, and the man was finished if he did not get the right to research by then. The newspapers were burned. Suddenly, a purple haze appeared. Standing with his back, the person asked the interlocutor to repeat what he said recently. The creature smiled. The dean turned. The villain, sitting on the sofa, asked if the man really decided to cooperate with them. The main character was wearing a cloak, making it clear that in the next episode, Elric finally returned to the capital of the Empire, but there an unexpected meeting awaited him. The protagonist looked away. Someone was standing in the shadows. The creature's hand was enveloped in red. The dean looked at the stranger and asked if he would make him the director. How would he help him in obtaining the rights to investigate Azure? He stared intently into his face. The stranger said that all the preparations had already been completed and only his consent was needed. Did the master decide to cooperate with them? Burkes's pupils narrowed. What could he do when even they couldn't? The man smiled. Since the dean did not trust them, there was no reason for them to make a deal with him. His grin widened, and he explained that Burkes wasn't the only candidate for director. The man smiled. He believed the stranger, but he wanted to know what he wanted. He smirked and replied that everything was simple. You just need to support their siesta. Isn't this much easier than fulfilling the wishes of the new director? The latter looked at him in surprise and asked, Is this really all? The stranger laughed. He threw his legs over his legs and smiled ominously. Glitches began to appear around his body. He said that this was enough. The next day came. People in the town began to discuss new gossip and rumors, asking if they had ever heard of the small town of Lacenta. Rumor had it that a blue lion family had caused a huge commotion there recently, and all because of some kind of internecine strife. Not that such behavior was rare for these lions. They always ignored the existence of them, ordinary citizens. The events lead to one of the many taverns. One of the visitors said that this time many houses burned down and people died. People were sitting at their desks. Someone added that then a magician appeared out of nowhere and wiped out these idiots from the face of the earth. But is there really such a powerful magician? The men looked at the worried Elric. People said that, according to rumors, he was quite an attractive young man and everyone now called him Lason's hero. Mephisto relaxed floated past his face. Since his arrival in the capital they had been listening to talk about the hero. The little people, as he noted, were really obsessed with these heroes and such nonsense. The guy smiled and sniffled. He wanted to eat to his heart's content in the capital after a long journey. He told her to moderate her ardor, but she broke away to the fullest. A strange stranger once approached the hero and asked if he would mind if he made a hero out of him. Elric looked at him and asked him what it meant. The man told him that there was nothing better to change the people's mood than a story about a hero. The stranger turned out to be a girl. She smiled and said that she was sure that the hero would benefit from it when he showed himself to the world in the future. The stranger gave a thumbs up, closed her eyes, and of course she could prepare a hard fun aim while she pressed on Paul Vile. Now the hero sat surrounded by big men and asked himself if this was really help from the lady. Rumors and gossip clung to him more and more closely. He noted that the men had distorted the hero's story into a love story. He stepped back embarrassedly and decided that he should have a bite to eat elsewhere. Both stories did a good job of spreading his name. He reached out and noted to himself that it would be wonderful if he had her talents, would be useful in the revival of the family. I wonder if she made it to Karna? Elric frowned and told the demon to wake up. Suddenly, a man with red hair appeared in front of him and hit him. The blow turned out to be so strong that the shock wave flew across the entire street. People turned around and did not understand what was happening. They thought they had started a fight. Dust rose. People began to panic gradually. If you wish, you can see the silhouettes of 2 fighters. Elric looked at the stranger in amazement, but the smell of mana seemed familiar to him. The enemy's eyes flashed in the darkness. He smiled and asked if he dared to dodge. The hero grinned and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, but had the joke gone a little far? The man lowered his hand and began to accumulate energy in it. Did Elric understand what trials he had gone through because of him? If he didn't have all the convolutions straight, he had to come to the capital with a willingness to get slapped in the face at least once. He straightened up and asked if he thought so, an ungrateful traitor who calls himself a friend. The third son of the Naristar family, the punisher of the ungrateful Elric named Sean, looked at him angrily. The hero waved his hand and asked to look at him. His incredible and loving friend, Sean, came. The guys sat down at the table, red-haired, and began to complain that he cleaned up everything after his friend. But what did he expect from the thug? Since Elric is a thug, why doesn't he buy beer for him? But the native of Naristar asked to have his own way. He has a nest, and he is still trying to pump money out of it. He raised his hand and said that he would do it for the last time. The waiter came up and began to write down the order: iced tea and coniferous beer. The hero additionally asked for a Capri's snack. A smile appeared on his face. Sean must have noticed the change in his mana smell. But he doesn't ask anything at all, apparently waiting for him to tell everything himself. He asked a friend why he makes such a serious face. It doesn't look like him at all. The red-haired man looked at the guy with displeasure, pointed to the table and said that it looked disgusting. Could he make his face simpler, since the food was brought, then let him eat before it cooled down? The friends clinked glasses. Elric, in response to the insult, asked if Sean hadn't heard how he had recently been called attractive, and the friend remembered that he never gave the hero the promised blow. He began to suck beer from a straw with a frown. Sean offered to leave it for later. He said that the scene was prepared according to his instructions in the letter. But was it really okay? What if he lost everything because of it? Naristar wiped his chin. The hero asked not to worry, because right now two things are important to him right now: the fall of Burkas, who tried to kill him, into hell, and the incredible revival of the Merbinger family. He put the glass on the table and stated that he would achieve both goals at the same time. Sean replied that in that case, he would continue the preparations as he had requested. In any case, Carl is already going through hell because of those rites. The guy shook his head and shouted that the case was rubbish. He said that the witch of their family, most likely, should have heard these rumors by now. Was he really talking about Tasha? The friend trembled and said yes, if this dragon-possessed woman went off the rails as soon as the rumors got to her. He presented his mansion. Their plan could go to hell. Tasha walked down the corridor in slippers with dragons and resented the fact that the rights to investigate had passed to the academies. The dean of the Department of Elemental Magic, Burkas, wearing only a cape on her naked body. Tasha looked angrily ahead and asked how he could allow this to happen. She ordered to immediately prepare everything for the trip to the hospital. She called Hanabi and asked her to bring her up to speed, because only yesterday only insults flew in the direction of the old man in the newspapers. And now everything has changed dramatically. All the newspapers only write about it for some unknown reason. Hanabi flipped through the papers. She said that Dean Burkas, who had restored the rights to the excavation, had grown wings and amendments to postpone the election of the director of the academy and declare the relinquishment of the rights to excavate the Naristar family. Had they predicted pressure from the hexagram families? The witch thought for a moment and replied that even if the hexagram family members were putting pressure on them, the father wasn't the kind of person who would just step aside. But what about Sean? Hanabi looked at the papers and reported that the young master did not give any answer. Tasha looked angrily ahead, after he continued to repeat that his friend was now sitting quietly. Her body was covered in flames. She stated that she was changing her target. The fire turned into its usual costume. The girl asked if the servant had not yet realized that the rights to dig up the nest did not belong to their family or the academy. How dare they deceive her? She imagined Elric and Sean together, and wondered if she should go and see those treacherous faces. Headmaster of Uston Academy. It may seem that this is the main position in the Academy of Magic. In addition to this, it is extremely symbolic and contains great power. Akin to the position of a marquis in the rank of peerage, this position has enough influence not only in the academic, but also in the political sphere, and also allows you to shoulder with the masters of the Tower of Hexagrams, with the captains of magical imperial knights and with others of equal rank. The Star Mage is a revered position of the descendant of Uston. And today is the day of the election of the director. Everyone gathered in the hall and the dean began to thank everyone for the path they had traveled in the name of the future of their academy. He put his hand on his chest with a smile. As people know, the discovery of the Diamond Dragon's nest is something that will most likely never happen again. And in the center of such a historic discovery, he, Burkas, was present. He was watched from the sidelines, and the dean said that if people chose him, he would establish a system that would allow them to make such great discoveries without interruption. Sean folded his arms over his chest and wondered if Elric could do it alone. Yesterday in the tavern, he had told him that Burkas was overwhelmingly in the lead in the votes, and took first place. He threw his hand over the back of his chair. He knew that the hero had prepared a thorough plan, but since all his supporters were bought, it might not work for them. The man smiled at him and reminded him that he had not yet been elected and he was rushing things too much. He would do as the siesta wanted, even without his sycophancy, so let him not worry. His accomplice smiled. The old man said that since the other candidates were running their own election campaign, it was necessary to continue their conversation later. The demon decided to trust him. Burkas smiled slyly. He knew that there was nothing worth worrying about for him, the future director, and from the very beginning he had no intention of helping people like him. The mysterious stranger walked away while Burkas told himself that he would soon be on the same level as the magisters of the hexagram, so what made him think that he would be helping some group without a foundation like a siesta? The representative of the siesta smiled. As soon as Burkus became the director, he was going to trample on them and not notice. The man's smile grew wider. Sean continued to sit thoughtfully. On this note, the speeches of the 7 candidates came to an end. The guy looked ahead and thought about the hero. A magic circle appeared on the department. The man shuddered. A stranger entered the hall. Everyone looked at Tash. Sean asked why the hell was she there? The master looked at her and asked if she didn't understand where the Lady of House Neristar was. It wasn't an alumni association, but voting places reserved only for the hexagram lords. She stepped closer and noticed that the lord was speaking as if she didn't know. She knew, because she had come as a representative of the Neristar family and, on the contrary, she thought she was better than the rest. She smiled cheekily and shared that she knew about most of the events that had happened today. Sean was frightened and decided that his sister knew everything. The speaker asked for a minute's attention. Everyone did not take their eyes off the impudent Tash. The host said that he had an announcement about the vote before the elections began. Sean looked intensely at his sister. The host asked all voters to take their seats and remain silent. Everyone had to obtain this magic crystal. They could check the information of all the candidates with it. The Viscount's son looked at everyone anxiously and continued to say that people could vote through the crystal for one of the 7 candidates. The result would be announced as soon as everyone cast their votes, and Burkus sat and stroked his mustache. He had been waiting for this day. The vow he had made would attract the attention of everyone associated with the academy, and even allow him to cooperate with the Magic Tower and the Imperial family. He looked at the lords and noted that not only that, he had made deals with most of the representatives of the electorate. He asked to be named in his mind. His hands reached for the crystals. Riverne shook his head. Now he was going to announce the results, excluding the vote of the Merbinger family, who did not arrive today, the one who received the most votes of this. Burkus froze. He demanded that the boy say his name. The guy started like that. He had already pronounced a few syllables. But a man in a raincoat burst into the hall and told them to stop. Everyone looked at the intruder in surprise. Everyone tried to understand who dared to interrupt the sacred elections. Tasha only gasped, anticipating what was coming. Sean smiled nervously and asked Elric to begin. The hero strode forward. He told his name and family. Burkus was all numb and rolled his eyes. Elric, as the Duke of the Shining Star and the representative of the electors. He smiled cheekily and declared that he had come to exercise his small but important right to vote. The audience looked at him intensely. Someone even raised their hand and dared to call him a disgrace to the prestigious Magus family. No one understood what was happening. Riverne looked at his peer in confusion, people asking, shouldn't he be in a coma? A young man in a dirty cloak walked leisurely towards the stage. He took off his hood and looked ahead. Burkus was covered in sweat. He asked himself, how did this idiot end up here? The guy's hands were burning. He was asked what all this meant. How dare a simple student arrange lawlessness in the election of the director? Elric put away his cloak. He asked if people really didn't care about the laws of the Empire. Right now, he was not a student of this academy. A white jacket had appeared on him. Now the hero was the Duke of the Empire and the representative of the electorate. The central empty seat in the election was Merbinger's. Wasn't Lord Merbinger supposed to honor the first headmaster? The dean threw up his hands in bewilderment. Though he was overjoyed that Lord Merbinge was in good health, he did not understand why he was behaving this way when the voting was over. He folded his arms over his chest. Unfortunately, the vote had come to an end, so it was necessary to announce already. But the young man interrupted him and called the election rules of the Uston Academy. Article 7 and Point 2. Riverne looked at him anxiously. The guy said that if something suspicious was found in relation to the candidate, before the end of the election, he kept going up to the podium and saying that a second vote should be held if the majority of voters agreed to it. Burkus narrowed his eyes. The hero put his hand on the Viscount's shoulder. He declared that he was the Duke of the Shining Star, Elric Merbinger. Perspiration appeared on the faces of the listeners. The young man was going to show that the candidate for director was Burkus. His smile turned mocking. The boy said that Dean Burkus should be disqualified on suspicion of forging private documents. Burkus kept a stern face. He was also accused of trimming with the intent to kill the Duke of the Shining Star. Bewilderment swept through the entire hall. The hero was asked whether he realized the weight of his words, whether he could prove that the dean was a criminal. Burkus frowned, since the Duke was taking part in this election as a representative of a prestigious family. As he had said, they would follow the established election procedures. Elric frowned, the dean about to ask the dear voters if they would listen to the young man, that is, Lord Merbinger, and his baseless accusations. He frowned, knowing that Elric had definitely hidden some ace up his sleeve, but he believed that the result could not be changed, no matter what you did. The lords pondered his words. Burkus cursed to himself, and wanted to show the hero what real politics was. The dean turned. He did not think that anyone was ready to listen to him. What would he do now? Elric came closer and asked why he was in such a hurry. Because it was not too late to decide everything immediately after his speech. The old man was indignant. He said that the guy insisted on saying backbiting at the sacred election site. His eyes flashed maliciously. The Duke asked what was really going on with the dragon's nest. He smiled and held out the crystal forward. There was nothing to be done about it. Get rid of Elric as planned. Take his magic medallion as a souvenir. The crystal displayed a voice from the past, and the dean could be seen in it. Lord Merbinger smiled and added that, contrary to what the public knew, Dean Burkus had done nothing to facilitate his and Sean Neristar's great discovery. On the contrary, He had tried to get rid of it and steal the heirloom of his bloodline. Burkus froze. The hero looked around gloomily and asked, "Who still believes that his words are groundless statements?" The dean abruptly stood up and shouted that it was a setup. How dare he sow confusion with the magic of deception? The hero calmly looked at him and asked how he could fool him, the Archmage of the 7th Circle. Or he claimed that he had the 8th Circle. Everyone began to look at each other tensely and whisper. But it was impossible that the magic of deception could deceive the dean of the 7th Circle and everyone present here. He added that the magic of a sorcerer with blocking disorder of the 8th Circle was even more absurd. So the dean really tried to kill the Duke of the Shining Star? The old man's eyes bulged. He knew it was the same crystal ball he had given Riverne when he told him to get rid of that idiot. How did he end up with Elric? He looked at the Viscount's son and spoke very rudely to himself about his mother. The Viscount's son looked around the hall with excitement, and announced that since the members of the election committee were engaged in important negotiations, he asked the guests to remain quiet. Before that, Sean had talked to the hero in the tavern and told him that last night they caught someone suspiciously hanging around the hospital, and it turned out to be River, although most likely the idiot Burkus ordered him to do something again. Elric drank his beer and listened intently to his friend, who continued that the Viscount's son had said that he had a package for the hero, so he couldn't wait for him to wake up. Burkus in the castle shouted furiously. He demanded that his subordinate find a way and said that even if he needed to use the press or bribe the highest ranks. He pointed his finger and ordered me to do something effective. There were only idiots around him, and they all annoyed him endlessly, and even the wyvern was useless. The guy trembled with fear and gritted his teeth with anger. He eavesdropped on everything and ran away. Sean said thank God that he had compromising evidence. Elric raised his hand with a smile. Of course, what he had enough to destroy the dean, but his help made it easy. Wyvern smiled nervously when he saw the hero's gesture. No one could understand why he had recorded their conversation. Was it some kind of insurance? The dean's eyes widened even more. The hero added that this was not all. According to the law, the rights to own dungeons like the Dragon's Nest belonged to the one who first found them. But the dean Burkus appropriated the rights without his permission. His pupils shrank in fear, so the master was caught not only trying to kill the Duke of the Shining Star, but also trying to steal the Merbinger family's relic and research rights. Elric spread his legs wide and confidently stated that he wanted not only to disqualify Dean Burkus from being a candidate, but also to ask him to pay for his sins. The lords looked at each other attentively. One of them asked the young man what he thought they should do. If there was any point in discussing, if his right to investigate was a dummy, then Dean Burkus was of no use. The old man frowned. He felt that mana was emanating from him. Didn't he have a blocking disorder? The neighboring lords had heard that he was lying in a coma, but now they saw that the hero was completely healthy. One of the lords correctly noticed that one of the representatives of the Neristar looked like he knew what was happening. Tasha smiled and raised a finger. She herself was interested, because the only one who communicated with the representative of the Merbingers was her little brother. But this is not the most important thing, right? The dean waved his hand and began to assure everyone that the crystal ball was a fake. He was sure that it would immediately be found out after the inspection. His teeth gritted with anger. He understood that at this rate the position of the director would fly away from him as well as his head, while he would deny everything and wait for help from the siesta. But what he saw amazed him. Azure was standing next to Sean. The old man didn't understand why he was next to Neristar. The man shuddered at the realization. Azure smiled slyly and took out his glasses. His appearance changed and it turned out to be Carl, Sean's assistant. Neristar explained to Elric that Carl was going through a real hell right now. Which of them was frostbitten in this case? Burkus was covered with a crazy smile. The hero smiled arrogantly. He planned everything from the very beginning. The great Burkus became a laughingstock because of someone like him. The Duke turned to the voters and said that he seemed to have taken care of everything. The guy cheerfully straightened his hair. It seems that now they can start re-election. Are there any people willing to buy the position of director? Minutes of heated discussion passed. The hero thanked everyone for allowing him to take the honorable position of director of the Udson Academy. Elric majestically sat down in his seat. Mephistopheles appeared next to him and asked if his intestines were thin or if he was completely out of his mind. The hero replied when he would be able to snatch his piece at all. If not at such times, he needs to cancel the probation period at the academy and also get a scholarship. Why does the demon pretend to understand at least something? The demon looked at the dean, replied that apart from what he had arranged today, he would just leave that person alone. The old man walked away with displeasure. He looked nervously towards the hall, Mephisto's words sounding in his head. He apologized for accidentally reaching him. He said that he did not intend to do this. Elric smiled. He believed that he was indeed a mage of the 7th Circle. Even though he had a bald head, he could even hear him. And that was amazing. But why didn't he answer him? He could also convey thoughts, didn't he? Burkus looked at him angrily as the hero connected to his head said that what could hear was already a worthy talent. But suddenly he realized that the old man could hear him not because of his talent. He smiled and assumed that this was easily due to the lack of hair on the head. Suddenly, purple lightning appeared above his head. Burkus shouted menacingly at the impudent scoundrel and asked how he dared to ridicule him. The others in the hall were completely perplexed. Panic arose. People made an attempt to escape. The dean smiled and said to die. Elric looked up intently. He was struck by a lot of lightning. A short smile appeared on his face. The tattoos on the arm lit up. The hero ordered to be smashed. A magical shield appeared. which took the lightning strike. People looked frightened at the new flash of light. A huge blue pattern system appeared above the heads. It was the magic of the fifth circle. The dean continued to cast spells in an unknown language. The duke broke off from his previous place, defeated a new attack and approached the enemy. The old lord looked at him anxiously and asked, could it be the magic of Laysen's hero? The other voters stared ahead in shock, to think that the young man had been able to block the magic of the sixth circle. The shame of the prestigious magical family was working powerful magic in front of their eyes. He smiled boldly. He thought something. Since the dean was old, he would calmly deal with him. But he was still in the 7th round and it would be quite problematic to defend. Purple lightning shot at him. Tasha snapped her fingers, said in her thoughts that the dean had forgotten where he was now. A yellow ray struck the old man. Red and purple flashes mixed into one. If such an old man continued to cause trouble, he will only be humiliated by young students. Tasha went downstairs, accompanied by the Firebird. The hero looked angrily ahead. The witch gave him a brief glance. The youngest sorceress of the 7th circle, who personally tamed the phoenix. The hero did not think that Tasha would decide to participate. But the battle begins now. The old man staggered nervously as he looked at the crowd of new enemies. They were the lords of the hexagram and the representatives. These sorcerers are not inferior to the dean in ability. If he continues to create a mess, they will take it as disrespect and suppress him by force. He shuddered and shouted no. Did he just freeze after all this? Elric took out the artifact. Only recently Burkus pretended not to understand that the whole world is in his hands. And now he is hiding from some people and could not even scratch it. Why does he not continue? Only wander, and can do it like a fence dog. At that moment, the dean's magic beam struck him in the neck. The distraught old man pounced on him. There was an explosion. Everyone looked carefully at the pile of smoke. Sean only sighed heavily. The listeners were surprised and gasped. Lord Merbinger was attacked. It was necessary to suppress the dean at once. Mephistopheles looked at the lying hero and said that he was wondering if he was worthy of his title. He examined the body of the pretending hero and was serious. He stated that Elric would have become an amazing demon king if he hadn't been born a human. A short smile flashed on the guy's face. He asked in his thoughts, doesn't he know this well? The old man was chained with a bunch of chains. Those who cross the hero's path are waiting for such a future. After that day, in the tavern, people were discussing the news of the riots at Uston Academy, about the commotion caused by Elric Merbinger, who was supposedly in a coma. But what could the shame of a prestigious magical family do? As always, there were a lot of people. Many began to argue furiously. Even in elite establishments, they said that Elric was the very hero who saved Licenti. Dean Burkus, who lost his job, was arrested for attempted murder and was closely interrogated by many reporters. Elric Merbinger, the grandson of Uston, the shining star mage who protected the empire from demons, how could he heal from an incurable blocking disorder? He transferred the rights to research to the Naristar clan, who supported him. Sean opened the newspaper and continued to read that the Merbinger family was being reborn from the ashes, like a star in the sky, proud of the hero's ascent after overcoming endless ridicule. Elric at that moment was lying on the bed with a smile, and his friend was indignant and asked why he should read it for him. He calmly replied that he was a patient. A huge crowd of journalists gathered near their mansion, wanting to know the details. The hero stretched sweetly. Sean said that reporters really need to find out the truth about him. Before he only did tricks, and now they compose heroic fairy tales. From whom did he learn this? The guy grinned and asked if his comrade really thought that he had been just fooling around for the past couple of months, in the Lacenta of the Lady of the Blue Lion family. Suddenly he did not finish and froze. Sean looked at him uncomprehendingly. Elric decided he didn't need to know. Naristar turned away in displeasure and asked if he planned to create even more trouble for the time being. He answered with a question. Who knows? Is he really not going to promise anything? The hero looked intently into his friend's eyes. He did not know what he was planning to do. But it is also better to leave it for later, because now his father wants to have lunch with him. Sean Guy Naristar's father, he is one of the Grand Masters of the 9th Circle and the greatest sorcerers of this era, who can be counted on the fingers of one hand, and the lord of the Naristar clan who heads the magic tower. Even his grandfather wanted to make him his apprentice. He was a genius among geniuses in this place. The friends came to the meeting place and Elric cursed at his comrade, but he did not yet understand why. The guy stopped. He knew that he lived happily ever after, but if only he knew that he lived so much. In front of him there was a view of the incredible residence of the Naristar house called the Misty Hill. The hero shouted that if he knew, he would borrow a dozen times more money from a friend and this golden spoon. After a while, they arrived at the portal. The hero realized that this was what they were, the family of the strongest in the magic tower. He knew that they were the ones he owed. An anticipatory smile appeared on his face. One day he was going to surpass them. After this thought, he took a few more steps forward. He caught up with Sean, who said that Sister Elric would also arrive, which he clearly did not expect. He handed him the envelope and said that his friend knew how worried she was about him, especially lately. He should have contacted her earlier. The guy opened the letter and began to read it with excitement. His sister heard that he was going to the Naristar house. She asked not to cause trouble until she arrived and got ready. The girl was already on her way. The letter said that if he ran away and ended with an ellipsis. Elric looked ahead anxiously and assumed that if he did, he would die. He bowed acceptingly and declared that this was the end and he was a corpse. Mephisto appeared near his head and assumed that there was another demon king among the Merbingers that he did not know about. After all, he was able to make him tremble with fear better than the devil. Sean looked at his friend snidely and said that his sister was a real angel when he didn't give her trouble. Had he already forgotten how she worked until she lost her pulse to push him into the academy? The guy looked at him and said that he was eternally grateful to her, but if he had seen the true essence of his sister, he definitely wouldn't have blurted it out. He grinned nervously and said that her character had become extremely lousy after everyone proclaimed her a genius. She could not even be called a normal person. At that moment Tasha appeared next to him, and with a smile, and said that she would beat him. Sean looked at her with cold horror in his eyes. She said that if he wanted to grab it, he just had to ask. There was a powerful slap. After that, Tasha went forward. The hero thanked her for her help in the elections, but the witch said that it was nothing, because the guy would have coped on his own. Sean looked at his sisters with displeasure and asked why she was such a willful woman and got into this. Was she really interested in Elri? To which the girl asked, was the blow too weak? Merbinger smiled sheepishly, his friend asking if his sister was seriously trying to behave like that in front of his friend. The hero looked ahead. They could enter their father's residence through the true Blue Mist Palace. There are traps here, so it's best not to let their guard down and follow them carefully. Tasha turned around and said that it was difficult to get out of this place, even for a magician of the Sixth Circle. Suddenly, small vortices appeared on the path ahead. Elric looked ahead uncomprehendingly. Black smoke appeared all around. His comrades disappeared from sight. The guy was alone in the darkness. He went forward and began to ask where his idiot friend Mephistopheles had gone. He does not help at all at such moments. Something seemed ahead. The mage found himself in front of a colored sphere from which strange waves radiated through the darkness around. Magic of such a level. Could it be that the Neristar were so powerful? All the elements were intertwined in this space. Some particles are strong, others are weak, some are sharp, and others are so dense that they cause pain. It may seem that these are completely different magical elements, because they have nothing in common, but they are all in balance here due to the element of wind. The guy didn't know what this place was, but he felt that he could make it his own if he studied it. The smoke around him was filled with pink. The voice said that the boy was looking at something extremely interesting. The hero turned around. Was someone watching him? An unknown old man looked at him and asked if he knew what it was, or if he was looking even without a rudiment of understanding. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's nervous face. Of course, he got lost, but it was a grave sin to spy on someone else's magic without permission. If he could control this place, then he should be at least an archmage of the Seventh Circle. But what should he do? The old man's face smiled in the smoke. He laughed and asked if the boy could not hear him. He was sure that he twitched. So did he hear him? Elric squinted. He knew that it was objectively Neristar's fault that they had lost him in their house, so there was no reason to question him. He would just pretend he didn't know anything. He looked intensely ahead and was determined that he would get out of this labyrinth. A shadow covered him. The old man asked if he was trying to ignore him and planned to escape. He could hear the gears in his head spinning feverishly. The young man looked angrily ahead and ordered the magic to hide him. The elder shuddered in surprise. He froze and said that he couldn't see anything inside the maze. Could it be that he had used his own fog against him to hide himself? Ustin, you died so quickly, but it looks like you. He left behind a rather interesting descendant. The hero continued to walk slowly forward. He would have already finished deciphering if it wasn't for that old man. But unfortunately, he might be in big trouble if he stayed here. There was a sharp sound and the mage flinched. The old man strengthened his technique and asked if the boy was going to leave when the fun was just beginning. Elric's body turned upside down. If he covets what does not belong to him, he must pay the price for it. Sean and Tasha were standing in front of the labyrinth. The brother said that they needed to let their father know what was happening. A male figure appeared behind him. The true palace of the Blue Mist opened. Guy Neristar looked sternly at the children and asked, what happened here? The son looked at his father with excitement, who asked if he had not carefully looked after his friend. The man frowned. Sean said that the hero had disappeared before they even passed through the entrance, disappeared before he even entered the true palace. He opened the portal and decided that his great-uncle was to blame for everything. He sighed. The children asked why his great-great-uncle would do this. His father suggested that his illness must have worsened again. They couldn't just stand by and watch. Elric was a guest of their house and Lord Merbinger. Sean closed his eyes with excitement and shouted that if something went wrong, Tasha suddenly called him cute. He looked warily at his smiling sister. To think that the hero had made her brother, who was indifferent even to his family members, so worried. She sneered, Duke of the Shining Star. Now she is even more interested. Father looked ahead and said that he was also interested. Tasha shuddered. Sean looked at him excitedly, the Grand Master wondering how skilled the new lord of the Merbinger family was. Meanwhile, the hero felt in the middle of the snowy mountains. His family was influential. Guy noted that it stood side by side with the magic tower. The old man sat in the darkness and said that the true palace of the Blue Mist was the result of his long research. But he not only deciphered but even destroyed the magic circle and created it again. How quickly Ustin died. But he left behind a rather interesting descendant, a new Merbinger. A blizzard howled among the mountains. The voice of the old man told him to release his madness. Elric galloped forward. Mephistopheles, Ottohan, and now that Snarl. He cast magic and tried to understand why all the old people around him were not friends with their heads. He created a magic grid in front of him. I looked around. I had to calm down and first understand the situation. The guy put the block forward. He immediately realized that there is more than one element of mana here. However, the characteristic element of the Neristar family is the wind. In other words, it uses only the element of wind to give shape to other particles. The hot wind carrying the element of fire turned the water into steam, and a light wind gathered it all in one place, forming a mist. And as soon as the cold wind, which has the element of ice, thickens it, the strong wind blowing in the intervals thickens the streams of mist. Elric gritted his teeth. If this old man was strong enough to control a wind of this strength, it probably wouldn't be a problem for him to create a typhoon. The mage looked ahead and decided that even if he wasn't going to hurt him, since he had provoked him first, he would simply decipher what he didn't have time to do. He could feel it in the Lacenta, but all magic except ice magic was weak. He will use the method by which he transforms the flow of mana into the wind for his own mana and ice magic. And if he goes even further and changes the mana circulation that connects speech and souls and seals to reduce mana costs. Moments of that battle flashed through my head. Will the hero be able to use other elements with his ice magic? The wind only began to intensify. Elric began to form a spell. The wall of snow began to thicken even closer. A blue flame flashed in the darkness. The tattoos on the arms caught fire. The sphere only increased the amount of energy. An infinity sign appeared above the guy. Light and dark streams mingled with each other. Magical symbols flashed in the middle of a terrible snowstorm. The words of the elder were lost in its echoes. Elric found himself elsewhere. He was standing behind the brother and sister. They stared at him, dumbfounded. Sean pointed out that it took at least 24 hours for a sixth circle magus to find a way out. Even Tasha had spent 4 hours and 52 minutes, and he had done it in 46 minutes? Mephisto looked gloomily ahead and noted that the level of the seal of cruelty had risen to 5-star. His pupils narrowed. It was high-level magic that even he was impressed. But not only did he destroy it, but he was also able to copy and apply it. Guy took a few steps and said that it was surprising, while Elric wondered why no one asked if he was okay when he almost died there. The great mage looked at the blonde man in amazement. He was supposed to, but was not present at the election of the director of the academy, and he had just learned that the hero had been cured of blocking disorder, but he was already a sorcerer of the sixth circle. Elric looked down sadly. Tasha began to resent the fact that her record had been broken by her brother's friend. Guy shook hands with the young man, who smiled and apologized for the belated introduction. He was Lord Merbinger. Lord Neristar introduced himself in response. He apologized for what he had been able to go through. He was sorry that he had to face unexpected inconveniences. Elric smiled and said that there was no need to apologize. It was a useful experience for him. He was thanked for his understanding. The head of the family stepped forward and said welcome to the Neristar Manor. The hero was silent. He was asked to go. His mother and younger brothers and sisters were waiting for him. The guy nodded curtly. He stared into the void. Guy correctly understood that he was sad about his family. Meanwhile, in the small castle of the Val family, the girl went into the bedroom of her sick father. She cried and threw him around, hugging him. Herman laughed and asked how such an adult lady could behave like a child. He patted her on the head and asked how she managed to wake him up. No doctors were able to cure her illness. The girl began to cry and told her that my Lord Elric would have helped her if it had not been for him. The man froze in surprise. Suddenly he laughed and said that this was exactly what was expected from a famous magical family. The Merbingers had always been the light that dispels the darkness. Herman suddenly began to get dressed. Isabel rushed out the door and asked where he was going so suddenly. He needed to rest. Herman began to tuck his shirt into his pants and asked how he could prioritize health in such a case. Because if such a talent existed, then he had to find it, even if he had to go to the other side of the continent. The man put on his armor. He decided that if there was such a kind child in such a corrupt world as this, he smiled and asked if this was an even more significant reason for him to set off. In a far corner of the kingdom, Hilton sat down on his knee and listened to his master. It was about the killing of the Blue Wolves and Isabel's escape. The cure of his brother and the Blue Wolf, who returned alive and crumbled into fragments right before his eyes. Could it be that all this was done by that sorcerer? The shards lay in front of his throne. Hilton did not raise his head and assumed that the hero had put a curse on the body. And what about the brother of the Lord? He traveled with the Blue Falcons, seemingly trying to make contact with Elric Merbinger, who is now in the Neristar house. The spy fell silent. The Overlord noted that his brother had never attacked him, first summoning his brothers. The gentleman smiled menacingly and suggested that the Blue Lion must have lost a lot. Hilton trembled. Brother Herman and Merbinger should not meet. It will be necessary to kill him as soon as he leaves the Neristar house. The man narrowed his eyes and asked the spy not to forget the reason why he hadn't killed him yet. It was the pathetic skill he possessed. A red tattoo burned on the spy's arm. He replied that he would mean it. A palace appeared. The guy walking ahead said that his mother and his younger ones were already waiting. In turn, the main character agreed. The man moved his legs while the demon insulted him. The monster did not show his face. Raising his hand, Mephistopheles asked if he was human. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what he meant and asked if he was a demon. After all, the companion said that he was not a demon. Looking ahead, the monster said that the young man was only an ordinary human, that he was not of the Merbinger bloodline, and asked how he was able to reach such a level without resorting to absorbing non-human beings. A silhouette appeared, surrounded by a red light. Looking at the demon, the magician said that he had frightened him and asked him if he thought that people had been playing with toys for 1,000 years while he was sealed. Counting on his fingers, the main character said that at the moment the lords of the Magic Tower, the lions of the Great Lion family, the Inspection Bureau of the Imperial family, the Revolutionary Army, the Beast Men and the Protestant Alliance are more terrible than demons. Without showing his eyes, the monster asked what he wanted to say, that there was not only a golden lion, which was considered the strongest on the continent, but also other people like him. Smiling, the creature said that there seemed to be a reason for him to wake up in this era after all. Something stood in the darkness, talking about life in the desert, where countless creatures were fighting each other for the title of king, and the chaos and enmity they were sowing everywhere, adding to the joy that came from trampling everyone in the mud and coming out victorious, and declaring that the demon should become stronger in no time. Darkness was spreading. Mephistopheles stood on a mountain of corpses. The man entered the room. People were sitting at the table. The girl, looking at her brother, said that this idiot dropped food when he saw the main character. In turn, the young man said that she dared to call her older brother an idiot in front of the protagonist. The mother, smiling, asked why they talked so loudly in front of the hero they adored so madly, and added that hadn't she said that good children should be quiet during meals. The young man smirked as he listened to the children being well behaved. The girl, looking at her brother, said why he was repeating after her, and asked if Elric wanted to be scolded again, while the young man said that his sister was always trying to hit him. The woman, smiling, said that didn't she say that they should not fight during meals. In turn, the father said that children should compete while they grow up. The family was sitting at the table. Sadness could be seen on the face of the main character. The lady, looking at the protagonist, asked that the food was not to his taste. The guy, looking at the family, stated that the food was delicious. He was simply struck to the heart by the deliciousness of the taste. In the end, the lady said that she was glad that he liked it, and added that she was worried that their hospitality was too meager because of his gloomy expression. Bringing the food to his mouth, the young man replied that it was not true. The man closed his eyes, saying that a meal shared with others is always a joyful event. A window appeared. Tea was poured into a cup. The man, looking at Elric, stated that he had heard that he had given them his rights to explore the nest, while the young man replied that, after all, he had something to pay Sean for. The man drank tea. The mage screamed forward. The gentleman, glancing at the wizard, asked if he was angry with him. The lady, looking away, turned to my lord. The young man closed his eyes. The main character held the cup in his hands, thinking that it could not be that a family with a 1,000-year history, especially one that led to victory in wars, would suddenly weaken. Raising a mug, the protagonist concluded that the fall of the family was due to politics, and the protagonist asks him if the young man is angry. Smiling, the guy said that he was not angry, and added that everyone has their own circumstances. There was tea in the cup. While the mage thought about the fact that the Neristar family was not involved in his family's downfall, they simply did not intervene for political reasons. Looking at his master, the demon asked why Mirbinger was groveling before the mere Neristar, and added that the hexagram was nothing more than a small fry that had diligently clung to the Mirbingers 1,000 years ago. Exhaling, the protagonist said that he could not pay for hospitality with disrespect, especially since it was not the fault of the man. In the end, the monster said that it was unexpected to hear such a thing from a man who lives for power, asking if there was even a reason why he had come all this way. Smiling, the mage said that he had to surpass this place, and added that he needed to make sure of the level of their mages and see what the lord was like. Looking at the cup, the master said that the wizard would say if he wanted something. The guy knitted his eyebrows. Without showing his eyes, the man said that the Neristars would give their full support to the Mirbingers. Looking ahead, the main character asked about what was happening. In turn, the man said that he should not feel indebted to him, because this is an answer to the right to research, as well as his gift, as the father of his friend. The glasses were on the lord's head as the demon said that he was definitely an experienced schemer, as he was trying to take advantage of the opportunity to strengthen their relationship or support the helpless Mirbinger family. A bead of sweat rolled down the young man's face as he thought that this was good for him, as his position would only be strengthened if the Neristars gave him support. But he was sure that the other members of the hexagram and many others would try to keep the family in line if they really helped. An eye appeared behind the lord's glasses. Suddenly something appeared in the window. The paw stretched forward. There was an explosion. People were shocked. Suddenly there was a light. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked what kind of man and was doing such a thing in the house of the Neristar family. Someone stood on the floor. The man's face was stunned. A bandaged hand pointed forward. The young man expressed anger. Suddenly a man appeared. The man's eyes sparkled as he said that the boy would become his apprentice. Dark liquid poured onto the floor, and it became clear that Sean had once said that his grandfather was so greedy for talented people that now more than 100 people live in their family estate not as vassals, but as guests, making it clear that it is the Senate consisting of these monsters that is the true power of the Neristar. People were alarmed. A man stood near the window while the guests talked about the fact that this was the highest degree of disrespect. The man took off his hood. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows, making it clear that the greatest master who trained all the mages of the Neristar family was Augustine Neristar. The old man had a long beard. Opening his eye, the man said that he had been in such a hurry that he had made an unforgivable mistake, and apologized to my lord. The man's eyes looked forward, asking what had brought the mage here. Pointing his finger, the old man said that he was here to make this young man, whose shamelessness knew no bounds, his apprentice. The young man did not show his eyes until someone began to talk about how the magician was one of the 4 dukes of the empire, the duke of the Merbinger family, and added that it would be difficult to persuade him to become an apprentice. Looking at the master, the protagonist introduced himself. The man looked to the side as the young man continued to introduce himself. Bowing, the mage greeted the head of the Senate of the Neristar family. The demon, looking at the main character, was surprised. The guys were stunned. Without showing his eyes, the old man asked if he knew an old man like him, and the wizard said how he could not know the grand elder of the Neristar family. Smiling, the man said that his father had not stopped talking about the man before he died, and added that he had even said that if their family had such a foothold, they would not have fallen so easily. Lowering his head, the magician said that his father had nothing to do with him, while the main character said that he was widely known, so it was not so unbelievable. People were shocked as the old man claimed that he was very confident in telling tales, and in the end, the wizard said that it wasn't because of this quality that he was trying to apprentice, going on to say that he would take it as a compliment. Looking ahead, the man said that he was a dodgy snot, and said that if he knew who he was, it would simplify everything by asking if he would be his apprentice. Smiling, the protagonist asked how Lord Merbinger could become a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Neristar family, and added that he was not worthy of such an honor, so the old man should withdraw his offer. Without showing his eyes, the man asked if he hadn't learned his lesson in the Blue Mist Labyrinth, while the guy said that he had only used it to get out. Smirking, the guy listened to the fact that he used the old man's magic without permission, while the magician said that, in addition, the man himself tried to harm him. The man gritted his teeth. Suddenly everything turned white. A flash appeared under the mage's feet. Fear appeared on the master's face. The wizard raised his head, listening to the fact that he should have listened to his elders and talked less. The man stood in a white light. The main character looked ahead. Something sparkled in the sky. The old man hit the protagonist. The young man was unconscious, thinking that it was teleportation and realizing that it was just moving at a speed beyond the control of a magician. The man's eyes burned red. A hand grabbed the guy. People were blinded. The window was open. Family members froze in shock. The girl, looking at the warrior, asked what he was doing while his friend was kidnapped. Closing his eyes, the mage asked her what kind of person Elric had not yet understood, and added that he always had an ace up his sleeve. The demon, without showing his face, said that he was leaving him speechless, declaring that it seemed that they had another victim in line who would surpass him, adding how fearless it was for him to force this monstrous old man to become his teacher. The sky sparkled with stars. Suddenly something appeared. The main character opened his eyes. The old man stood over him. The protagonist quickly jumped away, asking what the hell was going on. The man's hand was above the ground. Falling from the cliff, the young man asked where he was. The ground was brown. Suddenly, a bandaged hand grabbed the guy. The man held the mage over the cliff, warning him to be careful. Without showing his eyes, the man said that he had almost lost his first disciple in the last 90 years. The wizard looked away, thinking about how the old man had simply kidnapped him while he was playing untouchable, forcing him to come up with reasons for the protagonist to become his apprentice. People were standing on a huge rock. The man was holding the protagonist by the scruff of the neck. Looking away, the young man thought that his mana did not obey, just like in times of illness. Anger could be seen on the young man's face as the old man talked about what he had already noticed, because his sensitivity was exceptional, and the magician asked if he had done the same to him. The man, standing on the rock, said that he would tell everything along the way, so there was no need to rush him, and asked if the main character saw what was down there. The protagonist began to fall down, saying that he could not see anything below. Standing on the top of the rock, the teacher said that he should go and watch. The young man opened his eyes wide. Someone walked, making it clear that it would be in the next chapter. The seal shone. The man took off. Elric held out his hand, signaling that his story was not yet over. Darkness hung over the young man. His eyes began to sparkle. The main character was looking at the red circle. The man looked away. The man's hand clenched. The old man let the protagonist go. The young man was falling down. Looking down, the man wished him a safe journey. The guy's eyes became wider. The demon, looking at the magician, said that it seemed that he had finally found a kindred spirit. In turn, the main character asked how he ended up here. Continuing to look at the master, the monster said that it was easy for him to find someone like the protagonist, and asked if he now understood his greatness. In the end, the young man said that the monster would help him, because he would die if the guy died. The man looked away while Mephistopheles said that this was indeed a problem, but there was nothing he could do about it, while the sorcerer said that he had to teach him the seal of original sin so that they could get out of here. Smiling, the demon asked who he was trying to trick and added that his mana flow had been blocked, but that he could still just use mana from the environment. Suddenly the wizard got to his feet. The hand began to shine. Using the soar spell, the hero froze in midair. Stones fell down. Boulders are close to the ground. There was an explosion. Getting down on a knee, the main character thought about the fact that he really almost died due to the mana limit, as if he had returned to the time when he had a blocking device. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows, saying that he did not understand where he was, because he knew about the geography of the entire continent, but still did not understand where he was. The young man stood on his feet, hearing that this was a labyrinth of blue mist. The true palace of the blue mist was just one of the images of this place. However, more importantly, the old man limited the mana of the young mana, but he could not think that he would draw mana from the atmosphere. The man looked at the mountains, hearing that the mage had almost died, and why he had done it, since he wanted to take a man as a disciple. Looking up, the wizard listened to the fact that the old man would not teach him any of the skills of the Neristar, because he could not teach the stranger the magic of his family. In turn, the main character asked what he would teach him then. Continuing to look up, the protagonist listened to the story that although the man is the head of the council, he is also the head of the Grassland school. The guy knitted his eyebrows as he continued to listen to the fact that the knowledge of this school was passed down from mentor to student, and it had nothing to do with the Neristar, so they wouldn't have any trouble learning. Turning around, the guy said that they had never read about this school in history textbooks. The demon smiled and said that he could not believe that this school still existed, adding that the old man was very persistent, and the young man asked if his companion had heard of it. Without showing his face, the monster said that it originated in the east, and this place certainly annoyed him when he was still free, adding that the school practiced magical martial arts instead of ordinary magic. Glancing to the side, the man asked about the fact that the school had really existed for at least 1,000 years, and asked what kind of martial arts it was, suggesting that it was something like martial artist techniques, while the monster replied that it seemed to be true, and added that it was a fighting art based on strengthening the body with the circulation of mana. Suddenly, a strange emblem appeared, and it became clear that Grassland is a school that specializes in harmonizing different types of magic, which is perfect for balancing mana within the protagonist. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist thought that he was confused because the different types of mana within him refused to mix. But wasn't that a blessing of fate? The young man's heart was shrouded in different types of mana. A paw appeared as the boy asked what he was going to teach him in the magical arts of Grassland, while the old man said if he knew about magical martial arts, since there should not be a single mention of them, stating that they should not hesitate. The magician's eyes opened wide. Taking a defensive stance, the man listened to the fact that he was in the habitat of dire wolves, which is 3 times larger and stronger than ordinary wolves. The main character put out his hands, hoping to survive. A crevice appeared. Wolves suddenly appeared. The man was standing on a rock. Looking at the master, the man asked if everything would be fine, because, from what he had heard, the beginner had been studying magic for less than a year. Without showing his face, the gentleman replied that he was indeed a beginner in terms of experience, but not in terms of skills, and added that he was grateful for allowing the dire wolves to be borrowed. The hero kicked. Blood began to flow from the mage's mouth, and it became clear that he was beginning to have problems, because he could really die now. The main character was on all fours. The protagonist took a deep breath. Suddenly, a light appeared under the palm of his hand. Suddenly, the young man struck the wolf. Blood was coming from the beast's body. The guy was holding an ice spike in his hands, making it clear that he was special. Standing in the blood, it became clear that he would definitely pass the old man's test, and fulfill what Grassland had dreamed of for more than 1,000 years. Without showing his eyes, the man said that he was still missing something. The man was smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, an illustration of the continent appeared, that the story of a revolutionary army, whose identities could not be found out even by the Inspection Bureau, because its leadership was on the same level as the Masters of the Magic Tower and Lions, and it exists only to liberate the continent from the tyranny of the Emperor. Suddenly, the glass shattered. A black emblem appeared. A white beast appeared, and it became clear that it was the former leader of the Revolutionary Army, whose name was the King of Beasts. A wing appeared, and it was clear that the old man was excited about finding a new disciple after so much time. Man was surrounded by beasts. The man was smoking a cigarette. Blood came out of the beast's mouth. There was an ice spike in the man's hand. The main character held a weapon in his hand, intending to kill all the wolves here. Without showing his eyes, the man tried to catch his breath while the demon said that he was able to defeat one beast only thanks to luck, but he was unlikely to pull another one now, and added that the wolves saw the death of his comrade, so the protagonist should not rely on luck, as this time. A clawed paw of the beast appeared. Sitting in front of the monster, the guy thought that he would only be able to drain mana from the air for 1 or 2 spells. The young man knitted his eyebrows as he continued to think that he had never been in such desperate need of the weaponry magic he had used on the icy mountain, and added that if he had known that he would be in such a situation, he would have taken up physical training. Suddenly, there was a memory of a person holding a textbook in his hands, thinking about body strengthening techniques, because the study technique replaced physical training for him. The mage smiled, noticing that the wizard needed to imitate him. A bloody hand appeared. The man lowered his hand, thinking about the body enhancement technique that was passed down in the Tiger King's lineage, because it increases strength several times and teaches you to fight with all this in mind. The young man took an attacking stance against the background of the tiger's head. A gray mist enveloped his feet. The main character inhaled air. The wolf ran at the protagonist. The beast opened its mouth. After dodging the monster's attack, it became clear that this fighting style is based on a balance of instinct and intuition. The monster looked ahead. As he prepared to strike, the protagonist thought that he had made the right choice. The young man struck the beast using the tiger people's technique. The demon froze in a daze. The guy attacked. The tongue could be seen in the wolf's mouth. The mage was covered in blood as Mephistopheles thought about how a man could think of fighting like a werewolf. The mouth opened wide. Suddenly, the wizard opened his eyes wide. The main character confronted the beast until the demon realized how he did it. The monster fell to the ground. The young man tried to catch his breath. Sitting down on the ground, the guy listened to the old man say that he had already killed 2, and added that he did not think that it was necessary to complicate the task a little. The companion, standing next to the protagonist, said that the man was also crazy, and added that he was ecstatic, watching the young man. In turn, the guy told him not to equate him with the mentor. Standing on the ground, the magician began to be indignant. Tying something on his belt, the wizard asked what the man had told him to defeat all the wolves. The man tied his belt, saying that they would soon see which of them would win. Suddenly the main character began to move. The wolves looked menacing. The protagonist fought the beasts, making it clear that 10 days had passed, which seemed both long and short at the same time. Looking at the rock, the young man asked about the fact that it was a plant that contained magical energy, and the demon replied positively, adding that he didn't know why it was growing here, as it was one of the plants of the demon realm, the herb of life and death. The guy fought the enemies, thinking that if it contained magical energy, he could replenish his mana by eating it. Red flowers grew right in the rock, while the demon told him that for humans it was just a medicinal herb, but for a mage, as the owner of seals, it could be useful. The man hit the creature, and it became clear that by eating the plant, he would be able to increase the level of the seal. Holding the flowers in his hands, the guy listened to the monster think that the old man did not send him here in vain. But how could these flowers end up here? And added that this place may have been connected with demons. The ground was soaked in blood, and it became clear that the protagonist was still angry that the old man had put him in such danger. But thanks to this, he was able to greatly increase the level of seal and mana. The animals were lying on the ground. The protagonist walked away from the bodies of wolves. A bloody man was passing near the stone. Looking ahead, the young man said that it seemed that this farce had come to an end. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of the guy. A man was riding a wolf. Looking at what was happening, the magician could not understand what a human foot was doing on a wild animal. Opening his eyes wide, the man heard that he continued to amaze. Looking at the tiger, the main character continued to hear about how he was the best in the academy. However, the man did not expect that the wizard would show them such a level. The protagonist was surrounded. The man landed on the ground. The guy's face showed surprise. The man went on, saying that he had decided that if the young man managed to defeat even this terrible wolf, he would take him as an apprentice. The creature's eye glowed yellow. Suddenly the man fell down. There was an explosion. Gesticulating, the old man said that he knew how long he had been looking for the main character, but he was still trying to take him away. Without showing his face, the man said that this was his phrase, and added that the opponent did not even understand how much effort it took to raise new terrible wolves that were killed because of him, and continued to talk about how to raise cubs. Folding his hands, the demon asked that he did not look like them, while the protagonist said that he could not say that he did not. Looking at the man, the young man said that they should listen to his opinions. In turn, the man apologized for being a little carried away by such a beautiful prospect, and added that the young man probably knew who he was, asking if he wanted to become a disciple of the Beast King. The warrior opened his eyes wide when he heard that the mage had refused. The old man made a nice face as he said that Mr. Augustine might be wonderful, but the wizard was already his apprentice. Looking at his comrade in arms, the hero said that he could not become his student. In turn, the man said that he would teach him the mirage look. Smoking a cigarette, the man said that this art allows him to completely control monsters, and added that thanks to this skill, he became the king of beasts. Smiling, the main character said that having one mentor is just an outdated tradition, and added that he always wanted to be his student. The mentor, trembling, insulted the student, and the demon said that this person did not know respect. Continuing to smile, the protagonist stated that he would like to be trained to look then, while the Beast King stopped him. Stroking the wolf, the man said that hadn't he said that he would accept him as an apprentice only if he defeated this terrible wolf. Turning around, the man stated that the ability to perfectly control mana is very important for those with a mirage gaze, and magical martial arts that effectively use mana circulation increase the power of this ability. Smiling, the hero said that he had restored mana by eating the grass of life and death, but his final test was for him to defeat the beast with only a magical martial art. Suddenly something flew near the man's head. The beast was attacked. The wolf flew into the sky. The man looked up in shock. The tiger scratched his head. Raising his hand, the main character asked if he had coped. Looking at the protagonist, the man answered positively. The warrior walked on. Looking away, the young man said that he could finally talk to someone who enjoyed his suffering. Standing in front of the old man, the young man asked if he was satisfied. The man's face showed dissatisfaction. The man showed no emotion. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the mage spoke of a good job. Suddenly the hand shone. The young man looked down. Suddenly the mountains appeared, and it became clear that the old man could finally tell him about Graceland's offense. Red flowers grew. Someone was stepping forward. Approaching the building, the main character asked where they were. In turn, the mentor replied that it was the sanctuary of the Chronicle of the Night. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist asked what they had forgotten in the sanctuary, thought that there was a dull and gloomy energy floating here, suggesting that this energy was demonic. The entrance to the sanctuary was covered in a red haze. Looking ahead, the demon asked why the demon domain was here, while the kid added that it was a territory that only the demon king could create. Making a tense face, the monster said that it was not surprising that herbs that only grew in the demon realm had appeared here, asking that this territory belonged to that old man. The man, without showing his face, asked if he felt it. Looking into the shrine, the mage said that he was sure that the descendant of the Merbingers, the demon hunters, was capable of doing so, and the young man asked why the demon domain was the shrine of the Knight's Chronicle. Touching the door, the old man said that he might already know that the school had come from the east. The guys went inside. Looking at the guy, the man said that the founder Graceland was originally an alchemist who studied herbs in the east. Waving his arms, the wizard said that he had once lost his wife and daughter to a certain demon king, and added that in the end he had pursued him all the way to the west in order to take revenge. As he walked past the painting, the old man said that because the demon king was too strong, the founder had changed his plans, and went on to say that he had not only combined Eastern knowledge and Western magic, but had even used demonic power to become stronger. Looking ahead, the main character suggested that the founder's resentment is still alive. In turn, the man said that he has been alive for almost 1,000 years. Without showing his eyes, the man listened to the disciple say that since he had taken him as a disciple, revenge still had to be carried out, and in the end, the disciple said that revenge had already been done. Suddenly, there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Walking in front of the protagonist, the man asked if this was not obvious. Suddenly, the guy's eyes opened wide. Standing in the room, the old man replied that it was him. The demon, looking at the man, said that he was of ordinary origin, but had managed to seal him away, and added that he could not believe that he was so strong, stating that the old man must be inhumanly inventive. There was shock on the youth's face, thinking that even if Mephistopheles recognized the demon king's abilities, then he was very strong. But then how strong was the one who defeated him? Turning around, the old man said that this was not something he should boast about in front of the disciple, adding that there were too many variables in that battle, so it was impossible to say who was the winner. Looking up, the man stated that, like their founder, he had set a new goal, adding that he would determine the winner of that battle with the help of a disciple who would one day walk his path. The demon was sealed. A drop of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as he listened to the protagonist determine what is better, the power of the enemy, or the training skills of the old man. The demon's eye sparkled. The man showed his gaze. Looking at his opponent, the young man asked what he was saying, that he had to overcome this crap. Glancing ahead, the old man confirmed, and added that he wanted the disciple to fight his seal. Without showing his eyes, the man said that the guy was able to absorb the seals of demons, being a human. Suddenly, the magician looked evil. Raising his hand, the person said that he understands the anxiety, but there is no need for it, because why should a mentor tell the secret of his student? There was a seal on the wizard's hand. The demon looked away. As he began to bandage his hand, the mentor said that since there should be trust between the teacher and the student, he would show him something. Showing his black hand, the mage said that every sorcerer had a secret technique, and added that he also had one. The old man raised his hand. The man's hand was inscribed with words. As he showed closer, it became clear that it was the hand of a dark elf. The silhouette of an elf appeared. The silhouette of the dark elf was shrouded in bird feathers, and it became clear that unlike the light elves, the dark elves lived in the dungeon and were supporters of the demons. It was even believed that they had a kinship with the demons, but this race became extinct under the oppression of the empire. Lowering his hand, the man asked if the disciple knew that transplanting limbs of other races, especially demonic ones, was forbidden magic. Raising his bandaged hand, the man said that except fragility, no one in this world, not even Lord Nerestra, knew about this secret, and added that now that they knew about each other's weaknesses, did the apprentice feel more confident? Showing a look, the old man said that he had revealed his secret when he searched him while he was unconscious, stating that it was for the sake of more fruitful training, but he apologizes if the protagonist was upset by this. Anger appeared on the protagonist's face as he listened to the fact that now that the man knew that he could absorb and activate the demon's seals, he could no longer let the young man go until his goal was fulfilled. Standing in front of the student, the old man said that it was only his greed, and added that from now on he should do as he knew. The tiger looked at the master. Mephistopheles glanced at the main character. Without showing his face, the protagonist thought that it could be just greed to satisfy a long-standing offense. But is greed a sin? And added that, like him, the teacher has his own goals. The man looked straight ahead. Without showing his eyes, the young man thought about how he could turn away from someone who was striving with all his might for his goal. The guy stood still. The mage joined his hands. Bowing to the old man, the wizard said that he paid his respects to the head of Graceland, Sir August Nerestar, as his humble apprentice. The main character looked ahead. The man, smiling, thanked his student. Glancing to the side, the protagonist asked about the fact that he just needed to absorb the seal of this demon, and asked about what the demon's name was. Turning around, the old man said that he did not know for sure, and added that he had been given many different names during his journey from the east to the empire. Smiling, the mentor said that in Graceland his name was Yu. The demon's eyes sparkled red. Suddenly, the man's leg began to glow. The man looked ahead. The man looked menacing, saying that he would proceed. The demon was surrounded by seals as the mage thought about the Yu being the demon king, which even Mephistopheles had accepted, and added that if he could absorb the seal, it would only benefit him. The young man approached the enemy. Standing next to his comrade in arms, the guy asked the demon how to absorb the seals. In turn, the monster said that he had been shaking the air all this time, but did not even know how to do it. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist stated how he could say something different when the old man asked him so, and continued that the demon said that his kin were getting stronger by taking away the seals, asking how they did it. Looking ahead, the monster asked if he had learned to eat before sitting down at the table, and added that taking away the seals for them was like eating, stating how he could teach him something like that. The protagonist stared straight ahead, thinking that the magic pendant was not reacting this time. Raising his head, the guy suggested something. Knitting his eyebrows, the mage used an ability called Absorb. Suddenly, the demon's eye began to glow brighter. The monster threw off its shackles. People were shocked. The seals flew away. The wizard stared at the darkness. Smiling, the disciple said that in the last 2 weeks of training, he had prioritized not magical martial arts or body enhancement techniques, but establishing harmony between the various forms of mana within it. Continuing to smile, the protagonist said that he tried to apply it by combining his seals and the speech of the soul, adding that as he thought it worked. Suddenly a pink haze appeared. The hero found himself in the mental world, and it became clear that he needed to go through some tests, as it was with the Queen of the Ice Mountain. Turning his head, the young man thought that there was not a single living soul in these swamps, as if everything living here had been eaten by someone. The sky could be seen through the crowns of the trees. The man walked on the water, listening to the sound of water, the bubbles of swamp gases, the rustle of leaves, adding that everything was somehow unnatural, dull, but frightening. The water was muddy. The main character was walking through the forest. Suddenly the protagonist turned around. The sky was turning red. Everything turned red. The guy began to panic, turning his head. Looking to the side, it was clear that the young man did not feel the presence of the monster anywhere. Suddenly, the hero found himself in the mouth of the creature, which said what an interesting person they have here. Things were packed. The girl walked forward. The lady, standing at the portal, turned to her dear brother. It became clear that earlier the hero was surrounded by magic. The demon king was sealed. Suddenly the man found himself in the mouth of the beast. The demon's mouth was next to the main character. Looking at the opponent, the protagonist wondered if he should have fought like in that battle with the queen. Taking a defensive stance, the young man changed his mind, because first he needs to understand the situation, since there may be another way, but there is no guarantee that he will win. Opening his eye, something said that the Merbingers first hit and then asked questions, and added that the man had amazing patience. Preparing to attack, the mage said that he instantly understood who he was, while the demon said that this was not the only unique trait. The seal was on the boy's hand as the monster asked if it wasn't Mephistopheles. The mage clenched his teeth as the predator spoke of his seals and the dragon's heart. The creature's mouth was closed as it talked about how it didn't want to strain over an ordinary person. The wizard was standing on the ground. The demon's mouth opened. Suddenly, the monster began to attack, saying that it was possible to tinker with the student. Looking at the man, the creature told Merbinger to stop holding back his hunger, adding that he should crave more, indulge his greed and ambitions. The main character looked away. Teeth covered the hero's head while the monster said that if he did what he said, they would meet again. The young man knitted his eyebrows. The seal was on the protagonist's hand. The people in the room froze. The demon, looking at the hand, said that the man really hoped that the monster would tell him its name so easily. In turn, the guy asked that it was usually so easy to get seals. The demon with a vein on his face said that he had only one chance of survival, and added that since he had wasted all his strength in keeping his seal from oblivion and was close to death, he would parasitize in the disciple's body until he recovered. The seal was blue, and it was clear that the demon had said that the person would be able to meet it when he refined this seal to its original form. Stepping forward, the protagonist said that they had a new family member, and asked if the demon wanted to say his real name, while Mephistopheles stated that there was no point in helping a young man who accepts himself in order to survive. In the end, the protagonist said that the true name of the demon is an immoral god. The old man, looking ahead, stated that his status must have declined after the loss. The demon, indignantly, said that the mentor was going crazy, and asked why he appeared, although no one asked him about anything, stating that, besides, only to think that a person knew the true name of such a rank, because he was definitely not himself. Making a serious face, the guy said that he planned to ask the old man if Mephistopheles refused to tell him. Smiling, the man spoke of rage. The man did not look surprised. Standing in front of the apprentice, the wizard spoke of the seal of fury. Opening his eyes wide, the old man stated that you was originally known as a demon preda, and added that they are demons from the bottom of the hierarchy, who are always shaking at the possibility of dying at any moment, but at the same time drooling with greed due to their insatiable nature, stating that now, after receiving the seal, the protagonist is able to sense danger as a demon. Quickly detect the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy. The guy was surprised. A tear streamed down the man's cheek as he spoke of awakening the sixth sense through the circulation of mana, which Graceland was trying to achieve through magical martial arts. The protagonist's face could be seen stunned. The man who had tears coming from his eyes stated that he called this premonition of the Preda and added that the lady had finally gained the seal of you and the premonition of the Preda, ending up that all she had to do was raise the rank of the seal and fight you. Without showing his face, the mage thought about how the ranks and use of the seals were very specific information that could not be found in books, and continued to wonder how much suffering Graceland's ancestors and mentor had endured to accumulate such knowledge. The man continued to cry. Suddenly, the seal of rage was activated. A shadow appeared behind the main character. The protagonist stood in the shadows. Suddenly, someone sped up. The way out was near. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man asked what his mentor had said, that when you have a premonition, your heart hurts and your body trembles. Glancing at the man, the guy asked why it had suddenly activated right now, while the stranger turned to Elric. Sean stopped and listened to the mage ask what he was doing here, and finally his friend said that it didn't matter, adding that they had a huge problem. The man put his hand on the mentor's shoulder. The wizard was stunned. The building was tall. The servant looked at the girl and said that Tasha had better see it herself, and the lady asked what had happened, adding that the Duke of the Shining Star had finished his training in seclusion. Suddenly, a shiver swept through the mistress's body. Miss knitted her eyebrows. The girl walked forward until the sorceress told her not to be allowed to do so for the time being. Fragile hands held the luggage. The sister, looking down, asked for forgiveness, asking if her younger brother, whose name was Elric Merbinger, was there. Suddenly something flashed. A haze appeared. The main character, flying forward, said that his friend had to stop Tasha. Moving his hands, the young man asked how he could have stopped this witch, and asked why he was running over him, because it was the protagonist's mistake. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that because of her friend, her thirst for competition has only been growing lately. The sun appeared over the city. The girl flew over the city. Smiling, the lady thought about how the elder sister of the Duke of the Shining Star had made sacrifices for her brother all her life, and added that in magic she must be worse than Elric, who suffered from blocking disorder. Continuing to smile, the lady thought about the fact that the person whom the main character fears more than anyone else in the world is his sister, and stated that perhaps the reason is not only in blood ties, but also in who she really is. The lady walked forward. His hands held the luggage. Looking down, the girl apologized, asking if her younger brother was there. The guards, looking at the newcomer, said that the Duke was here, but she had no invitation, so she could not enter. With a drooping face, the lady said that they should call the third young master of their family, and added that he knew that she was to come. The soldier, looking at the girl, refused, and added that they had received an order from the young lady not to let her inside. Standing in the doorway, the lady asked why she would do this. In turn, Tasha said that it was a pleasure to meet her. Miss suddenly turned around. Dropping her hands, the witch introduced herself. After bowing, Hayes introduced herself in the same way, and added that she had heard a lot about her from Elric and her younger brother. Smiling, the girl said that she had heard that she was full of grace and like a dazzling flame, but these rumors seemed to be a big understatement, adding that it was a great honor for her to meet her. In turn, Tasha thanked her for the words. Closing her eyes, the lady asked why she was not allowed in, saying that no matter how much she thought about it, she could not understand why she had given such an order. Opening her eyes wide, Tasha said that this was the ancestral mansion of the Neristar, the first star of the hexagram, adding that they could not let anyone in. Her sister looked down as she listened to the fact that although she had blonde hair with green eyes, her appearance could be changed, and even if she was indeed the elder sister of the Duke of Shining Star, there were rules of decency for everyone. Looking ahead, the girl asked if she should do the same to make her believe her. Knitting her eyebrows, Tasha said that if she was really the Duke's sister, then she was a member of a noble magical family, and added that she would believe if she defeated her in a magical battle. Looking forward through magic, the lady listened to the fact that her opponent did not possess magic. In turn, the lady asked about the aura. Suddenly, a huge aura emanated from the fragile lady. Grinning, the mistress noted that then the rival would suffer. In turn, Tasha said that it would be interesting to see. Suddenly, there was a snap of a finger. The girl let go of the luggage. There was an explosion. The soldiers stood against the background of the shockwave. The opponent smiled, asking if the lady was comfortable using such a large thing. The miss had a hammer in her hands. The warrior stood against the background of stones, asking if Tasha played ball as a child. There was a blow. The girl prepared to defend herself. Using magic, the lady said that it hadn't happened for a long time, but that she had fun as a child with Sean when they were little. Fire magic flowed through the air. Using the spell, the sorceress stated that they had never lost to him, asking what about her opponent. Swinging, the girl said that she had never lost before, but because of her irresistible desire to win, she had pierced Elric's skull from time to time. The lady smiled. The warrior threw the hammer forward. Her opponent's eyes opened wide. The sorceress clenched her teeth. Tasha watched the attack. Looking to the side, the girl thought that it was a big surprise that the descendant of an ancient magical family was a martial artist, but to think that it could swing a sledgehammer under 100 kilograms, like a feather, without using an aura. The hammer continued to fly. Suddenly, a black skull appeared, making it clear that the protagonist's sister is a member of the mercenary guild. There was a blow. Smiling, the warrior said that the count was 1-0, while Tasha said that she would not hold back. Suddenly, the girls were pushed away from each other. The lady, looking ahead, asked what it was, and added that everything was just getting interesting. The lady opened her eyes wide. Suddenly, the main character was grabbed by the neck. Miss was shocked. Looking at his sister, the protagonist said that she was healthy, as always. Beginning to tremble, the young man asked what she seemed to be having fun with Miss Tasha, and added that she should calm down now and let him go. Without showing her eyes, the girl addressed her brother by name. The lady looked menacing. Making a face full of anger, the lady said that she wanted to talk to the guy. The lady knitted her eyebrows. The girl was holding a piece of paper. Looking at her subordinate, Tasha asked if it was all this, while the servant replied that informants say that all data is kept in the strictest confidence. Folding her hands, Miss said that, as expected, the Black Sherev was the strongest mercenary guild hiding in the shadows, and added that they had as many enemies as they had completed missions, so she was sure that their identities were classified. A silhouette of hands appeared as the lady talked about the chance to make a friend of the same age. The seal in the form of a skull was on the hammer. Smiling, the lady thought that the protagonist was already a good reason to maintain friendly relations with House Merbinger. But even if this was true, the Nerastars had absolutely nothing to lose. Suddenly Tasha went forward. A hammer appeared. The protagonist ran away from his sister, suggesting that she talk quietly. Without showing her face, the girl said that her brother seemed to be used to fame, and added that he could even use magic. The young man looked stunned to hear that he had learned to rebel. Dodging the attack, the guy tried to calm the lady. Gritting his teeth, the man said that if it were not for the premonition of the pret, he would have died 10 times over. The lady didn't show her face, and it became clear that she had been like that since she was a child, trying to break the mage's legs every time he caused trouble so that he couldn't do it again. Looking at the explosion, the demon said that he had never been so excited, and added that she was indeed of the Merbinger family, stating that he felt an aura instead of mana from Miss. Another explosion rang out. The main character looked away. My sister was in the sky. Swinging, the girl said that she would like to see if he could dodge it. Stretching out his arm, the protagonist used the block. Suddenly, a shield of mana appeared. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked if his sister was serious. The hero closed his eyes. Drops of sweat were running down the guy's cheek. The man opened his eyes. Looking at the hammer that had stopped, the young man asked what had happened. Sitting on the floor, the mage listened to the fact that as soon as she heard that he was going to explore the dragon's nest, she breathed a sigh of relief. Holding the hammer, the girl said that although he had difficulties due to blocking disorder, he always made every effort, so she wanted to support the protagonist with all her strength, and added that the protagonist was in the epicenter of the incident in the nest, was unconscious for several days, and then disappeared for several months without saying a word to her where he soaked up. Without showing her eyes, the sister asked when he had last contacted her, and added that there had been no news from him for 6 months. Looking up, the young man thought that his sister had always been very protective of him, and added that she had scolded him for everything he did, saying that it was dangerous, and at the same time she was on her brother's side. Hiding his faces, the man did not like her care, but he understood her. The warrior stood in front of the mage, making it clear that he was the only remaining member of her family. The girl looked at the guy, and it became obvious that looking after such a problem as the main character, her sister grew up early. The girl looked ahead. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist said that he had figured out the purpose of their family, adding that when he passed out in the dragon's nest and when he disappeared from the hospital, he was doing tasks for the family. The warrior cried, hearing that, to be honest, there was a time when a person thought that there was no point in reviving their lineage, because it had already fallen. Opening his eyes wide, the wizard said that after he had experienced a lot, he had an idea, stating that this world could be filled with demons again at any moment. The lady continued to shed tears as she heard that it would be disrespectful to her mother and father, and their ancestors who had fought with their lives to leave the Merbinger family in this state. There was confidence on the mage's face, saying that he was going to go north on the mission left by their ancestors, because it didn't matter to him what his path would be or how dangerous he was, because he would still follow it, just like their ancestors. My sister was crying. Suddenly, a bone dragon appeared. The man was standing at sunset. The demon was crying. The man stared into the distance. Something was next to the protagonist. The girl held up a thumbs up. The creature was bound in chains. The mentor shed tears. A glow rang out. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that he would continue until their family shone like stars. A tear ran down the lady's cheek. The girl smiled. Standing in front of her brother, the sister declared that if he disappeared, she would crack his skull. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked if it was on topic, and added that she should have said that the protagonist was already an adult, and she would no longer interfere in his affairs. Looking ahead, Mephistopheles spoke of what a pity it would have hit him again, and added that he had hoped there would be a funeral today, saying that people were becoming overly sentimental about the most insignificant things. The man stood in the night. Something was in the man's hands. A black statuette appeared. While wearing a mask, the creature said that it was all for the sake of Lord Azazel's revival. A wing was visible. The bird soared in the sky. The main character was sitting on a rock, and it was clear that 3 months had passed. Suddenly the bird changed its trajectory. The protagonist sat with a blindfold. Suddenly, the man's eye lit up. The young man held out his hand. Looking at the guy, the man said that he was very capable. Standing against the backdrop of the mountains, the mentor said that he did not think that he would take possession of the Mirage's gaze so quickly. Something flew by. The mage struck the old man. The man, looking ahead, said that he had fully settled in and had a premonition of Pret. Without showing his eyes, the main character listened to the fact that now he has reached the limit, because only battles will help him develop further. Smiling, the man asked about what he had finally finished, adding that he hoped they would never see each other. Looking at the protagonist, the old man said that only yesterday he was on his knees and begged to become his mentor. In turn, the man said what an impudent guy he was. Putting his hand on his knee, the young man asked if they had forgotten how much they had tormented him, calling it training, and added that despite this, he had learned a lot thanks to them, that he must bring them a souvenir. Smiling, the guy said that let's not see each other again. Without showing his face, the man said that they should take care of their frail health. The mentors looked ahead. The mage flew away. Standing with the boss, the man asked if it reminded the old man of the good old days, the days when he and Set roamed the world. Standing on the stone, the mage said that every day was exciting then, and now they were spending what they had left hiding in a place like this. Looking ahead, the master asked what Set would say if he were here, and the master replied that he would grumble that they were just waiting for the day when they would be buried like rotten stumps when they were not even 100 years old. Standing with a member of the team, the old man said that they were not old bores like him. In turn, the man said that they were not so old compared to him. The wizard stood on his feet, asking how he could escape from such outstanding mentors. The man was on the rock, adding that he went north alone. Tasha, reading the document, thanked for the fact that the main character transferred the rights to explore the nest. In the end, the protagonist said that he left it to her. The girl, looking at the document, said that she had prepared a carriage for the trip north, and added that she was already at the entrance, stating that she would take care of his attendance at the academy. The lady's eyes sparkled, making it clear that she was a dragon fanatic. The guy looked ahead, thinking that another candidate had appeared on his list of debtors. The sky was clear. Pulling out the blade, the man said that Paul was hurting his feelings. The soldiers lay dead on the ground while someone talked about how it didn't matter how weak he had become, adding that he couldn't believe he thought there were enough of them to kill him. The man glanced to the side. Approaching the warrior, the girl said that he knew that if a man allied himself with the Merbingers, the man would be in a dangerous position. The young man, looking at his relative, said how smart their niece was, because you could just go to Paul and kill him. In turn, the guy replied that they were in business. The man, looking at the warriors, said that he was the one to decide the issues of Vile's house, and added that the three of them just had to ensure Isabel's safety. Looking ahead, the man announced that he would meet with the Duke of the Shining Star to thank him personally, and then decide what to do with Paul. People were surprised. The village stood in the middle of the mountains. Someone, standing in a cloak, asked why Paul had not yet been appointed a Blue Lion. In turn, his comrade-in-arms said that there was an unexpected hitch, and added that the ally should not worry, because this would not interfere with his plans in any way. The man turned away and said that he had thought it would be easy to neutralize the sick and weakened Blue Lion, but he had no idea that the fallen Merbinger bloodline would stand in their way. Hiding his face, someone said that it was not yet time to deal with the Merbingers, and added that his comrade needed to make Paul Vile a Blue Lion as soon as possible. The man, showing his eye, listened to the fact that when the Lord became a Blue Lion, both his body and his powers would serve the rebirth of Lord Beelzebub. One of the man's eyes was red. A lot of birds appeared in the sky. The carriage was standing near the city. Sitting in the carriage, the main character stated that he planned to just calmly go north alone. Sitting with the guy, the protagonist said that he was grateful that such a large carriage had been prepared for him, but he did not need a coachman. In turn, the man replied that his name was not the coachman, but Carl. Lowering his head, the guy calmed himself, saying that it was not so bad to go on a trip with a friend after a long separation. In turn, his comrade-in-arms said that he would not have gone with him if not for his father's order. Holding his head, the magician said that his sister should just return home and rest. In turn, the girl asked if her brother wanted to travel with her. In the end, the wizard said that he was jumping with happiness, as he would think that he would spend more time with her. Continuing to hold his head, the main character said that the mentors should just stay where they were, given their age. In turn, the old man asked about the fact that he no longer even allows the elderly to leave for air. Placing his hands on his knees, the mentor said that he had to hammer a little manners into him while they went to breathe the northern air. In his Through the Man, he stated that he had wounded them to the core when he almost abandoned them. The demon made a disgruntled face, said that it would be a noisy journey, and added that he disliked tearing things more than anything in the world. Starting to tremble with dissatisfaction, the man said that he was very happy. Looking ahead, the young man said that it was as if he had gone on a family trip. People sat in the room while the mentors argued. The gentleman looked away. The tiger stretched. The man began to smile. The old man looked away. The guy looked ahead with one eye. The main character's eye was green. The carriage went on a journey. The egg began to crack. The man smiled. The guy looked happy, stating that having a family like this wasn't such a bad thing. Guy stirred his tea. He put it back on the table. He looked at the assistant and asked if they had all come from the north. He nodded. Everything was just like that. The patriarch smiled. The servant was surprised and asked if something good had happened. Guy looked out the window and asked if the assistant wasn't interested. He asked him only to take a look at it. Hayes smiled and asked her brother if she hadn't told him to behave more decently in front of adults. Sean could hardly hold back his laughter. The girl asked to look at him, because he behaves very nobly. Elric looked out the window with displeasure and said to hell with such nobility. Hayes smiled guiltily, put her hand on her chest and promised to teach her brother manners. The elder frowned at her and asked her not to pay attention to them. Such things as discipline should be taught in the family. The lady nodded gratefully and thanked her for her understanding. After that, Elric hit the back near the head. The guy said that he was already an adult. Why do you need to learn his discipline? The sister smiled menacingly and invited her brother to go for a short walk. The guy looked at her frightened and said that if they were just going for a walk. Why take such a terrible hammer with you? Hayes smiled sweetly and grabbed the guy by the ear, led him outside. Mephisto watched the suffering of his master with pleasure. Who would have thought that he would be dragged like this? Some time passed on the road. The coachman noticed something ahead. The carriage stopped. Elric looked out and asked what was wrong. Carl pointed to the hostile man in front. They were with knives. The gray-haired man licked the blade and said that the crew was completely fearless. Were they really going to cross their territory so easily? They came closer and demanded to give everything they had. Carl and Elric, with bumps on their heads, looked at the harmless robbers in bewilderment. The gray-haired old man froze in bewilderment. The blond man with bumps on his head looked at him silently. The man screamed, "Do the idiots really want blood to be spilled?" The hero shook his head in displeasure and went outside. Hands were placed on his shoulder. The man came out and promised to deal with it on his own. He understood that this was his chance to show Elric how great a teacher he was. A huge animal shadow fell on the three robbers. The tiger, much taller than the man, looked at them angrily. Master released his mana and mentally asked Elric to look carefully. Now he would show him why he was called the Beast King. The young man used a plumb line at this moment, and the robbers were thrown back by the destruction of the rock in the wave. A huge crystal grew near them. The Beast King looked at the young man with resentment, and said that he would have handled them perfectly himself. The hero asked if he was going to turn this place into a bloodbath. Mirbinger looked seriously ahead and said that these people were not bandits, but starving residents of a neighboring village. The men fell to their knees. They bowed to the floor and asked for mercy. They said that their families were starving. The guy calmly said that if they were defenseless, his gaze became stern. Would they have begged them like that? The old man looked away shyly. The gentleman looked at them in silence. The eldest hit his head on the ground and said that Mr. Magus was right. The elder closed his eyes and said that he had forced the others to do this, so let only he be punished. The young guys looked at him anxiously. How could an elder do that? He did it for the sake of the village, and it was definitely not his fault, so they began to ask for punishment for them. Elric smiled and waved his hand. He offered to believe them and asked them to stop. More time passed. The detachment came to an empty village. The old people pointed at the hungry children and said that they had been haunted by hunger and drought for the past few days. They thought that if they died anyway, they could become mountain bandits. Mephistopheles looked around attentively. He felt a strange energy. It was 5 days to go to other villages on horseback and they could not leave, because their cattle were also dying of hunger. The elder slapped himself in the face and said that it was all his fault. The stocky old man scratched his mustache and said that the administration of their country did not reach such a remote region. Although these people had committed a crime, he offered to let them get away with everything. After all, they had a good reason. Elric looked around and said nothing. The old man put his hands behind his back and said that it was the duty of the nobility to help suffering people. Didn't he think so? The elder abruptly looked up. The young master said that it wasn't entirely their fault. He immediately bowed and began to say thank you. The old man grabbed the master's hands and began to say that they would no longer rob people. The hero looked at the demon and asked why he was walking around here. The demon looked ahead and replied that he felt the demonic energy in these lands, albeit a weak one. He pointed forward to the source of this energy. The guy was seriously wary. They sent a detachment to the spring. There was only a wasteland around them, all bare earth and bald mountains. The elder looked down and said that he did not feel anything. Was there really something here? The hero looked ahead and said that this was the place, but Mephisto was completely sure that it was buried somewhere here. He looked at the young man with displeasure, and since he had helped them, they should give the magic potion to this king as soon as they found it. Elric said that he knew that the demon was deceiving them. He looked around, said that first it was necessary to dig up the ground. He asked to move away. The blue energy lit up. The guy used the breakthrough. The large crystal slammed into the ground at high speed. The elder looked at this in awe. The guy had dug such a huge hole in a second. Elric jumped forward. He landed at the bottom of the created pit. In front of him, he saw a strange chest. The old man went down to him and asked what his disciple had found, and he told him what he had found. He opened the lid and dark energy breathed into his face. The hero continued to inspect this artifact with disgust. Master looked at him in surprise and shouted that he felt demonic energy. Inside the chest was a statuette of a man with a goat's head. Mephisto looked at her warily and asked where it came from. The 4 demon kings, descendants of the great demon god who rules over the demon race. They were Mephistopheles, the original sin, Satan the apocalypse, Lilith the revolution, and the tyrant, the demon of madness Azazel, who has the largest army among the demon kings. Azazel was especially fond of the human world. During the invasion it destroyed many 2 villages. The guy took his emblem in his hands and asked if it was created by his supporters. Mephisto noted that it was made to sacrifice a person. He looked at his master with excitement, and asked how the young man knew this demon, who had read about him in a book in Otto's vault. Elric looked at his partner with excitement, and assumed that if it was made for human sacrifice, it turns out that all the inhabitants of this village would be sacrificed in the name of summoning Azazel? The demon folded his arms over his chest and looked away, considering the state of the village. Most likely, this is the case. Elric looked intently at the figure. Could it be that the demons hiding in the human world were up to something? Mephisto ordered to absorb the magical energy and give it to the king as promised. The master said gloomily that it was dangerous to find traces of demons that had been exterminated 30 years ago. Mephisto looked angrily at the old man, who said that this figurine should be sent to the authorities. The owner suddenly smiled and said that it was a great idea. Mephisto shouted that he promised to give the energy to him. The guy handed the chest to the teacher, and he told the demon that the old man said that he wanted to send it to the authorities. But if he absorbed the demonic energy, then what would he tell them? But if you tell him how to use the myth seal, maybe he will try. The old man clutched the chest to his chest and told Sean to send it to the authorities immediately. Elric just threw his hands behind his head, Mephistopheles, and began to ask if he wanted anything else. He agreed to everything except the seal. The teacher told him to do it as soon as possible. Suddenly, a voice rang out. He said that it looked delicious and the spirit from the hero's tattoo rushed to the chest. The elder looked at the spirit in fright and missed the chest. The monster swallowed him. It was the magical energy of the hero. The teacher looked at the student with a misunderstanding on his face and asked what it was. The hero scratched his head bashfully while the energy returned to the tattoo. He decided that he had been deceived and the proof he had been looking for so long was now gone. Mephistopheles loomed menacingly over the people. He began to ask how the hero dared to steal what belongs to him. At this time the owner said that it would be strange if the whole village became like this because of one totem. You need to look for more just in case. Meanwhile, in one of the caves, there was indeed a large statue of Azazel. The servants prayed to him. One of the priests shuddered in displeasure. They approached him and asked him what had happened. Some heretics dared to disturb the consciousness of the great being. Everyone got up from their knees frightened. What kind of heretic is capable of such a thing? The grand priest looked ahead. He spread his arms in front of the demon statue and promised to get rid of the heretics, so let him not turn his anger on them. The sectarians behind him prostrated themselves. The man shouted that they would surely resurrect him on this land. The priest turned around and ordered his order to be passed on to Yoda. He smiled and said that he needed to meet Kaya and continue the resurrection ceremony. Meanwhile, in the wasteland at sunset, the hero looked ahead wearily and asked why no one had noticed what the demons had been doing all this time. People looked at the pond of water that appeared, and it rose inexorably. The demons sacrificed too many people. The teacher put his hand on his shoulder, and since they handed over the evidence to the authorities, soon they would start an investigation. The leaders of the province would be fully responsible for everything that happened. He went ahead and said that he also wanted to deal with these idiots now, but now it was not their concern. Elric fell silent gloomily. He knew that the teacher was right. Since the government was involved in this now, these idiots wouldn't act so brazenly. Now he needed to find the flower temple and end the winter. He slowly looked up before completely destroying them. The elder bowed to them gratefully. Elric spoke to the residents. He said that the drought would end soon, so we need to take care of the residents, and now they are leaving. The old man held out his hand to them and asked them to stop. He smiled bashfully and asked if he could even find out the name of this noble magus. The hero smiled and called himself Elric Merbinger. The villagers opened their mouths, recognizing the young man as a rising star. The elder smiled gratefully. He said to himself that the stars of the empire were shining again. The carriage continued its course again. Everyone soon gathered around the common table for the meeting. Elric was asked to come out for a second. The hero looked out to Carl and asked what now. This time there was a whole group of people in black masks and jackets in front. The coachman immediately realized that they were from the inspection bureau of the imperial family. Their leader bowed his head and asked if it was Elric in front of him. The guy only smiled defiantly, noting how pompous the stranger was. The inspection bureau is an intelligence institution that serves exclusively the emperor and the imperial family. They are known as monsters, capable of anything for the sake of mission, kidnapping, murder and bribery, and their power is equal to the magic tower and the great lion family. Now these people were standing in front of their court, even if they didn't know about the movements of the demons in these parts. Before they sent them the report and the totem, no wonder they rushed so quickly. Elric sighed heavily. He smiled defiantly and decided that even if the emperor supported them, wasn't it too impudent to communicate in such a tone? He grinned and said Agas. The inspector was embarrassed and asked again. His eyes immediately filled with blood. He asked how dare the kid. He released a lot of mana and said that they were agents of the Imperial Family Inspection Bureau, such as he should treat them with respect. The boy began to check his nails and asked, and? Now he released much more terrible mana and said that even if they were from the bureau, the leader himself was probably a viscount at most. The agents began to look around in fright. They did not understand where such a terrible power came from. Most of the agents died with headaches. The fact that they are only representatives of the Duke has the right to insult them? Elric looked at them menacingly, and a mana beast appeared above his head. The agent immediately fell to his knees, not understanding how he did it. He looked at the young man and realized that he was on the same level as the magus. He stood up and nodded to the other inspectors. They looked at each other for a few moments. The leader made a decisive nod. He began to take off his mask and asked for forgiveness. He bowed and asked forgiveness for their rudeness. Mephisto smiled contentedly and said that the young man was showing who the boss was. He only succeeded because they took him for some kind of fool, so they would immediately sink their fangs into him. The elder came out of the carriage while his disciple told the inspectors that if they made such a mistake again, he would already talk to the house peer. The leader of the detachment promised to remember this. He angrily stared at the ground, noting that the guy was behaving so impudently. Hiding behind the title of Duke, he asked to consider that they were lucky. A shadow fell on the face of the bewildered agent, who would have thought that someone would dare to disrespect his student. Augustus unleashed a formidable mana. The inspector clutched his heart in pain. He looked at how the arrogant blonde interacted with the master and said to himself that it was very ridiculous. How could he be a disciple of the strongest person? He gritted his teeth and promised himself that when he returned, he would have to change all the agents. Some time passed. The hero created a chair and a table out of mana and sat down with the leader of the inspectors to negotiate. The man looked at the young master and introduced himself as Patran from the 4th Inspection Bureau. The hero carefully examined them and remembered that when there was a war of succession in the palace, they were on the side of the crown prince, so the crown prince was interested in the situation here. Elric used his hand to turn up the heat, and Patran concluded that he was wasting his time and suggested that he get down to business, to which the young man replied that he was still wasting his time. The agent forced a smile and said that they had been secretly collecting the remnants of demons for a long time, and they had recently found an unnamed group. The boy looked at him calmly and asked if it was Grigori's accident, which surprised the inspector. He asked how the gentleman knew. The kid looked menacingly at Patran and asked if the inspection bureau had forgotten what family he came from. The man shivered, gritted his teeth, and said that he was from Merbinger. Elric smiled proudly, the agent calling him the 7 only enemies of the demons. He put his fists together on the table and then suggested that they move on. Out of the totems he listed, they only got 1. Where are the other 8 totems? The guy smiled impudently, pointed at himself with his little finger, and said that they had them, to which Patran said that it was illegal. A drop of sweat rolled down his face as he revealed that according to the 11th point of the 2nd paragraph of the Imperial Law, all items related to demons must be kept by the Imperial family. Elric gave him a fierce look and said the 8th point 1st paragraph, when obtaining permission from the Administrative Bureau, a citizen has the right to store items related to demons for research purposes. He looked at the mage from under his brow and asked how he managed to find the location of the totems. Elric raised one eyebrow and asked, didn't he say he was from the Merbinger family? Patran shouted that such a vague answer was not enough. The hero looked at him angrily and asked if he really wanted him to reveal their family's secrets to the inspection office. Patran clenched his cheekbones. He thought that the hero was a puppy who didn't even know his place, using his decrepit family as an excuse. The young man waved at him, as he decided that he had already said enough, so he had to finish. The agent clenched his fists under the table and thanked him for his cooperation. The carriage with the inspection was already returning to the Empire in a few minutes. Sean went out to his friend and said wow. He smiled and noted that the hero was not a mistake. He was able to withstand even against the all-powerful Inspection Bureau. Hayes clenched her fist proudly and said that Elric was great. If he hadn't dealt with them, she would have smashed their heads. The Beast King looked after the inspectors and said that the Inspection Bureau was very persistent. If they grabbed something, they would not let go. Whether they could really leave everything like that, he replied no. A cheeky smile appeared on his face. He told his friends that, as they know, he does not like to leave everything like this. August proudly nodded to every word of his favorite. He said that he could not let people go so easily. He turned around, all ablaze with confidence. He could not let go of people who were hostile to him for no reason. Night fell. A quiet, cool meadow. Patran bowed at the inspector's feet and said that he was very ashamed and asked for forgiveness. He kept his hand on his chest. He was asked to raise his head. The gentleman activated the ring on his finger. He said that he was not the one who disgraced himself, and he, the crown prince who sat in front of him. A bat hung on a branch nearby. Her eyes were imbued with the mana of the pleased hero who was watching this scene through them. The crown prince sat elegantly on a rock, asking the agent to raise his head. His Majesty looked down and said that it was he, not his subordinate, who had disgraced himself, because he wanted to meet the main character, and it was his envy that blinded him. Patran furrowed his brows, stunned, keeping his hand on his chest. The heir with a calm face added that he had disgraced the bureau because of his incompetence. He jerked his hand, silencing the agent, and continued that everything that had happened before was personal. The member of the bureau sweated when the prince said that their priority was to destroy the remnants of the demons. The guy furrowed his brows and asked if Viscount Garrett was one of Grigori's subordinates. Patran presented the monster figurine and replied that everything pointed to the demons' connection to the totems, and they needed to completely destroy the enemies in order to gain an advantage in the succession war. The prince with a stern expression on his face said that no mistakes should be made. The subordinate lowered his head down and heeded his order. Patran watched as the heir to the throne left. He introduced him along with his ex-fiancée, Isabel, whom he could not forget, but he had no choice. He had to put politics above her. The guy looked to the side and thought that the reason why the heir was hiding his identity was most likely because he wanted to see Elric personally, the one who had saved Isabel. The agent stayed standing in the middle of the forest, thinking that this was supposed to calm his highness down a bit, but in the end, they allowed themselves to be humiliated when they should have destroyed him in the first place. There was a golden light around the air. He is the sun that will guide the empire. The young man gritted his teeth angrily when he introduced the protagonist and decided to get rid of him. The bat was hanging from a tree branch. A crowd of masked people stood in formation. Patran opened his mouth wide and shouted for the inspection bureau to check every corner and pick up every stone. An explosion thundered on the territory of Jarrett. Elric put his hand on his waist and said it was time to get down to business. He jumped forward. His companions followed him, and he thought it was a wise decision to send a familiar to keep an eye on the inspection bureau. He smirked and thought that he was able to get a lot more information than he expected. The protagonist introduced the crown prince and thought that he was hiding among the bureau, and it was interesting. But getting information about the secret hideout of demons is a jackpot. The guy stepped on the ground and decided that the inspection bureau and the Viscount's family should fight until everything in the area was covered in their blood. The protagonist's team stopped in front of a huge house that he planned to loot. He smiled broadly and thought that while the remnants of the demons and the bureau were dealing with each other, he and his comrades would simply take the array and run away. Elric put his hand inside his jacket and thought that his teachers would open the way for them to escape. They put on their masks and headed forward. Fireballs flew from the sky and destroyed structures. The team ran forward, and the protagonist said that the bureau could get there very soon, so they needed to get to the mansion as soon as possible. Sean turned to look at the fleeing man. He then turned his head to the other side and nodded in agreement. The two comrades quickly ran forward. The young man created blue magic in his hand and shouted that they could destroy the wall. Sharp arrows appeared in the air. The weapons rushed to the wall. Then there was a powerful explosion. The knight turned when he heard a loud sound. Elric raised his hands and told his friend to watch carefully. The arrows pierced the bodies of the enemies. The knight furrowed his brows and looked at his ally. Suddenly, a dark red fog appeared. The demon spread its large wings. His eyes shone brightly, and he said that this was the truth. His teachers would protect the residents. The guy's eyes also began to emit red light. The enemy flew forward, shouting that the man must die. Sean and Elric were nearby, and the demon said that for this reason, they could untie their hands. The mage created bright streams of energy using the wind cutter skill. The currents of wind wounded the opponents. Blood spurted from their bodies. Several monsters flew forward, intending to stop the humans. Someone jumped forward. Hayes swung a huge hammer and asked if she should just beat up her enemies. She slammed her weapon into the ground, attacking the demons. Sean was covered in sweat, and his eyes bulged wide. Blood remained on the hammer, and the girl told the main character to leave this place on them. She held the weapon on her shoulder, and added that he should leave faster. The guy immediately ran away. Demons were standing at the huge metal door. The monster opened his mouth wide and loudly warned of danger. He furrowed his brows and thought that even the inspection bureau wouldn't be able to find this place so easily. He crossed his arms and thought that while they were looking for him, the demons would carry away the sacred relics using a secret tunnel. Suddenly, shards of ice appeared, falling down. The monster raised its head in bewilderment. A huge stone fell directly on him. Scarlet blood spurted. The main character stood in the middle of the smoke, saying that he was not so bad. The remaining demons began to tremble with fear, not understanding how the man had managed to find this place. The young man radiated a golden light, saying that he had found a very tasty buffet. The city was blazing with bright flames. Someone slammed his fist on the table in rage. The man was sitting at a table. He was informed that the Bureau's agents had discovered an underground storage facility. The master gritted his teeth and said that only his closest aides knew where it was. Suddenly, his eyes widened and realized that there could be a spy in the mansion. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. The walls turned into fragments. The man was lying on the floor. The young man took a step forward and said that it had been Viscount Garrett from the beginning. He held the sword in his hand, looking down. The demon was holding on to his shoulder, clenching his teeth, his middle name being Kaya. Patran looked to the side and said that he had finally caught the scoundrel after all his cowardly escapes. The monster began to tremble, saying that the young man was calling him a coward after placing a spy in his manor and looting the vault. The agent raised his sword and asked what kind of nonsense the Viscount was talking about. Garrett stretched out his long-nailed hand to the side. He spread his wings and shouted that Patran would tell him everything after he cut off his arms and legs. A red light appeared around the agent who sentenced the traitor to death in the name of the royal family. Suddenly, the demon rushed forward. The guy gritted his teeth and prepared to attack. The enemies jumped towards each other. An explosion thundered from their collision. The girl and the guy turned around at the loud sound. Sean clenched his fists and said that it was probably the main character who had arranged something again. Hayes was covered in sweat when she heard someone call out to her. Elric ran quickly toward her. He opened his eyes wide and shouted that the time had come. His sister raised her gun, and Sean asked how he could laugh in such a situation. Hayes spun the object above her. She opened her eyes wide and let out a battle cry. Then she let go of the hammer, and the weapon struck each pillar. The demons ran away, shouting that the mansion was collapsing. The three kidnappers quickly ran forward. The main character clenched his hands into a fist, hurrying to the house. Teachers were waiting for them at the entrance. The old man put his hands behind his back and said that a disciple shouldn't ask his teachers for something like that. He began to climb the stairs and asked what to do now that all the residents had already been evacuated. The young man put his hand on the doorframe and asked what else they could do. There was a blue sky over the ruined city. The agent gritted his teeth in rage and thought that he knew that this crazy demon Garrett was capable of mass murder. There were deep cracks in the floor, and the young man thought that he hadn't expected that he would train accomplices outside the territory after all. He looked to the side as his colleague shouted that they had found the vault he was talking about. The guy walked over to the mechanism and thought that things had become a little complicated due to the collapse of the mansion. But his mission was to find evidence of the existence of demons and provide them to the Lord. Patran imagined himself bowing to the crown prince and thought that he should help him become the next king and restore justice, and then maybe he could even become the head of the bureau. The agent looked to the side and thought that if he could leave fake evidence indicating that Elric was connected to demons, it would put an end to his entire family. He smiled madly and giggled. Suddenly, the guy turned around when his ally pointed his finger at something. There was a depression and cracks on the ground. The storage was empty. Patran opened his mouth wide and asked loudly when the demons had managed to take everything. He imagined Garrett gritting his teeth. The young man furrowed his brows and said that it was nonsense, because the Viscount could not have known about their attack, and he was even sure that this bureau had sent spies to him. Suddenly, his eyes widened with shock. He was surrounded by other workers, and he said it made sense, and there was a spy demon in the surveillance agency. The main character laughed loudly. They were sitting on a red sofa, and the young man explained that he had imagined how surprised these fools from the bureau would be when they saw an empty vault. The old man looked at him and replied that these scoundrels had contacted the wrong people. Mephistopheles crossed his arms and snorted in displeasure, and the protagonist asked if he was still offended. He closed his eyes and reminded him that he had absorbed the magic as promised, and called the Demon King Limited. The undead gritted his teeth in rage and trembled when his master said that they would be in the black if he told more about his seal right away. The young man was holding many artifacts in his hands. The enemies were covered in an icy crust as Elric happily hummed a song to himself. He turned around and sighed heavily as Mephistopheles warned that they wouldn't have any more deals if he tricked him again. Then the guy picked up the objects with the help of magic. He threw his hand up sharply. A red light appeared around him as he used his absorption skill. The demon began to cry, saying that it had been a long time since he had eaten such a yummy. Suddenly, his face turned angry, and he asked why there was so little food, to which the young man replied that if he wanted to get something, he had to give something in return. Elric smirked and demanded that the Demon King give him the true name of the seal, otherwise he would not receive anything else. Mephistopheles wrinkled his face with anger. He clenched his hands into fists, insulting the guy who thought it was a good deal, but in fact blackmail. He raised his hand and thought that in order to use the seal, one must have sufficient qualifications, and in order to obtain it, one must understand the basics of the seal. A bright pattern appeared on the skin, and the protagonist thought that in order to understand the power of original sin, he needed to get a seal of the same type, but at a lower level. But the problem was that Mephistopheles did not know anything. Suddenly he knitted his brows. The guy turned his head sharply to the window, from which the smoke was coming out. Someone was walking on the ground, radiating this dark energy. A carriage was standing in the distance. The demon opened his mouth and sighed. Then, his eyes shone brightly and he said that he had finally found the thieves. Someone was running quickly through the forest. The Viscount gritted his teeth, thinking angrily of the inspection office and of Patran. He pushed off the ground and decided that he would not give up so easily. Garrett then flew up and thought that the totem they had taken was emanating a smell that only he could smell. A purple mist could be seen. The man decided that when he absorbed the totem and strengthened the seal, he would tear each of the enemies to pieces. His eyes emitted a red glow. The old man looked to the side and assumed that someone had seriously angered the demon since he was walking around like this in broad daylight. Hayes bowed and said that she would go and check it out, but August asked her to sit down, because there was no reason for her to interfere with this. The girl looked to the side and asked what he meant, because the person who sent the invitation must meet the guests. Elric looked at the figurine with a smile, saying that he was the one who called the demon here because he still needed to take something from him. The guy's sister turned around abruptly and asked if he needed a seal. The main character smiled and replied that it would be ugly of him to refuse the finished dish. There was a carriage near the trees, which had no guards. The Viscount sneered and thought that he would definitely get the totem back. The protagonist was wearing a mask, asking if Garrett had come for the item. The demon was emitting dark energy. He asked who was standing in front of him. The guy touched his mask. He grinned, closing his eyes. The black mask remained in his hand. The enemy frowned tensely and said that it was impossible. He clenched his teeth tightly. A huge monster appeared behind him, and he shouted that Elric had tricked him. Then the Viscount rushed forward, shouting that he would tear the young man to pieces. Mephistopheles was behind Elric, asking if the guy planned to provoke the opponent like this, because he was still strong even without one arm. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was going to kill the guy. The main character managed to dodge his attack and said that he just wanted to see what the Viscount was capable of. The young man jumped back as Garrett tried to attack him again. Then he dropped to one knee. A golden light appeared around him as he said that he had decided to destroy all the demons last time. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. There were blue patterns. There were large crystals above him. He used the piercing skill. The stones rushed towards the enemy as he raised his hand. These crystals were reflected in the demon's red eyes. He concentrated the demonic energy in his hand. The man cracked the stone and asked loudly if the young man thought that his pathetic magic would be able to stop him. Hair hid Elric's face as Garrett screamed in rage. The man and the demon were opposite each other, and the enemy shouted that the protagonist was finished. Their fists, radiating energy, touched. After that, a powerful explosion occurred. The man clung to the ground with his hand, asking where this guy had such strength. The main character stood in the middle of gray smoke. He looked at his hand and thought that it was dangerous. There was a pungent purple slime on his skin, the enemy's venom entering through the pores. The young man closed his eyes and assumed that this was the power of the seal. He decided to freeze it for now, but this was only a temporary measure. The Viscount smirked and thought that the man had made a good decision. Streams of demonic energy appeared. The demon opened his mouth wide and asked how Elric felt about it. He flapped his wings and shouted that he would see if the magus could freeze his poisonous wind. The space was filled with violet light. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that the poison was penetrating his entire body. But he couldn't just freeze it. His green eyes stared straight ahead, and he realized that there was still something he could do. The young man stretched his arms to the sides, creating a frost whirlwind around him. He stretched his arms forward and activated the eradication skill, deciding to redirect the poisonous wind back. The blue and violet light mixed together. The enemy soared in the sky, shouting that it was a very stupid decision because his abilities did not affect him. Suddenly Garrett knitted his brows, stunned. The protagonist disappeared. However, in fact, he was already behind the enemy's back. The demon looked away. His body was chained when the guy used the gripping technique. The man arched his eyebrows and asked the mage to stop. Elric had already waved his hand, saying that it would be boring to end up like this. He pressed his hand to the man's chest and thought that he hadn't used it in a long time. A block of ice struck Garrett. He fell to his knees with a loud thud. The enemy wrinkled his nose as he asked how a person could use the strength of the Ice Mountain King. The mage put his hand on the villain's head. His eyes lit up, and he replied that the demon didn't need to know that. The Viscount's mouth opened wide in pain as Elric used his absorption skill. The enemy fell to the ground. The main character furrowed his brows and sighed. Mephistopheles crossed his arms and thought about what the guy had said in front of him, that he wanted to destroy all demons. He smirked and thought that for now, there was nothing left to do but work together. But one day they would become enemies who would really have to fight. The Demon King smiled contentedly and thought that this was exactly what he had expected. The mage looked at the defeated enemy. He furrowed his brows sharply. Suddenly Elric fell to his knees and clutched his chest. Hayes and August quickly ran towards him, and the young man thought that too much poison had accumulated in his body. The old man put his hand on the student's back and began to heal him. The girl held her brother's hand, and he said that now he felt better. The protagonist raised his fist and asked if demons were always so powerful. Augustus raised his hand and replied that it was true, but that Garrett was weak. The Viscount's mouth was open as the old man said that if his body hadn't been damaged before they met, the protagonist would have lost. The magus looked at the tutor standing next to him. He smiled and replied that even then, he would be able to win. August was covered with sweat and thought that the young man's self-confidence knew no bounds. As Elric stretched, his mentor thought that they would definitely defeat this demon, no matter how deplorable the guy himself was. Under the man's nose was a long mustache. The mage furrowed his brows as he furiously said that such vanity would lead him to his grave someday, and he needed to learn to restrain himself. The protagonist said with a smirk that the teacher's words did not match his facial expression. August's cheeks flushed, and he laughed contentedly. There was a full moon over the trees. Two people stood in the middle of the destroyed buildings, saying that they needed to find traces of the presence of someone else. The masked guy raised his hand and said that they had been prowling here for days, but they had not found anything. But an order was an order. Suddenly, he received a strong blow to the chest. Blood gushed out of his body. His companion's eyes widened. Behind them stood a stranger with red eyes. The agent was covered in sweat when the killer asked what had happened here. He took a cautious step forward and asked who he was. Suddenly the scoundrel grabbed him by the face. The guy was lifted into the air, kicking his legs and screaming. A symbol shone on the man's hand, and he said that he would see everything for himself. The demon held the agent in the air using an assimilation technique. The young man's body darkened and began to evaporate. Dark energy came out of the villain's hand. He closed his eyes and concluded that Garrett had lost. He imagined the Viscount holding on to his shoulder and said that there was a third person involved, who was neither a demon nor a subordinate of the Inspection Bureau. The man imagined the agent staring at the empty vault. He then imagined the Crown Prince walking away. The demon smiled broadly and said that this was a very unexpected surprise. Red sparks appeared in his eyes as he said that His Majesty was involved. There were many people in front of the huge statue. Some of them were sitting on their knees. The prince put his hands behind his back and told his subordinate to remember the wounds he received today forever and think carefully about where exactly he made a mistake. Patran hit his head on the floor and replied that he would certainly do it. The heir looked down and concluded that the plan to crush that had been prepared for years had failed. The agent did not raise his head, saying that, according to the report, Garrett was not the only follower of Grigori, but the workers were able to obtain information about the headquarters. A red puddle spread under the young man, and the prince replied that in this case the plan was not completely defeated, to which Patran replied that the operation on the Viscount's territory was an unforgivable mistake. His Majesty turned away and told his subordinate to clean up here and head to the meeting place. Suddenly he widened his eyes sharply and froze. A purple mist appeared, and someone shouted that they had been attacked by demons. The agent jumped up and shouted for everyone to get into line. His colleagues began to attack the enemies. The young man swung his sword and shouted for these idiots to protect the Crown Prince. A black beam of energy rushed forward. The guy furrowed his brows and turned around. He stopped the attack with the blade of his sword. The enemy stood in front of him, saying that it was not bad. The demon flew into the air, and the agent asked how he dared. The opponent raised one finger and smiled. Next to Patran stood the Crown Prince. The monsters turned. They all rushed to His Majesty. Patran furrowed his brows and said that he would stop the scoundrel, and the others should take His Highness to safety. His weapon began to radiate radiance, and he added that he would immediately execute the traitor who dared to attack the Crown Prince of this empire. The demon sneered and asked if they were starting. He called the guy quite appetizing. The agent and the villain jumped towards each other. Then there was a blinding explosion. Demons were flying in the air. The prince looked away as the enemies said that they would bring the prince's head to the messenger and receive the seal. The agent ran towards the monster, shouting that they had no right to insult the future son of the empire. Blood gushed in the air. The prince and his protector shuddered in fear. The opponent waved his hand and shouted that the seal would still belong to him. The heir opened his mouth in fright. Suddenly, someone grinned and asked who dared to stand in the lion's way. Beams of blue magic pierced the demons' bodies. A bright whirlwind of light was killing them. The symbol of a lion was visible on the flag. The demon was holding someone's hand, saying that they were lucky. The agent clenched his hand into a fist when he saw the blue lions. The guild arrived on horseback. The commander looked to the side and ordered the soldiers to destroy their enemies. The two knights attacked the demons at the same time. The Crown Prince stood behind the defenders, watching the battle intently. Among the blue lions was Isabel. There were several white stars in the sky. The two formations stood opposite each other. Patran bowed and reported that although they had destroyed most of the demons that had appeared thanks to the blue lions, they had not been able to kill their leader. The prince closed his eyes and expressed his gratitude. The commander bowed and said that he was glad that the air was all right, and that the subject of the empire was obliged to escort a member of the imperial family to the palace. The young man stood in front of him, saying that he could walk. The man furrowed his brows as the crown prince asked where he was going. He replied with a smile that he was looking for Elric. His highness looked away. Isabel's cheeks were red, and there was a slight smile on her lips. The guy turned away and said goodbye to them. His eyes turned red with anger at the main character. The carriage drove through a snow-covered forest. The protagonist looked away. They arrived at the Great Wall, which turned out to be even higher than expected. He furrowed his brows and thought that the flower temple was located somewhere behind the Great Wall. There were 4 guards standing at the door. The man raised his hand when Carl said that they wanted to cross the border. The guard furrowed his brows and replied that it was impossible. The mage furrowed his brows and looked away. He got out of the carriage and asked if something had happened behind the wall. The guard introduced the monsters and said that they had suddenly gone into a rage and inexplicable anomalies had begun to appear, so the entire border guard was on alert. Above the wall, there was an ominous energy that the guy had already managed to feel. He chuckled and thought that it wouldn't make him back down anyway. Elric looked at the coachman and asked him to give the guards permission. Carl reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. Then he stood on the ground and walked towards the man with the bundle in his hands. He handed the document to the guard. The man covered himself with sweat and unwrapped the bundle. He then opened his mouth wide in surprise when he saw the protagonist's name there. Then he returned the document to the coachman and apologized for not letting such respected people in, and also explained that he would make an exception for them. The protagonist approached the guard, who asked him to immediately go to the highest watchtower they could find in case of danger. A man with a serious face said that in case of danger they would not be sent help. He furrowed his brows and added that it would make it easier for them to find their corpses. The mage was tensely covered in sweat. The long monster screamed loudly. Elric stood before the monster. The snake closed its mouth and rushed towards him. The guy raised his hand using magic. He then jumped high into the air, and a block of ice fell on the enemy's body. The young man gritted his teeth and said that there was no end to these sandworms. The monster opened its mouth wide, standing behind the protagonist. He furrowed his brows and looked away. The magus then jumped upstairs and thought that after the previous fight with the demon, he realized that he would not be able to fully use the power he had gained. Elric stretched out his hand and thought that if he got his hands on more seals, his mana would be the limiting factor, and he wouldn't be able to use them to their full potential. Suddenly, the monster screamed loudly, blood gushing out of its body. The enemy then fell to the ground, creating a shockwave. The protagonist got down on one knee and decided that he had to create a new type of magic that belonged only to him. He furrowed his brows and thought that he must become so strong that no one would dare to look down on him. Someone came up to him from behind and asked if he was done. Sean wrapped himself in his cloak, shouting in displeasure that it was very cold here, even though he had already enveloped his entire body in mana. Elric turned around and thought that it must be as hot as the desert, but it was winter, and it might be due to anomalies. There was fog on the black ground. There were traces of blood on the ground. The ground here is black all year round, rotten from poison. The monster was dead. There are so many of these monsters here that even the Empire has given up its futile attempts to conquer this place. Someone brought his hand to the mage's shoulder. Sean put his hand on it and asked if he was sure that the flower temple was really somewhere in this forgotten place. The young man imagined the entrance to the garden and said that in fairy tales this temple is described as a peaceful place where flower gods and people live together. Elric threw off his friend's hand and replied that he had been able to verify the existence of this temple from manuscripts that had been handed down to him and the imperial families. He introduced the beastmen who were guarding the temple and said that they needed to find them to be sure. The magician put his hand on his chest and convinced them that everything would be fine because they would find a way to defeat this race. The old man stroked his beard and replied that he was looking forward to it. August raised his hand and asked how the young man was going to find them in such a huge area, and the main character honestly replied that he did not know it yet. Mephistopheles crossed his arms when Hayes asked if there were any maps or signs, since they wouldn't be able to search everything. The demon furrowed his brows and reported that the ice crystal had begun to shine. The protagonist slipped his hand under his cape. He took out the blue stone, not understanding why this was happening. Suddenly the object flew into the air. The crystal began to shine even brighter. Elric furrowed his brows and realized that the artifact was showing them the way. He smirked and said that now they knew where to go. The moon shone in the dark forest. The carriage drove along the path. The young man looked to the side and asked Carl to stop. He looked at the rock and said that it stopped shining as soon as they entered the forest, so they should look around. Bare branches of trees could be seen. There was a yellow light in the distance. The team walked along the trail. Sean covered himself with sweat and asked if there was anything he could go on, because he couldn't see anything. The man furrowed his brows and added that he was looking at the forest from above through his familiar, but he couldn't see anything either. The main character looked at the crystal, then he clutched it in his hand. He turned away and invited his comrades to return to the carriage so that the stone would show them the way again. They suddenly turned around when they heard a loud scream. Sean and Elric nodded silently to each other. Then, they quickly ran forward. 2 comrades were running through the forest. The mage furrowed his brows and shouted that there was something there. They hid behind the trees. The beastman girl sat on the ground and trembled. Mephistopheles called her the cat girl with a smile. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. Other animals jumped on the captive. She closed her eyes and screamed loudly, asking for help. Suddenly her face lit up blue. She looked up in bewilderment. The monsters were trapped in the ice. The young man snapped his fingers. The ice destroyed the enemies. Elric approached the stranger and asked if she was okay. He winked and asked if she was surprised. The demon laughed and called him a disgusting actor, but the guy ignored him and offered to treat the girl. He came closer to her and asked if she could get up. Beastman suddenly furrowed her brows. She pulled her hand away and screamed that she needed help from a person. Suddenly, 2 of her allies jumped from above. The spearmen surrounded the protagonist's team. The stranger gritted her teeth and shouted that stupid people should give up immediately, or they would die as soon as she counted to 3. The warrior was ready to shoot an arrow. The girl began to count. The spearmen threatened with weapons. Hayes sweated, trying to figure out what her brother was up to. The young man smiled slyly. He raised his hands and announced that he was surrendering. His comrades closed their eyes and shook their heads at the same time. Elric closed his eyes and smiled. The demon king smirked and thought that this guy was full of surprises. Some time ago, the main character and his friend were hiding behind trees. The captive was sitting on the ground. The mage noted with a grin that this was an obvious and banal bait. He turned around and said that there were beastman warriors nearby, and August asked what he would do. The guy smirked and replied that they would play by their rules. Elric furrowed his brows and added that they would allow their enemies to lead them to their lair. The carriage was traveling through Entramoth, the kingdom of the beastmen. That girl was walking in front of the horses. Inside sat the protagonist's allies. The demon crossed his arms and asked if it was necessary to bring it to this. The magician was smirking, although his hands were handcuffed. He looked away, and Mephistopheles said that humans had stolen the lands of this race and pushed them away, and the anger passed down from generation to generation was not so easily subsided. Elric narrowed his eyes. The carriage stopped. Someone took a step to the side. Irina furrowed her brows and introduced herself as the head of the Beastman Kingdom's guard. The members of the mage's team looked at her through the bars as she said that if they cared about their lives, she advised them to observe the rules of decency. The guy stared at her. There was a night sky over the kingdom, and the girl said that they would be interrogated by the king himself. Irina stood in front of the crowd. The prisoners obediently followed her. Mephistopheles furrowed his brows and said that the main character must be up to something, otherwise what was the point of showing up in the heart of an enemy country? To which the young man replied that the beastmen would not refuse his request. The inhabitants of this country stood in 2 rows. The captives walked past them, and the mage added that the reason was that he had the power they had been waiting for centuries. He smiled slyly and explained that he was talking about the art of body development. He then said with a serious face that the Tiger clan had ruled for generations, but they were no more. However, a long-lost art that had once demonstrated the king's authority appeared. Elric's face was angry, and the demon king remarked that he was glad to be able to sell something like this for a good price. Irina dropped to one knee and put her hand on her chest. She furrowed her brows and informed the great beastman king that she had brought the trespassers. The head sat on the throne, saying that it was a great job. He had a beast's paw and asked what was the reason for the people to enter their territory. He showed his fangs and said that if the scoundrels dared to lie, they would not come out of here alive. The magus stared at the beastman ruler dumbfounded. The little boy had tiger ears, and Elric was shocked by his age. Hayes blushed and sweated, thinking about how the king was cute. Mephistopheles raised his fist to his face and said that the protagonist's plan had cracked. The mage took a step forward and decided that he still needed to at least try, and if it didn't work, then they would just run away. The main character stood closer and asked if he was a king. The subordinate raised his fist and shouted loudly that he didn't dare to ask such a question from their great ruler. The young man scratched his finger in his ear and told him to shut up, calling him an old man. The boy's eyes shone brightly, and he angrily ordered the man to be quiet. The subordinate gritted his teeth furiously, and the guy looked at him with a smirk. The king furrowed his brows and asked if the stranger had anything to say. Elric smiled contentedly, and thought that now he could see that this young man had tiger's blood in his veins, and it would be easy to convince him. He asked with a smile if the ruler had heard of the art of body development. The young man sweated in surprise. Elric held up one finger and asked how much the tiger was willing to pay for it. The subordinates immediately went out of line and began to shout in indignation. The boy raised his paw and asked them to calm down. The main character tore the handcuffs and said that they are all very noisy here. The beastmen drew their swords and stood in front of the ruler, shouting that the culprit had been freed from his shackles. The protagonist's team was surrounded. The shackles fell to the floor. The old man rubbed his wrist and asked if the apprentice needed help, but the apprentice replied that he could do it. The magician began to radiate a golden glow, saying that he had to show himself in action in order to finally be believed. The enemies rushed to him, and Hayes said that she would kill her brother if he laid a finger on that cute tiger cub. The enemy was approaching the mage. The main character raised his hand and smirked. He quickly ran forward. The beastman and the young man found themselves in front of each other. Elric gritted his teeth and swung for a blow. Red streaks appeared in the air as he used the body cultivation art, the ferocious tiger phenomenon. The man opened his mouth in shock that the man knew about this technique. The guards nodded as they were ordered to take on their beast forms immediately. One of them turned into a predator. His clothes began to crack and tear. The huge wolf stared furiously at the enemies. The beast opened its mouth wide and shouted that it was time for them to attack. The predators ran to the main character. He clenched his hand into a fist and furrowed his brows. Then he took a step to the side. The mage swept the enemies down with a tiger blow. The man staggered in fear as the wolf fell to the floor in front of him. He began to tremble, his mouth wide open in terror. A beast appeared behind the guy as he used the black tiger hunting technique. A huge paw pinned his opponent to the floor. Irina gritted her teeth and trembled, looking at what was happening. She rushed forward, but the king ordered it to stop. The blade of her sword stopped right at the neck of the young man, who was smiling contentedly. The head of the guard turned around, stunned. The boy stood up, glaring angrily at his subordinates. Elric lowered his weapon. His eyes lit up, and he asked if this demonstration was convincing enough. The little tiger furrowed his brows as he looked at him. Everyone in the throne room froze. The king, gritting his teeth, asked where he got the art of developing the body, even if they did not have it. The wind in the hall raged. The protagonist, smiling, said that it was magic. The monarch raised an eyebrow and was puzzled. The young mana, releasing mana from his hand, said that magic passes through everything that exists in this world. It reveals the secrets of nature and harmoniously merges with its principles. The king raised his head and asked if he meant that the art of developing the body had been restored through magic. The guy, closing his eyes, replied that everything was exactly like that. Flashes of mana flew towards the king. The monarch's mouth dropped open in amazement. Mephistopheles crossed his arms over his chest and told Elric that he was deceiving people again. Elric replied that the beastmen didn't know much about it anyway, and if you presented something unknown in a beautiful package and with a bit of mystery, it would definitely be interesting. At this moment, not only the monarch, but even the old people who had learned from experience, having gathered themselves, were ready to believe in everything that was said. Grinning, the demon said that they were too naive. The guy agreed, adding that therefore it was easy to control them. The protagonist bowed to the king. With an elegant bow, he said that the art of body cultivation was the most precious secret of the royal family, and even if it was obtained through magic, the true power of technology should be in the hands of the one who rightfully belonged. The tiger smiled and nodded. Spreading his arms to his sides, the young man said that thanks to the deal they made, the ruling dynasty of beastmen would regain power. A man suddenly appeared and interrupted the young man. The prime minister, after entering the throne room, said that he just wanted to sell them the art of body cultivation at a high price. Elric frowned, realizing that the old man had grasped his motives at once. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that he only wanted information in exchange. He would like to know the way to the flower temple. The old man frowned. The nobles looked at each other, not understanding why a person would go to that place. The old man, passing by the guy, said that the conditions were clear to him, but they needed to discuss everything before making a decision, without strangers. Glancing at the head of the guard, he ordered the guests to be escorted to the palace of Entramoth. The girl bowed, accepting the order. Elric turned around as he left, mentally noting that everything was under control before the old man appeared. Mephistopheles gritted his teeth, angry. He could clearly feel the aura of darkness around Norris. The demon could clearly see the black eyes and red badge of the duke, who was exactly the same demon. The aristocrat standing in front of the monarch argued. The young man, clenching his fist, said that they should agree, because this was a chance to restore the former greatness of the tiger clan. The mouse nobleman shouted, claiming that now the Furies were a greater threat to them than humans. If they brought back the Tiger King's technique, the Furies wouldn't even dare to squeak. The man stepped forward, agreeing with them. He became the leader of the nobles, declaring that the art of body development was a symbol that united the many races of beastmen into a single nation, thanks to which they could get rid of the unacceptable attitude of the Furies and the rejection of the Tiger King. The monarch nodded, agreeing with them. Norris, frowning, said that this should not be done. The man turned to him, stating that if they lost the symbol of the royal family, it would make the situation worse. Suddenly, an invisible pressure burst out of the old man's body. As the aristocrat trembled, Norris said that he understood how important the art of body development was. He narrowed his eyes. Glancing at the aristocrat, the old man shouted, reminding them that they shouldn't forget the reason why they, the beast men, were in these cursed lands, constantly undergoing suffering. Many nobles closed their eyes and looked away when the duke said that people had made many promises to them, used them, and then stabbed them in the back. The monarch on the throne tensed as Norris stated that if he agreed to the deal, they would once again become human playthings, and the nightmares would resume with even greater intensity. Frowning, the old man said that they should refuse this offer. The king knitted his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. The nobleman, standing behind the king, said that they should not miss such an opportunity. The monarch, raising his head, pondered. Looking at his father's statue, he remembered how he had asked him to revive the royal line. The monarch turned around and said that they couldn't make an exchange because of Norris. He certainly had good reasons for refusing. The aristocrat raised his hand and said that the prime minister was indeed wise when it came to governing the kingdom. He was even nicknamed the Black Sage, but he was no longer young, and his decisions had become controversial. The tiger, releasing his aura, ordered the man to watch his words, noting that the prime minister had devoted himself to serving the country after the death of the previous ruler, and he had no intention of questioning his decisions. The aristocrat bowed, begging the king's forgiveness. The monarch was left alone in the middle of the hall. Events take us to the Entramofa Palace. Norris walked down the hallway. Carl opened the door for him. The protagonist, sitting in a chair, asked the guest what brought him to him. The old man stood in front of the guy. Moving his lips, he said that he had come to make a deal. The young man, pointing to a chair, invited him to sit down. As Norris sat down, Elric said that apparently everyone had decided to agree. But how would they pay? Raising his hand, the Duke said that he would tell him the way to the Flower Temple. The young man gave a thumbs up and pointed out that this was to be expected, but the art of body cultivation was somewhat more expensive. Suddenly, the Prime Minister grinned, saying that he would sell it to him. As he lay down on the table, Elric said that there should be no one now. After thinking about it, he told the teacher opposite that they, being serious, thought that one with the art of body cultivation could take the throne, and the Prime Minister and the others were repeating the same thing. The old man thought about it, and said that he had heard that the Tiger King clan had been destroyed, but he didn't expect that the situation was so bad, so who would he sell the technique to in the end? Stretching out his finger, the protagonist said that the minister offered more than others. Elric wrapped his hand in mana. Controlling the mana flow in the room, he said that there was already a whole queue of people lining up for the skill, and the price was constantly rising. He was interested in what the royal family had to offer. Soon the king entered the study. His pupils glowed, and he exuded an eerie aura. Mephistopheles, with his arms crossed over his chest, said that the king's power appeared to be below the plinth. If they were his subjects, he would have torn everyone's heads off long ago. The monarch angrily asked how the prime minister could do this. The protagonist, approaching him, said that he had already warned him. Smiling, he added that it would definitely be interesting. Hayes approached the boy and asked if it was necessary to speak in such a tone. Elric turned his gaze sharply to his sister and said that politicians were not toys. After all, she herself knows that it does not matter how plausible the reason or the influence is. The girl shuddered. Frowning, the young man said that without support, it was all just empty words. Hayes was stunned as she stared at her brother. Although they were called a great magical family, and once people knelt before them, having lost support, they found themselves on the street, beggar children. As soon as they lost power, vassals, nobles, the imperial family, and even the magic tower turned their backs on them. Then Elric cried, roared in pain and grief. However, as soon as he grew up and returned to the city, he was nicknamed a hero. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. All his classmates smiled at him and rejoiced. Now everyone who despised him and called him a disgrace to the family immediately began to say the opposite. Standing in front of the boy, Elric said that the world was ruled by power, so he should grow claws. The tiger pursed his lips. He raised his head, asking what he meant. The young man, getting down on one knee, said that he should become stronger in secret, so that no one would know, and when the claws grew back, he should use them to get what he wanted. Smiling, Elric added that he would help him with this. The monarch's mouth dropped open in amazement. Mephistopheles, appearing next to the guy, said that this tiger cub looked like he was about to sell his soul. The young man, smiling, said that this was how it should be. The demon chuckled, asking if he understood that this was spurring the king into battle. Frowning sharply, Mephistopheles said that even if he solved his problems now, the boy would eventually have to do everything on his own. It is unlikely that he will become as great as his ancestors. The monarch, who stood in front of the young man, asked him if he knew about the Tiger King Julia. The protagonist flinched, asking if he was talking about the same thing that led the beast men to the top. Frowning, the king said that he was offering him King Yule's treasures and the results of research that had been carried out in an attempt to restore the art of body development. However, the gates of the Flower Temple were closed because of the Eastern General. Elric's mouth dropped open in shock. Stretching out his hand, the monarch said that if the young man wanted to get there, his help would be needed, and he would personally take him there. Releasing his aura, the king added that he should impart the art of body cultivation. The young man shook hands with the tiger, agreeing to the condition. Getting up, he said that they should sit down now and discuss the details. The monarch, following the man, tried to understand whether he was making the right choice, but remembering that he was a king, he threw away all doubts. Suddenly, his body fell forward. Hayes grabbed the boy. Turning around, the tiger cub said that he had accidentally tripped over his own leg. Suddenly, the girl hugged him, stroking his head, and said that she could cry if she wanted. Hayes closed her eyes and said that she didn't need to keep it to herself. You should laugh when you want to laugh, and cry when you want to cry. The monarch's eyes widened in shock. He hugged the girl. Valence remembered his mother's smile, and tears poured from his eyes. His hand trembled, and the boy burst into tears. The protagonist, smiling, said that not so long ago there was a king in front of them, and now he was just a crying child. Mephistopheles agreed, noting that the crown was too heavy for such a young man. The guy coughed into his fist. Sitting beside Augustus, Elric told the king that he had mentioned that he would personally take him to the temple. Did he mean that he would have to leave Antrim off? The king did not listen to him, enjoying Hayes' caress. The young man, throwing up his hand, asked if they should go now, since they did not know what the prime minister and the rest of the officials would do. It is necessary to urgently gather the guard and leave the palace as soon as possible. Opening his eyes, the king said that the guards could not be taken. Irene, being the head of the royal guard, was the adopted daughter of Norris. The protagonist, frowning, asked if this meant that the duke already knew where he was. The king, parting his lips, said that they had probably already guessed everything. Sean abruptly opened the doors, saying that the beast men were gathering outside. The young man rubbed his chin, realizing that it would be problematic to leave unnoticed in such a situation. His eyes widened, and he realized that there was no need for them to leave. He looked at old Augustus, then on the former head of the Revolutionary Army and on Sean. The last thing he looked at was the monarch and his sister, mentally saying that together he could just calmly neutralize everyone and leave through the main gate. The guy clapped his hands. He grinned. Suddenly, the building trembled, and an alarm sounded. The monarch jumped up, saying that they had been attacked. He went to the window, not believing that the Furies had invaded them. When the king opened the window, Elric thought that the Furies were a tribe of beastmen who did not have a good relationship with Entramoth, and if they invaded, Valence would not want to leave. The king clenched his teeth. Suddenly, explosions began to thunder in the city. The tiger's pupil dilated. Pointing to two approaching people, he said that the enemy was coming towards them. Elric freed the mana from his body and ordered them to prepare for battle. The lady parted her lips and called out to the mage. The protagonist, mouth agape at the sight of the guest, raised his hand, ordering everyone to stop. The couple crossed the threshold of the room. Sean, who was standing behind, shuddered. Isabel, accompanied by her father, entered the room. Elric, staring at the guests, tried to understand what they were doing there. Mephistopheles began to fly around the man. Pointing to Herman, he asked what kind of monster it was. The protagonist bowed to the head of the Val clan, saying that it was an honor for him to meet him. The Blue Lion bowed, saying that he was just an ordinary warrior who had been given the title of Count, and there was no need for officialdom. Throwing up his hand, the guy said that in this case they should go inside. Isabel led her father, telling him to go down more slowly. Elric stopped and asked the girl how they knew he was there. The man, frowning, said that he wanted to personally thank the one who saved his daughter and helped heal the disease. He stepped forward, standing in front of the young duke, and said that he had gone to the capital to do so, only to find that he had already left it. The young man, scratching his head, said that they should have told him where to find him. Apparently, they missed each other. Herman grinned, saying that they should have sent a letter in advance and warned them of their arrival. The mistake was that they wanted to make a surprise, which is why they went in search without sending a message. The man turned his head, saying that there were many familiar faces here. Looking at Hayes, Herman said that he didn't expect even the Grey Lion's hunting dog to be here. The girl, parting her lips, said that she had already told him several times that she was not anyone's dog. The protagonist turned around and asked if he knew his sister. Herman was surprised to learn that she was his relative. Rubbing his chin, he said that he had a bad acquaintance. When he met him, he also noticed his sister somewhere nearby. The man looked away. Looking at the old man standing in the middle of the group, he said that it was not often that you could see an old eccentric of the Newister family. Opening his eyes, Augustus asked if he had not asked him not to call him that. Closing his eyes, Herman asked what else he could call the old monster if not an old eccentric. Two powerful people stood in front of each other. Elric held out his hand, knowing that this could escalate into a fight. Suddenly, the two strongest shook hands. Herman, smiling, said that the squad consisted of incredible personalities. The man turned away when the Blue Lion said that there was both the former head of the Revolutionary Army and the Beast Man. The protagonist, standing in front of the monarch, said that they all needed to calm down. Herman narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that this was why he wanted Elric. This is due to the fact that those who gather talented personalities on their side, like those who are now in the room, always reach great heights. Glancing at Isabel, the man thought that it was a good idea to ignore the hated crown prince and go here. Elric parted his lips and asked how they got there. The girl lowered her eyelids and said that they had heard that they had crossed the wall, so they followed, and the knight sent into the forest to reconnoiter them said that they had been taken prisoner, so they hurried to help. Pointing to the fires outside, she said that their men had made a fuss and now was the perfect moment to escape. The city was burning. The monarch frowned at Elric. The latter, turning around, said that this was not an invasion of the Furies. He abruptly got down on one knee. Putting his hand to his chest, the young man asked the king if he wanted to leave this place. The king moved his lips and said that he wanted to leave, but if he left the kingdom in such a difficult time, then his subjects would call him a traitor, and the country would plunge into chaos. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder. He chuckled, saying that he shouldn't worry about it, because he had just come up with the perfect solution. The city continued to burn. Irina stepped into the clearing. She and the members of her guard were wary. The boy, frowning, asked the captain if they should have defended the city, to which she replied that their first task would be to save his majesty. Pointing to the palace, she said that their king was now in the hands of vile people. Parting her lips, she said that they needed to wait until the monarch was safe. Irina, abruptly releasing her aura, said that they would kill all the people. Soon the group came to the square. The girl waved her hand. Frowning, she asked where the king was. Sean smiled nervously. The lady unleashed her aura and asked if they wanted a fight. The members of the guard took on their bestial forms. Irina put the sword to the boy's throat. Parting her lips, she said that she had no idea what they wanted to do, but if they didn't bring the king back, they would die. Suddenly, a man standing on the roof shouted to stop the squabble. The protagonist, holding the king, said that if anyone moved, their precious monarch would die immediately. The members of the guard began to look at each other and curse, telling the guy to get his dirty hands away from their king. Valence asked if this method would work, to which Elric chuckled and said that when a man skilled in the art of body development kidnapped a ruler, no one would dare to act rashly. His lips stretched into a grin. Norris put his hands behind his back. The protagonist waved his hand. Forming a creature out of mana, he ordered the guards to part if they wanted their king to live. Irina trembled with anger. Norris walked over to her and whispered something in her ear. She clenched her fist until it crunched. The guardsmen immediately parted. Sean and his group were wary as they walked past the guardsmen. The members of the guard frowned with hatred as they looked at the people. Irena, turning to Elric, said that they had done as he wanted. Now he needed to let his majesty go. The protagonist grinned. He jumped. Soaring and raising his hand, he said that he would not believe them so easily. He would only let the monarch go outside the city when it was safe around. The young man flew away. The guardsmen and aristocrats froze in shock. The fire continued to burn throughout the city, frightening the townspeople. The protagonist flew over the city. Seeing Valence looking down sadly, Elric asked him if he wanted to go back. Waving his hands, he replied that he had to go with him to show him the way to the Flower Temple. Squinting his eyes, the young man asked if he wanted to go back to the kingdom after all this or not. The tiger cub turned away, saying that his throat was choking at the mere thought of the palace. Looking at the people below, he said that his people were completely different. They were good beast men who always believed in him and encouraged him. Lowering his head, Valence said that if he left them now, the country would certainly plunge into chaos, especially if there really was an invasion. Mephistopheles, looking into the distance, said that this was not the time for idle chatter. As he poured mana into his eyes, Elric became alert. His pupils sparkled. A huge tornado was approaching the city. It was a black sandstorm. The monarch's mouth dropped open in horror. A huge tornado, sweeping away in its path, meant the approach of an eastern general. The protagonist, having created a barrier around himself, realized that the tornado in front of him was a catastrophe that destroyed the north. He frowned, realizing that if he went there, he would immediately turn into minced meat. Mephistopheles grinned, saying that something sinister was approaching with the wind. The young man, pouring mana into his eyes, asked what was there. He knitted his eyebrows sharply when he saw an enemy in the distance. A huge army was rushing towards the capital of the beast men. The coat of arms depicted a fox with 9 tails. Horus opened his mouth and laughed. Furies with a coat of arms with a fox with 9 tails were strong. The Tiger King, who led Entramoth, had an old enemy, the beast men, who went against the ruling family, who had lost the art of body development. Foxes and wolves regularly became the heads of the Furies. Though the Furies dreamed of ruling Entramoth, there had been only minor skirmishes between the two forces so far, while there had never been a full-fledged war. Only small groups of warriors gathered. The boy's mouth dropped open in fear. The protagonist sighed and said that the spies from the palace had probably already relayed information about the returning art of body cultivation. The monarch immediately objected. Elric grinned and asked why the Furies had appeared so suddenly, especially when he, who possessed the secret art, had appeared. Valence bowed his head, saddened. His eyes widened in surprise. The young man, picking him up, asked if he would like to answer the question he had asked earlier. Frowning, he asked, after that, he wanted to go back to the kingdom or not. Valence bowed his head. He remembered the faces of the people, his people. The monarch abruptly raised his head, saying that he would return and protect his people. The protagonist chuckled, saying that he knew he would say so. Looking away, the tiger said that he was still weak and had nothing to offer him. He could not ask for more help. Elric struck the tiger sharply. Colliding foreheads, he said that it was not customary between friends. Moving away from Valence, Elric said that friends should just be asked. Smiling, he said that he just needed to ask for help. Valence stared blankly at the guy as he said that if you asked your friends for help, they would show up to help. Glancing at Sean, the guy asked if he was right. He, frowning, replied, saying that it was impossible to say that he was wrong. Putting his hand to his chest, the tiger cub asked if he could also become his friend then. The protagonist smiled broadly, saying that being a friend is easy. It is enough for friendship to be happy to be around a friend. Sean also smiled broadly. Valence smiled, he had hope. Glancing at the army in the distance, the guy said that they needed help, since a friend was in trouble. Chuckling, the warlock told Sean to tell the others that their plans had changed. The monsters quickly rushed forward. Gora, who was sitting on the wild wolf, ordered everyone to speed up. The walls of the city were already close to them. Hugo, flying up to the commander, asked if it was true that the enemy had acquired the art of body development. The commander in response asked him if he could hardly believe that he had been recreated by some person. Hugo bowed his head and said that he could not believe that this low-grade race possessed the great mysteries of magic. Gora, continuing to push forward, said that even if it was a lie, they should not miss such a chance. Looking into the distance, the commander said that if the information was true, then they would prevent the descendants of the Tiger King, who had lost the will of heaven, from mastering the art of body cultivation again. A huge number of warriors knelt. The commander-in-chief, clutching the armrest, said that if a magician with green eyes had not stood in their way 40 years ago, a great empire would have been erected on the corpse of the Tiger King. The tails wriggled as the general said that now that he had the art of body development, he would finally get his 9th tail back. The fox licked his lips and said that no one could stop him. Gora nodded as the general ordered his warriors to obtain the art of body cultivation for him. The soldiers, standing on one knee, listened to their king. The fox roared and, releasing his aura, said that soon the whole world would fall to their clutches. Gora opened her mouth and said that the only one who had inherited the will of heaven was their blood king. The protection granted by the overlord, the protection of the tail, would protect them. He involuntarily imagined the general. Raising his sword, the general shouted, ordering the soldiers to decapitate the Tiger King and devour it. The beast men opened their mouths and howled. Rushing towards the city, they were going to drink blood. Elric's tattoo flashed. A wall of ice formed in front of the soldiers. The beastmen in front fell from their mounts. The jackal raised his head. He grinned with anger. Looking at his relatives, running at them, he shouted. The warrior's face contorted with anger and fear. Blood gushed onto the battlefield. Soldiers fell from their horses. Many screamed and howled when they collided with the ground. Even the rhinoceros fell off the horse. Gora pulled the team sharply. He stopped, looking at the dead soldiers. The protagonist, pouring mana into the tattoo, said that there were too many of them. Sean, frowning, asked why they were the only ones going to fight. Hayes raised her hammer and said that it made the battle fun. The trio slowly walked towards the army. Events take us to the main gate of Antrimov. The man, standing next to August, asked if he was really going to just stand aside. Looking at the enemy's army, the old man said that there weren't that many enemies. Stroking his beard, the old man said that Elric himself had asked them not to interfere, so there was no reason to worry. They had better look from afar at the entertainment he had prepared for them. The two men calmly stared at the army in the distance. The protagonist smiled, despite the huge number of enemies. The soldiers, stopped by the ice wall, were puzzled, assuming that the heavens had left them. Hugo turned around and shouted, saying that this man uses magic and heaven has nothing to do with it. The dogs, opening their mouths, said that their enemies were now on the same page with the vile people for whom they had once been banished. Hugo, pointing his wing at the humans, said that they were their enemies. Elric picked his ear pointedly. The warriors, raising their guns, roared. Gora frowned as he looked at his opponent. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the golden-haired and green-eyed Magus. 40 years ago, he was still an ordinary warrior on the battlefield. He distinctly remembered the appearance of this bastard 40 years ago. The mage was a monster who single-handedly dealt with an entire army. A faint smile was on the magician's face. Now the wrong person was standing in front of the mountain. He was different, but at the same time, he had the same face, so it was either just a coincidence, or an attempt to fool them. The beast grinned. Opening his mouth, he ordered Hugo to bring the heads of the people. The winged squad immediately took off, the lieutenant ordering them to show off the power of the beastmen. The raven opened its beak. The protagonist stood calmly, looking at the flyers. The raven flapped its wings sharply. Feathers rushed to the young man. The guy frowned. The resulting tornado beat off all the feathers. A moment later, the blades of the wind began to cut through the ravens. The crows screeched down, being wounded. Some stepped back in fear. Sean raised his hand and said that he might not stand out much, but he was still the third son of the Newister family. Mephistopheles grinned, saying that he kept thinking why he was dragging this idler with him. It turned out that he was not just like that. Elric smiled, saying that it was not without reason that they were considered the strongest in the magic tower. Besides, the element of the Newister family was the wind. For Sean, it was easy to shoot down the ravens in the sky. The guy clenched his fist, saying that it was time for him to get rid of the accumulated stress. Looking at the enemies in the sky, he shouted, asking if they knew how difficult it was to be someone's extras. The wind rushed into the ravens. One of the beastmen shook his head and shouted, saying that it was time for them to retreat. Sean held out his hand, saying that he had not given permission to leave. The hammer rushed at the guy. The young man turned his head away, dodging the shell. The mage looked at the bulls below who were using their hammers. The beastman frowned and said that some faint breeze was not a hindrance to them, the tribe of the Demikian bull. The bull, raising his weapon, said that it was time for them to crush the enemy. The girl gently poked him on the back. She smiled, saying that it was the first time she had seen a cow with a hammer. When the beastman loomed over her, the girl offered to play. The beast grinned. The hammer suddenly struck his head. The bull's body flew backwards. He crashed into a cobblestone. The bulls involuntarily looked at each other, feeling fearful. Hayes, smiling, said that her hand trembled involuntarily. The beastmen rushed to her, seeking revenge for the captain. The girl easily dodged the hammer. She immediately struck back, shattering the monster. Her impact shattered the ground in front of her. The protagonist and Mephistopheles froze, looking at the girl's battle. The demon grinned, saying that now it was clear why he trembled so much at the sight of his own sister. After all, she broke other people's skulls with a sincere smile. The wolf, holding his sword, rushed forward. With a swing of his sword, he sliced through the ice. Seeing how the army broke through, the protagonist said that his hands were already itching. Pouring mana into the tattoo, he said that it was time for him to put things in order. The beastmen, grinning, rushed towards the enemy, wanting to crush them by force. Mana whirled. A stream of cold air burst out of Elric. Covering his face, the wolf asked where this blizzard came from. His eyes widened in fear. A huge number of ice icicles formed above the guy. Frowning, the young man ordered the shells to pour. The shells immediately rushed down. Ice crystals pierced the warriors, killing them on the spot. Looking at the surviving enemies below, Elric said that there were a bit too many of them. He landed on the ground. Sneering, the guy said that it was time to demonstrate the magic obtained through hard work. The mana of darkness and light burst out of the seals. It was a mixture of the seals of cruelty and fury, as well as the power of the dragon heart. The protagonist squatted on one knee. Now everything that his hands touch will freeze in an instant. Elric waved his hand. The rhinoceros, feeling terrified, raised his shield. The young man rushed to the enemies. He waved his arms many times, leaving only a bright glow behind him. The bodies of the beastmen were scattered in different directions. The protagonist grinned, saying that it was too good. The ground crumpled under the mountain's foot. Elric frowned. Mephistopheles immediately said that the enemy was dangerous. The young man knitted his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. The enemy's aura in front of him was definitely as high as the fourth link. Grinning, the bear said that he was quite an interesting person. Pointing his sword at the guy, Gora said that it was he who made this whole mess. The young man narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that if he thought sensibly, this was not an opponent he could easily defeat. The guy pursed his lips, realizing that he could not waste time here. Gora swung his sword, saying that he was too arrogant. The protagonist dodged the enemy's attack. Elric, with a grin on his face, decided to enter into a direct confrontation. His fist collided with the sword. The guy slid along the ground. The young man gritted his teeth, realizing that the strength and speed of the enemy were incredible, and if their fight continued, he might well lose. There was a dent in the mountain sword. The bear turned his sword over and looked at the dent. Wrapping himself in an aura, he said that he didn't think he could let him go. Glancing at the aura enveloping his leg, Elric realized that it would be difficult to escape by flying now. Gora ordered Hugo, who was standing behind, to lead the army and go to Antramoth. Beastman's eyes flashed as he said that he would join them as soon as he cut off this boy's head. The raven immediately flew up and led the army. Flapping his wing, Hugo ordered the army to rush forward. The soldiers ran past Elric, ignoring him. Turning around, the guy realized that because of this bear, the situation had become more complicated. Mephistopheles laughed, and said that it seemed that some people had underestimated the beastmen, and there were times when even demons did not dare to attack them thoughtlessly. The commanders of the two groups stood opposite each other. The protagonist, frowning, said that the race had weakened, but there were still quite strong representatives in it. Apparently that was why Antramoth was surrounded by a wall, and the inhabitants of the kingdom were always afraid of the Fury tribe. Gora, frowning, said that now they were finally left alone. The young man, shrouding himself in an aura, said that he would have to give his all to win as soon as possible. A tiger projection appeared behind him. The guy grinned. Clutching the sword in his hand, Gora said that in order to forget about the humiliation he had received 40 years ago, he had trained again and again. And even though he was a completely different person, he would still tear him to shreds. The beast man jumped up and swung his sword. The protagonist smiled, saying that it was sad, because he needed to train for another dozen years. Gora swung his sword in a rage. He froze abruptly. He asked the swordsman who blocked his blow who he was. Herman, smiling slightly, introduced himself as the Blue Lion of the Empire. The protagonist shuddered when Herman said that he would figure it out here. He should leave. The young man immediately rushed away, thanking the swordsman. Gora, who had crossed blades with his enemy, asked if he was a lion. He waved his sword, asking if he really thought that some wretched lion could defeat a bear. The man poured mana into the sword and said that they would check it now. Mephistopheles, who was following the guy, frowned. An explosion thundered behind Elric. He knitted his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, mentally saying that even though Father Isabel wasn't at the peak of his power right now, he wouldn't lose easily to that bastard. The young man looked around, hoping that everything was fine with his sister and Sean. Sean threw the ravens away with gusts of wind. Hayes was crushing skulls with a smile on her face. The protagonist, flying past them, realized that the pair worked well together. Looking at the battles of his partners, he said that two people could not stop such a number of opponents, so he wanted to surround the beastmen in order to kill the three of them. The guy turned his head sharply. A squad of Blue Lion Knights burst onto the battlefield. The commander immediately entered the battle and killed the beastman. The man grinned. With a swing of his sword, he chopped off the enemy's paw. Raising his head, the knight said that he could leave them on them. After all, he was a hubby. Waving his hand, the man said that not a single mouse would slip past them. The protagonist turned away. He heard something he shouldn't. Elric shuddered all over, for once the knights had entered the battle, he should have taken care of the rest of his enemies. The enemy army approached the city. Events take us to the walls of the city. The young man frowned, not understanding why there was no one on the walls. At this time, the nobles inside the palace were arguing. Throwing up his hand, the man said that now was not the time for this. They urgently needed a plan of action. The aristocrat, also raising his hand, asked if he thought they could stop the Fury tribe even if they stepped onto the walls. Frowning, the nobleman asked if they were suggesting that they should just sit there and watch. One of the old men stepped forward. Parting his lips, he offered to surrender. The nobleman, waving his hands, shouted at him, saying that it was not appropriate for the Minister of Finance to say such a thing. The hare frowned when the minister said that they needed to protect the kingdom and its inhabitants, even at the cost of their own lives. Turning his head to the nobleman, the guy said that he agreed with the Minister of Finance. The nobleman's whole body trembled, saying that they were all crazy. Were they really going to endanger all the beastmen? Norris, with his arms crossed over his chest, stood motionless. The tattoo on his back was slowly releasing mana. The old man stamped his foot. He approached the aristocrats, saying that he had heard everyone. Grinning, he said that he thought that the Minister of Finance was right, and that he asked all those who agreed to stand behind him. The man was horrified and shuddered. He was left alone. Trembling all over, the nobleman asked the Prime Minister what he was doing in general. The old man narrowed his eyes. Dark mana enveloped the bodies of the aristocrats. The man opened his mouth in horror, realizing everything. Veins bulged in his neck as he angrily asked the Prime Minister if he was serious about betraying his king and country. The demon's eyes changed color. Putting his hands behind his back, he ordered the traitors to be locked up. Wild beasts rushed towards the large building, and someone shouted that Entramoth could see. Holding the blade in his paw, Gora told everyone to be faster. Suddenly, A huge wall appeared in front of the monsters as Elric used the blocking ability. The animals put their paws forward and shouted that they needed to stop. The sinister monsters abruptly turned their heads to the side when they were told that they had frozen in time. The main character resolutely glided along the slope of the icy rock. A moment later, the sorcerer landed on the ground. The wild beast put his fist to his chin. Putting his hand in his pocket, the guy admitted that he was a little upset that he did not manage to fight that bear, and then invited the enemies to have fun. Lowering his jaw, the monstrous monster asked how this man had come to be here, and his partner did not understand if he had managed to defeat the captain. A goat with huge horns appeared, who cried out that everyone should shut their mouths, because there was no way he could lose. Barrison held out his sword and declared that this man was a coward who had escaped from their leader. The wild beasts set their sights on the mage, and their leader told them to kill him and break through to the walls. Above the protagonist's hand, the silhouette of a beast's paw appeared. The sorcerer furrowed his brows angrily and used the art of body cultivation. Suddenly, a white tiger jumped on the enemies, and everyone was surprised that it was the Tiger King. Smiling slyly, the young man suggested that the energy of the tiger instilled fear in them, and Mephistopheles explained that this was natural, because for the beastmen the Tiger King had always been the strongest. The Demon King folded his hands and clarified how he planned to deal with this entire horde. A flash of magic appeared between Elric's palms, and he said that the art of body cultivation was good, but such a crowd required scale. At the same moment, sharp shards of ice rushed forward. After using cold-blooded freezing, the bodies of the monstrous monsters were covered in white frost. The winds washed away the silhouettes of wild animals. The cloak of the main character was fluttering in the air. After a moment, the guy took a step forward. The sinister monsters grinned menacingly. Swinging his fist, the sorcerer said that he preferred hand-to-hand combat. The blade of Herman's sword bent during the attack. Sticking the weapon into the ground, Gora screamed loudly. The man clenched his hand tightly into a fist and noticed that his movements were not quite familiar, and his body seemed not to be his own, after which he wondered if it could be because he had recently recovered from the disease. Tilting his head down, the captain of the wild beast squad asked if the enemy was trying to fool him. Raising his hand, the warrior said that he had undermined his health when he tried to break through to the next stage. The beast man gripped the hilt of his blade tightly with his paws, and his rival noticed that thanks to his son-in-law, or rather that young man, he had managed to stay alive and achieve enlightenment. Lowering his jaw, the knight asked if the sinister monster would mind a small demonstration of his success. The wild beast's eyes shone brightly, and he declared that a warrior from the great tribe of the Furies would never give up fighting. Suddenly, the opponents stood in fighting stances in front of each other. Grinning maliciously, Herman advised him to beware of the lion's claws. Gora grinned menacingly and asked if he thought they could harm him. At the same moment, the silhouettes of the beasts collided foreheads. The rivals sharply crossed weapons. The ground beneath their feet began to crack instantly. A huge cloud of white smoke opened up. Blood spurted out of the mouth of the monstrous monster. The captain of the wild beast squad fell to his knees in front of the man. Narrowing his eyes, the man said that it was a good battle. Clenching his jaw, the beast man muttered that humans were truly incredible. Raising his head up, the sinister monster asked the Blood King for forgiveness for his defeat. Wrapping his fingers around the firecracker, Gora said that he hoped he would achieve a great goal. Taking his hand with the sword behind his back, Herman exclaimed loudly. The monstrous monster raised sparkling fireworks high above his head. Fiery streams rushed forward. Suddenly, bright flashes of fireworks appeared in the dark sky. Looking up, the warrior realized that he was too late. At the same time, Elric noticed a bright light in the sky. Putting his palm to his forehead, the main character did not understand whether it was fireworks. The beastmen held their swords in their paws and exclaimed that their captain was dead, which meant that he had given them the last order. At the same moment, the eyes of the wild beasts began to emit a red glow. An enraged mob of sinister monsters bared their jaws and cried out that death was inevitable, and they were going to fight for the Blood King. With their mouths wide open, the animals rushed to attack. The sorcerer abruptly released magic beams using the slash skill. Drops of blood instantly flew out of the enemy's body. Huge fragments of stones hit the rhinoceroses' heads. Barrison ran forward and shouted that the advance party needed to concentrate on breaking through, after which he added that it was necessary to clear the way with the main forces that would soon arrive. A view of the ice wall in front of the castle opened, and the lieutenant of the wild beast squad ordered the trampling of Anthramoth and the overthrow of the dynasty of the Tiger King, and then ordered everyone to destroy the city, plunder it, and leave no one alive. Abruptly rushing from his place, the monstrous monster thought that now was just the time for a signal to be given from within. Clenching his jaw tightly, the beastman realized that the Anthramoth officials had decided to surrender to the Furies, so it didn't matter if a damn human mage stood in their way, because the outcome of the battle was already predetermined. On the roof of the tower you could see a wooden stick, and someone shouted that there was a flag hanging on the wall, and this was a signal for victory. The sinister monster stared ahead in bewilderment. Heads were strung on stakes. Furrowing his brows menacingly, Barrison cried out that this was impossible, and that this should not have happened. A squad of wild beasts stopped in front of the building, and no one believed that such a thing could be. Folding his hands behind his back, the Prime Minister said that all traitors had been punished. Norris lowered his jaw and addressed the warriors of the Tiger King and the heroes of Anthramoth. The archers drew the bowstring while the man ordered them to defend their lands from the Furies. Suddenly, sharp arrows flew down. Raising his chin, the lieutenant of the wild beast squad loudly protested. At the same second, the bodies of the monstrous monsters were pierced by a large number of shells. Behind the walls of the high fortress wall, there were no attacking fighters to be seen. Elric glanced abruptly to the side when he was hailed. The Tiger King came to the side and asked what was going on. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the main character clarified whether he was talking about this. With a sly grin, the guy said that he had made a deal with him. There was a view of the annex of the Entramoth Palace, and someone was heard saying that he would sell the art of body development to him. Lowering his jaw wearily, the sorcerer thought that even the Prime Minister was like that, although no one here could be trusted. Norris looked carefully ahead and began to speak. Rising from his chair, the Duke admitted that there was something he wanted to show, and then asked if he would mind going out for a while. At the same moment, the protagonist turned his head back. The Tiger King's eyes shone brightly, and the sorcerer agreed. A stone statue towered in front of the heroes. The rays of the sun fell on the sculpture, and the protagonist clarified whether they wanted to show him this. Raising his head up, the king's subordinate reported that there were too many hyenas in this palace. The mage stood behind the interlocutor. The Duke turned abruptly to face the wizard and asked him to protect their king from them. The man began to bow and repeated that he was asking for him. Elric asked what Mephistopheles thought about what it was all about, since only recently he was going to betray the monarch, to which he spread his hands to the sides and replied that he had no idea. Norris put his hand to his chest and said that he was ready to pay any price and even pass on all the riches and secrets of the body development technique. In bewilderment, rounding his eyes, the main character asked if he had secret techniques, to which he received a positive answer. Looking down, the man noticed that it was only partially, because they had lost part of the first and second half. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the sorcerer thought that at the moment, he had not been able to complete the development of the body to the end. But if he got the secret technique, he would be able to bring everything to perfection. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the guy clarified why he suddenly decided to share such valuable information with him, after which he added that he was the one he hated. Lowering his eyelids, the Duke asked if he knew that he looked exactly like his grandfather. The sorcerer's pupils bulged out in bewilderment. Taking a step forward on the pedestal, the king's subordinate spoke of green eyes and golden hair. Touching the statue with his hand, Norris explained that it was only a long time ago that they had seen this gaze, which looked like 2 emeralds, before they immediately called it precious. Part of the stone slab fell down under the pressure of the palm. The young man spread his arms to the sides as the room began to shake. A bright light appeared from a small crack, and the Prime Minister said that those born with such eyes make the world shine. Covering his face with his fist, Elric noticed that something had suddenly happened to the wall. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably decreased in size. A silhouette of a man with golden hair appeared on the wall, and the man said that his grandfather was just such a person. Young Ustin had a joyful grin on his face. The main character lowered his jaw in bewilderment. Folding his hands behind his back, the king's subordinate said that when he first came here, he had the same thing around his neck that he was wearing now. The heroes looked at the portrait of the great fighter, and the Prime Minister noted that if it were not for his grandfather, then now there would be neither the Tiger King nor this kingdom. Looking up, Norris wondered if the boy knew what he had said when they asked why he had given them a helping hand, to which Norris clarified what it was. Squeezing his eyes shut, the man said that he had said that they were friends. Turning his head in the direction of the interlocutor, the king's subordinate said that when they asked why he considered them friends, the answer was that the Melvingers had always been friends of the Beastmen. The Duke asked if it was true, but the protagonist already knew about it, to which he put his fingers on his chin and replied that he had read that he had rummaged through the notes. Closing his eyes, Norris noticed that this meeting had taken place more than 3 centuries ago, after which he added that he was very surprised when he heard that it was not another mage who came to them, but help. The man stared down and began to speak. The members of the band of wild beasts bent their knees, and their leader shouted that all troops must retreat and leave Entramoth. Standing at the top of the fortress wall, the heroes watched the enemies fleeing away. Lowering his jaw, the sorcerer asked for forgiveness. The Duke's pupils had noticeably shrunk in size. The young man raised his eyebrows with sadness and said that he had come too late, when suddenly his interlocutor thought that this moment was remembered by him for the rest of his life. The protagonist pursed his lips while the king's subordinate said that when a man appeared who looked exactly like their old friend, he immediately understood everything. Grabbing the jacket with his fingers, Norris noticed that it was too late when he heard the news of the Melvingers' misfortunes. A black brooch hung around Elric's neck, and the man admitted that he regretted that they were not there at such a difficult moment. Suddenly, the main character touched the shoulder of his interlocutor with his palm. Smiling sincerely, the sorcerer said that at that time even the Beastmen had a hard time, so everyone understood, to which he thanked him. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the Duke remarked that he knew that it would be impudent of him to ask for help a second time. The silhouettes of the grandfather and grandson were illuminated by bright rays of light, while the king's subordinate asked a descendant of the Melvingers to help them again. Looking at the flying arrows, the guy explained that while the Prime Minister was dealing with the traitors from the inside, at this time he was protecting him from the outside. Norris stood on the fortress wall, and the sorcerer said that this was the result. Tears began to appear in the Tiger King's eyes. Running up from the side, the assistant shouted that the Eastern general had also changed direction. Squeezing his eyes shut, the leader of the Beastmen exclaimed that thank God. The protagonist suddenly began to smile slyly. Raising his hand, the mage asked if they would now put an end to this war. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred. Grinning furiously, the monstrous monsters shouted that they were retreating. Under the feet of the heroes, the bodies of wounded enemies could be seen. Pressing his back against the wolf, Elric noticed that the Prime Minister had good skills, to which the Prime Minister replied that he might be old, but the wolf's fangs were always sharp. Irina held the Tiger King in her arms, who loudly called for his assistance. The head of the guard of the kingdom of Entramoth lowered the tiger to the ground. The protagonist and the Prime Minister bowed to his majesty. The man obediently put his palm to his chest. The Beast-Man King abruptly shifted his gaze down. At the same moment, the boy walked past his assistants. The Tiger King stood in front of the crowd of his subordinates. After a moment, the leader raised his fist high up. Furrowing his brows, he shouted that they had won. The warriors began to rejoice at the same time, smiling broadly. A satisfied grin instantly appeared on the protagonist's face. The Beast-Man King was moving resolutely towards the sorcerer. The tiger stretched out his paw forward. The space between the characters was shrouded in a bright glow. The boy raised his head and said that he was grateful to him. Bright stars could be seen in the sky behind him, and the Tiger King noticed that he was not speaking as a king, but as a friend. There was a view of a huge castle in the night. People watched as the Prime Minister knelt before his majesty. Raising his eyebrows with sadness, the boy asked his subordinate for forgiveness for his distrust. Putting his hand to his chest, Norris retorted that he needed to apologize for not warning in advance. Closing his eyes, the man said that he had already managed to become a great king. On the carpet stood the inhabitants of the kingdom of Entramoth, and at the same time the Duke noticed that the tiger had made great friends, after which he added that now he could cope with everything on his own and without his support. Letting go of his chin, the Beast-Man explained that since he had betrayed his ruler, he was now obliged to leave the post of Prime Minister. Grabbing the assistant's limb with both paws, the Tiger King shouted that he would never agree to this. His eyes widened in frustration, and the leader of the Beastmen declared that he still needed him. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the monarch asked him to stay by his side as long as possible and help. Closing his lips, the man said in his thoughts that he also really wanted it. Suddenly, small pieces of multicolored paper began to fall down. It seemed as if the Tiger King was standing on the balcony under flying confetti, and his assistant was thinking that he wanted to see Entramoth return to his former glory. A satisfied grin appeared on the tiger's face, and Norris thought that he wanted to see His Majesty revive the royal family that had lost respect. The man's body was enveloped in streams of dark magic, and he said in his mind that his body had reached its limit, so it would be best to keep it a secret from the king. On the Duke's neck was a drawing of a wolf. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably decreased in size when he was asked why he had contacted the demon. Standing near the throne, the boy clarified what he was talking about, and what the demon had to do with it. The leader of the Beastmen lowered his jaw in bewilderment when it was explained to him that he would soon take possession of the Prime Minister. Furrowing his brows, Elric wondered if it was true that this was why he should not stay near him. Gritting his teeth tightly, Mephistopheles declared that he was a demon. Shifting his gaze to the side, the main character asked the spirit again, to which he replied that this was so. Norris's silhouette was surrounded by a magical glow, and the Demon King reported that the heart of this beast man was enveloped by a demon. The man's eyes seemed to emit a bright red light, and the undead explained that everything was nearing its logical conclusion, because a little more and he would no longer be himself. The sorcerer approached the beast man from behind. Lowering his chin, the young man clarified how he had met the demon. Turning his head to the side, the Duke revealed that it had happened when the previous Tiger King had passed away, before adding that there was no hope for Entramoth at the time. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, Norris admitted that he only wanted to gain power and protect the kingdom. Behind him, an unusual tangle of tentacles with eyes appeared, and he reported that it was then that he found the demon tree. Furrowing his brows angrily, Mephistopheles was indignant at his words, and the protagonist asked if this was the one that gave birth to demons, although he believed that his family had destroyed them all. Lowering his eyelids, the beastman assumed that they had apparently never reached the one that grew in the black snow-covered lands, when the mage suddenly asked if he had eaten the fruit of the demon tree. There was a memory of the Prime Minister eating unusual fruits, and he replied that it was, after which he added that he had eaten them all to gain strength. A red liquid was blurring inside the body of the king's subordinate, and he said that he had absorbed one by one, and each time he had increased his capabilities. But what had settled in his heart had grown and devoured his life force over time, and then he added that it would soon take over his mind. I could see the Duke smiling broadly in a fit of madness, and now he was saying that then he would become a real demon. Norris's pupils glowed brightly as he explained that this was why he wanted to leave and die, because only then would the cursed demon die with him. Raising his fists, the Beastman King exclaimed that the Prime Minister could not say that, to which the Prime Minister replied that this was the only way. Lowering his jaw, Elric asked what he would do if he found out something. Smiling broadly, the main character said that it was possible to be healed. Turning his head to the side, Norris remarked that if the guy was going to do something risky, he could forget, because if the demon felt threatened, there would be problems. With a sly grin, the sorcerer asked if Mephistopheles was sure, to which he replied that there was no doubt, since now the soul was connected to the magical power in the demon, but once they could achieve absolute control over mana, it would be possible to separate the soul from the parasite attached to it. Looking at the beastmen, Elric thought that if he had enough time, he would succeed, but his body would not last that long. The main character abruptly turned back and realized that in this case there is only one way. The sorcerer asked if he could ask the teacher for a favor, to which he lowered his head and noted that he had previously mentioned that he would need help with something, and then asked if it was time. Bowing, the guy answered in the affirmative and explained that only he could do this, to which the mentor agreed and asked to tell what to do. Standing behind the protagonist, the Duke asked if this was really possible, when he suddenly said that the treatment in which he would have to die would definitely not suit him, to which he said that there was no need to worry. The man took a confident step forward. The space around August was filled with bright magical particles, and the wizard noticed that even his grandfather was no match for his current mentor. A drop of sweat ran down the man's cheek from anxiety. The master's eyes were covered by his thick eyebrows. Standing behind the old man, the young man said that he would be able to break the connection between the soul and the heart, then he would be able to cope with the rest on his own, to which the old man replied that he understood the student's train of thought, but advised him to be careful. Elric lowered his eyebrows sharply. Lifting his leg off the floor, the mentor decided to start. Suddenly, August's black robes flew in different directions. The beastmen began to cover their faces with their hands from the falling particles of magic. Hovering in a bright space, Norris wonders if it's a white knight. Raising his head up, the man was surprised that such a truth could be done by one person. At the same second, his pupils noticeably decreased in size. The old man in the sky stretched out his fingers forward. After a moment, the mentor wrapped a huge arm around the Prime Minister's body. The essence of a sinister wolf burst out of Norris's chest. Furiously opening its mouth, the sinister monster shouted that it had almost taken over this body, and was outraged that the mage dared to interfere with this, to which the mage said that it was a very noisy demon. A moment later, Elric grabbed the undead by the neck using his absorption skill. A pattern of blue lines appeared on the protagonist's hand, and she thought that in this way she would not only restore her energy reserves, but also leave Entramov in debt. The sorcerer closed his eyes contentedly, and the creature next to him said that he had not eaten such a yummy for a long time. Shifting his gaze to the side, the guy wished him to eat to his health, only asked to leave the seal. A black line appeared on the protagonist's wrist, and he realized that the seal of Hull had finally begun to evolve, because from ferocious to malevolent. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed visibly with anxiety. The sorcerer raised his head sharply. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of the undead with horns on their heads, and Elric did not understand what was happening. The demon stood on a huge mountain of corpses, and the main character was surprised that it was Mephistopheles. A crowd of dark warriors spread across the land, and their leader declared that everything unknown and irrational in the world was generated by him. Floating in space in the middle of the red mist, the sorcerer wondered if these were Mephistopheles' memories. Furrowing his brows angrily, the guy didn't understand why, because he had simply absorbed the demon's energy. The protagonist is hovering behind the demon king. The monster at the foot of the mountain opened his mouth in bewilderment. There was nothing but air under the sorcerer's feet. Suddenly, the undead rushed forward. Lowering his jaw, the king of original sin declared that they were fools. The evil spirits put the sword in front of them. A powerful beam of light struck the ground. The shockwave from the explosion struck down the sinister monsters. Mephistopheles' eyes radiated a red glow. Suddenly, the demon king unleashed a crushing blow. With his mouth wide open, the undead were indignant that they thought they could defeat the king just like that. Elric watched the scene, floating in the air. Lowering the corners of his lips, the main character thought that he had already forgotten what the one he devoured originally looked like, because he was too used to being a spirit. The undead grabbed the severed head of his subordinate with his fingers, and the sorcerer said in his mind that this was the greatest and noblest of the demon kings. He put his hand to his chest. The guy thought that he also did not know why, but he could feel everything that he did. Mephistopheles suddenly began to smile broadly. A bright light could be seen in the sky above the head of the undead, and the protagonist thought that now he was repeating to himself that he would not want to be in such a situation. Sharp fangs were visible in the mouth of the king of primordial sin, and the sorcerer realized that he simply had to follow the path that was prepared for him. Behind the demon, a silhouette of a creature with bright red eyes appeared, and the young man noticed that he was a sinner for whom everything he lived and breathed was sin. Streams of black magic flew through the body of the dark creature, and Elric realized that this was why the lonely demon king was called primordial sin. At the same moment, an unusual wing appeared in the air. The eyes of the undead emitted a bright glow. A huge, sinister monster loomed over Mephistopheles, and it turned out to be his true form. The main character parted his lips in bewilderment when he was asked what he was staring at. The sorcerer noticed how the magic lines on his hand began to glow. It seemed as if the Tiger King was sitting on the floor next to Norris. A drop of sweat was running down the guy's cheek from fright, when suddenly August asked if something was wrong, and if he was feeling well. The crowd of people was worried about the protagonist, when suddenly he put his palm up and said that it was okay, and that he was fine. Lowering his chin, the sorcerer assumed that not much time had actually passed. The dark spirit hovered behind the young man as he thought he had seen his memories, just as he had seen him. There was a memory in which Elric put his hand forward, and he didn't understand why it had happened in the first place. There was a drawing on the protagonist's wrist, and he was thinking about how the demonic energy he had managed to extract from the Prime Minister had been absorbed by the seal of Hull, and then he was suddenly sucked into the seal of Mephistopheles, when suddenly the undead explained that it was just that now their souls were connected. The sorcerer turned his head abruptly to the side and wondered if he had heard everything, although he did not say anything aloud, to which the king of primordial sin asked to believe that he was as surprised as he was, because he could not believe that a connection had been formed between him and a person, even if it was now in the form of a spirit. Closing his lips, the guy asked if he had any suggestions in this regard. Frowning in displeasure, Mephistopheles was indignant that he was not an omniscient old man, after which he spoke about the power he had absorbed. The protagonist was looking at the magic seal on his hand, while the spirit was saying that it could only assume that he had seen too much because that low-ranking seal had once been subordinate to him. Tilting his head down slightly, the wizard remembered the silhouette of the monster, and then said in his mind that in this case there was nothing surprising in the fact that it looked like a wolf, and asked why he did not recognize it immediately. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the demon king explained that it was because since his existence, he had been a king who had lived at the top, and the guy himself had said that he had never seen anyone like him, and all because he was the only one. Spreading his hands to the sides, the young man said that no one simply wanted to hang out with him, which angered the demonic assistant. With a sly grin, Elric asked what he had seen in his memories, and if there was anything strange about it. Mephistopheles abruptly turned away from his interlocutor. The heroes gathered around the large bed on which Norris was lying. Suddenly, the beast man took the protagonist's hand. Smiling happily, the man began to thank him. Bending over the bed, the sorcerer said that in the near future he needed to concentrate on recovery. Leaning his head on his pillow, the Duke accepted his advice, after which he declared that he would do his best for his Majesty's sake. The guy who had saved the king's assistant closed his eyes contentedly. The Prime Minister stroked Irina's hair, and the protagonist thought that now is the time for something. Folding his hands in displeasure, Mephistopheles exclaimed that he was all so correct in public, as always, and there were continuous calculations in his head, to which he asked what kind of surprise it was, because it was only once or twice. The sorcerer asked the demon not to read other people's minds, because it was somehow perverse, to which he clenched his hands into fists, and exclaimed that he had no choice. Suddenly, the young man drew attention to the chest that was handed to him. Raising his head, the Tiger King explained that as promised, he was handing him Yule's treasure map and the results of his research into the art of body development. Grasping the box in both hands, Elric said that it was the Tiger King's belonging. Looking at the contents, the main character parted his lips in bewilderment. Inside the chest were a book and a paper scroll, and the leader of the beast men told him to look under the fabric as well. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the sorcerer asked him again. At the same second, the guy's pupils noticeably decreased in size. At the bottom of the chest there were brown shoots, and the protagonist exclaimed that this is the rarest plant in the East, and then clarified why he was given something so valuable. Lowering his eyelids, the monarch began to say that one of the legends of the beast men had the following words. The paws of animals with claws appeared, and the boy said that when this world is about to fall, the hero king with the art of the body will lead everyone to prosperity by appearing at the right moment. The man's eyes emitted a green glow. Blue streams hovered in the air above the beast men, and the Tiger King said that a harsh winter would come, and the lands and hearts would freeze. The wizard stretched out his hand, and the monarch continued the words of the legend that the hero would appear and the winter would thaw, after which the warm spring would return. Pressing his fist to his chest, the tiger confessed that he thought Elric was the hero king of the legend. Lowering his jaw, the main character thought about winter. A memory appeared in which Otto furrowed his brows menacingly and told him to go and finish the land, and the sorcerer realized that the winter mentioned in the prophecy was definitely not accidental. With sad eyebrows raised in the past, the boy apologized for coming too late, and now wondered if that meant that his grandfather had come to Entramoth at the behest of his family. Pressing his hands to his body, the Tiger King explained that since he was this hero, he deserved to receive such a gift, to which the tiger replied that everything was clear to him, and thanked him. The monarch said that he would now accompany him to the flower temple, when suddenly a view opened up to the cart with horses departing from the castle. The dark creature sat on the floor and trembled. The masked servant bowed his head and begged the Blood King's forgiveness before making a promise about what would happen next time. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed noticeably, and he cried out loudly in pain. A red magic beam pierced the raven's body. The leader slammed his fist on the surface in anger. The assistant's head flew away from his neck at the same second, and His Majesty said that since he had been let down, he would have to return the tail on his own. The red-white fur fluttered in the wind, and the king noticed that it was all because of Melvinger again. The cloaked servant took a confident step forward when suddenly he was asked where they were going. Placing his hand on his chest, the beast man announced that they were going to the flower temple. The Blood King's face was hidden in the shadows, and he said that the flower temple was the path his ancestor had taken. Behind the assistant, a crowd of monsters knelt to the ground, and the leader ordered to burn it. Sitting on the throne, the leader of the beastmen exclaimed that all these creatures should be burned along with the temple. There was a view of how the cart with the horse drove into the lands covered with black snow. Members of the Entramoth kingdom wandered around the spacious room. Putting his limb forward, the Tiger King asked the pet to give a paw. His mouth wide open in rage, the boy exclaimed that this was impertinence, and was indignant at how the beast dared to ignore the Tiger King's order. The white animal began to run away, and the servant laughed. The guy turned his head sharply to the side. Herman held Elric's shoulder while the assistant wondered what the three were talking about. The warrior began to draw his weapon from its scabbard. Raising his palm, the man asked if he had thought about studying fencing. Lowering his jaw, the main character asked the interlocutor again. Squinting his eyes slightly, the head of the Vile clan noticed that he was able to quickly learn martial arts, and was even able to make several suggestions for improving them, after which he added that it was an unusual talent. The sorcerer thoughtfully clutched his chin with his fingers. Stretching his hand forward, the fighter suggested that swordsmanship skills would not be superfluous for fighting using the art of body development, and then added that if so, he could well teach. Augustus's mouth was covered with a mustache, and at the same time he said that it was not so fast. Suddenly, the old man's black cloak flew into the air. The beastmen grabbed their weapons in fright. In the shadows, the silhouette of a man could be seen, who advised everyone to stay put. The creatures abruptly shifted their gazes downward. A bright red beetle was crawling around the neck of one of them. Frowning menacingly, the former head of the Revolutionary Army explained that if they made one wrong move, their heads would immediately explode. Folding his hands, the fighter clarified what they would do, after which he added that fierce winds were blowing outside, so it would be easy to bury the corpses. The girl hugged the Tiger King, trembling with fright, with both hands. Raising his fingers, Herman asked them to come to their senses, because there were children here. The teacher's silhouette was illuminated with an unusual aura. Suddenly, the insect flew in the air. The beastman pressed his hand to his neck and exhaled heavily. Tilting his head down slightly, the head of the Vile clan stated that he was not trying to lure his disciple away in any way. Lowering his jaw, the man noticed that he fought very differently from ordinary magicians, so he thought that he would be able to become much stronger if he learned to swordsmanship. A gray mustache covered the old man's mouth, and he said that it sounded convincing. At the same moment his eye began to emit a red glow, and he asked if he was being taken for a fool, and if he thought that he did not understand his intentions. Streams of dark magic were rushing towards Herman's body, and he muttered that he had heard that with age came fears, and asked if his mentor was afraid of stealing his apprentice. The sun in the gray sky was obscured by the moon. A moment later, a white flash of light spilled out of the carriage. August flew high into the air. Spreading his fingers in front of him, the elder exclaimed that he was a scoundrel. A huge hand rose above the silhouette of the warrior, and the teacher shouted that he would definitely have to put someone in their place today. Placing his palm on the blade of the sword, the fighter muttered in displeasure. There was a bright blue glow in his eyes, and he was indignant at what kind of narrow-minded old man he was. Suddenly, a flickering flash appeared in space. When jumping down, Herman's cloak fluttered in the wind. It seemed as if the former head of the Revolutionary Army was riding a white tiger. Raising his hand, the man clarified if it was true that it was the Blue Falcon, and then said that it was time to teach them a lesson. The beastmen instantly swung their weapons at him and said that hunting beasts was their specialty. Behind the cart with the horse there were powerful explosions. Folding his hands, Mephistopheles admitted that he did not understand why they were fighting for him. Running his fingers through his hair, Elric explained that his talent was so great that it could not be fixed, and then he noticed that it was very tiring for him. Floating in the air near the protagonist, the Demon King asked if he was using his mental speech again, to which he replied that he was simply disgusted with looking into someone else's head, when suddenly Auguste was heard shouting that the sorcerer was his apprentice, so he should stop trying to take him away. Raising his eyebrows, the dark spirit asked if he was going to interfere, because the sight of two old men fighting made him sick, while the head of the Vile clan resented the fact that the teacher already had one foot in the grave, and was still greedy. Streams of weakening magic rushed over all the heroes. Lowering one eyebrow, the protagonist asked them to calm down, after which he added that he would master fencing. The lush clouds took on a yellow hue. After a while, the sky was covered with a gray veil. The sorcerer sat on the couch in front of the two men. Squinting his eyes, the elder exclaimed that he still had much to learn from them, and his companion noted that he had many more magnificent skills besides the eyes of a mirage, which he could tell about. Lowering his chin, the young man admitted that he just wanted to become stronger. Clenching his hands into a fist, Elric explained that it didn't matter to him how much he had to improve the art of body development, because without knowledge of the basics of martial arts, one day he would simply hit a wall, and then added that demons were strong, and if he managed to learn new things, then his chances of winning would definitely increase. The interlocutors put their hands on their knees, while their student noted that this did not mean that he would abandon the path of a magician, because the basics of swordsmanship would support him. Looking away with displeasure, Herman admitted that he never had any intention of dragging the sorcerer into the world of martial arts, and then said that he was just lending him a helping hand. Putting his palm to his chest, the protagonist said that if his teacher was against it, he would not dare to oppose, because he was their student. The former head of the Revolutionary Army nodded his head decisively. Sitting on the couch, the mentor said that if so, he saw no point in objecting, because he was the head of the Melvinger clan first, and only then their wards. And then the other noted that after a short fight he would say that he had something to prepare, to which he thanked them. Herman stood with his hands folded behind his back. Lifting his chin, Augustus asked to take care of his student. Squeezing his eyes shut, the warrior promised that he would teach him tirelessly. Squinting his eyes, the head of the Vile clan said in his mind that it looked like he had won. The old man's eyes were hidden behind thick eyebrows, and he realized that it had only happened this time. Resting his elbows on his knees, Elric mentally asked for forgiveness from his master, and although such a chance does not come often, he cannot miss it, and the Blue Lion is one of the best swordsmen in the entire continent. Grinning, the main character decided that he would squeeze him clean. Suddenly, the sorcerer collapsed to the floor. A rainbow-colored liquid flowed from his mouth, and then he thought that he was going to die. Throwing the sword over his shoulders, the fighter said that he did not know that he would run out of steam so quickly. Rubbing his chin with his fingers, the guy wondered what was the point of swinging a stick 10,000 times a day without using mana. Closing his eyes, Herman said that in his family they begin to do this from a very early age. Lowering his eyelids, Mephistopheles announced that he had made up his mind. Smirking, the Demon King said that when he descended into this world, he would be very kind to the blue lions, and then added that he would even allow them to sit on his right hand. Elric used his ability to dance, when suddenly his demonic assistant turned into bright women's clothes. The dark spirit shouted for the idiot to stop quickly, to which the main character smiled maliciously and remarked that he shouldn't have pretended. It seemed as if the wheel of the cart stopped on the ground. Looking inside the cart, the coachman announced that they had arrived. The sorcerer carefully descended the steps and thought that he had finally reached the flower temple. At the same time, the protagonist took a step forward. The sorcerer raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. Standing in front of the abandoned ruins, the young man did not know if this place was the flower temple. The comrade turned his head and explained that this temple was now closed because of the general of the East, but he had already managed to inform them of their arrival, so they would have to be let in soon. The demon crossed his arms over his chest and noted that they were all talking about this temple, and he wondered if everything was still there, while the fighter wondered what he meant. Mephistopheles, looking ahead, explained that this place was created in case of the destruction of the world and is something like an ark. Smirking, the companion also added that humans, dragons, and giants, frightened by the great demon god army, were planning to be reborn in this place after the world fell. Spreading his hands, the ward said that it was then that the protagonist's family stopped the offensive. The fighter, taking hold of the pendant, thought of dragons, giants, and the god of demons. Imagining a huge creature, the hero tried to understand whether his words were related to what he happened to see. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The young man looked down. The boy, pointing with his finger, asked him to look somewhere. In front of them, the gate began to glow brightly as his comrade shouted that the passage had finally begun to open. A smile appeared on the demon's face. As he bared his teeth, Mephistopheles realized that he would most likely be able to meet someone he knew there. The light from the gates shone upon them. Some of them appeared. The man took a step forward. The girl, folding her hands in front of her, spoke about being the one who looked after the flower temple and also introduced herself. Opening her eyes, the conductor explained that they could call her a gardener. Raising her hand, the girl noted that the winds outside were really cold and therefore they should enter quickly. The two of them nodded affirmatively. One of them took a step forward. Two men went to the gate. A flower meadow appeared. In the distance I could see a certain castle. When I heard the words that usually with the arrival of winter, the temple rests. The gardener, standing in front of the others, said that they did not accept visitors at this time. However, due to the sincere request of the Tiger King, their longtime ally, it was decided to accept them, and therefore they should responsibly follow their rules and should also pay special attention to their behavior, because the god had fallen into hibernation. The protagonist turned his head when he heard someone start talking about how they were people. The little fairy, flying over him, said that she had not seen any people for 40 years and was extremely happy. The conductor, looking to the side, explained that this was the goddess of daffodils. Flying up to her sister, the goddess said that she was very beautiful. I also flew up to the old man and noticed that he looked like an old and gloomy monster, and the teacher replied that he was called old by someone who had lived for more than 1,000 years and laughed. Then Nar flew up to Isabel and began to talk about how this is unrequited love and he should work harder. The young man, looking back, thought that she was too noisy. Suddenly, the goddess closed her eyes. Flying near the protagonist, the fairy began to scream about the terrible stench. The demon crossed his arms over his chest and said that judging by her ugly appearance, she came from pumpkin flowers. Flying up to him, Nar began to shout something, and Mephistopheles asked if the interlocutor really believed everything that people said. The fighter, looking at them, realized that he did not even think that she would be able to see his ward. Herman, looking to the side, asked why this fairy behaved like this, and the old man asked if there was anyone there at all. The girl, standing in front of them, explained that this fairy had few friends and therefore she was just playing and they should not worry about it. The fairy, flying near her, shouted that she was not the only one so bad, and Nar asked why people decided to visit the flower temple. The hero immediately put his hand in his bosom. Taking the crystal in his hand, the guy explained that he needed to give it to the goddess Camellias. They were walking through a certain church. The protagonist, looking to the side, mentally told the demon that apparently the general of the East had caused a lot of damage to this place, because it seemed to him that this temple would look different. Mephistopheles frowned as he explained that this place was intended to be an ark to protect against the attacks of the devil god, but so far only winter had affected the destruction, and the fighter asked why the general of the East had become so ferocious lately. His companion crossed his arms over his chest and noted that it was possible, as the beastmen had said, that it might be just an accident, or the reason for an agreement with the master's family. Looking to the side, the devil wondered if there were too many coincidences. The protagonist's eyes widened after his words that it all seemed to be planned in advance, and set in motion after his appearance in the north. The hero, remembering Atto, assumed that this was part of their contract. Opening the gate, the girl said that they had finally arrived. The fairies sat at the tables. One of them, folding her hands on the table, asked what kind of person he was, while the other asked why they had come here. Another goddess, crossing her arms over her chest, asked why they were looking for Camellia. The next fairy asked why they were trying to give her an ice crystal. The protagonist, looking at them, realized that Camellia was not there. Putting his hand on his chest, the soldier gave his name and surname. Two of them, flying up to him, shouted that this was the man with golden hair and green eyes and this was their friend. Then the guy asked if his grandfather was there. They, surrounding him, answered in the affirmative, and one asked why he had come here. The young man, taking the crystal in his hand, replied that it was all because his ancestors had asked to give it to the goddess and asked where it was now. They all stopped in front of him. They all walked through the church together. The hero's gaze was directed somewhere to the side. They stopped after one of the fairies said that the goddess had withered. The young man, looking down, asked if it had anything to do with the general of the east, and the companions began to talk about how the winter had become too long and everyone had withered due to the fact that spring had not come, and in the end, the winter flowers had fallen asleep, which happened to them. The soldier sat down near one of the boxes. His hands trembled at the realization that if he had to give the ice crystal to Camellia, he would not be able to complete the task. Biting his lip, the young man also realized that it only meant that his family would never regain their former greatness. The demon at the same time said that it was hard for him to believe that some gods withered due to the mild winter cold of winter, and they were extremely insignificant. The fairies, looking at him, shouted for him to be quiet, for he was still here only because of their friend. The fighter, looking down, remembered their words that they had withered. Lifting the lid, the protagonist realized that they were not killed, but withered. There was a seed inside. The protagonist, placing the crystal next to him, thought that this might work. A kind of blue glow began to appear near his hand. Looking down, the fighter began to activate the absorption skill. The energy of the crystal began to combine with the energy of the seed. They were both glowing. A blue glow lit up their faces. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the seed. A sprout immediately appeared from it. Something red began to appear in front of them. A certain person appeared from this light. The dress of this girl appeared. Behind her were wings. Camellia, placing her hand on her chest, said that as promised, this man had come. The guy, raising his hand, introduced himself and noted that she had an agreement with his grandfather and asked what kind of agreement it was. She, looking ahead, began to say something, when suddenly someone interrupted her. The fairies, flying in front of her, began to talk about how they had not seen each other for a very long time and therefore missed her. The goddess, crossing her arms over her chest, shouted for them all to calm down, because she had an important conversation here and they should be silent for at least a minute, and also asked why they were always so noisy. The goddesses immediately closed their eyes. The protagonist, looking ahead, realized that Camellia was somewhat different from the rest of the goddesses and looked somehow more grown up, while the demon wondered where all her pride had gone. The goddess, grinning, noted that his face was still as vile as it was and the only thing that had changed was the case, because he was no longer there. Mephistopheles, baring his teeth, said that he was a great king. The interlocutor, exhaling, noted that he did not even have subordinates, and the only one who called him so was himself. Holding her hands behind her back, the girl said that the protagonist's name was really beautiful. Bowing, the fighter thanked her, and she also asked who woke her up. Closing his eyes, the hero explained that he felt demonic energy, hidden by the energy of cold in the seed in which she slept. Remembering their glow, the fighter also added that that's why he decided that he would be able to wake her up if the seal absorbed both energies, and it seemed to work. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, said that he was as smart as he was handsome. Smiling, she asked if he wanted to become her concubine. The fighter's eyes widened after this question. The demon, burying his hands in his hips, noted that she was back to her own and still needed handsome men, while Camellia said that he still had the same inferiority complex and added that she was not interested in ugly demon kings. Looking down, the goddess inquired about the guest's opinion and explained that such an offer is received only once in a lifetime. The protagonist, looking ahead, realized that if it were any other situation then it could be considered some kind of nonsense, but his family has a contract with this goddess and therefore he needs to treat her somehow delicately. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy thanked her for the offer, and replied that he would be the head of the clan and he should not act so thoughtlessly, and immediately apologized. The girl, putting her finger to her face, replied that it was really pity. Turning away, the goddess said that they should end these useless conversations and asked if he wanted to know what she and his grandfather had promised each other. Looking down, she began to talk about how this man had said that one day his grandson would come here. A man standing in front of her said that the one who would steal the winter that covered the field of black snow and bring spring with him would come. The young man's mouth opened in surprise. Taking the pendant in his hand, the guy could not understand how it knew. Turning sideways, she asked if he would be able to stop this long cold and bring the warmth they had been waiting for too long. The protagonist, holding the crystal in his hand, replied that he did not know if he would be able to perform such a feat. The demon turned away, listening to his words that the ancestor had told him to give her this thing and something else as well. Holding out the stone, the fighter said that he had come here to end the winter. The goddess, looking down, noted that this was very similar to the advice of that grumbler. Flying over it, Camellia also explained that this may well be interrelated. Stretching out her hand, the girl said that now his path lay elsewhere. She brought her hand closer to her face. The hero suddenly stepped back a little. His pendant began to glow brightly after her words that he needed to go there to learn how to stop the cold. His body turned out to be a flower meadow. The young man, his eyes wide, said that he had not felt like this for a long time. Getting up, the guy asked if this place was a flower temple and added that this was how he imagined it. A field strewn with flowers appeared and his question about the location of the temple itself was heard. The guy covered his face with his hand because of the wind currents. His gaze turned to the side. Suddenly, everything around began to turn into winter. Getting up, the hero realized that this was a field of black snow. Otto, holding his hands behind his back, explained that this was also the location of the second mission. Looking ahead, the guy said that it just couldn't be. The old man, smiling, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The fighter ran up to him when he noticed that his follower had grown a lot since their last meeting. The man also drew attention to the image on the interlocutor's hand and said that the seal of cruelty had nevertheless found its place. Smiling, the guy asked how he got here. Otto, closing his eyes, replied that he planned to follow the interlocutor and constantly grumble until he was over the winter. The guy immediately grabbed his head. The teacher, looking up, noted that they did not have much time and it was time for them to start, and asked him to look around. Standing with his back, Otto told me that once upon a time this place was sacred and it was here that life was born, but soon everything was swallowed up by death. The hero, frowning, said that it all happened because of the general of the East. After introducing this person, the interlocutor replied in the affirmative and explained that he was the one who was left behind by the demon god as he passed by. Standing nearby, the old man explained that this was a relic of the past and a curse. Lowering his head, Otto said that this was why the descendant would need to absorb the general of the East. The young man's eyes immediately opened wider. Looking ahead, the young man realized that he needed to curb such a great calamity. Consider the typhoon ahead. The fighter tried to understand if he could cope with it. But if suddenly he managed to do it, then this huge power would belong to him. A smile immediately appeared on his face at the realization that he would be able to become much stronger. The old man looked at the descendant. Raising his hand, the guy asked if he needed to just stuff this demon into the seal in the same way as in the first test. He also answered in the affirmative. The fighter, putting his hand on his chest, understood that since this was the second task, he should be sure that this opponent would be many times stronger than the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Lowering his hands, the young man replied that he was ready and asked if he just needed to fight him. The interlocutor, holding out an object, asked just to take it. The guy, looking at his hand, asked why he needed this. The old man, smiling, replied that he needed to grow it in 100 days and the task would be completed when the resulting tree from the seed bloomed. The protagonist silently looked at this man and suddenly asked again. Frowning, the fighter couldn't believe that he just needed to grow a tree. The man, adjusting his glasses, asked if it was too difficult. The interlocutor, looking at the hand, noted that growing something on this dead land sounds like an impossible ordeal and asked how it relates to the general of the East. Otto, smiling, replied that he would understand everything in time. The young man, frowning, could not believe that this man could not explain everything normally. Suddenly, the man snapped his finger and asked him not to worry. A kind of seal began to appear in front of them after the words that he would have a mentor. The guy was wiping his forehead with his hand, when suddenly someone said that they would not be left behind. His eyes suddenly opened wider. Camellia appeared again. The girl, raising her hand, noted that she had already asked not to wake her up for trifles. The hero looked up at her. She, smiling, asked if he really knew her. The guy frowned as he realized that this fairy looked just like that goddess. But there was a slight difference between them. Pink flowers appeared when the soldier thought that although she was not tall, he had the feeling that there was a tree in front of him. Camellia appeared against the background of the tree after thinking that it was so huge that the crown was able to cover the entire sky and apparently this was the real goddess. The old man stretched out his hand and introduced the descendant to her. Camellia, adjusting her hair, said that she was sorry that this man belonged to this family, but noted that she would turn a blind eye to it because of his beauty. With a wink, the goddess asked if he wanted to become her concubine. Her eyes widened after being asked if he had refused her once. The hero, looking ahead, assumed that she had managed to communicate with her body outside this place. The interlocutor, crossing her arms over her chest, said that it was not important and they should get down to business, and also noted that it was quite difficult to grow a camellia tree and asked if he would be able to do it, while the fighter replied that he was ready for anything. The fairy, looking down, said that he would receive advice from her, and he would have to grow the tree entirely on his own. The young man, looking at the seed, explained that this would be enough for him. The old man, holding a plate in his hands, called out to the descendant. In handing over this thing, Otto said that this messenger would allow him to see the state of the tree in real time. Grinning, my grandfather also added that he would soon be able to learn about his other capabilities. This object suddenly flew out of his hand. Immediately after, a huge blue seal began to appear after saying that he was to meet. The girl, flying next to the guy, said that the curse of the demon king fell on these lands about 4 centuries ago, and he would need to find ingredients and things that he would be told about, and then use them. The young man, turning his head, tried to understand whether nature was better at this time than in the world outside. Looking at the goddess, the protagonist asked where they should start, and she replied that first they need to find a place where he will plant the seed and such a place should be fertile. Looking down, the fighter realized that it would be more likely to cleanse this land than to search the entire field of black snow, but the girl explained that this place was the realm of the mind, so the nature here was exactly the same as in reality. The guy's gaze immediately rushed somewhere back. A creature was flying towards him. The fighter dodged this attack after saying that he should not forget about monsters. There were 3 more such monsters hanging in the air. The young man was flying right in front of them. Energy began to accumulate in his hands. A bright white whirlwind rushed forward. The enemies were immediately covered with an ice shell. Immediately after, several black flashes appeared in the air. The monster ate the remains of one of the monsters. The guy, smiling, noted that he did not even think that there would be something to profit from. The fairy, putting her hand to her face, said that he was as skilled as all his predecessors. Holding out her hand, she asked if he would be able to find the right land in this huge snow-covered field. The hero, frowning, thought that this was all an open space, several trees, which meant that there should be water nearby, and the place should be such that it could be easily defended. Looking at her companion, the protagonist asked if Entramoth would be somewhere here if they moved 400 years into the past, and the girl replied that they were just finishing the construction of the city. Holding her hands behind her back, Camellia also noted that the places were very different from the ones he knew, and wondered how he would find the creature, but the fighter replied that it wasn't that difficult. Immediately after, the hero made a jump. Flying forward, the young man said that gorges and hills usually do not change much during such a time. The fairy flew beside him, listening to his words that with their help he would be able to understand the approximate location. A kind of dead forest appeared. The goddess, crossing her arms over her chest, said that he apparently remembered Entramoth's place and its surroundings quite well. A blue energy began to appear in his hand after saying that it was time for him to start preparing the ground. The girl closed one eye because of the bright light. This light almost completely illuminated her face. The sky appeared lit with blue light, and the protagonist asked if this would be enough for the plant to grow. The interlocutor, smiling, replied that it was not just enough. The ground around them was surrounded by ice rocks as she talked about how the land was fertile and most of the monsters would not be able to overcome the obstacle. The fighter suddenly raised one leg when the goddess thought that this boy was extremely talented. His hand fell to the ground as she realized that it was the first time she had seen a human being so fluent in dragon language. Smiling, Camellia could not believe that she liked this man. The guy put his hand in his pocket. Suddenly, that object in his bosom began to glow brightly. Taking it out, the young man said that this sign reacted and apparently they managed to do it. The hero took it in his hand. Symbols and words appeared on it that the task had failed and they would be moved to day 0. They were again at the starting point. The young man said that he would probably have to start all over again. The companion, in turn, asked if this was the work of the old man. The fighter, burying his hand in his side, explained that during the first test he returned to the beginning after he was killed and it seems that now this happens when the mission fails. She also noted that he apparently misses something. Flying nearby, Camellia talked about how this place is a field of black snow and there could be many reasons for the failure. She raised her hand. Suddenly, a pink gate appeared near her after saying that enough instructions had already been given and she wanted to go to sleep and look at the outside world, and the guy asked where she was going. The girl, looking at him, replied that she would go to a safe place, and at this time he should only think about the task. Then the ward asked if she could give him any hint. This gate immediately closed. The fighter was lying on the rock, saying that he would probably have to understand the reason for the failure himself. Getting up, the hero tried to understand what they were missing. His eyes began to glow green after thinking that he didn't have time for this and needed to concentrate. A bright golden glow began to emanate from his foot. A silhouette appeared in the distance. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that there was something there. The ground beneath him began to shake. The protagonist looked down and screamed. Something crawled out of the ground and there was a message that this is a death worm and monsters of this species are so large that they are able to swallow huge monsters alive. And this worm is considered one of the most dangerous monsters and even the magicians of the Sixth Circle will not find it easy to cope with one individual. The enemy opened his mouth wide. The opponent's huge mouth appeared after the message that anyone who met him should flee. The young man, finding himself in front of the mouth of this worm, realized that he had no confidence that he would be able to cope with this creature on his own. Ice projectiles began to appear next to him after thinking that apparently his previous attempt to grow a tree failed because of this crawler underground. Blades appeared over this monster when it became clear to him that in order to defeat it, he would have to break through the skin again. The blades began to hit the enemy's body as he tried to understand why the monster's skin was so strong. The guy, looking down, realized that magic would not help him in this matter. Immediately after, the fighter made several quick dashes to his opponent and decided to finish him off with the art of body development. The monster suddenly closed its mouth. The hero's eyes opened wider. A bright green liquid poured out of his mouth. The warrior, holding out his hand in front of him, created a shield. The poison began to eat away at him when the young man realized that the saliva of this worm was so poisonous that it destroyed the barrier. Looking at the breaking barrier, the guy knew that he was finished if his attacks were as thoughtless as ever. The monster suddenly began to crawl away. The protagonist, also making a dash forward, realized that if he lost it, he would not be able to complete the task on time. The worm was still striving forward. His body hit the ground. After that, the enemy looked back. His mouth opened wide again after the soldier's words that he apparently used a deceptive maneuver. Standing on the body of the monster, the young man noted that this time he got a rather cunning enemy. Looking up, the hero said that a little more and he would have to start all over again. Suddenly, poison began to pour on him from above. The protagonist immediately began to run away. Some green drops appeared. This green wave rushed down. The young man rolled over in the air. Looking into the open mouth, the fighter realized that if he couldn't finish off this monster, then he would have to start the test again. And therefore he only had one chance. Raising his hands, the hero began to use the weapon skill, as he realized that he just had one trick in stock, which he managed to learn from the blue lion. Raising his fist back, the fighter knew that if he managed to concentrate all his strength on one point, then he would be able to increase the force of the blow. A huge lion's head appeared behind him, and his blow struck the monster. Shrapnel began to fall to the ground. The guy was surrounded by that barrier again. Looking at his hand, the young man realized that if he hadn't put all his mana into this attack, he would have simply been minced meat. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would not be able to perform such a feat a second time and also asked if he had managed to do it. Taking the stone plate in his hand, the fighter read the words that he had managed to successfully fulfill the condition and remove the first restriction. Suddenly, the object in his hand began to glow brightly. Immediately after, blue streams of energy began to emanate from his hand. The guy was still looking at his hand. Looking at the seal, the fighter realized that he hadn't expected to get the fourth mark so quickly, and assumed that he needed to use it to absorb the General of the East in the same way as he had done with the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Rubbing his head, the hero asked himself how this was possible at all, because he did not even know the true name of this creature. Imagining the demon above him, the protagonist said that he would probably laugh at it. Waving off the image of Mephistopheles, the fighter noted that he should have dealt with it himself. Getting up, the young man was talking about the fact that the cleaning was finally finished, and it was time for him to start working on the beds, when suddenly someone asked him to be careful. The hero dropped both hands, trying to understand what was happening, and immediately there was a warning that although death worms live mostly alone, but under favorable conditions they are able to gather in groups. Immediately after, several similar monsters crawled out in front of him. They all went to the young man. The guy, looking up, said that there were no options at all. Clutching his head, the protagonist shouted a question about whether this is feasible at all, because worms alone are a huge problem here, but he also needs to destroy dozens of them. Flying somewhere, the young man tried to understand how the generation of the Tiger King had built a city in such a place. Remembering those monsters, the warrior knew that only his teachers could cope with such a large group of monsters, but the presence of a huge number of worms proved that the land here was indeed good. Looking at some forest ahead, the guy realized that he only had to try to complete this task. Smiling, the protagonist said that he needed to fight these freaks a couple of times, and then he would definitely have a chance to kill them all. His eyes immediately turned white. The fighter equals was lying on the ground and a message appeared that the 34th attempt had already begun. Imagining all his failures, the young man realized that he had already tried everything, but it was simply impossible to kill all the death worms alone. Sitting on the rocks, the protagonist remembered that he had even found another place for the seed. Everything turned gray after thinking that it couldn't sprout in that place. Remembering himself again surrounded by worms, the fighter began to hope that he would not have to hang out here until his old age. Introducing Otto, the protagonist realized that there was neither Mephistopheles nor the goddess Camellia here, and this impudent man was clearly watching everything from the sidelines and giggling disgustingly, and he had no one to expect help from. Looking up, the soldier guy suddenly thought about help. These monsters appeared and suddenly he shouted and asked why he had to remember it only now, because no one forbade him to ask someone for help. Standing up, the hero spoke about the Tiger King. Immediately afterward, the young man introduced him and thought that he should find the family of this beast man. A rose tree appeared. The goddess slept under him. Someone was walking towards her, saying that she seemed to be too fond of sleeping. Her eyes immediately opened. It was that old man. Camellia stood up and asked what he was doing here, for no one could enter this place without her permission. The man, looking down, replied that as far as he knew, someone had once begged him to come here. She, looking at him, shouted a question about when it was said, and Otto asked if she had already forgotten that day, since the goddess had reached an age when sclerosis had taken its toll, and she had also noted that she had once been the queen of the Winter Palace. But now she was being rude like this. Throwing one leg over the other, the fairy asked why the interlocutor had come here, and he replied that he had come here at her own request. Looking down, the guest asked if she was feeling well and reminded her that the curse she had managed to block 40 years ago could not pass without a trace. Camellia, crossing her arms over her chest, explained that she was already recovering from this, and he should not worry, and added that she hoped that this would never happen again, and suddenly asked how their character was doing. The old man, opening the portal, said that she could see for herself. An image of a young man running away from the beastmen appeared. They ran after him, shouting that he was their sworn enemy, and they needed to kill the man. The girl, holding out her hand, shouted a question about why these creatures were chasing him. The old man, closing his eyes, laughed and asked if she was interested in watching this. The goddess, looking at him, shouted for him to help him immediately, but Otto replied that his descendant was just causing chaos there. Immediately after, the happy face of the guy appeared. Looking back, the fighter realized that the Tiger King's family was not yet visible. Upon landing, the young man realized that if he wanted to complete the task, he would need the help of those who in the future would be able to build an entire kingdom in a place infested with worms of death. The monster standing behind said that they had finally caught this psycho. The protagonist, smiling, realized that it would be difficult for him to find the right beast man, given the size of the black field of snow. Next to him, a huge glowing tiger appeared after activating the art of body development, hunting the black tiger. The persecutors, trembling with fear, shouted a question about how a person could use the art of body development. The guy, raising his leg, realized that he was the one who used someone else's equipment, and after that, the hunt for him would definitely begin. snow-capped mountains appeared. Suddenly, something hit the rock. A bright flash lit up the entire area. The wolf, falling to the ground, said that they should not miss this bastard. The young man, standing on the branch of a tree, realized that he had made a fuss in the 6 settlements, and it was time to see the result. Bringing his hand to his face, the hero suggested that his efforts might not be enough. Sitting down, the soldier realized that he needed to visit other places. A black and red hand suddenly appeared behind him after saying that he needed to run. The tree was immediately cut down. The guy slowed down with his hand. Shifting his gaze to the side, the young man realized that if it were not for the feeling of evil, then death would have already overtaken him. The enemy, approaching him, said that he was apparently more attentive than expected. The hero immediately frowned. Imagining this opponent on the mountain of corpses, the man remembered that the creature that united the beastmen in a black field, as well as the creature that was remembered as the great ruler of the north, who made the empire tremble with fear. The enemy's eye appeared after thinking that this was the great progenitor of the Tiger Kings. Steam was coming from his mouth. As he continued to walk forward, the king asked what kind of person he was who knew how to use the art of body cultivation. The face of this beast man appeared. Standing in front of the hero, the ruler noted that the invader really smelled like a person. Hovering over the young man, the beast asked what was going on here. Many other beasts also surrounded them. The king, glancing aside, asked them if he was forbidden to be there. Their mouths immediately opened in fear. The guy, standing behind the interlocutor, suggested that not all the tribes were at the same time in this place, and it seemed that the king could not unite everyone. Frowning, the fighter also realized that at the moment, this beast had not yet reached the 5th link of power. Looking at the huge tiger next to him, the young man couldn't understand why he had such an overwhelming aura. The king, wide-eyed, said that if they were not going to fight, they should all get out. They all began to run away, shouting that this creature simply could not take the side of humans. After all, humans are their sworn enemies and he still has to pay. The warrior put his finger in his ear and said that he had finally managed to achieve peace. The guy, looking ahead, realized that he had just been protected. His mouth parted from the realization that he had managed not to make a mistake again when it was decided to visit the tribes hostile to Yule. Bowing, the young man began to thank him. A hand suddenly grabbed him by the neck. The king, looking at him, asked how he knew the art of developing the body. The fighter, shaking his legs, shouted that his mentor had simply told him about this technique, but the interlocutor told him to tell about it in more detail. Trembling, the young man begged to be let go. Releasing the man, the king said that if he dared to lie, his neck would be broken. The protagonist, getting down on one knee, revealed that he was a refugee, as his family could no longer endure the tyranny of the empire, and so they decided to go here. Closing his eyes, the hero also said that on the way here, his parents were killed by monsters, and he, an orphan, was saved by a beastman. Raising his hand, the young man also explained that this creature had taught him how to defend himself so that he could survive in this area. The king, looking down, asked what his master's name was. The fighter, bowing his head, replied that he did not know, since the teacher had long forgotten his own name. Placing his hand on his chest, the young man explained that he didn't want to make him relive painful memories, so he had to call him just a teacher, even in his thoughts. The interlocutor looked intently ahead. Tears appeared in the hero's eyes. Looking at the king's ears, the fighter remembered that this creature had heightened senses, and therefore he had the ability to determine the truthfulness of words by heartbeat and muscle tension. By imagining his blood system, the protagonist knew that these feelings were easy to deceive if he knew how to control the flow of blood in his body. The interlocutor nodded his head. Looking at the intruder, Yul said that they must be brothers. The hero, wiping away his tears, remembered that those who practice the same art are usually called brothers, which means that he has been recognized. The beast, putting his hands on his shoulders, asked if he had a place where he could spend the night. The two of them were riding wolves somewhere. A pink portal appeared above it, and a question was heard about what kind of mess it was. The fairy, sitting on his shoulder, asked why there was not a single normal person among his family, and the fighter asked if it was okay that she had come here. The queen crossed her legs and asked him not to worry, for everything had been done so that the king could not feel him. They continued to gallop after him when Camellia asked him what his plan was, for did he really think that this beast would take him for one of his own? The young man, closing his eyes, replied in the negative and explained that he would still keep him by his side, but the queen wondered why he had decided so. The hero, introducing the Tiger King, explained that now is the time when the tribes of beastmen are at war with each other, so it doesn't matter who, the main thing is that the warrior is strong and can fight with others and they are looking for such people. The subordinates began to run towards him, shouting that they needed to get ready since their king had returned. The girl, looking away, remembered that these were the times when the beastmen hated humans the most, and it was not clear whether the rest of the tribe would agree with his decision. Suddenly, the eyes of one of them opened wide. They all took a fighting stance and someone began to say that it was the enemy, that he had killed his father, and they did not understand why the chief had brought a man here. The king, raising his hand, explained that it was their brother. The subordinate, frowning, asked again. Yul, looking ahead, asked them all to remain calm and let everyone gather. The protagonist, standing next to him, understood that in these times the tyranny of the empire was stronger than ever, and therefore these creatures hated people. Frowning, the young man realized that his plan would definitely fail if he couldn't change them to his side. They all suddenly surrounded the guy, asking why the teacher had left them. One of them, taking him by the hand, said that he was really lucky, since he managed to accompany his mentor. The fighter looked at the king. Yo gave him a thumbs up. Looking at him, the young man realized that a moment ago they were ready to tear him apart, but such a sudden change in their mood clearly lies in the chieftain. There was a smile on his face. Suddenly the beast struck with his fist. Raising his other hand, the chief shouted that the teacher had then begun to make his speech. Trembling, Yul said that although humans and beast men were inferior and constantly at war, he was grateful to fate that in the last moments of his mentor they still remained a teacher and a student. They were all looking at him. His eyes were closed. They all suddenly began to sob, screaming that it was too cruel. The fighter, putting his hand to his face, could not understand when he had a chance to tell such a story. They all surrounded him again when the king whispered to him to play along, for these idiots would believe anything. A smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, someone appeared behind and said that they were against it. Another beastman approached them and asked if they could believe the words of an ordinary person. The young man turned to them. The goddess, flying nearby, explained that this was the tribe of the Black Wolf, the faithful dogs of the Tiger King. Then the guy realized that these were the ancestors of Prime Minister Norris. Yul, shielding the guest with his hand, asked if his subordinate was disputing his order. The beast, looking ahead, replied negatively. Pointing his finger, Ralph shouted that they would never accept a member of an inferior race as one of their own, even if he was telling the truth. A dark red aura began to appear behind the king after asking if he had forgotten something. His eyes lit up red. The ward immediately turned away, listening to his words that they had principles according to which they were all abandoned and persecuted, as well as one family, regardless of race and the length of the pedigree. Frowning, Yo also explained that if he happened to forget it, then his neck would be twisted at once. These fighters immediately lowered their gazes. Walking forward, the young man relayed the teacher's words that they needed to unite all the beast men, regardless of the differences. The young man, pointing to the king, explained that this was the purpose of Antimoth, and the interlocutor asked if the guest knew about them. The hero, closing his eyes, replied in the affirmative and added that he had found out while loitering in the snow-covered field. Looking at the new comrade in arms, the protagonist also noted that although many tribes consider them enemies because of such beliefs, it is rumored that more and more beings are beginning to share their point of view. The fighter, stretching out his hand, explained that he, a man, was rejected by people, but the teacher gave him warmth and they were able to accept him as a brother. Placing his hand on his chest, Elric also said that such an act could already be considered as progress in the Tiger King's beliefs. Opening his eyes, the fighter noted that he would most likely have to prove it with deeds, namely that he was willing to join them and asked to live up to his expectations, adding that he had already heard that the hierarchy of beastmen was based on strength. The beast frowned and asked what he was getting at. Standing in front of him, the hero invited him to fight, and if he managed to win, he would have the opportunity to become part of their tribe, and if he was defeated, then he would leave this place forever. Gritting his teeth, the other man gritted his teeth and asked how a pathetic man sowed to challenge him, a warrior of the great Black Wolf clan. The guy, smiling, asked why he suddenly began to yell. Grinning, the soldier asked if he was frightened. The interlocutor bared his teeth after these words and called the invader a mutt. The protagonist, pointing his finger, asked if he was the dog. The warrior's hand suddenly reached forward. The wolf, putting her on his chest, said that he would kill him. The young man, smiling, asked if he would be able to do this. Suddenly the king stamped his foot. The two of them jumped back. The subordinate frowned. The hero bowed his head, listening to the leader's words that they should be asked a question before starting. Yul, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if they would accept the result of the fight when their lives would be at stake. The wolf, smiling, explained that if this man wins, he will be recognized as one of them. The young man raised his hand and swore on his master's honor. The king, looking ahead, said that he understood. The wolf was already flying towards him. Swinging his hand for a blow, the enemy shouted that he would be shredded into ribbons. The young man, dodging the attack, realized that the legend he had invented would soon be exposed, so he needed to prove himself as best he could in front of the king. Immediately after, the protagonist raised his hand back, as he realized that thanks to the duel, it would be a piece of cake. The enemy opened his mouth wide. A bright golden glow began to emanate from the guy's hand. The attack hit the opponent's body after activating the art of body development, the appearance of the ferocious tiger. Ralph flew back after the man asked if he had felt hard after the first blow. The fist was already in front of his muzzle. Immediately after that, a huge number of attacks began to fall on him. One of the wards raised his hand to his mouth and said that this warrior was one of the strongest warriors in the king's guard, and it was hard for him to believe that he was being beaten like a puppy, while the other said that this intruder was very good at using the art of body cultivation. Another beastman raised one hand and called out to the fighter. The wolf immediately fell to his knees. Blood dripped from his mouth, and someone said that apparently the fight ended faster than expected. The king, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that this would be enough for him to become one of them. Suddenly bright red eyes appeared. The wolf, opening its mouth wide, began to growl. The guy, looking back, realized that this is the state of a berserker, and when the anger of the beastman becomes uncontrollable, his strength increases several times. However, this has a disadvantage, since the creature is not able to think rationally. The enemy was already flying at him when the fighter realized that it was dangerous to fight such a beast face to face. The young man's hand began to glow bright blue. Stretching out his hand, the guy ordered him to freeze. Streams of cold air began to fall on the enemy. His paw suddenly slipped. The enemy immediately fell to the ground. Chains began to appear above him. One of them quickly rushed forward. They shackled his body. The guy's hand rose into the air. Striking the enemy on the neck from behind, the young man ordered him to rest. The opponent's body collapsed to the ground. The beasts, looking at him, began to talk about how this intruder had deceived them and was actually a magician. The fighter, bowing his head, knew that this was the only way to stop him without killing him. Bringing a finger to his face, the protagonist realized that his abilities would have surfaced anyway. Looking at the king, the guy tried to remember the story that was prepared for such an eventuality. Yul, smiling broadly, began to laugh. Patting his guest on the shoulder, the chief noted that this man was much more interesting than expected, because it was hard to believe that he had both the art of body development and magic. The fighter put his hand on his chest and said that he should have only used body cultivation skills, but he didn't want to harm a member of his future family, so he had to resort to the use of magic. Yul, tilting his head a little, replied that it didn't matter, because he took the easy way out or decided to hide his strength. The strongest wins on the battlefield. Looking at the guest, the king asked his name and then the new comrade introduced himself. The chief, looking at the rest of the wards, noted that according to the past duel, they accept a person into their tribe and asked if there were any objections. They, smiling, answered in the negative. Raising his hand, the king shouted that from that moment on, Elric was part of them. They still raised their hands in the air. Suddenly, the plaque in the fighter's bosom began to glow. The guy took it in his hands. Golden symbols appeared on it, and words that he had successfully completed the conditions, thanks to which the second restriction was lifted and his true name would now be revealed. A dead forest covered with snow appeared when it was said that it was a plain painted black, where razor-sharp winds blew over the barren land, and the true name of the seal, containing the sharpest wind of the field of black snow, was the North Wind. The mark on the fighter's arms began to glow again after thinking that it was a seal of rare rank, similar to the seal of cruelty that the Queen of the Mountains had given him. But he didn't know how to awaken it at the moment, so there was no way to use it yet. Imagining the goddess next to him, the hero also realized that she was missing and suggested that the girl again intended to keep silent about the power of the new seal. Taking a step, the protagonist realized that in this case, there was nothing he could do anyway. Frowning, the guy decided to focus on completing the second task of the ancestors. All the beastmen gathered in a certain room and someone ordered the man to enter. The soldier was walking towards them. The king, raising his hand, explained that it was finally time to officially introduce him, because on this day Elric would become one of the royal guard of Entramoth. The young man, bowing his head, thanked him for the honor. The chief, standing in front of him, noted that this was indeed a good mood and that in order to celebrate it, he would be entrusted with one task. Smiling, Yul explained that according to the guest, he was wandering around a field of black snow and that was how he managed to stumble upon this place, and then ordered him to use his knowledge to find a suitable place for their tribe. After these words, the guy opened his eyes. Smiling, the hero realized that fate itself was now on his side. Bringing his hand to his face, the fighter noted that he had recently seen a place that really attracted his attention. Imagining a dead forest, the ward said that this place is surrounded by mountain valleys and hills, which would make it easier to defend against outsiders, and also added that there is a water source nearby, and the place itself is cursed less than the rest of the black snow field, so the ground there should be better than anywhere else, but there is also a problem. The king looked down and began to say something. The hero, frowning, repeated his words that there are many worms of death there. The young man put his hand on his chest as he listened to the chieftain's words that he had also come across this place, which was definitely the most suitable among other options. And then the young man noted that he had never found a better place in this land than this, even if it was infested with monsters. Yul, holding his hands behind his back, asked what they should do then. Smiling, the man offered him to do so. The fighter's mouth opened in surprise. Frowning, the hero could not believe that he would have to look for a solution to this problem together with these annoying types. The three of them stood not far from him as the protagonist thought that although they were far from charming in nature, they were still the best warriors of the Black Wolf tribe, so it was understandable why they were forced on him. But he was much more interested in why the king put them together, given the mutual dislike, and assumed that this was a kind of test for him. Someone approached him and said that the main problem was that death worms only hunt in groups. Ye, standing nearby, noted that this task would not be easy at all. Another wolf. Smiling, I agreed with him and added that if it were not for one annoying and chattering person, they would not be hanging out here now. Ralph closed one eye and asked what was so good about a place where death worms lived, because it was more like trying to get the chieftain's attention. The hero, looking behind him, thought that they were already too stupid. The beast man spread his arms and explained that this is why humans are insignificant. Suddenly the captain slapped him in the face. The wolf, falling to the ground, called out to him. Ye, frowning, said that if this happened again, his head would be cut off. The other two, lowering their hands, shouted that they understood everything. The protagonist, looking at this beast, assumed that the king assigned them to it, because they trust this captain and he is able to cope with any internal disagreements. Immediately afterwards, the soldier bowed. Ye suddenly turned away. Smiling, the hero thought that his comrade could just do what he had to do, but even that he liked. The guy standing next to him said that if the death worms felt even a hint of threat, they would immediately come out, and asked if he had any ideas on how to lure them to the surface, while the commander replied that he had a plan, but it would take some time to implement it. Introducing a certain plant, the captain said that they needed a demonic flower of death, as these monsters are very sensitive to its aroma, and if they manage to get such a plant, they will be able to lure the monsters to the surface. The hero suddenly smiled and began to shake, and then the interlocutor asked what had happened to him. The fighter, bringing his hand to his face, asked him to continue. He glanced to the side and explained that they would be able to lure out the death worms with the flower, but it was extremely rare and even they would have a hard time finding it. The protagonist, smiling, asked him not to worry about it, as he had already managed to find him. The wolf, looking away, realized that he liked the confidence of this person, but such flowers are quite capricious to the place of growth and they are not only difficult to find, but also extremely dangerous to pluck. His eyes widened. The fighter, raising such a flower up, said that it was a jackpot. Immediately afterward, the guy glanced at the others. Throwing the plant to them, the hero asked them to start picking flowers. Smiling, the young man remembered that he had seen many such flowers of death in the labyrinth of blue mist created by the teacher. Looking at the plants in the grass, the fighter realized that since he could clearly see their demonic energy, he could find them even with his eyes closed. The seal on his hand began to glow after thinking that he also had the ability to absorb this very energy. Smiling broadly, the fighter thought about super fast printing speed. They all suddenly opened their eyes wide with anger after the ward's shout that it was time for the dogs to speed up. The captain was staring ahead when they started shouting something. Immediately after, the warrior kicked one of them and told them to do what Elric said. The young man looked at them. There was a smile on his face. A large number of other soldiers had already joined them. The king, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that in this short time he had managed to gather a lot of flowers of death, and it was difficult for him to describe how well they all were. But the fighter replied that it was all thanks to the help of the detachment. The three of them were sitting by a tree. Looking aside, the chief said that they should stop chatting and proceed with the plan. Immediately afterward, the burning torches soared into the air. Boxes with flowers began to burn. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Cracks went along the ground. A huge number of those worms immediately appeared in front of them. The king, putting his hand forward, shouted for all of them to prepare to attack, when suddenly someone said that they had some kind of problem. Turning around, Yell asked what had happened there, and the ward began to talk about the Fury tribe. The monster was already right behind them. The creature, looking at the young man, asked for an explanation. In turn, the guy said that he thought that they somehow found out that they were hunting death worms and were now coming here in the hope of setting up an ambush. The man, making a face full of malice, said that they dared to stoop to such cowardly tricks. Suddenly, monsters appeared. The warrior was walking towards the mountain. Looking ahead, the creature turned to the great warriors of the Fury tribe, adding that today they would kill the Tiger King Yul, declaring that they would destroy the Entramoth. The warriors were preparing for battle. Monsters crawled out of the ground. The man began to attack. Yul made an attack. Looking up, the opponent thought that the Tiger King was indeed strong, but they were preparing for this day and collecting magic items from the war with humans for a reason, and added that it didn't matter how strong he was, because it was impossible to protect himself from cannons by fighting in parallel with death worms. The guns were ready to attack. Smiling maniacally, the leader announced that he would throw the enemy at the feet of the Fury tribe and become the king of the beast men. The warriors were blinded by a sudden flash. Opening his eyes wide, the villain assumed that this smell came from the flowers of death. The battle was in full swing. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Stepping on the monster, the king said how easy it was to kill them. Turning around, the creature said that they had magically transferred the scent of the flowers towards the tribe, and added that the Furies and death worms had killed each other in the end, stating that he could not believe that he had come up with such a plan. Looking ahead, the main character said that an eye for an eye, and an ambush for an ambush. Smiling, his comrade in arms said that great minds think alike. Standing on the monsters, the man said that it was time to collect trophies. Swinging, the villain ordered the survivors to stand in line. With a face full of fear, the soldier announced that the Tiger King was here. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Enemies suddenly appeared. Fury appeared on the antagonist's face, shouting the name of the Tiger King. Swinging his axe, the creature asked how he had the audacity to come here. Yell hit. The allies' eyes began to glow as he told the royal guard to capture the Fury tribe and kill those who resisted. The soldiers went on the attack. Following the order, the soldiers began an attack. Swinging, the creatures shouted not to retreat. The battle began. The protagonist looked ahead. The Tiger King was beating up opponents, and it became clear that this was the art of cultivating the Tiger King's body. The man looked ahead, thinking that only by looking at Yulia, he could improve his techniques. Suddenly, someone got close to the guy. The warrior struck. Suddenly, the enemies lay dead. The creature was stabbed in the neck. Ralph fell to the ground. Suddenly, the monster's eyes darkened. Drops of sweat appeared on the man's face. Looking at his opponent, the main character asked if the dog was all right. A black disease spread across the opponent's face. The enemy fell to the ground. Without showing his face, the protagonist used a spell called Destruction. The creature continued to lie on the ground. Suddenly, the monster changed its expression. Holding his shoulder, the mage said that he had simply lost consciousness, so there was no need to worry, and added that he should be carried to the camp, because he needed help. The guy looked at the departing allies. Looking at the king, Elric spoke of proceeding with the next part of their plan before the remnants of the Fury tribe caught up with them, and the man stopped the young man. Putting his hand on his heart, Yell thanked them for saving them. All the warriors expressed respect. The main character grinned. the creatures led the villains. The protagonist looked down. The girl, looking at the mage, said that only a few days had passed, and he had already become one of the beast men. In turn, the guy replied that she had been watching all the time, but decided to show herself only now. Looking at the man's back, the lady said that she knew that he would cope, so there was no point in her help. In the end, the wizard said that he would eat better. Suddenly a dark mouth opened. Looking up, the sorcerer stated that there was much more demonic energy than he had thought, and added that he would never have thought that the wind seal would rise to 4 stars at once. There were seals on the man's hand. The shadow exhaled. Looking at the shiny earth, the young man asked if he had eaten everything, and added that at least he would not have to clean everything here. Putting something on the ground, the main character said that now that there are no more monsters, the seed should grow. It was a full moon. Looking at the package, the protagonist said that given that there was no report of failure, he was doing everything right. Suddenly, the guy's face became surprised. The plant is mature. Holding the artifact in his hands, it became obvious that everything worked out. Suddenly, the hand shone blue. It was written on the stove that he had successfully fulfilled the conditions, and the third restriction was lifted. A snow-covered palace appeared, making it clear that this is a temple of flowers. The halls looked cold. The man began to look around. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared. A girl sat on the throne, making it clear that she was the king of demons. A stunned look appeared on the protagonist's face, thinking about the fact that goddess Camellia was the demon queen and adding that considering her level of demonic energy, she must have been strong. The girl was tied up. The lady sat on an icy throne. The lady's face was divided into 2 parts, raising the question of whether the existence of both a goddess and a demon queen was possible. Suddenly Elric's eyes widened. Miss, flying over the man, turned to the mage. Putting her hands on her knees, the girl asked if everything was fine. Looking at the goddess, the wizard asked if the wind seal was originally hers. Looking down, the girl asked why he decided so. In turn, the guy replied that he had seen her. Looking at the young man, the lady asked about what he meant, while the main character said that she was alone in that empty castle, looking bored and alone, and the emitted demonic energy resembled a wind seal. The lady sat on the throne. Straightening her hair, the goddess said that now this is just a forgotten story of the distant past. Sitting on his knee, the protagonist asked if the cold spread across the black snow field was caused by her. In the end, the girl answered positively. Using pink magic, the lady declared that he was no longer hers, adding that she was now Camellia, the goddess of flowers. Looking at his comrade in arms, the man asked if the essence of this ordeal was to clean up the traces of her past. Making a gesture with her hand, the creature said that she knew him, and added that all she could tell me now was how to grow a seed. The goddess was flying over the guy. Without showing her face, the girl told him to just remember what Otto had told him. The guide, looking to the side, said that from now on he must absorb the general of the east. Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared, and it became clear that the general was the past mistakes of the goddess Camellia. With a face full of uncertainty, the young man thought that in order to grow a tree, he would have to take all the cold on himself. Looking to the side, the lady declared that he should always be careful with the general, because he was the biggest obstacle. Suddenly the city of Entramoth appeared. The man, looking at the tree, thought that it was already the 91st day since the beginning of the test. Flowers bloomed on the tree. Running up to the hero, the soldier announced that the leader was looking for him. Turning around, the main character did not look particularly happy. A snow-covered mountain appeared. The man fell. Sitting on his knees, the protagonist asked if it was possible to mock like that. Smiling, Yell said that Yell himself had asked to train with him as a reward for saving Ralph, and that he, as the chief, had to keep his promises properly. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that he wanted to practice the art of body cultivation, but he didn't think that he would beat up so trivially. Gritting his teeth, the king declared that the guy was his brother, and added that he did not deserve to give up so easily. Standing in a fighting stance, the mage declared that he really had an effect on this, so he was suffering from nonsense for a reason. Holding out his hands, the man said that they should return to the technique of the ferocious tiger phenomenon. Suddenly the creature's ears perked up. Turning around, Yell said that they should postpone the training, while the main character asked about what happened. The king ran away. The castle of Entramoth appeared. The beastmen were injured. The characters looked serious. Holding on to the Pirula, the protagonist said that these people were refugees, and added that this was the work of an Eastern general, while the goddess stated that this was true, continuing that around this time, living beings began to learn about him. Looking at the inhabitants, the girl said that, after eons, the Eastern general was greatly weakened, and added that the current one is a real and merciless disaster. The man clenched his hands tightly, making it clear that the Tiger King had once been able to hold back the chaos that had spread among the inhabitants, but only because he was powerless against the general. The creature turned and ordered Ralph to gather the chiefs in his tent. Kneeling down, the beast-man added that he wanted him to put on his battle attire and head there as well. The guys jumped down. The man, looking at the main character, turned to him. Looking away, the guy said that he should take the drink. Looking at the concoction in surprise, the protagonist asked what it was. In turn, the creature said that he just had this thing lying around, so he could use it, or he could just throw it away, adding that he didn't care. Suddenly, the ally jumped far. The goddess, sitting on the boy's shoulder, said that this was a rather valuable medicine, made in small doses only in the Black Wolf tribe. Smiling, the girl said that it was a great luck that he accidentally had such a valuable thing lying around, adding that the boy was quite nice. Looking down, the mage replied that he hadn't expected such a thing from a man. The ceiling appeared. Comrades in arms were sitting at the table. Looking ahead, the man stated that his tribe had suffered tremendous damage, while the elder said that their ancestors had shed blood to make this place their home. But now everything was destroyed, stating that they had lost too many family members. Elric was standing in the doorway. Making a serious face, the king asked the man for a favor. In turn, the main character added that it was about a catastrophe that struck terror into the hearts of the refugees. Sitting at the table, Yul stated that it was so, and added that they should find this cursed Eastern general, asking them to light the way with magic. You could see hope on people's faces. The beastmen waited for an answer. The man was sitting in a closed position. Making a serious expression on his face, the guy answered positively. Smiling, the creature stated that it was excellent, and continued to have the chieftains gather the elite warriors of their tribes. After all, they were leaving tomorrow. The elders looked happy. Jumping up, the beastmen accepted the command. The creatures ran out of the tent. Looking forward, the young man thought about how everything was very coherent, adding that the fact that he had found the Tiger King to cultivate the seed, as well as the joint battle against the general, was definitely part of it. The comrades in arms advanced into battle. The man was dressed in a blue cloak. The soldiers walked through a snowstorm. The king, smiling, said that magic had always fascinated him, and added that it would continue to fascinate no matter how often they met it, while the protagonist asked if he wanted to learn, stating that he would quickly master the basics. Closing his eyes, the man said why he needed it when there was a guy. In the end, the young man said that he spoke painfully easily about the fact that he wanted to take advantage of him. Yul smiled and said that he would only ask and he would give up his seat, and the mage thought that the strongest king in the history of the beastmen was behaving like a child, and added that he wondered if his descendants would know about it. Raising his head up, the creature said that the tribe had changed a lot after their meeting, continuing that there were times when he perceived him as a lucky star that fell from the sky. In turn, the main character thanked him for his kind words. Standing behind his comrade in arms, the king said that he had a gift. Man opened his eyes wide to hear that a gift is the final part of the art of developing the body. The hero turned to his ally. The man gritted his teeth, saying that he thought he didn't know that the rapprochement with him was for a reason. Looking at the king, the protagonist asked how long it had been since he realized this. As he walked forward, the creature said that the person who said he had learned the art of body development from some hermit was suspicious, but it was possible. The warrior approached the hero, declaring that the same cannot be said about magic, because it is impossible to study it on your own. The king's face was furious, suggesting that he had provoked the clans hostile to them to meet him and learn more about the art of body cultivation. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked why he had accepted him then, if he knew everything. The creature did not show its face. Slapping his shoulder, the beastman said that both humans and beastmen had always had their own interests. After all, it was normal, so he had accepted it for his own good. The girl, flying over the magician, said that the guy had been dancing to his tune all this time, while the young man said that even if so, he had no reason to teach him the final part of the art. The monster's hand touched the wizard's head. The man, standing in front of the main character, said that he had gone through a lot to get here, and it would be unfair if he died defending a foreign people. There was surprise on the protagonist's face. The king withdrew his hand, and it became clear that he was going to train the boy so that he would survive. The man did not show his face. Smiling, the young man thanked his ally. The lady, looking ahead, apologized for getting involved, and added that now was not the best time for such a thing. The magician's eyes opened wide. Suddenly, a shadow appeared that exuded the energy of the goddess Camellia. The guys stood in the light of magic. Something looked ahead, making it clear that such malice could only be described by one word, that it was a demon. Suddenly, the friends began to close themselves off from the blow, and it became obvious that they immediately needed to leave the territory of General East. Suddenly, the main character was standing in complete darkness. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he could not feel the energy of either the goddess Camellia or the scouting party, adding that the general's demonic energy had cut off all mana flows. The man's face was not visible. The warriors lay dead, making it clear that the guy had to somehow get rid of the darkness before that happened. The young man gritted his teeth. Looking at the hand, the mage thought that the seal of the icy wind was related to the goddess in the same way as the general of the east, adding that with its help, he would be able to try to open the way. The hand was covered in runes. Clutching his head, the wizard said that for this he needed to awaken it. Holding his hand on his head, the man said that he had no other seals besides this one. The main character knitted his eyebrows. The man, looking away through his monocle, said that from now on he would have to absorb the general of the east. Looking at the hand, the protagonist stated that it seemed that he should stuff this demon into the seal in the same way as in the first trial, while the guide replied positively. The guy stretched his hand forward. Closing his eyes, the young man used a spell called absorption. Black streaks appeared from the man's hand as he thought about suddenly being able to take away the general's cold with the seal of cruelty. The seal sparkled blue. A blue light came out of the hand of the magician, who thought that the magical power emanating from the seal of cruelty was bound to the seal of wind. The mountains depicted on the seal were glowing. The drawing began to light up. The wizard's eyes were green. Suddenly, silhouettes appeared. The guys came closer and closer. Suddenly, a person appeared among other people. The main character was looking at his hands. The guy with the flowers called out to the queen. Smiling, the boy stated that these flowers had just bloomed, and added that he had brought them because they resembled hers. The girl, sitting on the throne, asked how they resembled her. The man, looking at his comrade in arms, said that these flowers look beautiful, adding how they cannot resemble a queen. A man pointed his finger and declared that these flowers would never be equal to their queen, and the gentleman asked him if he thought she would like such a gift. The guy, smiling, said that of course he would like it, and the one who thinks the opposite, let him come forward. The queen showed no emotion. The girl exhaled heavily. People were happy. Suddenly, the subordinates began to disappear. The guy was standing in front of the lady. Looking ahead, the young man thought that he partly understood her feelings. Looking down, the lady said that she was very bored, and it became clear that she felt alive thanks to the people who had followed her in the past. And now, closing and opening her eyes, she saw only emptiness and loneliness in front of her. The queen sat on the throne. The girl walked past the magician. The lady opened the door to the balcony. The lady stood by the pillar, making it clear that all that was left for the lonely ruler was a huge palace and land on which a sprout could not break through, as well as snow falling on a lifeless wasteland. Mist went outside. The houses were covered with snow. Looking into the distance, the queen asked if she could just fall asleep. Suddenly, the girl's eyes turned green. The lady squatted down. Smiling, the lady said that she did not seem to be in danger of boredom in the near future, making it clear that the queen's cold face, which always resembled a piece of ice, was touched by a smile for the first time. The man looked ahead. A sprout sprouted from the stone, giving a glimmer of hope. The girl, sitting down on her knee, said that there was something she had to say. Holding her hands to the sprout, the lady said that she usually did not care about the likes of him, so let him always remember how lucky he was. Smiling, the lady said that she believed that it was only his decision to appear here. An ice hedge appeared around the plant, making it clear that it would be up to the queen to decide whether to stay here or not. The girl fell near the wall. Suddenly the lady's eyes opened. Green eyes opened wide. The flowers bloomed. Approaching the flowers, the lady's face was stunned. Without showing her eyes, the mist said that this would not work. Suddenly the queen made a movement. The girl took a pot of flowers. The lady stood up in the empty room. The lady planted the flower in the ground. His fingers touched the red flower. Smiling, the mist declared that they were beautiful. The main character looked at what was happening. Flowers grew in the ground, and it became clear that although the outside world was an icy desert with nothing but snow, flowers began to appear in various corners, and this place became a veritable flower garden. A tree grew on a platform. There was a petal on the queen's hand. The girl looked at the palm of her hand. Suddenly the lady opened her eyes wide. The lady began to cough, making it clear that the one who was destined to live in the embrace of winter had gradually begun to die because of the warmth of spring. Miss tried to catch her breath. A white hand lay on the flowers, and it became clear that the garden was becoming more and more beautiful. Subordinates, smiling, talked about the fact that many flowers had bloomed there, and invited her to take a look. The queen fell on the flowers, and it became clear that the life of the man who loved the world so much had come to an end. Tears came out of the girl's eyes. A drop fell to the ground. A blue flower appeared. Various plants bloomed. Suddenly, fairies appeared, making it clear that dreams had finally given rise to a new life. Friends looked at the queen's body, asking many questions. In turn, the protagonist thought that the gods of flowers are all the same in the past and in the present. Looking at the sky, the guy asked about what happened next, asking how such a beautiful place became different. Suddenly, the sky became cloudy. Darkness enveloped the flowers. The fairy hid in the flowers. The demon god was looking forward. Suddenly, a memory of a huge demon arose. The darkness flashed with its eyes, making it clear that although his appearance was different, it was definitely the same god he had seen in his dream. The creature stretched out its hand. The girl's body began to rise. Looking at the lady, the demon asked if winter should not remain just winter. The lady's eyes were red. A black liquid flowed from the miss's eyes, making it clear that she was the demon queen. Suddenly a villain appeared. We will inform you that from now on spring will never come to these lands again. Dark magic was heard. Shielding himself from the shockwave, the main character asked if this was an Eastern general. Looking at the hand, the protagonist stated that while it was the general's strength full of malice, he could also feel the warmth and cold, the happiness and loneliness of the queen herself. The stone that the hero was holding in his hands announced that the fourth restriction had been lifted, adding that the liberation of the essence had begun. Suddenly the guy knitted his eyebrows. Using magic, the young man said that he seemed to understand how to use the wind seal. The hand began to glow. Suddenly, there was a click, using a spell called Appear, because I was lonely. A blast wave rang out. The blue essence was striving further. The goddess, looking into the distance, said that the magician had coped. Glancing ahead, the girl asked that she did not know what he saw there, while the protagonist said that he saw a flower garden. The lady, turning her head, listened to the fact that the guy would return everything as it was. Looking at the lady, the young man asked her how until her very last breath she just wanted to see the flowers that bloomed in the garden, and asked if it was not these beautiful views that she had always wanted to protect, even when she was reborn as the goddess Camellia. The girl's face was full of hope as the mage talked about how if he ended the winter, he would be able to bring back the spring stolen by the demon god. Smiling, the man said that the friends had a different relationship, so she shouldn't talk like a servant to her master. The wizard rushed on. Pondering, the goddess asked about his words, and added that being a friend was too generous, adding that she had gone through many trials and drawn a line between them, but the main character easily crossed it. The soldiers were injured. Looking at the golem, the beastmen asked why it was so strong. The warriors were at their limit. Standing in front of the creature, the king stated that Elric would definitely understand how to defeat this thing. Suddenly darkness appeared. The monsters that the refugees spoke of were advancing in large numbers. Smiling, the man asked about the fact that the soldiers were only frightened by their number, and added that it seemed that some people were waiting for individual training upon their return. The warrior, looking ahead, asked what he was talking about. Gritting his teeth, the elder said that it had been decided that all the wounded would receive individual training from him after the battle. The warriors went on the attack when they heard that it was time to hunt. The ice golems were split and crushed. Looking at the monster's hand, the beastman asked what had happened. The king smiled. The mage could be seen against the moon, listening to the man, glad that his brother was back. Suddenly shoes appeared. Approaching the creature, the main character apologized for being late. In turn, the man asked that he did not run away. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he had ever seen him escape. The king smirked. Suddenly, a golem appeared, and it became clear that the warrior's attacks had no effect on it. The man's eye turned green as he suggested that something special was needed here. There was an accumulation of energy near the monster's left leg. In turn, the man said that he was hitting him on the head to no avail. Closing his eyes, the creature said that his plan was to destroy the monster with his body development art technique, so that he could copy it. Suddenly the king was covered with yellow energy. The beast man suddenly jumped. Looking up, the young man said that he seemed to be going to teach him the basics himself. The guy jumped too. The friends began to attack the monster. Bad weather began. The king, continuing to run, said that someone might say that the art of body development is a fighting style focused solely on feelings and instincts, but this is not true, adding that the art requires knowledge of the basics and the use of certain movements at the right time, because this will release the power of maximum efficiency and destructiveness, and went on to say that, in addition, the power will differ depending on the order in which it is used. The monster struck. The king attacked. Suddenly, the man's foot pushed off the blue platform. Swinging, the man said that there should be the same movements. A powerful blow rang out, which is called the appearance of a ferocious tiger. The armor looked terrible. Turning around, the creature said that the principle may seem simple, but it is not easy to learn, so you need to pay attention. The mage swung. The main character hit the ice golem. A hole had formed in the monster's armor. A stunned look appeared on the face of the ally, indicating that he had not only repeated after him, having seen only once, but also combined the technique with his technique. Smiling, the king said that he was a real beast. The battle began. Swinging for a blow, it became clear to the protagonist that the three seals also began to connect with each other, as the disparate techniques of the art of body development lined up in one system while he repeated after the king. The golem's body was divided into two parts. Jumping away, the guy said that the energy was leaving his body. Smiling, the young man stated that this meant that they could now attack any part of the body. Knitting his eyebrows, the man remarked that this was wonderful and added that it was time to teach him the final part of the art of body development. 2 lions of mana came out of friends, and it became clear that if the first part of the development of the body was the gait of a beast, then the second part of it was the claws, and then the fangs. Suddenly the ground cracked. The man's hands were yellow. There was no pupil in the eye. The allies attacked the opponent. Swinging, it became clear that you need to bite as deep as possible, because if the fangs are sunk into the prey, they will never let go. Suddenly, everything turned gray. Magic came out of the creature's fists. The monster fell on its back. In turn, the man said that the monster should not get up, it must be torn to pieces and devoured, because otherwise there may be no chance, and therefore you need to become a real disaster for your opponent. The king slashed with his claws. Mash also carried out an attack. The guys made their way over the body of the monster. The partners jumped over the monster. The beast man struck. The man swung, making it clear that they were kings now, that they ruled the battlefield. There was an explosion. The main character stood in a blizzard, making it clear that when his consciousness expanded, a sixth sense opened. The protagonist's eye glowed with different colors. The guy looked into the distance, making it clear that this world was created by the unity of his mind and sixth sense. Looking at his friend, the man asked how the young man told him that it was wonderful. Pointing his finger, the king said that he couldn't believe that he was smiling in a place where he was in danger of dying, and added that he was really crazy, while the magician asked if the beast man himself was not smiling. Smirking, the colleague replied that he had never been normal. Suddenly the king's eye opened wide. The wizard stood in front of the magic, making it clear that he had become stronger again. Looking at his hands, the man thought that he had reached the 7th circle, declaring that he had been able to overcome the wall against which he had bumped. The main character glanced at his friend. The man folded his hands over his hips until the protagonist understood why he was so friendly to him, since they were not of the same blood, so he had no reason to train the guy. Standing in front of the beast man, the young man asked why he was helping him. Looking at the man, the king said that since he had already recognized someone as a brother, he would believe in him until the very end. Placing his hand on the mage's head, the king said that even if he was hiding something from him, there was no reason for the brothers not to help each other. Suddenly, the eye of the protagonist opened wide. People held hands, and it became clear that the protagonist does not trust anyone except his sister, because he knows too well how people can betray. But if he does not plan to lead others, does he need to become as open as Yul? The creature was smiling. Suddenly a snowstorm began. The monster got back on his feet. The guy clenched his fist with his hand. Looking ahead, the young man asked if his friend would mind another round. The palace stood under the night sky. People were sitting on sofas. The girl was biting her nail. Turning to his daughter, the man said that nothing would change from her excitement, and asked if she could calm down. Looking down, the lady said that he had been gone for 4 days. The young man folded his arms and said that it had been so long since their son-in-law had entered it, and the young man asked if there was nothing they could do. The lady, closing her eyes, said that they were currently dealing with matters related to the family, and thanked them for their concern, stating that they would not interfere. Looking at the girl, the man stated that they didn't seem to want them to meddle in their affairs, and added that the protagonist was with the White Knight and the King of Monsters, so there was no reason to worry. Suddenly an earthquake rang out. The lady looked out of the window. The lady threw open the window. Miss looked shocked on her face. Everything was on fire. The two warriors looked at the burning city. The deer standing behind the captain informed him that all of the Blood Wolf King's breath had been used. The man created a flame in his hand and replied that in this case it would be the last. Behind him stood his army, and ahead of him the buildings were blazing brightly. They rushed to the castle, deciding that it was time to carry out their plan. Herman raised his hand and asked rudely how these scoundrels dared to attack the sacred temple. The animals bared their teeth menacingly, shouting that they would now get rid of people. They rushed towards a detachment of 3 warriors. Suddenly the wolf turned around in surprise. A white tiger ran towards them, with a soldier sitting on its back. He furrowed his brows and shouted that there was no place for such nonsense. Isabel was covered in sweat and thought that something was wrong, since the enemies should know how strong they were, but for some reason they were so reckless in rushing at them. The tiger fought with the wolves while the girl thought that they did not attack from an ambush. She furrowed her brows with exertion. The warrior with a smirk suggested that his comrade finish it quickly while they could cut back on the losses. Isabel suddenly stood in front of them and loudly warned them of the danger. The man laughingly replied that she was too kind to worry about them, but it was okay. The member of the guard furrowed her brows and shouted that Elric was in danger, and it was just a distraction. The lion and the deer ran forward, their real target being the protagonist. A large white door with golden patterns was visible. The beast destroyed it with a blow of his fist. The deer stood behind, asking what kind of kindergarten it was. The fairies looked at the intruders with displeasure and demanded that they leave the place. The predator put his hand on his chest and apologized for interrupting the goddess's rest, and they would humbly accept the punishment for the sin they had committed. Suddenly, black smoke appeared next to his face. He pointed his finger at the door and reported that their target was there. Near stretched out her hand and shouted loudly to keep the visitor away. The lion's eyes turned red, and he threatened that if the fairies stood in their way, they would inevitably face disrespectful treatment. The girl was covered with sweat and thought that they could not let these scoundrels in. She imagined the protagonist sitting in the lotus position, and how the goddess says that if the mental world is destroyed, then the guy and she will be stuck there forever, so no outside interference can be allowed. The goddess of daffodils furrowed her brows and firmly decided that they had to stop the beasts at all costs. She stretched out her hand. The predator suddenly drew his sharp sword, and red streaks appeared in the air. His eyes shone brightly, and he said that it was useless. He attacked the fairy with a weapon in his hands. She closed her eyes and covered her mouth with her hand. Suddenly, her eyes widened when she heard a loud sound. Someone threw the enemy back, and the room was flooded with blue light. Lev looked straight and said that he knew who was standing in front of him. It was Herman, whose body radiated powerful energy. The man furrowed his brows and looked away. Nar looked at him in fear. The warrior raised his sword and said seriously that no one would be able to go inside. The protagonist looked to the side and said that they had destroyed this thing many times. However, it was constantly being restored. There was a huge monster in front of them, and the Tiger King asked if Elric felt that this monster was getting stronger with time. He looked at the young man, and they both concluded that they wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy. Yol looked at his subordinate and said that the enemies respawn every time they defeat them, and their side has already suffered serious losses. The creatures stood motionless as the tiger said that now that they had discovered the location of the ice general, their goal was accomplished. But this golem was unlikely to let them go so easily. The protagonist furrowed his brows and said that he was giving up on the idea and he didn't need to hear what the predator wanted to say in order to understand what was on his mind. The guy with the evil face came to the conclusion that Yo wanted him and the rest of the squad to escape, while the captain bought time for them. The king looked to the side and replied that the protagonist was now the only one who could help the others escape from this place, to which the young man replied that he would prefer to stay while the captain led the others. Yo silently knitted his black eyebrows. The guy was sweating, thinking that he could just start over. However, he couldn't let his ally fall so senselessly this time either. He opened his mouth wide in surprise when the tiger asked if he wanted the chief to leave him here and run away. The man knitted his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and concluded that it was time to pay for his lessons. Elric turned as beads of sweat trickled down his cheek. Yul slammed his fist into his palm and told the protagonist to lie down here for the crime of order. The young man immediately walked away, shouting that he agreed and that he would be back soon. The squad followed, as he thought about getting them back to safety, and then coming back at all costs. The king stared after them. There was a slight smile on his lips. Suddenly, a yellow streak of light appeared in the air and an explosion. Yul turned into a real tiger, saying that he would not let the scoundrels touch his comrades with a finger. The beast men were walking towards the gate. The guy was sweating, glad that they were able to survive. Another scout opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would return to the chieftain with the protagonists because he wanted to help them in battle. But Elric didn't turn around. There was an expression of shock on his face. Camellia blossomed. The young man touched the stove on his chest. There was an inscription that all restrictions had been lifted, and the contract was enforced. Cracks suddenly appeared in the sky, and the guy thought that the test was over. Suddenly he ran back. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he hadn't said goodbye to someone yet. Sweat was dripping down the guy's face. The goddess turned around and asked what all this was for, since it was just a mental world. The warrior was silent. Looking straight ahead, he remembered the faces of all those who had betrayed his family. Elric imagined himself and Hayes as children, thinking of those who heartlessly turned their backs on them. Then the aristocrat rudely hit the girl, who was desperately begging for help. People in the crowd looked down furiously. These hyenas were smiling at them, but all they cared about was how to steal the remnants of their possessions. The boy sobbed, begging someone not to leave. Among those who left were countless those whom he considered friends and close acquaintances, whom he trusted. Everyone turned to look at the protagonist passing by. After going through all the humiliation, he closed his heart and became cold-blooded because there were many who would have come for him if he hadn't pulled himself together. The guy then introduced all of his comrades and thought that he had met people who made his heart open, and they slowly began to melt the piece of ice that it was encased in. He imagined the smile of the Tiger King and thought that there was still someone who trusted him completely, and called him brother. He furrowed his brows and admitted that it was just a mental world that he wouldn't even remember. The fairy watched him leave just to say goodbye to everyone. She lowered her head down. Camellia then smiled and thought that she had never had the desire to hate the Elric bloodline. The warrior walked on the frozen ground. The sky was covered with a web of cracks. The protagonist's face was sad. Yell sat in the lotus position, greeting his friend with a smile. The young man looked down and asked what had happened to the ice general, but he really wanted to ask if the chief was injured. The man laughed loudly, and the protagonist thought that it would be better for him to ask about what the captain himself was eager to tell, what he was most proud of. The tiger turned around and asked if it was obvious that he had won. The guy furrowed his brows and noticed that his friend had a lot of self-confidence. With a smirk, Julie asked if Elric thought he would lose, and the protagonist decided that he wanted to become like the chieftain. He put his hands on his waist and replied with a smile that he didn't think so, to which the king replied that there was no word for defeat in his vocabulary. The remains of the enemy lay nearby, and the guy thought that he was sorry that he could not catch his friend's fight with the ice general. His eyes suddenly widened as the man asked if he had come to say goodbye. Yell asked with a smile if the young man was surprised that he had hit the nail on the head, but he did not know about it. He just came to the realization. They looked up, and the chief confessed that he was curious and wanted to know why Elric was learning the art of body enhancement. He pointed his finger at the sky and added that he thought the guy would tell him sooner or later. There were cracks above him, and he said that after passing through this shining wall, he now sees and understands so many things that he could not before. The protagonist furrowed his brows and understood the reason why his friend was so radiant despite just coming out of a fierce battle. The chieftain's body radiated a golden aura, and the young man thought that he had overcome his limit and become an excellent fifth chain. Now he realized that everything around him was not real. The man raised his paw when the guy wanted to say something. He closed his eyes and said that he was not so curious about who his comrade was. The main thing was that he realized himself. They looked at the cracked sky, and Yell said that they should focus on the current moment. He lowered his head and asked what the protagonist's real name was. He opened his mouth and said that his name was Elric. Furrowing his brows, he repeated it again. There were scratches on the tiger's cheek. He slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. He then got up from the ground and said that the guy had saved his promise because he had survived and saved his family again. In gratitude, the chief promised to show his friend something interesting. He lowered his head and explained that this would be his parting gift. Suddenly, Yell's hands began to emit a golden light, and he said that he had used this to drive the ice general away. The man closed his eyes, and the guy thought that he was slowly showing him every step and every movement so that he could see them and remember them. The tiger took a different pose. He then raised one hand, frowning. Elric's eyes sparkled as he decided he wouldn't miss a single detail. There was a picturesque sky behind the captain while the main character looked at his parting gift. Yell bent his back, breathing heavily. Sadness appeared on the protagonist's face. The man said with a smile that he hoped that fate would allow them to meet again. The sky was more covered with cracks. The guy was lying on the grass. He looked away. The man walked up to him and said that Elric should be proud to have more than they thought. The young man clenched his hand into a fist, asking if he could try the test again, but the tutor replied that he wouldn't succeed. He furrowed his brows and asked if the protagonist thought he could achieve victory in 100 days. Camellia looked down sadly when Otto said that the reason for creating the flower temple was because the ice general was unstoppable. The young man arched his eyebrows tensely as the guide added that the curse of the demon god was very terrible. The man introduced Dustin and revealed that the reason he left this ordeal about why the old man helped him was to help his grandson. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock upon hearing this. He introduced his grandfather, and Otto added that their goal was to help the guy through this ordeal and understand how to absorb the ice general, and therefore how to deal with it. He put his hands behind his back. The guide looked down, saying that the young man would be able to solve the problems that he could not solve in the test in the real world. Elric looked at him carefully. There was a dark sky outside the window. The guy was meditating. Suddenly, Dark energy appeared in the corner. The fog spread. Someone's voice said that he had found the protagonist. A red-eyed deer stared at him. He took out a knife and said that a pathetic man dared to stand in the way of the bloody wolf king. Then the beast rushed forward and added that death was due for such a crime. The young man's eyes were closed even when the blade was directly in front of his face. Suddenly he opened them. A powerful explosion thundered. The lion held a sword in his hand. The warrior's eyes shone brightly. The beast was laughing, and Herman did not understand why. He suddenly looked sharply towards the door and opened his mouth in shock. At this time, the deer approached the young man, wanting to punish him. The blade was near the guy's face. Suddenly Elric opened his green eyes wide. Ice streams came out of his body. The enemy was covered with ice, his eyes bulging in surprise. The main character hit him on the nose with his hand. He smiled and said that the opponent had screwed up. Hull appeared above the beast, whom the guy summoned and asked for help. The deer's eyes widened in fright, looking up. Elric raised his hand and said that after passing the test, the monster seal had become stronger. Mephistopheles crossed his arms and reported that his master could use the cold winds, as well as create some snow and clouds, to create winter. The young man touched his face and asked why he was glad to see this ugly worm. Camellia looked at the demon king with a smile and said that it was time for him to admit that his face looked funny. The young man looked at them with a warm smile. Suddenly he looked away in surprise. On his hand was a snowflake, which had turned into an ice crystal. The three of them turned sharply. The doors swung open loudly. Elric sweated and cursed. Herman was sitting on the floor. His face was bruised, and he said that he was glad that the main character was fine. The young man rushed to the warrior. He put his hand on his shoulder, and the man explained that he was just overstretched and tired. He smiled when the protagonist said that he looked fresher. Herman looked to the side and asked if the guy knew what good came out of meeting him after he fell ill with a plaguing disease. Elric looked at him carefully and asked what he was talking about. The general raised one finger and said that he had taken a step towards what he had long striven for. There was a large crack in the wall, and an unconscious lion lay below. They were standing in the middle of a ruined room, and the protagonist warned that he would give his comrades some of his mana. The man turned around as their bodies began to emit a golden light. He looked up and thought that the protagonist had crossed another limit. Herman said with a smile that he was feeling better now. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard behind them. The young man rushed there. There was a fire outside. Wolves held firecrackers in their hands. Elric furrowed his brows and insulted them. He raised his hand up and used magic. A cold wind began to blow over the enemies. They looked up and shouted as they recognized the mage. The protagonist's eyes lit up with anger. The opponents began to run away, and the young man said that although they had come here of their own free will, it was not for them to decide when they would leave. Ice blocks flew past the beasts, which were forced to stop. They turned, sweating with fear. Bright lightning appeared around the main character. He looked down and activated the skill. The wind swept the wolves off their feet. The warriors furrowed their brows as they looked at the mage. In the distance, a yellow light could be seen. The fairies hovered in the air, rejoicing in the snow. Anear raised her hand, looking ahead. There were snowflakes in front of her. The guy looked at the tree that had grown out of the ground. He was smiling. There were white clouds outside the window. Elric raised his hand and announced that he planned to use this ice crystal to absorb the energy of cold, awaken the winter flowers, and infuse them with the divine powers of the flower goddesses. Camellia crossed her arms and added that it was just like he had awakened her. Everyone stared at the guy as he said that if they gathered all the powers of the flowers and grew these winter flowers, they might be able to plant the ice general there and summon spring. Mephistopheles turned away with a disgruntled look, and the magus thought that just like the demon king had said, in order to end the winter, he would need various elements besides the brutal cold and winter wind. The young man held a snowflake in his hand. Then it took off and made a circle, leaving a white light behind it. Here lies the power of Camellia and the elements. The snowflake turned to stone, and the guy thought that winter would come, and then spring would return. All the fairies opened their mouths in admiration. They happily floated in the air. Members of the guard communicated. Suddenly Isabel's eyes widened. A smile appeared on her face due to the warm spring breeze and the smell of flowers. A green field was visible. There was a blue sky above the castle. Sean ran up to his friend, who told him that they had to kill the ice general. The guy raised his hand and explained that they should not act without information. The magician replied with a smile that it was in the Fury tribe. His friend closed his eyes and said that the protagonist had taken up his own again. The members of the Blue Lions looked at Elric intently. Hayes hugged the little tiger cub. Sean touched his forehead and said with a sigh that he would help his comrades since they had gone so far. The team followed the mage. They set off to restore order. Someone slammed his fist on the table. Wolf gritted his teeth, angry that such a simple task had failed, namely the burning of the temple. He sat on the throne, saying that he didn't care about the temple. The demon stood in front of him, assuming that the beast was most likely annoyed by the fact that his subordinates were unable to kill Elric. The predator's eyes radiated malice. The man shrugged his shoulders and said that he and the king were similar in this way, because they were both tired of hearing that name. Wolf turned his head to the side and said that they could just grow their powers again and get rid of their enemies, but they needed to end their negotiations first. Suddenly his eyes widened. The bloody king gritted his teeth and thought that his tails were disappearing. The demon smirked and suggested that the beast needed their help. A hurricane raged in the city under the rule of the Furies, Dolphin. The main character soared in the sky, saying that it was a very pleasant sight. He furrowed his brows and said that they should have been prepared for an appropriate response, and Camellia added that she felt as if the sadness that had accumulated over 100 years had simply disappeared. The guy took the blue ball in his hands. There were the faces of his comrades, who asked with perky smiles if they needed to do anything else here. Mephistopheles closed his eyes in displeasure and called them sick in the head, but his master replied that he was the same. The magician said with a smile that thanks to his friends, everything was going well. They blew up a stone statue. Sean raised his hand as Hayes operated the hammer. The beasts ran away from the hurricane in fright, shouting loudly for the Blood King to save them. The fairy looked down and reported that the Fury tribe was an alliance that included most of the cities of the Black Snow Field, and it would not be easy to destroy so many cities. The protagonist will reply with a smirk that they will eventually act in response. However, destroying the Guardian Stone is not their only plan. The wolf sat on the throne, and the young man said that the cities bowed to the Fury tribe because of the overwhelming power of the Blood Wolf King and the protection from the Ice General. Blood flowed from the eyes of the predators, and Elric said that if the cities realized that the Ice General was still threatening them, they would sink into despair and disbelief, which would eventually turn into anger. He smirked and concluded that in time, they would take what they wanted. There was a dark sky over the kingdom. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fury slammed his hands on the table, saying that there was no reason for the tribe to do anything so dangerous. There was a map on the table. He did not understand what they were up to. Suddenly Natera frowned, as if he realized something. His fist began to tremble next to the drawing of the forest. The fox gritted his sharp teeth and thought that this was where the real body of the Ice General was hidden. He turned to the window and thought that if it turned out that they had hidden the monster's body and used fear to rule over others, the cities that had sworn allegiance to them would rebel against them. There was a crowd under his window, and the deputy said that they needed to mobilize the army. It was snowing in the mountains. Someone stood on the cliff, saying that there was a certain domain of night in the territory of the Fury tribe, but its exact location was unknown. Elric leaned his hand on his knee and added that if they started making a mess near the night domain, the surprised Fury tribe would move forward on their own to protect the Ice General. With the aries of animals, she looked up. Mephistopheles said with a smirk that he would be interested to see their faces if they figured out that they were being manipulated. The mage looked into the ball and reported that the enemy tribe had advanced. Herman's face was in the reflection, and the main character said that this time he would rather move out alone, because the others had to wait in that place. The man furrowed his brows and hoped that the guy wouldn't risk himself too much. The protagonist then put the ball in his pocket and concluded that it was time for them to go. In the middle of the forest there were tents. The commander of the fourth group with a serious look announced that the monarch of Nater had entrusted them with an important task. The other lions stared at him, but Temple called someone from the back of the party. Everyone dispersed and looked at the warrior, whom the commander had never seen before. The predator was covered in sweat and introduced himself as Rickle, the new kid on the team. The leader gritted his teeth and said that he hadn't received any orders, and someone must have screwed up again. The newcomer stood up straight as Temple announced that he would not tolerate even the slightest mistake. Then the lion walked away and said that he would explain the essence of the task on the way. Mephistopheles and Camellia hovered over the so-called newcomer, arguing about why the warriors fell for this game. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he had always been good at pretending, and he also used the magic of the seventh circle, so that the enemies would never recognize the deception. He then looked at the demon with a smirk and said that if he continued to find fault with his acting skills, he would watch the dance of passion. Temple raised his hand and said that from now on they would defend this place so diligently that not a single rat would slip through here. The protagonist was smiling as he stood behind. It was snowing. Suddenly he used his magic. The wolves turned sharply when something slipped past them. Elric and his familiars flew forward. The guy saw the collected magic. They moved between the trees, and the protagonist said that they would find the Ice General when they got there. The young man was still in the form of a lion. He sank to the ground. Suddenly, a surprised expression appeared on his face. There were hooks in the ground to which chains were tied. Someone was tightly bound. It was a woman whose body was covered with bandages. The protagonist frowned, mentally saying that these chains were rusted, which meant that she had been tied up quite a long time ago. Mephistopheles, smiling broadly, said that he could not have imagined that the curse left by the demon god was in such a position. When he opened his eyes, he said that it probably had something to do with why she had suddenly fallen asleep 40 years ago. Camellia agreed with the demon's guess. Staring at the aura of the chains, the demon said that there was a faint floral smell emanating from them, and that they were created by divine power. The goddess narrowed her eyes, saying that 40 years ago, Ustin and she were connected in the same way. The seal wasn't strong, but considering how long it lasted, someone had to renew it. The three of them sensed the aura of a tailed demon around the Ice General. Elric, frowning, said that the blessing of the tail had been applied. Soon, the blessing took the form of a bloody wolf king. Approaching the imprisoned general, the guy said that he would never have thought that he would be grateful to the wolf king. He did not know how to defeat the Ice General. Holding out his hand, he said that since she was already chained, it would be easier to imprison her in the ice crystal. The girl screamed sharply, starting to squirm. The young man formed a snowflake of ice in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind the general. Elric immediately jumped back. The man, coming out of the portal, asked what the beast man was doing here. Mephistopheles, with his hands on his hips, said that he would never have thought that he would see him here. The protagonist agreed, saying that many times it seemed to him that he felt that energy. Caillou, a Gremry demon, stepped out of the portal. Approaching the guy, he was puzzled, realizing that an ordinary soldier was not afraid of his seal. The demon frowned sharply and told Elric that he was from the Melvinger family. The protagonist chuckled, saying that he was pretty good for a demon. Caillou narrowed his eyes. He realized that Melvinger was ruining the plans of the Fury tribe. The task assigned to him by the organization was to help the Wolf King unite the field of black snow, make him an ally, and then take the Ice General. Then he received the order while standing on one knee. Looking at the guy across from him, the demon said to himself that if it weren't for the boy, the task would have already been completed. He grinned, mentally saying that in fact he was even lucky. He would receive respect and gratitude from everyone who hated the Melvingers. The demon's nails lengthened. According to the organization, Elric's strength was at the level of a magus. Dark mana began to pour into the tattoo. Mephistopheles, looking at the tornado forming, said that Caillou had a bloodline. He chuckled, saying that this opponent would not be easy. The young man stepped forward, saying that he had caught a big fish. It was a high-ranking item that even the totem was lost in comparison. Kaito frowned as he saw his opponent smiling. He pulled his hand back, concentrating mana. Sickles of darkness rushed towards the guy. A moment later, Elric's body was torn apart and struck. The demon chuckled, saying that this enemy of all non-humans was not so strong. Suddenly, the delusion dissipated, revealing the guy unharmed. Caillou's mouth dropped open in shock. The protagonist, concentrating mana in his hand, said that he could not even think that he would find someone similar to himself. A beam of mana shot at the demon. Caius immediately picked up the stone slabs in front of him. The beam pierced the obstacle in its path. The demon froze in shock, not understanding how the young man could have the abilities of an ice general, how he could use the north wind and the winter blizzard. A blizzard raged around Elric. The wind that consumes and grinds everything, the blizzard that paints the whole world white and freezes everything. One of the great powers of the demon god, which is needed to destroy the empire and revive the Lord of Azazel, the king of demons, who will rise from the fire. The man narrowed his eyes, realizing that they needed to get their hands on the ice general. Looking at the storm in front of him, he said that it was amazing that a pathetic person could use a winter blizzard that even they had trouble using. The protagonist, frowning, asked what he was thinking about during the battle. The young man abruptly found himself in front of the enemy. Using the art of body enhancement, he chopped off Kai's arm. The demon jumped back. He raised a stone wall in front of him. After recovering his arm, Caillou said that the enemy should have been at the magus level at worst, but it wasn't even close to the same level. Gritting his teeth, the demon said that the enemy was at least on the 7th circle. This was the level of the Archmage. Taking out the parchment, the man said that since the enemy also freely uses the art of strengthening the body, then he will definitely not be able to defeat him. He tore the parchment, saying that he would have to use magic to escape. It was better for him to warn his superiors. Suddenly, the paper turned black. Caillou's pupil narrowed. He didn't understand why nothing was happening. The protagonist, placing his hand on the demon's head, said that he had already made sure that he could not escape. The young man slammed the enemy into the ground. He raised his hand. Chuckling, the guy said that he had previously been worried about looking stronger than the previous demon he had fought. But this battle had gone too easily. Mephistopheles, turning away, said that he was not the true Azazel. The demon king frowned. He was amazed at how strong the kid had become after the ordeal. The protagonist, who sat in front of the corpse, said that he had not previously assumed that Gremry's influence extended to this place as well. After pouring mana into the seal, the guy said that he would like to know more, but since the enemy was already dead, he just had to absorb his demonic energy. The Devourer opened its mouth. Suddenly, the seal on the corpse's hand lit up. The Devourer immediately stepped back, telling Elric to be careful. Suddenly, the demon struck at the guy. The young man landed to the side, trying to understand what had just happened. The corpse stood up, the darkness concentrated on his head. Grinning, the demon said that he was the one who killed Kaya. The protagonist trembled with fear. He could feel the aura of the demon king. Mephistopheles frowned. He could clearly feel the aura of Azazel in the man in front of him. The reason why humans had defeated demons in war 30 years ago was because the demon army did not have a supreme leader, even though the number of demons was terrifying. However, if the great demon king, Azazel, also known as the Tyrant, is reborn, then it is a matter of life and death that the imperial family and the hexagram must deal with. For the awakened king was terrifying. The protagonist, glancing at Mephistopheles, said that it was better for them to retreat. He turned away, saying that there was no need for this. The young man, looking at the enemy in front of him, asked the king what he was talking about. Frowning, Mephistopheles said that they had only a copy in front of them. The demon king in front of them was only an inferior copy that could not become Azazel. Crossing his arms over his chest, the demon said that all 4 great demon kings, including him, were either sealed or dead. However, as long as their true names existed, they would exist. Elric frowned and asked if he meant to say that there was Azazel's true name somewhere. Mephistopheles grinned, saying that otherwise Gremry would no longer exist. They were engaged in all kinds of experiments, so they could revive Azazel's true name. The young man, pondering and remembering the crying girl, said that the Gremry were behind all the events in the human world, as in the case of the totem that stole the lives of the peasants. Elric frowned even more. Parting his lips, he told the fake that he had indeed killed Kaya, but in his mind he said that he would definitely have to face Gremry in the future. The demon grinned. After forming 2 tornadoes, he told the guy that he had to die. A fierce storm formed in front of the protagonist. The guy, twisting his face, parroted and repeated the words of the demon. Raising his hand, he asked Azazel if he couldn't even speak normally. Two tornadoes collided with each other. The chain plunged into the demon's body. The creature's eyes sparkled. With a wave of his hand, Azazel broke the chains. Elric, moving behind the enemy, said that it was only a deceptive maneuver. Mana accumulated in the guy's hand. He charged at the enemy using the body enhancement art of White Tiger Bite. The ground around the pair shattered. Azazel, holding back the boy's blow, grinned. The young man gritted his teeth in shock as he looked at the enemy's hand. Elric struck with his second hand. The demon's wound began to regenerate before his eyes. Azazel clenched his fist. The protagonist clenched his jaw, realizing that he was now in danger. The explosion created pillars of light. The young man was able to block the enemy's attack with a barrier. Glancing at the crack in the barrier, he mentally said that even if he was just possessed, the enemy was too strong, and there was also Azazel's true body. Throwing away his hand, the limb of the enemy, he said that as time passed, the body and soul merged more and more, and the demon would become stronger. Azazel was recovering his arm with a grin on his face. Mephistopheles sneered and said that even though he was a copy, he was still a copy of the Demon King. It would be a shame for him to lose to a kid like him. The guy bit his lip, realizing that with his current strength, he would end the fight in a draw at best. Turning around, Elric said that there was a more serious problem. The Fury tribe led by Temple was approaching this place. The protagonist's plan to secretly absorb the general completely failed. After forming many portals, Azazel said that he seemed to have one. Demons burst out of the portals. Elric stood motionless, looking at his enemies. Parting his lips, he said that he could escape using his mana, but the Fury tribe would make it difficult for him to escape. The young man abruptly raised his hand, puzzled the Demon King. He sent a sickle of mana to Azazel. He formed a barrier in front of him, saying that it was just meaningless fluttering. Sneering, the young man said that his family had a good tradition. The demon opened its mouth abruptly and roared. The protagonist, smiling, said that since the general does not get him, then no one will get it. Sickle mana abruptly changed its direction. The sickles broke the chains restraining the ice general. Azazel froze, his mouth agape in terror. Mephistopheles, grinning, told the young man that he was crazy. The ice general roared, releasing her aura. Camellia frowned and said that she understood that he was Melevenger, but he was clearly mad. The Demon King laughed, saying that everything was in the spirit of the Melvingers. This was the best thing he had seen since making a contract with him. The goddess flew up and asked if he wasn't going to encase her in an ice crystal. How would he free her now? The guy, wrapping himself in mana, said that he had no choice. He stomped his foot sharply. The protagonist jumped up. With a smile on his face, Elric rushed away. Azazel pointed ahead and told them to follow him. The ice general walked beside him, though they need to tie up the general again as they don't know where she will attack. The hero continued to break the distance. If they missed him, he would surely become an obstacle to their future plans. The demon touched the ground with his hand. They need to pluck out this Merbinger sprout before it becomes even stronger. Everything shuddered inside the villain, and he began to cough up blood. He smiled menacingly. The life force of his vessel ran out at this very moment. The general ran after the guy and shouted. Mephisto and Camellia looked at each other. The demon did not understand why the giant was chasing Elric. The fairy explained that he emitted a strong smell of the mana of the Merbingers, with which she was bound. Mephisto looked ahead. The same could be said about the beast men who had strengthened her ceiling. Why was she chasing him so fiercely? Camellia sighed tiredly. She looked back and decided that something was wrong here. The rage of the Ice General was directed at all living things without exception. Her anger had never been directed specifically at one target before. She had known an Ice General for a long time, but she had never seen her so furious. She shuddered. I looked at the hero and asked if he had done anything to the giant. He replied not really. He showed an ice arrow and revealed that when he opened its seal. He ordered her to fly. Elric snapped her with an ice arrow. Camellia looked at the hero in bewilderment and asked again. She squeezed her shoulders in indignation and asked why he did it. The guy needed her to chase him, so he could lure her where he wanted. The two beastmen looked at the giant and screamed when they learned that she had been freed. The flying demon pointed at the hero with his hand and ordered to grab him. At that moment, the Ice General had knocked him down with his body. Elric could use it to get rid of those pesky flies. The trio flew on. The screams of the crushed giants echoed below them. Mephisto grinned and asked what the hero would do now. Since it came to this, he would try to make this turmoil even larger. The demon laughed and said that for the first time he really liked the hero. Elric smiled at him briefly, and was asked what kind of nonsense was going on here. The commanders looked at the guy through the sphere. They noticed that the waves seemed to have become stronger. Whether he was wounded, the young man asked them not to worry, because he had organized all this fuss. The captain sighed excitedly and asked Elric to be careful, because if he was wounded, his niece would swear. The warrior asked what the hero had done, since such a rampage was happening. The three commanders screamed as the guy revealed that he had simply captured the Ice General. Herman's mouth was wide open. The men laughed. The big man knew that Elric was even crazier than them. Did he have a plan? Could they help? The young man asked to accompany him. He looked confidently ahead. He was asked if he was trying to get somewhere, and he answered yes. He was on his way to the tribe of the Furies. Meanwhile, in the Fury Fortress, they shouted that the domain encirclement had been destroyed. The Ice General was seen near the wolves, Iterato was seriously injured by the general, and she appeared in Taiken. The fox slammed the table and asked how Merbinger had freed the ice general from her seal. Netera trembled. His subordinate reported that they were being inundated with questions from all places, asking why the ice general appeared in the territory of the Fury tribe and what happened to the blessing of the tail. The fox looked menacingly ahead and thought that the giant was only a tool with which to secure his power. He knew that this secret could not be allowed to be revealed. If it did continue, the entire system of governing the Fury tribe would be destroyed. He pointed to his subordinate and ordered them to send the mobilization order immediately, and let them warn them that they would lose their votes if they decided to do anything stupid. The Fury immediately ran to carry out the order. First, the tribe had to make sure that the other cities would not come up with any stupid things. When they suppressed the ice general, they could prevent her from escaping again. The claws left deep furrows in the table. How did it all come to this? He clenched his fangs and decided that it was all because of Merbinger. They had to kill him at all costs. Netera pointed to the mages and ordered them to find the hero. Because he was behind what was happening now, the signalers reported that they had found someone they suspected of being Merbinger. The fox looked at their backs and asked where he was. The subordinate turned around in fright and said that the hero was right in front of the central gate of the Fury tribe. Netera squinted in anger. He asked what kind of nonsense he had just said. At that moment, everything shuddered. The commander ran to the window. His fur stood up from what he saw. Merbinger flew straight towards him, leading the ice general behind him. There was a confident smile on the guy's face. Everything began to collapse. The Furies shouted that the general was literally bursting with rage. What was going on here? Elric stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was tired of playing catch-up. Mephisto looked contemptuously at everything around him. Once again he caught himself thinking that he felt sorry for those who had to deal with the hero. He looked at the giant and asked what she had done wrong. He asked the hero to see how he infuriated her with his slap. Elric replied that the demon knew that he had always been like this. He raised his hand and his tattoos caught fire. A bunch of ice arrows appeared from the portal. It was time to make a real fuss. He attacked the barrier of the castle and ordered arrows to pierce and destroy. The Furies ran out into the courtyard, and Netera gave the order to stop the idiot. At that moment, the army led by Hermann entered his domain. The commander-in-chief said that they would not allow him to get to him. The fox sent the wolves to attack. Suddenly the fox shuddered. The barrier above his head began to crack. The deputy said that this simply could not be. The ice general was approaching that castle. Elric smiled and decided to lure her right into the center. The ice blocks around the castle began to crack with the force of her step. A creature in expensive clothes and furs crawled out of the ground. The Wolf King released a huge burst of energy and shouted, asking who dared to disturb his peace. The giant white wolf looked ahead. Elric used magic and looked at the new enemy. He knew that it was the same Blood Wolf King he had heard of. But what was this strange energy? A green flame burned around the monster. It repelled the cold aura of the ice general, but it was neither mana nor demonic energy. The king looked at the man. He noted his green eyes and golden hair, as well as the foul smell. He immediately thought he was Merbinger. His tail stirred excitedly. Thanks to the demon, he regained the 8th tail. To restore the last one, he would need the art of strengthening the body. How good it was that it found it on its own. The general continued to run to the castle. She shouted at the king. He bristled contentedly, ready for battle. He spread his arms and screamed. A pathetic monster who didn't even have a mind of his own dared to attack him. The two waves collided with each other, and the king ordered them to disappear from his land at once. There was an explosion. Elric shielded himself from the shards and energy with a barrier. He squinted warily. Why did the ice general suddenly attack the Blood Wolf King? Camellia looked carefully ahead. She decided that the general saw how the wolf strengthened the chains that restrained her, so she considered him her enemy. The trio hovered in midair, watching the beginning of the battle between the two giants. Elric thought deeply. Camellia looked at him and asked if there was any problem. The guy suddenly flew forward. The spirits flew after him and asked him to stop. The hero took out the seal of the ice general. The fairy asked where the young man was carrying the ice crystal. Green energy enveloped the giant, and she screamed in pain. The guy flew up to her and said that the Blood Wolf King had done so much to help him. He stretched out the crystal forward and said that he couldn't miss such an opportunity. The artifact began to accumulate energy. Mephisto grinned, his master stealing what he wanted, defeating his enemies without lifting a finger. The guys laughed mischievously. The original Sin praised the youngster. He was really good at such tricks. Elric shuddered suddenly. He turned abruptly and looked at the white wolf. He smiled and activated the magic of the tattoo, hit the monster with a powerful beam of energy. The king covered himself with his hand and asked in surprise, what was the guy doing? Elric grinned and asked, didn't he think they were on the same side? Mephisto clenched his jaw tensely. It looked as if the hero wanted to deal with them at the same time. The monster unleashed even more energy to fend off the attack. The demon correctly thought that this wolf must be on a rampage. The king looked angrily ahead. Merbinger, if he had his 9th tail, he wouldn't have experienced such humiliation. He shuddered. Another of his tails fell to the ground. At great speed, he got up himself and tried to pierce the man with himself. Elric looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. There was an explosion. Many white kings appeared on the battlefield. The guy grinned and called it pathetic tricks. He sent a stream of cold at them and ordered them to freeze. His gaze became cold as he was about to kill. Ice cuts pierced the clones. Elric cut them down mercilessly. He flew higher. He didn't know what the king was up to, but he wouldn't get anywhere. The protective barrier on the side broke. The guy immediately turned around and put his hand forward. Blue mana flew out of his mouth. The wolf smiled contentedly and decided that the boy was caught. The young man began to be lifted up by magic. He himself was weakened. His eyes turned white. When the king stole the body enhancement art from his memory, he would be able to restore his ninth tail. He frowned. He looked at the gray mental world of this Merbinger spawn. The monster shuddered. I saw a little blonde boy in front of me. Just think, he was a magician, but he put his soul in such a shabby place. Drool flowed from the monster's mouth and decided that it would only be easier for him then. And now he just needed to tear his soul to pieces. A giant paw reached out to the baby. He was about to take away the art of his strengthening. Suddenly, someone's terrible aura hung over the white wolf and asked how dare the wretched beast covet what belonged to him? Sweat appeared on the king's face. He couldn't understand what this incredible presence was. Huge fangs rushed towards the white wolf. The voice said that he should not resist him and ordered him to devour him. The wolf king clutched at his heart. His eyes blurred. He could not understand what it was. Elric was breathing heavily. He woke up. The beast was trying to understand what was inside the boy's soul. The guy looked at Mephisto and asked what had happened to him. He only remembered that he had been attacked by the Blood Wolf King. The demon turned away touchily and said that he had no idea. The beast screamed. He spread his arms and unleashed a huge amount of strange energy. He promised to burn the person to a crisp. The Furies around them began to flee in fear. The Bloody Wolf King was furious. Merbinger set up a barrier from the wave. He did not understand what the enemy had done. The barrier began to crack, which greatly surprised the young man. A green wave spread throughout the castle. She disappeared. The Wolf King froze and began to breathe heavily. He no longer remembered the last time he used so much strength. The Ice General screamed in pain. Even though the king couldn't get rid of the Ice General, he screamed, thinking that he had at least burned that damned Merbinger. But suddenly a voice rang out. The king lifted his head. The young man scratched under his chin and said that if the flames were hotter, it would be easier to burn. He clenched his fist and asked the fox to show him more strength. Meanwhile, in a friendly castle, Valence held on to his heart, and the king was asked not to worry. Norris knelt down in front of him. He smiled and said that the tiger boy, the king of the mountains, he must show them the dignity of a tiger. Valence looked down sadly and replied that it was not as easy as the duke thought. These beast men had betrayed the anthropomorph and had been baring their teeth at them for a long time. The man listened to him attentively. The boy asked if his words would convince them. They would think that he was too young, and they would look down on him. Another person entered the room. The two people were looking at the beautiful sunset. The hero's sister reminded them that the king said that he wanted to revive the Imperial Seven and help all the beastmen live a happy life. Hayes smiled at his majesty and said that only Valence was the king of the anthropomorph. He was capable of doing this. Sean smiled cheekily, straightened his hair and asked not to worry. It would be right behind him. The Tiger King slowly walked towards his friends. He nodded confidently and decided that he could do it. He had support. The king should do it. He thought of Elric and thought it was for the sake of those who had trusted him, for the sake of the hero who had given him a chance to make his dream come true. The young man walked forward, thinking about how if Elric was here, he would most likely take control of the meeting, laughing as if nothing serious was going on and he would crush anyone who dared to oppose him. At the last moment he stopped at a glimmer of light in the door, and Wellens decided to try to be like Merbinger. The doors began to open. The Tiger King entered. The intelligentsia looked at him sternly. The face of each representative was stern. Suddenly, surprise appeared on their faces, and an authoritative aura began to emanate from the king. He walked majestically along them, and each of those present bowed to his master. Valence looked back menacingly, his eyes burning. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the guy squeezed the ice crystal. He smiled and noted how nice it was. Camellia looked at him gloomily, and warned him that even if he continued to absorb the Ice General's energy, it wouldn't weaken her. But the young man already knew everything. The general was trying to break free from the shackles of enemy energy. Elric also knew that the Ice General was studying his opponent and becoming stronger. The crystal began to float in the air. The hero's team still got some things. Its seal of winter became much stronger, but most importantly, the smile became more confident. The guy had an idea of how to absorb the Ice General. He flew up to the screaming woman. He turned to the fox and noticed that he seemed to be exhausted. So why didn't he give up? The Wolf King looked at him angrily. He couldn't understand why he had to deal with the Merbingers again, if they didn't exist. His soul turned to memories when he died in a dark and cold place, after his tribe rejected him. He met someone using a mysterious force. It was an old hermit beast. The Wolf King had been trained by him for centuries. He was able to gain strength that was incomparable to any opponent. He was able to gather an army under his banners and tried to become king. He wanted to go beyond the black snowy field and bring the empire to its knees, but a huge wall appeared in his way. And this wall was called Merbinger. The hero's grandfather was hanging in the air. He was looking at the animal army. He was forced to ask them to return. He asked them to just leave and then no one would get hurt. The fox pointed at the magician and told him to overcome this wall. He was trying to get rid of that arrogant man, however. They met a miserable end. He lost his tails and the army. Despite this, the fox did not give up and gathered a new army. But this time another idiot stood in his way. The idiot who was more in line with his ideals than himself was the Tiger King Yell, who had defeated the Bloody King. The fox, all exhausted, went into the wasteland. He did not understand why he could not do it. He beat the ground and asked why he was doomed to lose so pathetically to mere mortals. He knew that he needed more strength. His eyes were burning madly. He wanted a power that no one could get. And then he threw away everything he had learned for centuries and became fascinated by the forbidden power. He entered the territory of the demons they feared so much. No one else could stop him. But why do people get in his way again? The only thing in his head was that the name Merbinger was pronounced. The king shouted and asked why he was constantly in his way. Elric bent under the weight of the pressure. The monster screamed that he would not forgive the Merbingers. A red aura burned around the monster. His pupils narrowed to red dots in the darkness. The fox promised to kill the hero, but at that moment, he used a cutting spell. All of the monster's tails were cut off by a single attack. Blood flowed from the beast's eyes. It shouted no. Elric jumped on his head and suggested that he had always had an ill-fated relationship with his family. He offered to end it here. The young man attacked. With the help of the ELD element, a powerful explosion was created. The Blood King fell to the ground and was covered in ice. Smoke was everywhere, and shards of ice were still falling. The mage landed on the ground. The beast barely moved, growled and cursed. His eyes began to roll back slowly. He said that this was not the end. But that's exactly how the Bloody King died. Elric nodded curtly. He didn't think there was anything else. He turned around. The Ice General continued to scream and thrash. The hero said that he was just going to take care of her, so she didn't need to rush him. He smiled and said that she drives. Kalia and Mephisto watched in shame as the mage played with the Ice General. The demon folded his hands on his chest and assumed that the hero had seen something. The fairy did not understand what he meant. The demon said that the owner had already said something similar before. After absorbing the seal, he sees memories that help him understand the owner of the seal. Most likely, Elric saw something after absorbing the Ice General's power. Camellia remembered how a similar thing had happened between her and the young man. She looked at Elric and asked in her mind if he had seen the memories of the Ice General. However, this giant is a mystery that is impossible to comprehend. Even a fairy cannot understand the Ice General. She wondered if the guy would be able to do it. He asked why the giant was so afraid of him. He thought that she wanted to play with him. The general gritted her teeth. At first Elric thought that the Ice General was just the body of the goddess Camellia, filled with evil intentions. The guy looked at the crystal. The memories of the Ice General that came with this fragment were completely different from what he expected. His eye reflected the silhouette of a woman, curled up in a ball. It was a lonely child. She wasn't hostile to humans from the beginning. She, born as an Ice General because of the demon god, was full of curiosity like a newborn. But it didn't take long before curiosity turned into hostility. The beast men were afraid of her, freezing from her cold. They chased her away with sticks and stones and told her never to come again. However, the Ice General just wanted to play with them. Play with children running on a field of black snow. Laughing, socializing and eating with them, she hid behind a tree and wanted to hunt monsters with them, run through the forests, and play in the water. Her wishes were simple as she approached them, but the beast men drew their weapons to defend their homes. The monsters also ran away, frightened by the strength of the Ice General. Even the trees were devoured by darkness. The river froze and stopped flowing. The damn girl just wanted to have friends, but she froze everything around her without wanting to. She, who had no parents or friends, didn't know how to make friends with anyone. Because it wasn't long since she was born, she didn't know anything, and in the end she ruined everything. That's why she thought that the world itself was against her and wanted everyone around her to suffer like herself. That's how she became a real monster, full of hostility. However, there was one desire in her heart. Nothing serious. The first children she saw after she was born, a game that they played with such pleasure. She looked at it with admiration and wanted to play it. She shivered at the suggestion now, even if it was unintentional. The way he had brought her to the lands of the Furies reminded her of a game of catch-up. Elric smiled warmly, even if it looked like she was furious from the outside. After absorbing the fragment, he felt that inside she was enjoying the chase, which was why he planned to continue playing with her. The hero pointed to himself, smiled, and now, since she couldn't catch him, now it's his turn to be water. The Ice General looked at him in surprise. The guy said that she could start running. Elric touched the ground and released mana. He warned that if he blurted it out, he showed a fragment and said that then she would lose. The general gritted her teeth and turned around. She immediately ran away. The familiars followed their master. Mephisto couldn't believe that she wanted to play such a game. It was too primitive. As Elric tried to reach out to the cursed girl, Camellia remarked, who would have thought that saving the Temple of Flowers and Fields, something she couldn't handle for so long, would just have to play a game. The fairy looked down sadly. Maybe this decision should be obvious. After all, the general was born from her shortcomings. After all, she remembered herself in the past. Most likely she was lonely just like her. The general must have felt incredibly lonely, just like winter. The wind ruffled the mistress's hair. The Ice General was smiling. Most likely Elric had become her friend, relieving her loneliness. The guy shared the fun with the giant and smiled. He looked at the ice fragment and said that the girl was running away from it quite well. With the help of magic, he reduced its size. Now the Ice General was the same height as him. It began to decrease even less. The bandages began to fly off her body. So Merbinger touched the little girl's shoulder and said that he had caught her. Her crumpled black hair turned soft and pink, and the wind picked it up. The happy girl turned to face the magician. She smiled broadly and disappeared into space. The pink light began to drift towards the heavens, and the voice said that she was having fun. A hand reached out after the light, clutching the ice crystal. The guy froze and ordered him to dissipate. A pink light surrounded him with his head. The scent of flowers absorbed into the ice crystal rode the winter winds and dissipated everywhere. The aroma flew through the cities in a field of black snow, driving away the darkness that has filled the world, melting the frozen earth and awakening the sleeping life. And while the air is still cool, the wind feels refreshing, a feeling of rejuvenation that eases the stuffiness that everyone has felt for a long time. Camellia looked around with tears in her eyes. It was the spring frosts that told the people that winter was gone, and soon it would be replaced by spring. The fairy looked at the flowering meadows with flowers around, and said that spring had come. Meanwhile, the Tiger King and the Prime Minister went down to the ruins. They said that the Fury tribe had fallen. The young man and the man looked at the dawn. Valence heard that the Ice General had been defeated. It was so strange to see all this live. The man smiled. It all seemed incredible to him. In just one night their long-awaited dream came true. Norris looked at the young master, and said that what would happen next was more important. Even if the Fury tribe fell, rebuilding the Tiger King's family and uniting the snowy field wouldn't be an easy task. The young man looked at him happily and agreed. Now he needed to be collected more than ever. At that moment, the fairies flew over his head, rejoicing in the spring. They pointed to the side and asked the young king to take a look. Elric walked towards them through the ruins and smiled. Fakes began to circle in front of his face and asked how the hero did it. The guy shrugged his shoulders and said that all thanks to the floral aromas that they gave him. There was nothing better than them to drive away the winter. Anea thought for a moment and asked what the guy meant. Her girlfriend also did not understand what he said. Camellia folded her arms over her chest and looked at them sternly. She explained that Elric had simply said that everything had gone well thanks to all of them. If that was hard to understand, then let them just accept his gratitude. The fairies immediately began to dance in a circle, rejoicing that they had chased away the winter. Meanwhile, the magician approached His Majesty and asked how everything went for them. Valence put his hand on his chest and told them that they had been able to convince them thanks to Elric. Merbinger nodded cheerfully, even though he had arranged a meeting, but it was the king who had convinced them. Norris looked at the mage carefully when he saw their leader negotiating with the leaders of the Fury tribe, as if he saw Elric in his place. He clenched his fist tightly, thought that the person admired by the Mountain King, he was born with qualities worthy of a king, and the actions of the Merbinger family would definitely affect the future of their continent. The Duke became even more serious. He knew that they had to team up with the hero no matter what. Dust was wafting among the ruins after the battle. 2 guards guarded the corpse of the Blood King. They still couldn't believe that he was dead. It seemed that the person known as Merbinger was incredibly strong. Black shadows crept up on the men from behind. They took shape and pierced the guards, the voice saying that he knew it was him. Azazel appeared on the scene of the slaying. He looked angrily ahead. He was barely able to maintain his physical body, stealing the life force of his subordinates. But when he arrived here, the Blood King and the Ice General had already been defeated. He looked at the dead body. They had put a decade of labor into the Blood King to get their hands on the Ice General. If only that fox united the Beastmen. The Devil's hand clenched. He thought that it would be a matter of time before he got the North Wind and Winter marks. The villain silently looked up at the sky. They should have gotten rid of that Merbinger when he was sick with a plaguing disease. They had to leave no ashes from their family. Now their smugness had backfired. The monster's eyes flashed. In this case, there is only one way to deal with this problem. He looked at the corpse again and decided that he needed to awaken the demon they had placed in the Blood King. Azazel fell to his knees and began to cry out to the Demon King and the Demon God. He plunged his hand into his heart and declared that he was giving his life to them. A black flame erupted on the body of the vessel. A terrible voice said that his wish had been granted. The fox's eyes opened. He looked rather sad, but if so, he had to gather these feelings. Black smoke began to cover the body of the reviving fox. Black and red smoke enveloped the beast's feet. The demon inside him demanded that he constantly revel in negative feelings. The flames continued to burn. It took time. The fox gritted his teeth in anger. The demon inside him said that this was how one could become a supreme demon. His eyes were filled with rage and mana, and a new path was opening up for the Blood King. Not far from that place, the hero was asked what he planned to do with the Ice General. The guy looked at the crystal and replied that now that he had collected all the materials that form winter. His face turned serious. He decided that he should end the winter. Camellia asked how he was going to do it. Elric turned around and said that he had never heard of such a thing. But did Camellia know anything about it? The fairy spread her hands. If he knows, then he knows. If he doesn't know, then no. The guy didn't understand anything. Suddenly everything around shuddered. Elric looked intensely ahead and asked if the Blood Wolf King wasn't lying when he said that his death wasn't the end. A terrifying resurrected creature appeared over the city. Red smoke emanated from his body, and his eyes burned crazy yellow. The monster threw back its head and screamed for miles around. His body absorbed a colossal amount of mana around him. The houses began to burn. The soldiers reported that someone had sacrificed themselves to use the power of the demon god to revive the Bloody Wolf King. Elric looked ahead in fright, the soldiers saying that if it was left like this, a new Ice General would appear. The guy reached into the inside pocket of his cloak. He felt that everything was going too well. He took out the orb and turned to Hayes and Sean. He ordered them to gather all the beastmen and lead them out of the city. He himself jumped into the attack. His sister asked what about him. The young man approached the revived demon and declared that he would take care of himself. Mephisto caught up with the young man and asked him what he would do alone, because he had to understand that this was not an opponent that he could handle on his own. Camellia looked at the guy anxiously and said that the demon was right. He was able to defeat the fox thanks to the support of the Ice General, but this time he would be so unlucky. Elric took out a crystal and said that he had an idea. Although he wanted to study it a little before using it, the fairy didn't understand what he was talking about. Elric put the artifact on his tongue. He was going to end the winter right now. The familiars looked at him in fright and demanded that he stop and spit it out. However, the mage's body was already covered with an icy crust. Hoarse breathing came from his mouth. His eyes flashed with lightning. The mage pointed his hand forward and told winter to come. A powerful storm arose. Even Mephisto had to hide from him. He swore that this idiot was causing them all problems again. Camellia struggled not to be sucked into the blizzard. She knew that the ice crystal was a mystical object with incredible properties. This alone made it dangerous, and there was an ice general inside. The same entity that brought winter to a field of black snow for a long time. A drop of sweat rolled down the girl's face, even if she was sure that Elric could do it, but to do it without preparation. Either his humanity will change, or his body will break due to the enraged mana. What is the hero trying to do? The guy gritted his teeth. Hot steam came out through them. He knew that he would experience an immense amount of mana. His tattoos were blazing. The seals of the harsh cold and winter wind quickly grow in strength, absorbing energy. My heart clenched inside me. The hero looked down at his hand, his mana mains unable to sustain the enraged mana. He looked at the mad fox and told himself that he had to hold out no matter what. The light began to fall on the young man's face. He was knocking out of his chest. The mage opened his eyes again. He found himself in the snowy forest of the mental world. Behind him, Otto was talking to the girl. He asked if she would go with him. The girl smiled warmly and nodded silently. The man smiled back. He asked how she could nod like that, not knowing that he wouldn't hurt her. The girl thought for a moment and shook her head. The guide looked at her warmly and said that she was very kind. How could he perceive her as his enemy? He laughed and suggested that if they went that way, she wouldn't be bored anymore. The girl joyfully threw herself into his arms. Suddenly she noticed the hero, and she ran to him. She stopped a few steps away and bowed silently. Elric leaned over to her and asked her to focus on how he would play on the other side. Otto walked over and patted the girl's head. He said that the young man did even better than he and Ustin expected. They thought that the hero would defeat the Ice General and imprison her in an ice crystal. The girl smiled and said that Elric was able to see who she really was, understood and calmed her heart. The conductor looked at her and said that if he had tried to understand her at one time, as the guy did, maybe she would not have suffered so much. Snow fell abundantly on their heads. In any case, Otto deliberately discarded the last method. The hero coped faster than he thought. The young man reminded that it was time to give him winter. The hero folded his arms in displeasure. The man said that in order to reach the season, he needed to move on. The hero had to continue learning, study the seasons gradually one by one. The guy was indignant that he had done so much, but he still refused to give up the winter. Otto scratched his beard and made a clarification. He did not say that he would not give it up. He said that the hero was not worthy of possessing winter. He would give it to him at the right time, so let him wait. Elric grinned and asked the girl to come up to him, because this man was bad. The girl immediately headed in his direction. The hero took her by the hand. He decided that the guide was trying to do something, taking her with him, but he would not do this without his permission. Otto sighed and shook his head. It seemed that Mirbinger was jumping higher and higher than his head every day. How did their kind come to such a point? Elric smiled. He didn't think he should say such a thing, since he was only thinking about how to mock his descendant, whether he would give him the winter or not. The ancestor stared at him. Even though he was joking about winter, owning it wouldn't do anything for the young man yet. He needed to build a stronger foundation. Elric laughed embarrassedly. He would have liked to do that too. However, the situation outside is far from pleasant. Camellia turned magic on him and screamed that he had to wake up immediately. The demon fox was already running at them to kill them. The hero ran his finger along his neck and cheerfully said that, otherwise his head would be blown off. Otto sighed heavily and asked how he could say such a thing to his ancestor. He pointed his hand at him and said that as soon as the situation outside returned to normal, he would have to look into his private residence. The guy clutched the winter in his hand. Otto explained that all the materials for creating a real winter were collected there. The hero in the real world continued to hang unconscious. Camellia called to him and asked him to wake up quickly. She directed all her strength at him and told him to open his eyes. With her attack, she made a hole in the monster's palm. Meanwhile, the hero's tattoos were filled with winter. Winter would find him in a terrible and heartless form. The ancestor hoped that his descendant would not be devoured by demons. New symbols have appeared on the skin. The fist clenched, absorbing all the light. There was a flash, and the prey disappeared. Elric hung epically in the air, his eyes glowing green. Mephisto laughed nervously. Even if Otto helped him, you just need to think how quickly the guy absorbed the seal of the general's level. Mirbinger's talent is simply monstrous. The fox opened its mouth and released streams of red destructive mana. The young man pointed his hand at him and ordered the seals to be broken. The giant beast approached him almost closely. Camellia looked intensely ahead, noting that Elric had indeed received winter and was now in free control of it. The bloody king struck with his claws. The hero's counterattack pierced him with ice spikes. With difficulty, the guy raised his hand and smiled, The power of his magic is now on a completely different level, which means what it is like when the elements that create winter are combined. He looked at the seal of winter. The monster began to break the ice to free his body. His wounds were already beginning to heal. Breaking free, the Blood King screamed again. The mage looked at him and called him too noisy. He looked seriously ahead and ordered the seals to shut this mouth. Ice chains bound the fox's muzzle. The hero grinned, put his hands on his belt and said, "At last, silence fell." The guy waved his hand and ordered the monster to be tied up. Chains enveloped the demon. He howled and tried to break free. Elric jumped to his head and said that the time had come. He hit and shouted that it was time to stop. At this moment, the fox broke the chains with its mouth and began to form a shot of mana. Elric shielded himself from the attack with his hands and noted that the opponent had become even stronger. He set up a barrier that began to absorb mana. It was an energy that even the Seal of Winter could not stop. The young man's eyes flashed green. He looked at the monster and realized that it was absorbing the demonic energy spread in the air and becoming stronger. To kill it, the hero must destroy the red core, but it is difficult to even get close due to the fire around it. Through the bloody smoke, the fox's monstrous gaze appeared. The guy heard his voice in his head. He repeated the phrase that he would kill him. Elric frowned, a drop of sweat rolling down his face. If he left him like this, then a new demon king might appear. He clenched his fist tightly. If the fox opened up even a little, he could try to do something. But he didn't see anything. Then the spirit of the seal asked if he needed help. The hero smirked nervously and suggested that the spirit wanted to eat the demon completely. He laughed and asked if the owner was really so persistent in his desire not to ask for help. He really developed a sense of pride. He bared his blue fangs. He wanted to eat it. He rushed forward and said that he had no reason to refuse the meal. Above the fox's head, an even larger monster from the seal appeared. He immediately bit off the monster's head. The king regenerated, the spirit of the seal then clutching at his neck. Now that Hull had nailed him to the ground, he had a chance. Elric looked ahead frightened. He knew that half measures would not do. He jumped forward. Now even if he had to use all his mana, he had to finish him off with one blow. He uses the final revelation that the Tiger King taught him. The hero's eyes flashed yellow. A warm light surrounded everything around. The guy used the art of body enhancement, and a technique called 1,000 tiger cuts. A bunch of blows hit the enemy. His flesh was torn into pieces, and the fire in his eyes began to go out. But suddenly, the bloody king opened his eyes wide and the fire flared up with renewed vigor. The hero flew to the side and smiled. Everything worked. The mana fire on his heart began to fade. Elric clutched his chest and writhed in pain. After that, he lost strength and began to fall. Meanwhile, Hull and Lys continued to fight. The guy understood that if he missed this chance, there would be no second one. His seal lit up. The hero hugged himself. He didn't understand what kind of strange reaction of Mephisto's demonic energy. It didn't react when he absorbed the low-rank seal. The demon appeared beside him and looked ahead. He thought that the remnants of his dragon heart, which had been suppressed by the energy of this cursed Shinnike, were reacting to the demonic energy absorbed by the low-rank seal. What he has now. In flight, he pointed his hand at the enemy and told him that he hoped they would not meet again. He clenched his fist and ordered to be crushed. The Blood King's core cracked. It was torn to pieces and a bright flash broke out from the energy that was stored inside. A powerful beam shot high into the sky, and a powerful explosion rang out in the middle of the city. The survivors turned around in shock. Veilance stared intently at the flash on the horizon. He shielded himself with his hand from the bright light. His eyes flashed. He thought that spring had finally returned, but if this hot wind spread, it would spread to the snow field. A drought will hit, and it will become too hot for life there. Norris took the form of a wolf and ordered the royal guards to protect his majesty. A bloody tornado appeared on the horizon. The beastmen stared in horror at the approaching hot tornado. The Duke frowned. He knew that they couldn't stop this hot wind on their own. Sweat was dripping from under his sleeves. In times like this, you regret not being able to use magic. They are in such a situation only because the beastmen gave up civilization because of their own arrogance. However, as long as their king lives, the beastmen can rise again. Norris waved his hands and demanded to protect the king even if they were burned alive. The entire sky was filled with blood mana and white lightning. The white light dispersed the red mana in a few moments. A mage landed on the ground. Augustus walked calmly on the dry ground and said that they could have left it to him from the beginning. Before that, he had discussed this matter with his disciple. He asked if he didn't want him to help. Elric put his hands on his belt and said yes, he couldn't rely on his help all the time. The old man asked what was the problem with that. The hero looked at the starry sky and replied that the fact that he was his disciple, he was also a patriarch who ruled his house. No one would follow a patriarch who was unable to do anything on his own. Merbinger's face became serious. He decided that he would follow any path that stood in front of him, just like his grandfather, even if he was dangerous, so that his house and the whole world would shine. This was the fate of the Merbingers bestowed upon him. August looked at him intently and asked if the young man really meant that his master should watch him die. Elric laughed and retorted that this would not happen. He would not die. He asked to protect the king of Veilance and the Entramorph for his sake, because they meant a lot to him. The teacher looked to the side thoughtfully. He frowned and said that as a teacher, his task. He called out to the beast man behind him. He asked if he had met Ustin before. He looked forward and told him to take a good look. Mana began to swirl around him. His eye flashed. The old man asked which of them was a more dangerous mage. Neuros looked at the old man in fright. Right now, his hand was trembling. He could feel the overwhelming force emanating from him. How strong was he? August raised his leg, and he took a step so powerful that the energy splashed out for many meters around. If the darkness of the Ice General was embodied in a blizzard blocking the light, then this one simply sucks in all the light. Augustus continued his march, the White Knight, the horror that devoured not only death, but also his very existence. From the noise and bright light, many beastmen began to fall to the ground and clutch their ears. The feeling of powerlessness that arises when faced with such a catastrophe is something that no one in the world would think that this power belongs to man. Space began to crack. The light went out, replaced by a beautiful sunset. The beastmen looked ahead in fright and asked what it was. The flames were completely extinguished. Norris looked at the trembling paws and realized that the old man had suppressed such a powerful disaster. Valence ran up to him, and the Duke asked if the gentleman was all right. The boy looked at him anxiously, and said that they must return to the city as soon as possible, for Sir Elric was in danger. August looked ahead and coughed. He asked if the Tiger King really thought that his apprentice would fall because of something like this. The detachment went to meet them. Valence looked at them with tears in his eyes and smiled. Elric walked at the head of the group, safe and sound. He looked wearily at the Tiger King. The boy waved his paw at him. The magician smiled and waved his hand in response. He wanted to say something, but his eyes bulged and he fell. Isabel caught him. Sean ran up and looked at him in fear. Elric fell asleep. His friend stood up and nervously ran through his hair and said that his comrade was good at frightening him. Afternoon, meanwhile. It was going to night, and thus the chaos in the black snow-covered field was stopped. Elric slept under a tree in the middle of the flowering meadows. He woke up and looked wearily ahead. In front of him, he saw a smiling girl. She sat between his legs and smiled. The guy asked if she was here to say goodbye. The girl smiled and nodded silently. The mage smiled warmly back at her. He patted her on the head, asked her to have a good time and play when he was gone, and it was not worth it to harm anyone. The hero was calmly silent, even if he does not know where she will go, but wherever she goes, he hopes that she will not be offended, and that nothing but happiness awaits her there. The general smiled gratefully with her eyes closed. She stood up slowly. The wind played with her hair. She asked if the guy would play with her again. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. He smiled mischievously and said, "Of course." The Ice General laughed embarrassedly in gratitude. Petals from the fields flew across the beautiful sky and flew into the bedroom through the open balcony door. One of the petals fell on the guy's cheek. He opened his eyes leisurely, sat up abruptly and asked himself, how long had he been passed out? The hero looked at the one who was with him in the room. Valence smiled warmly at him, and the lad asked how long the king had been sitting here. Tiger said that Camellia had warned him that he would wake up soon, so he had recently come here. Valence silently handed the book to the magician. He looked at her in surprise and asked what it was. He said that he had already received the research that the king should give him. The boy explained that it was a diary left by the Tiger King Yule. Merbinger looked warily at the master and said that this diary is quite important for the Tiger family, so why is he giving it to him? Wellen said that he accidentally found it when he was exploring the library and he found something curious in the diary. He thought that Elric would also benefit from reading this. He left the paper as a bookmark. He asked him to read it. He began to peer attentively. On the 14th of February, Yul discovered an interesting man and brought him to the tribe. This man claimed that he had been raised by an unknown beast man in his youth, and he knew the art of body enhancement. On the 16th of February, he wasn't sure if a person would be able to quickly adapt to the tribe. However, in a short time, he had become one of them, showing that he was unnecessarily worried. On the 17th of February, he was wondering if they should settle down. When this guy recommended the perfect place for them, they settled in that place. On the 29th of February, the man showed interest in his body enhancement. If you think about it, there is something similar in his body enhancement art demonstrated by him. Their man volunteered to be a guide and they set out on a journey to defeat the Ice General. The hero looked at the pages of the diary in surprise, asking himself, how is this possible? The person mentioned in the diary is definitely him, isn't he? Even the events related to the Ice General and what happened afterwards are completely consistent with what he experienced in the ordeal. His hand rested on the pages. Brother Yul disappeared. He disappeared as suddenly as he appeared. His name is Elric Merbinger, and he said that he was the future descendant of his house. The hero touched his artifact on his chest in surprise. If you thought about it, the trials seemed too realistic to be just a product of his mental world. But if it was real, then there was magic to go back in time, but such an all-powerful divine force simply couldn't exist. He remembered Otto. Now he knows nothing about it. The descendant said to find him in his personal residence. Elric abruptly dangled his legs to the floor. He needed to return to the Empire as soon as possible. Sean burst into the room, alarmed. He looked at the hero and said that he was worried that he might not wake up. His friend grinned. He doubted that his friend had run in just because he had woken up. What had happened? Sean looked at him intensely and said that a war had begun in the Empire. Elric froze, dumbfounded. Sean leaned closer and repeated, the war had begun in the Empire. Elric asked, what kind of sudden nonsense did he start talking about? Sweat appeared on his face. He assumed that the Red Lion had raised a rebellion. Count of the Winds, you can't help but know who. The House of the Red Lion is one of the 8 vassals that protect the Empire. The Red Lion is the governor of military colonies established to protect borders, and the troops under his command are considered an elite unit. Elric got up and walked out of the room. If such a person rebelled, such a person should not be taken lightly. Sean looked at him anxiously and told him that by the end of the day, the Count of Winds would be declared an enemy of the Empire. Elric scratched his chin. He knew something was wrong. He sped up and asked, "Isn't it strange that a house known for its loyalty should suddenly start a rebellion?" Sean tensely revealed that there were rumors that this house had colluded with demons. Elric turned abruptly and asked. The friend frowned and said that what was even stranger was that the Crown Prince was leading this whole situation. The hero smiled. The Crown Prince who was chasing Grigori stands at the forefront of what is happening. It doesn't just smell, but stinks all the way to heaven. The friends went on. They had to hurry. They had to return to the Empire immediately. The beastmen came out to see them off. Valence looked sadly at his feet. Compared to what the hero had done for them, they did not have time to do him any good. The mage sat down and shook the king's paw. He asked if he really thought he had to. The young man smiled and asked the young man to become a great king. He will wait patiently, so let him pay back this debt with interest. A blush popped up on the boy's cheeks. The guest said goodbye. The Tiger King nodded and promised to become a great king and would always be by his side. Would that be enough? Elric laughed and said it was a wise decision. The fairies arrived. They did not know that the guests were already leaving. The girls looked sadly at the hero and asked to stay and play with them a little longer. They clung to him and continued to beg, asking why he was leaving them so quickly. Camellia flew up to them and demanded to maintain decency. She looked at the mage seriously and fell silent. Elric smiled at her and told her that he had planned to drop by the temple before leaving. The girl grinned and noticed that the guy seemed to be in a hurry, so she wouldn't detain him. She looked at him deeply and nodded curtly. She turned around and warned that the path that the hero would soon embark on would not be easy. Elric bowed to the fairy and asked if the path was not too easy. The fairy looked at him knowingly. The hero came to the north on orders and received much more than he expected. Everyone got into the carriage. Mirbinger laughed and waved goodbye. Restore your family's name and get the ruler of Black Snow as an ally. What other combat force can compare to this? The guy smiled and adjusted his locket. All this legacy left by his grandfather and ancestors. The carriage set off, and Elric thought that he should appreciate and multiply this heritage. A smiling camellia flew by the window. Elric smiled at her. He continued to think of his duty as head of the house. The demon leader at the time was listening to apologies from his subordinates. The demon, all frightened, stared at him. The leader told him to return immediately. As soon as they saw this, it would be necessary to destroy the sealed order. After that, the leader released dark energy, and with its help began to devour the guilty servant. Bloody chaos was going on in the entire hall. The leader ordered not to leave any traces. The letter in his hand began to burn. He needed to destroy all the evidence and return to the main base. Was the great mission finally beginning? The leader gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the intervention of that cursed Mirbinger, they might have brought the northern winds and the winter blizzard to Lord Azazel. Though he had to retreat. A powerful aura began to emanate from the demon. The demon promised to meet them again. His eyes turned wild. He decided to personally bring his head to the Lord of Azazel. Meanwhile, on the Great Wall, Sean stretched out in the carriage, asked if they were leaving the place, and the coachman shouted to stop. The passengers in the carriage jumped out of their seats. Carl looked ahead uncomprehendingly. He was asked what was happening. He replied that the master had better see for himself. Sean and Elric went outside. The archers of the wall pointed crossbows at them, their captain shouting that if they did not obey, they would consider them intruders and would shoot. The hero frowned. The guards put ballistae on the walls, which usually happens only in wartime. Could it be because of the Red Lion? The guards demanded to identify themselves and the size of the escort. Sean pointed his finger at the carriage and told him that they had passed from the Neristar family in it 2 months ago. A magic circle appeared on the roof of the carriage. Neristar waved his hand and asked to open the gate. The commander of the guards looked over the edge and asked if the young master meant that they had finally returned after 2 months, since they thought they were dead. Sean could not stand it anymore and almost hysterically asked to open the gate. The commander gave the order. The large doors slowly swung open. Vanilla bowed to the gentleman. He asked for forgiveness for rudeness and the mistake made, to which Sean replied nothing terrible. He smiled and explained that seeing how responsibly they were protecting the imperial border, he, as a resident of the empire, felt only pride. The commander-in-chief laughed and said that the third son of the Neristar family had acknowledged their efforts. For the first time in his 30 years that he had spent here, he felt moved. Suddenly, the man thought for a moment, and noted that things were strange today. Such noble guests were arriving at such a distant place one after another. Sean looked at the old man in surprise and asked who had come here besides them. The lord sneered and said that the fourth prince was here now. Would they like to meet him? Sean and Elric looked at each other, dumbfounded. The two nodded silently to each other. There was no doubt that he had been waiting for them. The hero looked seriously ahead, asked himself, why else would such an important figure as the fourth prince come all the way here in such troubled times? The lord sat on the throne, and he looked thoughtfully ahead, waiting for the guests. What was he up to? The man tapped his finger on the gold jewelry while being told that he and Elric had had a special bond since childhood. Putting his hand to his chest, Rodeo remarked that if he tried to convince him, he was sure that he would lean to their side. Sitting on the throne, His Majesty looked thoughtfully at his interlocutor. Shifting his gaze to the floor, the guy thought about what he should do. The fourth Prince Cromwell put his chin to his hand. The blade of the sword shone brightly, and it turned out that he was a prodigy from the imperial family. This talent for swordsmanship was recognized by the Golden Lion and granted the title of Black Lion. The silhouettes of the three heroes could be seen in the shadows, and it became clear that he was one of the three stars that guided the empire, and it might be possible to gain the trust of the one who was already being called the future emperor. Leaning his head on the throne, the member of the royal family agreed and said that he would try to trust his subordinate. Bowing low, the young man thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Slyly furrowing his brows, the childhood friend of the main character realized that he would become the next head of the Franz house. Sitting in his chair, Sean asked if he was really going to meet him, even though he had always hated interfering in the affairs of the imperial family. Folding his fingers, Elric replied that he had decided to stop worrying. Raising an eyebrow indignantly, the third son of the Neristar family asked if this bastard was up to something again. Lowering his eyelids, the main character explained that this was not the case at all, and that he simply realized that he could no longer sit and do nothing, after which he added that he decided to restore his house. The young man lowered his jaw and asked if he would use the fourth prince to climb back to the top. Leaning his elbows on a chair, the sorcerer said that this would be decided after meeting him. Closing his eyes, his comrade breathed a sigh of relief and assumed that this meant that he was planning to fly to the battlefield again. The protagonist grinned slyly and said in his mind that, as Sean had said, if he wanted to rebuild the house, play a significant role in the country, or help one of the princes sit on the throne, then this was one of the fastest ways. Behind the sorcerer, the silhouettes of two members of the imperial families could be seen, and he thought that since he had already distanced himself from the crown prince, the fourth prince might prove to be a valuable ally. Suddenly, the door began to open slowly. Herman entered the room and asked if they were looking for him. Sitting in his chair, Elric said that he had been waiting for him. Squinting his eyes, the head of the Vile clan admitted that he had hoped that he would return to continue his swordsmanship lessons, and then added that judging by the atmosphere, that was not the case. Closing his eyes, the main character noticed that he would ask for it again, but not this time, and then asked the man to sit down. Resting his palm on the table, the warrior asked why he wanted to see him, to which he replied that he wanted to ask him something. Stretching out his hand, the Duke of the Shining Star asked what the Black Lion was like, and his interlocutor pondered. Holding his chin, the fencer said that he was very ambitious in public, after which he added that this is what they say about him, but from his own observations he can say that he is not like that. Stroking his beard with his finger, Herman declared that he was just a lion who was obsessed with swordsmanship and martial arts. Suddenly, the young man's pupils noticeably decreased in size from fright. Raising his hand, the head of the Vile clan noted that the sorcerer might or might not get along with him, but when he met him face to face, he would realize that he was not so bad after all, to which he thanked him, for with his help he had better understood how to treat him. Lowering his jaw, the man continued to speak. The protagonist closed his lips in bewilderment. Looking directly at his interlocutor, the swordsman noticed that his apprentice had changed since their last meeting. Floating in the air next to Elric, Mephistopheles said he felt eager to spar with him again, to which Elric replied that he still wanted to test his martial arts skills. Slyly smiling, the main character clarified whether his interlocutor would mind holding a friendly duel. Lowering his chin, Herman admitted that he hoped he would say this. After a while, the heroes moved to the space under the open sky. A large crowd of fighters in the same uniform stood on the ground. Lowering his jaw in displeasure, the sorcerer asked if his master had gathered these people here. Shifting his gaze to the side, the head of the Vile clan said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Squeezing his eyes shut, the Demon King noticed that he was as good a pretender as he was. A drop of sweat ran down the Duke of the Shining Star's cheek, and he said that they had only recently decided to have this sparring among themselves, so he didn't understand how the news of it had spread so quickly. Isabel looked out from behind her father, and someone was heard saying that it was probably because of her. Folding his hands, the dark spirit revealed that she was definitely not an ordinary girl, as her political instincts and strategic mind were sharp, to which the protagonist replied that she was definitely something. The girl was standing opposite Elric, and at the same time, he revealed that she was able to demonstrate her border protection skills and raise the value before meeting the fourth prince. With his fingers wide apart in a fighting stance, the protagonist assumed that the swordsman and his daughter were going to give him wings so that he could fly higher. Grabbing the hilt of his sword with his fingers, Herman advised him not to think that he would be given in for his own good, and then added that he should remain focused. The man's cloak flew in the wind. Suddenly, the heroes approached each other. Bright traces of numerous blows remained in the air. The crowd of warriors, looking at the powerful explosion, were surprised that they fought like this, even though they did not even use mana or aura. The fighter began to cover his face with his hand and clarified whether the head of the prestigious Magi family fought the Blue Lion with only his fists, and did not understand how this could be, when suddenly his comrade asked what they would do if the Magi could fight as well. Fragments of petrified earth flew in different directions. The sorcerer slid back from the power of the blow. The protagonist closed one eye when his opponent said that his movements had become much more accurate. Putting the weapon into the scabbard, Herman noticed that there was still a lot of excess in them. Tilting his head down in exhaustion, the Duke of the Shining Star suggested that he would need many more of his lessons. Suddenly, the characters stared at the same point. Between the rows of fighters, the silhouette of the fourth prince appeared. Cromwell appeared, clapping his hands. Dropping his hands, the young man said in his thoughts that here was a member of the imperial family. The fencers who had previously fought each other bowed obediently to his majesty. Bright stars could be seen in the night sky. Elric walked confidently forward along the corridor of the castle. At the same moment, Rodeo appeared in front of him. Smiling broadly, the guy exclaimed that he and his friend had not seen each other for a long time. Frowning in displeasure, Mephistopheles clarified what kind of vile face it was, and whether the main character knew it, to which he replied that it was the rightful heir to the House of Franz. Squeezing his eyes shut, the king of Primordial Sin asked if this family was the famous Red Wall, and when he received a positive answer, he remarked that it meant that he was a traitor. Putting his hand aside, the interlocutor asked why his friend was silent. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that the other side might be really awkward, since this was their first meeting in a long time. Grinning angrily, Rodeo reflected on the fact that he knew that he hated his house, but since the legacy of the Merbingers now belonged to his house, he could not consider them enemies. Elric's eyes were hidden in the shadows, and his childhood friend had noticed in his mind that they were no longer vassals of their lineage, but the leading faction in the imperial court, so he would not dare to go against them. With a sly grin, the guy decided that if his house offered to return the Medwingers' legacy, then he would have no choice but to join them. Wrapping his arms around the neck of the protagonist, the heir to the family, Franz, began to talk about how before he met the prince, they should discuss the legacy of his family, which is located near his house. The sorcerer told his interlocutor to remove his hand, when suddenly a drop of sweat appeared on his cheek. Furrowing his brows angrily, the Duke of the Shining Star repeated that he had told him to remove his hand. Behind the protagonist, the ghost of the Demon King hovered. Gritting his fangs tightly, Mephistopheles said that this meant that those who claimed to be the Merbinger's right-hand man knew nothing about them. Clenching his hand into a fist, the sorcerer declared that Count Franz should pay him the highest respect, and the dark spirit said that it was a grudge that had been held by House Merbinger. With his pupils bulging furiously, Elric wondered how a third son like himself dared to be so familiar with the Duke of the Empire, and then his assistant remarked that this resentment would never go away. Rodeo began to move cautiously towards the window. A huge red wall appeared, namely the Franz house, which is a colossal fortress that guarded Merbinger for 1,000 years, and it was also a vassal house that shed the blood of many enemies who turned their eyes to the Merbingers. The children rushed to hug the adult man, and the main character said that this is why he and his sister called the patriarch of the house Franz uncle, and trusted him more than anyone else. The count's eyes emitted a bright red glow, and it turned out that they had sided with the imperial family, captured their legacy, and helped bring House Merbinger to its downfall. The little heir to the Franz family grinned maliciously, and what was worse was that they had tried to assign the very name to the proud magical bloodline when they tried to betroth Rodeo to Hayes. The children sat behind a huge gate, and the sorcerer said that after refusal, they were left in an abandoned mansion, barely surviving. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist did not understand how they had the audacity to behave so shamelessly despite this. Bowing, Rodeo said that he had been disrespectfully rude to His Excellency. Shifting his gaze to the side, the Duke of the Shining Star explained that since he had managed to understand this, he might be lost from his sight, because he didn't even want to see him. At the same moment, the young man and his dark assistant began to walk away. The heir to the family, Franz, clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Putting his hand to his chest, Elric introduced himself and announced that the patriarch of the Merbinger family was greeting Prince Cromwell. The prodigy from the imperial family smiled and said that he was glad to meet him, and the protagonist thought about the fact that it was obvious that he heard the conversation near the door, but did not show any reaction. Hovering in the air above the sorcerer, Mephistopheles explained that he did not care about the insults of his subordinate, because instead he looked at him with interest, to which he replied that most likely he knew what kind of person this Rodeo was, so he did not expect much from him, and probably wanted to know how he would respond. The protagonist parted his lips in alarm when asked if he had used the art of body development during his duel with the Blue Lion. The sorcerer's eyes widened in fright, and wondered if he had been able to discern the art of body development. The fourth prince stood with his hands folded behind his back. Squeezing his eyes shut, the talented swordsman noted that he knew that this technique had been declared forbidden magic by the Magic Tower, but he didn't have to worry, because the information about it wouldn't leak into his ears. Putting his fingers to his chin, Cromwell suggested that he get down to business. With a sly grin, the prince asked what he thought of his family's former domains. Elric bit his lips in alarm. Mephistopheles sharply thrust his lips forward. Smiling broadly, the Demon King exclaimed that he seemed to have been taken by surprise, and then added that this man was well known for his ability to take a dominant position in negotiations. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the sorcerer said in his mind that he thought that he would slowly lead to the topic, but immediately got down to business, so if he was careless, he would lose control of the negotiations. On the protagonist's hand was a blue magic seal. Lowering his chin, the sorcerer apologized and clarified what exactly the prodigy from the imperial family was up to. Raising his palm, the guy said that he was a rather straightforward person and did not know how to speak to the point, and then added that if the patriarch of the Merbinger family promised him support, he would simply offer what he could return. Furrowing his brows angrily, Elric said that his family's domain had become a barren wasteland, where not even blades of grass could be found due to the demonic curse, and then asked what they could offer him for this. The servant Cromwell, covering his mouth with his hand, began to whisper something in his ear. In the eyes of the talented swordsman there was a gleam of light. Lowering his eyelids, the young man said that he felt that he had made a mistake, so he apologized. With a sly grin, the fourth prince began to talk about a land that was comparable to the former possessions of the Merbingers. Pointing his finger back, the prodigy from the imperial family cited the example of the border territory of the Red Lion House. A view of the luxurious estate opened, and the main character wondered if he was offered land that could be considered pure gold. And besides, he even said that he would deal with the dissatisfaction of the nobles allied to him, who would not like such a decision. Cromwell towered over the crowd of dukes, and the sorcerer remarked that not everyone would dare to do this. After bowing, the protagonist asked for forgiveness and said that he was only a subject of the empire and only followed his majesty's orders. Lowering his eyebrows, the patriarch thought that he had not been in the mood for negotiations from the very beginning. The fourth prince had a slight smirk on his face as the sorcerer mused that he only wanted to measure how much he was valued and find out what kind of person he was. The guy raised his hand and said that his proposal still stands, so he asks to think about it again, after which he added that if he wants more, they can discuss what can be added. The Duke of the Shining Star closed his lips in confusion and realized that he wasn't giving up just like that, when he suddenly asked if he could ask one request in this case. It seemed as if a man was knocking on the wall with effort. Rodeo spread his trembling legs wide and resented how Elric had dared to do this. The only heir to the family, Franz, gritted his teeth tightly in anger and did not understand whether his childhood friend thought that because he had a more noble surname, he could humiliate him, after which he swore to himself that he would respond to this insult 1,000 times. The young man turned his head abruptly to the side when he was addressed. Folding his hands behind his back, the servant announced that His Highness was summoning him. Approaching the table, Rodeo asked if he had been summoned. Waving his hand upwards, Cromwell said that he had summoned a member of the Franz family, and then asked what his request was. The protagonist closed his eyes, and his former comrade assumed that this bastard would try to use him as a mediator since the negotiations failed. Lowering his chin, the guy did not understand if this idiot really thought that this would fix their relationship. With his pupils bulging in fury, Rodeo asked him in his mind to make a request that he be able to return today's humiliation 100-fold. Pointing his finger forward, Elric asked for one of the hands of the only heir of the Franz family. Cromwell parted his lips in bewilderment. Raising his eyebrows in fright, the young man wondered if he had gone completely mad. Sitting in an armchair, the prodigy from the imperial family asked if he knew that House Franz supported him. Closing his eyes, the main character said that this was a great pity. The fourth prince covered his mouth thoughtfully with his fingers. Smiling maliciously, Rodeo wondered in his mind if his enemy really thought he would reject his families for such a man, and then thought that for many years House Franz had been loyal to the fourth prince. Folding his hands in his lap, the talented swordsman asked if it was true that the guy was his vassal, to which he replied that he himself and his house had sworn allegiance to His Highness. Lowering his eyelids, Cromwell remarked that in that case he would forgive him for what was about to be done, to which Cromwell clarified what he was talking about. Suddenly, the fourth prince began to draw his sword from its scabbard. At the same second, a prodigy from the imperial family chopped off a subordinate's limb. The hand of the only heir to the House of Franz began to fall down rapidly. The sorcerer looked at the table in fright and thought that he was a mad bastard, although he was just trying to disrupt the negotiations, while his former friend screamed loudly in pain. Grasping the soiled part of his body with his fingers, the talented fencer asked for his opinion. Squeezing his eyes shut, Cromwell clarified whether this was enough for them to become friends, to which the protagonist realized that he was crazy. Smiling anxiously, the sorcerer noticed that his interlocutor was trying his best to make them friends, and then added that House Franz and the others would turn against him. Sitting on the couch, the prodigy from the imperial family said that there was no need to worry about it, because this family would never leave him. The fourth prince seemed to be holding his subordinates on a chain, and the Duke of the Shining Star mused that he thought he was holding the House of Franz in his fist, and perhaps the rest of the noble houses as well. Elric grinned contentedly and decided that if he contacted him, things might take an interesting turn, and then Mephistopheles noticed that they were the same. Stretching the severed limb forward, the talented swordsman asked if it was true that at least he had shown sincerity. Suddenly, the main character raised his palm. The sorcerer abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. Cromwell furrowed his brows menacingly. Through the gray smoke in the broken window, the silhouettes of the soldiers appeared. His mouth wide open in rage, the servant loudly called out to His Highness. The warriors jumped from above, and the subordinate shouted that they had to leave. Leaning back, the protagonist did not know if he was an assassin. The sorcerer's fingers began to glow brightly, and he wondered if this was an assassination attempt despite the presence of the patrol, himself, and the prince's guard. Streams of icy air rushed towards the villains. The protagonist tightly wrapped his hand around the magic of cold. Turning his head back, the Duke of the Shining Star decided that he had to hurry up and grab the prince. Cromwell seemed to swing his sword from side to side, attacking his enemies, and the young man was surprised that he was all right. The fourth prince bent his knee. Fragments of stone scattered in different directions. The talented fencer slid his boot across the floor. The assassins dodged sword blows. The prodigy from the imperial family furrowed his brows angrily. The warriors flew far back at the same time. The guy stood, his hands tightly clenched into fists. With a sly grin, Elric said in his mind that it was true, because it was the Black Lion, so he was unnecessarily worried. A guard of soldiers ran into the building and shouted that it was the prince. Raising one eyebrow in bewilderment, the main character wondered if these idiots really wanted to die. The black-hooded warriors turned back and did not understand when they had managed to get so close, when someone was outraged by someone who dared to attack His Highness. Herman stretched his fingers forward and shouted that he needed to stop the assassins and protect the prince. Dark knights could be seen in the room. The defenders stood on either side of Cromwell, and the sorcerer noticed that the prince's guard and even the Blue Lion had joined the fight. It seemed as if a group of enemies ran through the doors, and the protagonist thought that they had broken in, not knowing their fate. The head of the vile clan resolutely lowered his chin. The fourth prince nodded in response. Suddenly, the heroes took off. The prodigy from the imperial family swung his sword. The fencer hit the enemy on the head. Biting his lips, the Duke of the Shining Star realized that he even sympathized with the assassins who had to face the two lions. At the same moment, his eyes began to emit a green glow. Yellow silhouettes of opponents could be seen in the room, and the young man decided that he would go and take care of those who continued to hide in the shadows. The warriors were hiding behind the columns in the hall. Wrapping his fingers around the knife, the fighter muttered that his partners might not even try to fight the Blue Lion, because their target was the prince. The commander abruptly raised his hand up. A moment later, he pointed out the direction of the attack to his subordinates. The assassins abruptly jumped out of cover. It seemed as if ice shards were flying at one of the prince's enemies. The magic beam struck down several opponents, and the others did not understand what was happening. The eyes of the hiding warrior emitted a red glow. Elric held out 2 fingers forward. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on his face. Releasing an energy flow into the opponent's face, the main character used the skill of piercing. The main character pretended that his hand was a gun and exhaled on it. Mephistopheles asked what kind of position it was, to which he spread his hands to the sides and replied that he did not know, because he just suddenly felt that he had to stand up like this. While the sorcerer continued to attack his rivals with his finger beams, the dark spirit noticed that they were poor bastards, and then added that they had excellent stealth techniques, but they had to face a natural enemy. Furrowing his brows angrily, the Duke of the Shining Star wondered who they were, and why they would go so far as to kill the fourth prince. Leaning his knee against the floor, the protagonist said that they needed to capture a few and interrogate who they were, and then someone noticed that they would not be able to take them alive. Tilting his torso back, the sorcerer was frightened by his sister's silhouette. Turning back, the young man clarified what her words meant. Lowering her eyelids, Hayes replied that they had been trained for such an eventuality. Behind the heroes was a battle with the assassins, and the girl said that even if they were prevented from committing suicide, their hypnotic bookmark would go off and they would die. Clenching his hand into a fist, Elric asked if she knew who these people were, to which Elric replied that they were the Red Ghost. Looking straight ahead, the main character admitted that he had never heard of such a thing. Squeezing her eyes shut, a member of the Black Skull Association told her that they had only recently been formed, so everything about them was kept strictly secret, and then her brother asked how she knew about them in this case. The lady opened her bright eyes and revealed that their leader was the sworn enemy of her mercenary captain, after which she added that it was a long story. Putting his finger to his chin, the sorcerer began to talk about a secret organization, the existence of which is unknown to the public. The commander raised his sword in the air and shouted that all groups had to retreat. With a sly grin, Elric noticed that they were running. Magical insects flew towards the enemies, and the main character realized that if he attached a familiar, they would know where they were going. Closing his lips, the sorcerer asked in his mind if they had expected this. Suddenly, the Duke of the Shining Star looked away when someone said that if they allowed them to carry out tasks like this, then their entire organization would be uprooted. Lifting his chin, the protagonist did not believe that such a thing could be. The black cloak fluttered in the wind, and the patriarch of the Merbinger family did not understand how a living being could not have a flow. On the balcony stood a warrior with a wooden mask on his face. Grabbing his sword with his hand, the assassin noticed that he thought they were having fun here. Suddenly, the villain swung his weapon from top to bottom. Bright flashes of light could be seen on the backs of the warriors. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the young man was unhappy that he had discovered familiars. Looking up, Cromwell asked if he was their leader, who they were, and who had sent them to kill him. The enemy's eyes radiated a red glow, and then he asked if His Majesty expected him to reveal the whole truth so simply. The saber of the talented swordsman was covered with streams of magic, and he said that it was fair, and yet if he blurted it out, it would be too boring. The fourth prince abruptly charged. Following him, Herman jumped up in the direction of the Blacken. The silhouette of the assassin began to blur as he talked about how being surrounded by lions would not end well for him. At the same moment, the soldiers turned their heads to the side. Putting their swords in front of them, the swordsman held back the enemy's blow. Jumping to another lodgia, the villain admitted that he would be happy to play with them, but he is afraid that now is not the right situation for this. Putting his hand to his chest, the assassin announced that he was taking his leave. A moment later, the ice shards rushed towards the enemy, and Elric said that perhaps he had managed to break in. Waving his fist, the main character shouted that it would not be so easy to leave. Raising one leg, the sorcerer used the art of strengthening the body. Spreading his fingers wide, the Duke of the Shining Star inflicted thousands of tiger cuts. Suddenly, the protagonist gritted his teeth tightly, and the opponent exclaimed that he thought it was a mage. Through the holes in the wall, a dark blue sky could be seen. Turning his head towards the holes, the assassin remarked that even breaking through it would be dangerous. Magic chains swept towards his opponent as the sorcerer decided to tie him up. The metal links emitted a bright glow. Slamming his fist on the iron shackles, the warrior said that he had not a second of peace. Suddenly, the villain decided to jump over the fence. Sharp ice arrows rushed towards the fighter as Elric used his piercing skill. With a circular blow, the enemy shot down the shells. Snowflakes flew near the stranger's head, and he began to laugh. Hayes jumped from above, and at the same time her opponent said that she was the only woman in the Black Skull. The assassin jumped back to avoid being struck by the huge hammer, and wondered if he and the Patriarch of Merbinger were working together. The brother and sister resolutely closed their lips, and the opponent said that this was a very unexpected turn. The villain's eyes emitted a bright red glow. Cromwell and Herman ran to the side, and the fighter said that everything was confusing in many ways. The heroes instantly surrounded the opponent from different sides. The wooden mask on the assassin's face was half hidden in the shadows, and then he said that he had no choice. Suddenly, a powerful explosion threw the swordsman back. Sliding his feet on the floor, the protagonist was surprised that he blocked a coordinated attack by 4 people. A stranger in a dark cloak lowered his sabers down. At the same second, his silhouette began to diverge into many copies. Biting his lips, Elric did not understand what was happening, because the air currents had changed. The swordsman stood around the opponent, while the protagonist thought that just a moment ago there was a light wind. But now the air is still and there is not a single breath of wind, as if it were a disembodied ghost. Bulging his pupils with anger, Herman told him to return. There was a trail of gray smoke on the floor. Cromwell gritted his teeth tightly. Hayes narrowed her eyes in alarm. A drop of sweat ran down the sorcerer's cheek. Shifting his gaze to the side, the Duke of the Shining Star wondered where he was. Looking at the yellow silhouettes of the people in the room, the protagonist exclaimed that not even his mind eye could detect him. Spart appeared to the side of the sorcerer, who did not understand why he was so stupid. At the same moment, a thin energy beam hit the young man's shoulder. The spirit of the villain appeared behind Elric and confessed that he was impressed that he had managed to dodge. After a moment, the silhouette of the assassin began to blur. Frowning angrily, the protagonist reflected on the fact that he had deviated on intuition alone. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the sorcerer thought that this was a curse, because without knowing its location, he would not be able to attack. The patriarch of the Merbinger family leaned his knee to the ground, and the opponent assumed that he was reading his footsteps. The knights from the guard stood behind the protagonist, and then the stranger clarified whether it was true that because of him the assassination attempt failed. Suddenly, a black liquid spilled out of the soldier's mouth. The sorcerer turned his head sharply to the side. Looking at their falling partner, the warriors did not understand what had happened. Invisible attacks pierced the bodies of the guardsmen, who began to scream loudly. On the guard's armor there was a drawing with the symbols of the kingdom. The knights surrounded Cromwell, and someone was heard telling them to protect his highness. The guys confidently walked one after another, and their commander ordered the border guards to line up and tighten the encirclement. The fighters began to fall on their backs from the elusive attacks. Turning back, the protagonist called out to his sister and asked if she knew anything else about him. Folding his hands, Mephistopheles noticed that he was indeed a difficult opponent, because even he himself did not see him. Looking up, the guy thought about the ghost. Lowering his eyebrows, the Demon King asked if he had come up with something, to which he had said in his mind that it was. Suddenly, the Duke of the Shining Star crossed his arms over his chest. The space around him was enveloped in streams of icy wind, and then he realized that even if the enemy looked like a ghost, unlike the king of primordial sin, he was not. The knights covered their faces with their hands from the growing snowstorm. Looking at the shoe print in the snow, the wizard thought that if he had a physical body, he would definitely leave footprints. Cromwell was standing behind the defenders when one of his subordinates cried out that he saw his footprints. Spreading his arms to the sides, the assassin said that this was how they had been able to detect his movements. Abruptly rushing towards the fourth prince, the villain said that the result did not change because of this. Hovering in the air, the fighter grabbed the weapon with his hand. The young man waved his hand, causing the ice blocks to fly up. Streams of magic rushed through the air in the face of the assassin. At the same second, ice fragments flew in different directions. Turning his head back, the soldier noticed the patriarch again. The villain's eyes glowed a bright red glow, and then he said that he would have to deal with this Merbinger bastard first. Suddenly, Herman appeared behind him, indignant at how he dared to look away when he was next to him. Withdrawing his hand behind his back, the head of the vile clan shouted that he had now become evil. In the air between the opponents, there were traces of blows, and the assassin noticed that it would not be easy to fight the Blue Lion directly. Elric began to run up to the enemy, who thought that because of this man, he could not even use his stealth skills. The wind streams went straight to the exit from the room. The warrior's eyes glowed red. At the same second, the fencer struck a circular blow. Raising his head up, the villain realized that this is an overwhelming and cruel force that leaves no room for resistance. High in the sky, Augustus hovered, and the assassin was surprised at his appearance. The old man gritted his teeth tightly in anger and noticed that they had made so much trouble just because of one rabid rat. The soldiers began to smile broadly and said that they were relieved that they were now saved. Throwing his hands behind his shoulders, the assassin said that now he could not do anything. Sneering slyly, the Duke of the Shining Star said in his mind that no matter how strong he was, he still wouldn't be able to act recklessly in front of his tutor. Putting his hand to his chest, the villain said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hiding his fist behind his back, the killer called August a teacher. Hearing his words, the young man lowered his jaw in surprise. Augustus, hovering in the air, asked who he was to call him a teacher, to which the spirit replied that in the past and still had always considered him as such, and then clarified that he did not think the same of him. The old man, frowning seriously, said that he did not care about his ravings, and then asked him to disappear. Elric clenched his fists in displeasure, and at the same time the ghost said that he had been so desperately looking for an apprentice to whom he could pass on the skills, and finally found him, and also congratulated him. White Knight, spreading his fingers, said that he had already said that he was nobody, and at the same time asked that since he could not hear him normally, then he could cut out a couple more ears to improve his hearing. Raising his head, the sworn enemy of the mercenary captain announced that there was no need for this, and added that he was leaving. There were no eyes behind the elder's hair, and he remarked that he didn't even think about reappearing. Placing his hand on his chest, the spirit explained that if he had the opportunity, he would pay him an official visit. Suddenly the fourth Prince Cromhel appeared. The main character, biting his lips, thought that if his teacher had already decided something, then even the prince would find it difficult to change his mind. August's serious expression was visible, and at the same time the protagonist wondered how the man in the wooden mask and his teacher were related. A prodigy from the imperial family, approaching the sorcerer, said that he was sorry, because he hoped that they could talk more, to which he replied that he was sure that the next time they met, they would be able to talk enough. The talented swordsman raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that then they would deepen their friendship. Touching the Magus's shoulder, the young man said that the body enhancement art he had shown was impressive, and would like to fight him the next time they met. The Duke, smiling slightly, said that he would wait for this day. The expressions on the guys' faces were satisfied. Closing his eyes, the fourth Prince Cromhel announced that he was then leaving. A moment later, the prodigy from the imperial family turned around. Elric lifted the corners of his lips happily. The main character noticed how his friend sighed heavily, after which he asked if something was wrong. Sean, looking ahead, explained that his father was saying he needed to see him urgently. After a while, it seemed as if the protagonist was sitting opposite the teacher. Crossing his arms, the sorcerer hoped that they had all returned by now. Herman, standing next to the magician, said that it seemed to him that their paths diverged here, and then he said that unfortunately the appearance of a blue lion in the hexagram could lead to trouble, and therefore it was best to disperse here. Isabel, blushing, asked the mage to be careful. Smiling slightly, the Duke reciprocated. Mephistopheles looked at the children happily. After a moment, Elric waved his hand in displeasure. It seemed as if the main character sighed heavily. Directing his gaze at the teacher, the protagonist asked if he could ask what connected him to that killer in the wooden mask. August raised his head. Then the old man crossed his palms. White Knight, parting his lips, replied that he could consider it a connection with the past. The Duke looked thoughtfully ahead. Opening his mouth, the mentor said that they shouldn't know about it. The carriage could be seen driving along the path. A view of a huge castle opened. A spirit walked along the dark corridor. The red ghost took hold of the doorknob. The man, sitting on the chair, noticed that he was confident when he left. Turning to the entrance, Andre added that he now looked terrible. A moment later, the mercenary captain's nemesis fell onto the sofa. Standing up abruptly, the Red Lion asked where the fourth prince's head was, and then asked not to say that he had come empty-handed. The spirit began to take off his mask, and the gentleman asked if he was serious, and at the same time said that he had come out of the place pompous. The young man, frowning seriously, listened to the fact that a ghost who claimed to be able to kill anyone in the world could not return empty-handed. Sitting down next to him, Andre asked where he was hiding his head, and whether he wanted to surprise him. Beating off the man's hand, the red ghost asked him to be silent. The gentleman, smiling, said that he had indeed failed the task. Closing his eyes, the Red Lion said that someone had said that killing the fourth prince outside the palace would be a cakewalk, after which the mercenary captain's sworn enemy was annoyed by him and his mouth that did not close. Andre asked what was the reason for his defeat, to which the spirit, turning his gaze to the side, replied that it was because of Elric. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the man asked if the patriarch of House Merbinger really knew how to do this, and also noted that although he was called a disciple of the White Knight, he was just a magus, and then the guy said that all the information was out of date. Frowning menacingly, the red ghost explained that the Elric he had seen was at least a lap 7, and his melee skills were impressive. Leaning back, the gentleman clarified when everything had gone wrong. Introducing a prodigy from the imperial family, the Red Lion wondered what had gone wrong when he refused the crown prince's offer to support him, or when he said that he wanted to give up his title and retire, angering the Golden Lion and losing his patronage. Slapping the documents with his palm, Andre thought that in any case he had already been condemned as the leader of the rebel army, and he had no way to explain himself. The man bared his teeth angrily and muttered that it was because he had tried to kidnap the fourth prince in order to use him for a new deal with the crown prince, or to take him hostage and force the imperial army to retreat. Holding his head, the master realized that everything had failed. The spirit touched his face sharply. Suddenly 2 girls appeared, and at the same time the red ghost noticed that there was only one way out. The lady, putting her hand on her side, said that it meant that he had failed his task, after which the second asked if he had finally answered her. The guy leaned forward, and the Red Lion thought that because of his decision, tens of thousands of loyal people could die in vain. Standing beside the ladies, Andre decided that now was not the time to weigh the risks. Lowering his eyebrows, the man muttered that they had been declared traitors, accusing them of forming an alliance with demons. Stretching out his hand, the gentleman added that he had no choice but to give them exactly what they wanted. A view of the castle opened up. guy, sitting opposite the boys, said that he understood that they were tired after a long journey, but there was a reason why he told them to hurry here. Then, the 9th level magus held out a scroll. In a second, the main character unfolded the document. Crossing his fingers, one of the greatest reported that the emperor himself had given the order. The protagonist frowned seriously when he heard that Merbinger needed to take part in the war at home. The duke, holding a scroll in his hands, said that this was a decree of the emperor, non-compliance with which was punishable by death. Looking at the document, the sorcerer explained that to prevent abuse, it could only be used on the houses of the high nobility a limited number of times, while Merbinger could only use the decree twice. Squeezing the paper, the mage noticed that the imperial family had not used the decree of the golden seal for many centuries so as not to lose power over Merbinger, and then wondered if they had decided to use it now. Smiling, Elric thought that something was wrong here. Mephistopheles, crossing his arms, said that it was as if they had ordered a hole to be dug and jump into it themselves, and added that they were almost directly saying that they were going to harm them. Sean, standing up abruptly, shouted what kind of nonsense was this, because the Merbingers were not even vassals of Neristar. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy asked his father if he would let it down so easily. Gaius, looking ahead, asked his son to moderate his ardor. Sitting on the couch, the 9th level magus said that he also did not like the attitude of the imperial family towards their house, and also added that the imperial family could not be unaware of their pact with Merbinger. Parting his lips, one of the greatest asked if he wanted to shake the stability of his relationship with Merbinger, and then noted that this was possible. Frowning seriously, the man said that he knew one thing for sure, that it was too suspicious, and made him wonder if the emperor himself had signed the decree. The master said that the head of Merbinger also realized this, and at the same time asked what he planned to do, to which the main character, holding a scroll in his hands, replied that if he did not obey the decree, then they could get rid of him under the pretext of his disrespect for the empire, and if he complied, then he would be sent to the battlefield, where he could accidentally die. Smiling slyly, the protagonist explained that in any case, the imperial family had nothing to lose. After a while, the duke closed his eyes and laughed, and his friend asked how he could laugh at a time like this when he was heading straight for a trap. Holding his head, the sorcerer said that they would have gone to war in any case, after which he asked why he could not laugh. Looking ahead, the magician said that he was thinking about how to bury this bastard crown prince. Turning his gaze sideways, Elric informed the demon king that since the crown prince was also chasing Gregory, they could deal with two at once. Crossing his arms, Mephistopheles noticed that this was exactly what he was good at. Sean, standing behind the protagonist, explained that there was still a month until the deadline written in the decree, and then asked what he would do during this time, to which he said that there were two things he should do. The guy looked ahead in surprise when he heard that he would need his help. There was a view of the central office of the magical administration. The gentleman, being in a dark room, said that it was annoying. Holding the document in his hand, the guy said that he could not believe that there were idiots left who relied only on status. The young man could be seen sorting through the papers. Frowning maliciously, the gentleman called the name of the protagonist. The third son of the Neristar family, sitting opposite his friend, asked him if he really needed this license right now, to which he was told that with a mage license, he could take an officer's position in the war. Sean, through the sweat on his face, clarified why he was so strained, because he would have been given an officer's authority anyway. Glad ahead, the duke explained that if he did so, there would be restrictions, and there was another reason for that. Crossing his arms, the guy asked if he would voice her to him, and then the sorcerer apologized and said that she was connected with the family. Parting his lips, the young man asked if he was sure that he did not need to prepare, because this exam was not a joke. Smiling slightly, the mage countered with the question that he had forgotten that even though he was constantly failing his exams due to a blocking disease, he was always the best when it came to theory. Opening his mouth wide, Sean asked if he really thought that the mage license exams were the same as the student exam. Stretching out his index finger, the third son of the Neristar family said that each examiner had his own problems on the exam, and that examiner Brian passed only 0.1% of his examinees. Looking out the window, Elric said that it only meant that most of the examinees knew nothing about the subject. Adjusting his sleeves, the main character asked if he had said that the exam would take 8 hours, to which he received the answer that as far as he heard, everything was so. Placing his palms on his feet, the protagonist asked his friend to rest for a while. Standing up abruptly, the duke announced that he would return in half an hour with a perfect result. After a while, the gentleman, holding his hands behind his back, gave his name and explained that he was an examiner of the 5th rank of the Central Bureau of the Magical Administration, and then asked if it was true that he was the examinee Elric. The sorcerer, standing opposite him, answered in the affirmative and asked if he could already begin the examination. Turning around, Brian explained that they would first confirm his identity, and then move on to the exam. The Demon King crossed his arms as he clarified if this was the guy his friend had mentioned, and if he would be fine. After a second, the magician spread his palms in different directions. Bright rays of light could be seen. A rank 5 examiner walked over to the table and said that the first part included the topics of the elements, physics, necromancy, alchemy, ancient history, black magic, and more, and added that there would be a total of 600 questions in the written exam. Elric picked up the book, and at the same time, it was heard that the use of magic would be considered cheating. Scratching his ear, the main character asked if there were any reasons to use magic. Turning away, the gentleman muttered that he knew that he had healed his illness and had become the hero of the Lacenta, and was displeased with his arrogant behavior. Biting his lips, Brian whispered that his application for the exam was only to stand out, and to restore the honor of his fallen family, so he shouldn't think he didn't see it. Turning his head, the 5th rank examiner said that he could start. After a moment, the protagonist opened the textbook. The guy standing next to the Duke thought that, as expected, he was writing some nonsense. Lowering his eyebrows, the gentleman noticed that even Tasha, who had achieved a perfect result, was thinking about the answers, not being sure of their correctness. Suddenly, the sorcerer, smiling, said that everything was ready. Picking up the book, Brian realized that 15 minutes had passed, and then wondered if he didn't want to show at least the slightest effort. Placing his hand on the textbook, the 5th rank examiner muttered that he had once respected Merbinger. Suddenly, the guy's ring lit up brightly. The number of correct answers appeared, and then the gentleman was very surprised by the perfect result. Through the sweat on his face, Brian couldn't understand how this was even possible. Looking at the inspector, Elric asked if he could proceed with the second part, to which he received a positive answer. Snapping his fingers, the 5th rank examiner remembered that he was the best in terms of theory at the academy. The master's assistant could be seen bringing an unusual artifact, and at the same time, he thought that it was obvious that he had just been learning the theory all along. Suddenly the guy grinned slyly. The young man placed a magic item on the table, and at the same time, Brian noticed that the second stage, the mana control test, could not be passed only by training. Smiling slightly, the inspector asked to put his hand on the crystal ball. A second later, the protagonist touched the artifact, and the 5th rank examiner whispered that the quantity and quality of controlled mana should exceed a certain standard, and therefore, even the most skilled magi failed at this stage. Suddenly, the protagonist was surrounded by a bright aura. The crystal ball began to crack. After a moment, the magic object shattered into small pieces. The guy opened his jaw in bewilderment. Scratching his head, the Duke said that he thought he had broken the ball, and then asked if it was considered a failure. The gentleman bit his lips in confusion. Sean seemed to be standing near the carriage. Noticing his friend ahead, the young man asked why he had come out in half an hour. Smiling slightly, the 3rd son of the Neristar family clarified how everything went. Then the sorcerer opened his mouth contentedly. Holding out a temporary warlock license, the patriarch of the Merbinger family countered to why he was asking. Sean, holding the newspaper in his hands, read that he would be back before the tea had cooled down, and so expressed his confidence to his friend before he got out of the carriage. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy exclaimed that he was writing a whole novel here. Elric looked ahead contentedly, and his friend called him lucky and asked how he had finished the exam in less than half an hour. Sitting on the sofa, the young man asked if he had already decided where he would go to pass the 3rd test, namely the task, to which he received the answer that he would go to the Forest of Red Souls. Raising his eyebrows, the 3rd son of the Neristar family noticed that it was easier than he thought, and then clarified why not come up with something more difficult, because it would not attract much attention. Closing his eyes, the main character explained that there was not much time left, and therefore he wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. Biting his lips, the protagonist asked the Demon King if it was true that his saga was really there, and at the same time he said that it was up to him to believe or not. The night sky appeared, and Mephistopheles said that the saga was hidden in a place full of ghosts. A huge number of undead were visible, after which the King of Original Sin added that if it came from Otto's pen, then it was not difficult to believe it, and it was even possible that all those ghosts that filled the Forest of Red Souls were created to guard the saga. The guys turned their heads sharply. Suddenly the girl opened the door. Hayes walked into the room and asked her brother if they could talk. A view of a huge castle opened. The lady, walking beside the Duke, asked if he had said that he was going to the border province of Vins, to which he replied in the affirmative and asked in the opposite of what else he could do, since the Order of the Golden Seal had been announced, and then added that not only he, but the Magic Tower and the house of the Duke of Lion had also been summoned. The sorcerer, looking at the mercenary, asked what she was for, and then she said that it seemed that she was also going there, because her organization had received an order for military conscription. Suddenly a dark box appeared. The magician, through the sweat on her face, asked if she could refuse, and at the same time said that she was not a full-fledged member of the organization, and his sister said that even associate members were obliged to join, and added that those who refused would be expelled. Lowering his eyebrows, Elric objected to the girl. Suddenly, the box hit the ground. Hayes turned around and said that he couldn't tell her to leave just because he had begun to live a decent life. Touching the heavy box, the lady said that thanks to it she did not have to worry about money, but loved her work, and was proud of what she had achieved by going her own way. Turning her gaze to the side, the mercenary asked if he was telling her to lay down her arms and just rest, and at the same time she noticed that if he even hinted at some nonsense like a wedding, she would open his head. Closing his eyes, the main character explained that he would not say such a thing, because this is her life. The Demon King held his chin and said that his sister was even bolder than him, and the protagonist wondered if their family would exist without it, and added that if she had a talent for magic, then she could be the head of the family instead of him. The Duke asked the girl to take care of herself, and also said that they would see each other on the front line, and then she, smiling, hoped that his plans would also come true. Slapping his chest with his hand, the sorcerer said that it was she who had protected the family until now, and added that he did not have to worry, because from now on he would take care of it. Suddenly, Hayes touched her brother's head. The lady, blushing, noticed that he had grown up. The magus expression was joyful. A view of the dark forest opened up. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked why the banshee was the reaper. Suddenly, the guy tripped over the root of a tree. Elton quickly fell off his feet. A monster appeared behind him. A second later, there were bursts of blood. The lady looked ahead in confusion. The young men held their swords tightly. The warrior opened his jaw and asked what they should do. Biting her lips, Sophia wondered if this was the end of them. Suddenly, shards of ice flew over the guys. Elric was standing near the trees. Stretching out his palm, the main character used a piercing skill. The girl, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed that ice arrows would not work, and added that physical attacks had no effect. The lady noticed how the magic projectiles attacked the bodies of the undead, and then she was very surprised. Banshee held out his scythe in front of him. Ice shards pierced his weapons. Suddenly, one of the shells pierced the monster's head through. A moment later, the monster hit the ground. The warriors looked ahead in bewilderment. The protagonist clenched his fist sharply. Closing his eyes, the Duke said that he had finally caught one. Lowering his eyebrows, the sorcerer explained that because of Sparta, ghosts constantly escape, and he could not even complete the task, and he needed to collect 10 portions of the essence of ghosts. But he collected only 2, and at the same time he said that he would be happy to help, but he himself knew that he could not. Mephistopheles, with his hands at his sides, asked that hadn't he told him that not taking him would be much better for his mental health. The blue teeth of the magical creature appeared, and he said that the Demon King was only a shell, and everyone kept chattering incessantly, and even the ghosts ignored him. Opening his mouth wide, the master clarified that how could ghosts even realize the greatness of this king. Elric frowned in disbelief. Looking at his hand, the protagonist wondered what the Banshee Reaper was doing here, and whether they shouldn't live deeper in the forest. Looking at his seal, the protagonist reflected on the energy contained in this demonic aura. Suddenly the seal of winter lit up. Turning to the forest, the Duke thought that Saga meant somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the guys, leaning forward, said that he had saved them, to which the sorcerer replied that he had done only what he had to do. Smiling, the mage wondered how it was that they were being chased by a Banshee Reaper. There were blood stains on the things. The patriarch of the Merbinger family lowered his eyebrows sharply. Elric noticed the soiled textbook. The boys blushed, exclaimed that it was simply unbelievable, and added that only someone of at least a magus class could break through the barrier of the Reaper's Banshee, and the girl asked if he was from a magic tower. The main character clenched his fist. Looking ahead, the protagonist wondered how they dared. The Duke looked at the bloody things again. There were red spots on the book, and the sorcerer wondered how they dared to lay hands on his family's belongings. Crossing his arms, Mephistopheles remarked that he had to save the grave robbers, to which the magician replied that maybe it was for the best. Parting his lips, the Demon King asked what he was talking about. Elric, frowning seriously, said that these bastards would dig their own graves. Opening her mouth wide, the girl apologized for being very embarrassed to say this, after which she asked if he could help them again. Lowering her head, the lady said that their friends were still in the dungeon, and they would reward him, give him as much as she wanted, and then asked for help. The guys, leaning forward, begged the main character. Looking ahead, the protagonist replied that he would help them, and then asked where they were. Sophia, blushing sharply, asked if it was true, and at the same time the guys thanked the Duke. Stretching out her index finger, the girl exclaimed that they had better hurry before the Reaper Banshee arrived. Suddenly, the travelers grinned menacingly. The sorcerer frowned seriously. Raising his eyebrows, Mephistopheles called the group of people nonentities and noticed that when they stumbled upon him, they signed their own death warrant. The lady, pointing towards the cave, said that this was the dungeon. A moment later, the mage lifted his leg off the ground. Elric walked to the dark entrance. Sophia looked at him thoughtfully. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl asked if she could find out the name of their savior. Turning his gaze to the side, the main character called out a fake nickname, after which the Demon King wondered if it was another name, and added that he had no imagination at all. Embracing the protagonist, the lady said that his name was as extraordinary as his magical talent, and then he said that he still lacked skill. Sophia said that if it did not seem rude of her, what school of magic did he belong to, and added that she really wanted to repay his debt, and then the Duke, frowning seriously, replied that she did not need to trouble. Clenching his fist, the sorcerer said that he had to go, and noticed that she seemed to be saying that her comrades were in danger. The mage's expression was menacing. Baring her teeth, the girl did not believe that he could keep such an indifferent face when she literally threw herself at him. Smiling, the lady thought that he had a good magical talent, but behaved like some kind of hermit. Standing behind Elric, Sophia muttered that she was better, and as this hermit dealt with the dungeon guards, she would stick a knife in his back and take all the treasure. Then the traveler looked at her companion. Holding her hands behind her back, the girl whispered that she was counting on a noble fool. It was clear how the guys were following the main character. Looking back, the protagonist asked where her comrades were, to which he received the answer that they were inside when they escaped, and if they were still alive. The lady parted her lips and said that they were most likely hiding at the corner of the 4th corridor. The Duke asked everyone to be careful and said that no one knew what they might meet here, and then Sophia, grinning, said that they would be careful, and therefore he did not have to worry. Unexpectedly, terrible monsters appeared. The traveler fell sharply off her feet. A moment later, the Reapers took off. Closing her eyes, the girl asked for help. The sorcerer stretched out his hand. Suddenly, an unusual aura surrounded the undead. The lady, sitting on the floor, wondered what he was doing. It was very cold, and didn't he know that banshees didn't care about such attacks? The frozen bodies of monsters appeared, and at the same time, Sophia thought that this could not be because elemental magic does not work on ghostly creatures. Opening his mouth, the magician asked if they were okay, to which he received a positive answer. Getting to her feet, the traveler thanked him. Through the sweat on her face, the girl muttered that he was stronger than she thought, and then wondered if he possessed saint power. Crossing her arms, the lady said that she did not think that he would be able to deal with the guards of the lower levels so easily, and as soon as he dealt with them, they would immediately strike. Suddenly, Sophia, opening her jaw, could not understand what kind of nonsense it was. Elric, walking past the frozen enemies, said that they were short on time, and therefore they had to hurry. Rounding her eyes, the traveler reflected that given how much and what he conjured, he should have emptied his mana reserves long ago, but he still looked calm. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist noticed that at least thanks to them, he did not have to wander through the forest in search of Otto's tomb, and the stolen artifacts were also returned to their rightful places. Smiling broadly, Mephistopheles explained that he had received some demonic energy. Spar, who was behind the protagonist, said that this was an interesting turn of events, and added that he had heard that Merbinger were the enemies of all inhumans, and he wielded their powers. The Duke touched his chin and muttered that this part was still a mystery to him. Looking at his hand, the sorcerer thought that in order to restore winter, Otto had created a seal by using demonic relics and giving it a new shape. The monster could be seen lying on the floor, and the mage noticed that the guardians of this place had shards of that seal. A dark sky appeared, after which the patriarch of the Merbinger family added that in their thirst for more power, they allowed the demons to consume them, unleashing devastation on the world. Elric, turning his gaze to the side, whispered that he had some insight, but no more, and that he would know the truth for sure. Stretching out her index finger, the girl said that if they turned right here, they would fall into the depths of the dungeon. A moment later, the main character approached at the corner of the corridor. A huge door was visible. The protagonist's pupils burned yellow. Noticing the unusual aura, the Duke muttered that all the mana flowing in this dungeon was drawn to this door, and therefore there must be an entrance to the depths. Looking at the lady, the sorcerer asked if it meant that their comrades were locked behind this door, to which she replied positively and added that there was something terrible there, and therefore he needed to be careful. A moment later, the mage touched the gate and said what he was opening. A bright light appeared. A flickering glow could be seen through the crack. The expression on the face of the patriarch of the Merbinger family was surprised. Inside the container was a green liquid. A view of the creepy nights opened. Wounded people were lying on the floor. Suddenly, the monsters turned their heads. Sophia, opening her mouth wide, realized that they had all reacted. Biting her lips, the traveler thought that when they entered, only one reacted, and he single-handedly slaughtered the entire group. The girl looked at her comrade and muttered that this mage was definitely strong, but she doubted that he would be able to handle a dozen at a time, and it would be a failure if he died here, because they were also in trouble here. Turning around, the lady realized that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. A moment later, the guys opened their jaws in bewilderment. Turning around, Sophia asked what was happening. Unexpectedly, it seemed as if the knights knelt before the main character. The main character silently took a few steps forward. The living armor slowly rose to its feet. The guys looked at this with horror in their eyes and asked each other in a trembling voice what they should do now. What if they followed him, and they suddenly attacked them? Suddenly, the girl in front of them said that if they wanted to leave, they should go on their own, because this mage had just revealed the secret of the dungeon. She smiled madly and mockingly asked if they were stupid enough to give up at such a moment. Hearing this, the guys rushed after the girl, saying that they would also go. After that, the doors inside slammed shut. A bright green glow emanated from the artifact. The main character continued to walk slowly forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the living armor and asked himself if it was Otto's servants. A powerful magical aura emanated from the armor, and the young man said to himself that they were servants, who preserved the deeds of their master even after death, after which he asked himself if he would be able to get equally loyal and reliable allies when he rebuilt his home. Elric walked down the corridor, surrounded by loyal servants. After a few seconds he stopped. He saw a powerful magical energy ahead of him, and realized that it was the same magic that was in the tomb of the Ice Mountain Queen. Without hesitation, the guy stretched out his hand with a magical artifact in her direction. The artifact immediately reacted with a bright purple light. Suddenly, in the eyes of the main character and Mephistopheles, there was a shock from what they saw. Inside, on a rocking chair, sat a man, the great ancestor who had laid the foundation of the House of Merbinger, who had been waiting for Elric, his distant descendant, for several centuries. Approaching him, the guy quietly said that he had come. The old man was lying in an armchair with his eyes closed. The main character tied the artifact around his neck and said with a smile on his face that he looked like a middle-aged man in the trials, but here he was very old. After a few seconds, he tilted his head slightly and asked in confusion how many years he had been waiting here like this. Suddenly, the demon put his hand on his face and began to laugh. Suddenly, his aura changed, and he burst out laughing madly. Mephistopheles' eyes lit up brightly, and he shouted the old man's name loudly. The demon grinned madly and said that he wasn't sure, but he was still a human, adding that he thought that he would torment them forever. He, who looked like a real monster, still turned out to be a human. Otto was lying in the same place and showing no signs of life. Mephistopheles flew right in front of him and went on to say that he had sworn countless times that if he managed to rebel, he would take revenge on him and everyone who followed him with his own hands. But in the end, these oaths turned out to be meaningless and empty. The protagonist looked at the demon out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that his reaction was quite natural, because the demon god and the 4 demon kings tried to consume the continent, but could not overcome the Merbinger wall created by the founder and Otto. Bending right down to the old man's face, Mephistopheles shouted loudly that this could not be, that it could not end like this. His eyes were full of rage and hatred, with which he continued to shout that he closed his eyes alone with a smile, after which he asked what about the resentment burned in his chest, the screams and sadness, what should he do with them? He put his hand on the back of the chair and ordered him to answer and say at least something. The boy stared at this silently and asked himself what secret Otto was keeping. On his hand was the seal of winter, and the guy asked himself what it was and what the real secret of their family was. The snowflakes on his hand glowed brightly. Suddenly the image of the old man began to dissolve. From what he saw, the main character opened his mouth in surprise. Suddenly, a strong magical energy appeared in the air, and then Elric asked himself if it was Otto's mana. With every second, it became stronger and stronger, enveloping the guy. A few seconds later, the main character's eyes suddenly lit up. In an instant, everything around him changed. With surprise in his eyes, Elric looked ahead and wondered where he was. Suddenly, surprise turned to shock when he heard a familiar voice that told him that he must have a lot of questions. Otto sat not far in front of him, and added that with his current knowledge he clearly did not understand much. Without hesitation, the guy knitted his eyebrows and asked who the Merbingers were. The old man, without opening his eyes, replied that he could not answer every question he asked, but as a reward he could answer a few questions, since he had gone so far. After these words, he clapped his hands. At the same moment, everything around him changed, and a man in a long robe appeared. As soon as the main character saw him, he immediately realized that he was the founder. The man's face was hidden under a hood. With eyes full of surprise, the guy looked at him and said to himself that he didn't understand it then. But now he clearly felt the overwhelming power of the one who created the Merbinger house. This force made his entire body shake. Suddenly, 4 people appeared behind him, one of whom ordered him to stop counting like a sparrow, because his noise gave him a headache, and his head was already spinning, so he had to be silent. Hearing this, Elric turned around in surprise. The girl hit young Otto on the head with a stick and shouted at him to keep talking, to which he shouted back that he would be silent. The protagonist noticed the girl's long red hair and said to himself that given her red hair, she must be the only woman among the 4 vassals, and was said to be the best in terms of the amount of mana and destructive power. The girl put a smoking pipe in her mouth. Christina Merbinger exhaled smoke and showed her powerful energy. Out of the corner of his eye, the protagonist looked at her and said to himself that, judging by her explosive temper and exuding warmth, she must have been in the summer among the 4 seasons. Suddenly, all 4 of them turned their heads and realized what was beginning. Looking up, Elric saw a madly dark magical energy in the sky. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of the darkness. A second later, Mephistopheles appeared in front of everyone. The rest of the demons followed him, and the main character realized that they were the demon kings. But suddenly, an entity made entirely of darkness appeared. Her eyes burned brightly, and then the protagonist realized that he had seen him when they dealt with the Snow General. This is the god of demons. The founders in 4 seasons looked at the invaders without a drop of fear in their eyes. The demon god and the demon kings with wide smiles on their faces looked back at them. They stood opposite each other, and that's how their war began. The main character, frowning, looked at this and said to himself that it was incredible. He had seen Otto parry Mephistopheles' blows, and he said to himself that he thought he had become quite strong, but now he could not imagine how he would be able to resist such a thing. Suddenly, a powerful magical explosion rang out. 2 huge magical powers collided with each other. The demon god stretched out his hand, in which a ball of darkness formed. But suddenly, lightning created from pure light destroyed this orb. The founder held an outstretched hand in front of him. The main character could not take his eyes off the powerful explosion, asking himself what it was. He looked at the demons and humans who were fighting against him, and thought about how the magic used by both sides was very different, but somehow seemed so familiar. Each of them found an opponent. Shock filled Elric's eyes, and then he wondered if it was. But before he could finish speaking, the old man rose to his feet and said that they repented, adding that by devouring, absorbing, and drinking all the mana of the world in order to destroy, slaughter, and cleanse all the non-humans from this land. The guy looked at that and asked if the Merbingers were originally inhuman. Then the old man created a magic ball in his hand and replied, no way. The power in his hand stopped more and more, and he continued to say that they were Merbingers and inhumans together called Ma. They were 2 sides of the same coin, born of the same principle. There was a slight smile on the founder's face, but the demon god looked at him with a kind of malice in his eyes, and the protagonist said that the founder and the demon god came from the same root, but clashed in battle when their goals diverged drastically, and he would never have thought that the founder was of the same divine rank as the demon god. After saying that, he drew an image of an all-powerful founder in his mind. Otto looked at the guy and explained that the Merbingers and the Inhumans, born from the same root, were looking for each other's destruction, which was why the war continued. During the fight, Azazel was erased by a stream of incredibly strong magical energy. His comrade, Lilith, suffered the same fate. Christina blew the head off Satan's shoulders with one swift blow of her sword. Only Mephistopheles was able to escape unharmed. A bright flash of light struck the sky, and in the end, the war ended in their victory. Otto looked at the main character with excitement in his eyes, when suddenly he said that there was one problem: they won the war, but lost the battle. In the sky, the demon god and the founder were in front of each other. Dissolving, the all-powerful evil said that he was still a man, but he chose this path. The guy silently wiped the blood from his mouth. The demon god said before disappearing that this arrogant choice had led him to death in the end, and even if he disappeared, he would still leave something somewhere. But he didn't. Hearing this, the founder chuckled. The protagonist looked at this from the ground and asked the old man if the founder had lost to the demon god, to which he firmly replied that it was so. After all, the curse he received killed him, and at the same time, the demon god could be reborn anywhere. But before closing his eyes for the last time, the founder left several prophecies. As he spoke, Otto clapped his hands. For 4 seasons they knelt before the founder under the shade of a large tree. They all wept bitterly. Suddenly, Otto clenched his hands into fists and shouted with all his might that he would definitely restore their family. After the death of the founder, he put on his cape and, as the head of the family, continued his will and led the family along the path of prosperity. At the same time, preparations were made for winter, when snow fell in flakes from the sky. Otto was on one knee in the mountains. Returning to the huge building, fairies always flew around it. In his youth, he always had the widest smile on his face. But over time, all joy disappeared from his face, because they waited, forgetting about love and youth and everything else, waiting for the appearance of the descendant predicted by the founder, who was destined to save the world. At present, the old man smiled warmly and said that it was finally time to fulfill this legacy. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the main character, he added that it was because he finally met him. Squeezing his shoulder slightly in his hand, the old man declared that he was the child from the prophecy. As soon as the protagonist heard this, shock appeared in his eyes. After a few seconds he closed his eyes and repeated to himself Otto's words, saying that he was a descendant chosen by the founder 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, the guy gritted his teeth in anger and said to himself that this was some kind of curse. Seeing this reaction, the old man put his hand to his chin and said to himself that, as he thought, he was not very happy about it. Then Elric put his hand to his chest and asked displeased what he should be happy about, adding that he wanted to create his own destiny by his own will, and not to be someone's puppet. Then Otto smiled and said that prophecy was only what it was, a prophecy, nothing more, adding that the world was divided into many ways, different choices, changing its form, and he had certainly already felt some such changes. As soon as the guy heard this, he opened his mouth in surprise. He drew in his head the image of King Yule, who always smiled broadly. Suddenly, the old man spread his hands in different directions and said that prophecy or not, the choice is always his. Even if he doesn't agree with them, they can't force him. Immediately after saying that, he created a powerful magic energy in his hand and said that he had asked him at their first meeting and would ask again. Otto assumed the image of his middle age and asked if he would stop the wheel or let it roll. Then the main character smiled broadly and replied that his answer remained the same. He looked at his interlocutor and added that this was the fastest way to become stronger, after which he asked why he would refuse it, and after saying that, he asked the old man to do so. Hearing this, Otto raised his head in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young man smiled warmly and asked if he hadn't told him to come here to end the winter, and then asked, after all, that he did not renege on his words. Upon receiving such a question, the old man closed his eyes and grinning, said that he could not believe it. It was very dark in the tomb. The girl and her comrades stood aside, one of whom asked what they should do now, if they could just stand there, to which the other replied that it was not such a bad idea, because if they broke in, the guards would simply kill them. Suddenly, they turned around abruptly, seeing a bright glow inside. Both guys immediately smiled madly and realized that the treasure had awakened. At the same moment, one of them cut off the head of his comrade and shouted loudly that the treasure would be his. After that, he immediately rushed at the main character. Putting his sword behind his head, he shouted loudly that the guy would die here like a dog, but he would use his belongings wisely. But as soon as he shouted that, blood spurted out of his mouth. The guy collapsed dead to the floor, and a dagger was sticking out of the back of his head. The girl with glowing eyes looked at him and said that he was blinded by greed and his judgment was clouded, because he did not even see the absurd flow of mana flowing from this mage. From the main character, powerful magical energy spurted in all directions. The girl took the blade out of the head of her dead comrade, saying to herself that, not to mention the fact that without this mage, they would not even be able to get out of the dungeon, so now she should just take the belongings of these 2 dead idiots, and stay next to the main character until the very exit. Thinking of this, she shifted her gaze to the dead guy's backpack. Suddenly, her eyes went into shock when she heard Elric's voice, who said that she had pretty good instincts. The girl immediately turned around. Above her, she saw the main character, who smiled ominously and added that she was not so bad for a tomb raider. Hearing this, the girl fell to the floor and asked in a shaking voice how he knew, to which he asked in response if she really did not understand. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy took a few steps towards her and explained that they had made this fact obvious from the very beginning, so he couldn't help but understand what they were doing. In shock, the girl opened her mouth and said to herself that it was not they who led him into the trap, but him, adding that he deliberately lured them here. After realizing this, she bowed her head to him and begged for forgiveness and mercy. The protagonist then leaned over to her and mockingly asked why it would be, adding that they tried to kill him themselves, so why can't he kill them? His eyes burned brightly as he asked the girl. Tears poured from the eyes of his interlocutor, and she shouted loudly that they would do anything to keep them alive. Hearing this, Elric waved his hand and said that he didn't want to get the extra corpses out of here anyway, so she had to go before he changed his mind. Having received permission, the girl rushed to run, loudly thanking the guy. She quickly ran away into the dark corridor. Folding his arms over his chest, Mephistopheles grinned and said that she was running like a beaten dog, after which he asked the guy if he would let them leave like this, since it would only increase the chances of revealing the location of the dungeon. The main character looked in the same direction and replied that they would not be able to step outside the dungeon anyway, to which the demon asked in surprise what he meant. Then Elric raised his hand and replied something like that. A sinister grin appeared on his face, and he added that something else was more important. Sensing this, Mephistopheles frowned tensely and said that he had ended the winter. The main character was enveloped in incredibly powerful magical energy. Some time ago, he had stood in front of an old man who had said that the Seal of Winter, in demon terms, was the level of a warlord. Moreover, it was his true name, created to destroy even the demon kings. After saying that, he clapped his hands and added that the Seal of Winter was born of the awakening of two forces. The space around them changed rapidly. Elric's eyes were surprised by what he saw. He saw huge magical seals, and the old man explained that if magic is the act of manifesting the world's laws and truths, then power is the distortion of these laws and truths by the will alone, which is why sometimes these forces are also called divine. In his hand, Otto created a bundle of magical energy, and added that the forces that gave rise to winter were called the North Wind and the Blizzard. Immediately after these words, his power was unleashed in all directions. A huge tornado called the North Wind circled not far from them, and the old man explained that the North Wind was completely dry and left only devastation in its path, a disaster that brought only drought and ruined crops, a terror that heralded famine and destruction. The North Wind destroyed absolutely everything in its path. At the same time, the blizzard began nearby, and Otto explained that it was endlessly falling snow that stole all life that had once bloomed on the earth, bringing only death. With every second the snow on the ground grew larger, and Otto continued to say that a quiet death was peace and rest for the living, and yet it created fear, for no one knew when it would come, and if he could fully master the cold and the piercing wind, he would be able to end the winter fully. The main character looked at what was happening with his mouth open in shock. The seal on his hand shone brightly, and he said to himself that if he learned these powers, he would gain the incredible power that Otto had once possessed. He smiled contentedly as he looked at his fist, and the old man, seeing this, said that it was a pretty good expression. Raising his fist, he added that this case was special, because he would personally train him. As soon as the boy heard this, Otto's reflection appeared in his pupils, his eyes burning brightly. Leaving his memories, Elric folded his arms over his chest and said that it was scary to even think about it, after which he wondered what ancestor would torment his descendant like this. Mephistopheles looked at the guy from the side and said to himself that he had almost reached the level of the voivode. Demonic power suddenly began to accumulate in his hand. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the demon said to himself that his own spiritual force had increased by the same amount. At this time, Otto was left alone and said that the guy had left. Turning around, he added that he had even given him all the mana he had left, and now he wondered when this arrogant kid would realize it. As he walked into the snow-capped mountains, the old man said to himself that he could finally finish his business and rest, and then wondered if she would accept him again. His appearance changed rapidly. A man was standing not far ahead. Coming closer, Otto asked how long she had waited for him, and then apologized for keeping her waiting. The girl turned around with surprise in her eyes. The man put his hand to his chest and said in confusion that if she didn't mind, she could give him another chance. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face. The girl looked at him with her mouth open in surprise. As suddenly, closing her eyes, she laughed. Tears welled up in Otto's eyes, and he thanked her. Suddenly a girl hugged him from behind. Closing his eyes, the man laughed. Turning to her, he said that he would never leave her. Lifting the girl in his arms, the man offered to go together to another world and have fun there. After that, the three of them walked towards the portal. Entering it, Otto looked behind himself out of the corner of his eye and said that it would be really hard for the next one. At the same moment, the protagonist turned to the old man's chair and asked himself if he had heard something or imagined something. Receiving no answer, he grinned, saying to himself that although he had tormented him a lot, he was grateful to him for everything he had done for him. Bowing, the young man said to himself that he would find peace wherever he went. And as he was leaving, the demon turned around. He looked at the empty rocking chair and said to himself that Otto was his old enemy, and someday they would meet again and end the unfinished battle. After these thoughts, Mephistopheles went after the main character. At this time, the light in the corridor was dimly burning. The Tomb Raider ran forward with all her might, saying to herself that not only did she have to run away like this, but she had also lost all her treasures. After a while, she reached the exit from the tomb. Breathing heavily, she lowered her head and asked herself if she should hide somewhere nearby, and when the guy came out, slip in and steal something. After thinking for a while, the girl raised her head and said, no, because if she was caught, then she was finished, so it was better to just leave. With that, she raised her leg to take a step forward. Suddenly, horror appeared in her eyes, because she realized that if she took even one step outside the tomb, she would die. At the same moment, the girl raised her head, hearing a voice saying that she was quite observant. The cleaners of the Blue Lion family were walking in her direction. The boy stepped forward, rested his hand on his side and asked if Elric was inside. Cold sweat poured down the girl's face, and after hearing this, she asked herself if the mage was the hero Lacenta, after which she replied in a shaking voice that she had nothing to do with him. But before she could finish, blood spurted from her throat in all directions. With one quick blow, the guy blew her head off her shoulders. Taking a few steps forward, he said that he had asked it just like that. Turning around, he smiled ominously and added that none of them would come out alive anyway. In Paul Vile's residence, a man sat on the throne and asked if he was going to bring him Elric's head this time, to which the man in front of him replied that there was no need to worry. Hilton, the captain of the first squad, smiled lightly and explained that he had sent Tanant, the best elite, so success was inevitable. Vile rested his head on his hand and said that since his relationship with Elric was said to be quite unusual, it should push his resolve, and a week later there would be a duel for the title of head of the house against his brother Herman. After saying that, he opened his eyes wide. Hearing this, Hilton bowed his head and said that he understood, adding that Elric would die in an accident if he entered uncharted places. After these words, the man smiled contentedly. Under the moonlight stood the girl and Herman, who asked if they had left the imperial capital in combat uniform, to which he was told that it was not so, since it was Paul who sent Tanant, and judging by the direction, their target was Elric. As soon as the man heard this, he frowned tensely. After a short pause, he raised his head to the sky and asked if the brother he once knew was no longer in this world, adding that if only he could at least have one more drink with him. Isabel looked at her father with some displeasure, and said to herself that he was still extremely soft on his people, so she had to make him more cruel in some way. Keeping her hands folded, she introduced several men and said that their uncles had led their troops in pursuit. Hearing this, Herman looked down at his daughter and said that Tanant was a dangerous person known as the Sword Paul, and the fact that he had been put forward meant that serious countermeasures had been taken, so Elric should not be allowed to meet him. At this time, Tanant and his men entered the tomb. Suddenly, the Reapers appeared before them. All the guys immediately got into a fighting stance, when suddenly one of them ordered everyone to get out of the way. Tanant's only eye suddenly lit up brightly. The guy rushed forward at the same second. With a big smile on his face, he destroyed the Reapers with quick attacks. When he was victorious, he sheathed his sword and said that cutting ghosts was in bad taste. Tanant licked his lips and added that if real people appeared here then. But before he could finish speaking, surprise appeared in his eye. He looked down the aisle ahead and said quietly, "This is where this cold wind is blowing from." Smiling contentedly, the guy grinned and said that they had finally met. The main character slowly walked towards his opponents. Folding his arms over his chest, the demon said that he had let that woman go because of those bastards, to which he replied that someone had been sneaking after him since he entered the forest, so he decided that he shouldn't get his hands dirty. Hearing this, Mephistopheles chuckled and said that he sounded like one of them, after which he asked what he planned to do now. Then Elric held out his hand and replied that since he had learned something new, it was worth trying. With that, he unleashed powerful ice magic towards his opponents. Seeing this, Tanant took out a scroll from his inner pocket and ordered everyone to prepare for ice magic. Tearing up the scroll, he said to himself that they knew that the second and third squads had fallen to ice magic. At the same moment, they were all enveloped in flames. Ice chains rushed in their direction. Fire appeared on the blade of Tanant's sword, and he said to himself that with their seventh circle fire magic, his spell would simply not work on them. After these thoughts, he cut the ice chain above him with a quick blow. Swinging his sword, he deflected the attacks and asked if this was all he could. Tanant was smiling broadly and adding that his tricks wouldn't work, so trying to block their eyes. But before he could finish, shock appeared in his eyes. The fire was gone, and the cold appeared around them. With glowing eyes, the main character walked in their direction, making you wonder what this ominous aura was. There was no emotion on the guy's face as he used the snowfall ability. Streams of cold were released in the direction of the invaders. Each of them fell under the influence of ice magic. The cold in the air was getting stronger with every second. Ice appeared on Tanant's face and his clothes. He stood with his hands raised and said to himself that his lungs were instantly frozen, after which he wondered if a person was capable of using such power. After asking himself, he decided to turn around. Most of his men, the top elites protected by the magic of the seventh circle, were wiped out in a single attack, turning into ice. Turning to the protagonist, Tantant said to himself that he had been told that he had only recently become a mage, since he had become even stronger here. And while he was asking himself this, Elric continued to stand with his arm outstretched in their direction. Suddenly, Tananti turned around sharply and shouted loudly, ordering a retreat. At this time, the main character, closing his eyes, said to himself that since ancient times, the cursed wind blowing from the north has brought death with it. It brings resentment and indignation of countless dead people and steals the souls of the dead. As he thought about it, reapers and ghosts began to appear from the walls. They blocked the way for those who tried to escape. With every second, there were more and more of them. This is the second force of winter. Without lowering his hand, Elric used the north wind. The reapers began to brutally kill those who tried to escape. With quick and strong blows, they cut through their bodies. Blood spurted in all directions. Looking at this, Tananti gritted his teeth in anger and said to himself that he must report what had happened to his master, even if he was the last one standing. But during another attack, his leg was entangled in ice chains. Seeing this, the young man frowned in displeasure and shouted loudly, ordering not to disturb him. With a single blow, he destroyed the ice chains. Gritting his teeth in anger, he turned around and hissed that the guy should just wait, because next time he was. The main character with his eyes closed continued to stand in the same place. Suddenly, his image in Tannant's eyes turned upside down. The severed head of the guy fell to the floor. In his eye was the reflection of a reaper. Evil spirits began to disappear after killing all opponents. The main character collapsed to the floor. Breathing heavily, he said that this power was not one that was worth using under normal circumstances, because even a single use had completely drained his mana. The demon looked at him and said that he had used snowfall and the north wind, which meant that he was now a full-fledged heir to winter, and then asked if spring would be next. Hearing this, Elric looked at Mephistopheles with some surprise. Looking away, he said to himself, "Spring." During a meeting with Otto, the old man showed him powerful magic and explained that winter was just the beginning, adding that he needed to collect all 4 seasons, and the seasons were the remnants of the vast ancestors' powers, divided into 4 parts, and if he collected all the seasons, he would discover the founder's magic. The magic of all 4 seasons, when combined, created a power that was second to none. The protagonist stared at this with his mouth open and said to himself that winter itself is incredibly powerful, but if he gains the power of the other 3 seasons, he will gain incredible power. Thinking of this, he drew an image of the founder in his mind and added that if he surpassed him, he would be able to break the shackles left by the founder. Leaving his memories, the guy stood up. With these thoughts and a smile on his face, he moved forward. The main character reached out and said to himself that he was done with winter, so it was time to start spring. Holding his hands above his head, he wondered where she was. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes, and he asked himself again where she was. He remembered standing in front of Otto, and said to himself that he had definitely told him the location of spring when he asked him to finish all 4 seasons, and then wondered why he couldn't remember it. Then the old man, who was standing in front of him without any emotion on his face, told him about spring. Leaving his memories, Elric turned to the demon and asked himself if someone had played with his memory. After these thoughts, he frowned and looked at Mephistopheles. Seeing this, the demon made a disgruntled face and asked why he was looking at him like that, after which the guy turned away and said to himself that it could not be him, because he would not have the strength to impose restrictions on him, and he also sincerely wished for the growth of his strength. A drop of cold sweat ran down the protagonist's face as he asked himself who it could be, adding that someone who could put a restriction without him noticing could easily take his life before he could react. The realization of this made the guy frown tensely. At this time, the Blue Lion army was quickly running forward, and their leader was shouting loudly that they had to catch up with the Blue Wolf at all costs. They quickly reached the entrance of the tomb. Suddenly the man stopped. He looked at the girl's severed head and said that some of them were already dead. Then his brother came up to him and asked what they were going to do, to which he replied that for the time being they had to continue going deeper. With that, he drew his sword from his scabbard. A powerful magical energy enveloped the man, and he said to himself that if even a hair fell from his nephew's head, it would be his sword. But before he could finish speaking, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. The Blue Lion's cleaners were turned to ice and killed. Stopping in front of Tannant's severed head, the man said to himself that even he couldn't handle it without difficulty. With these thoughts in mind, he carefully got down on one knee. As suddenly, hearing a strange sound behind him, he turned around abruptly. His comrades were surrounded by reapers. The man immediately grabbed his weapon and shouted loudly, ordering him to come out if he dared. The reaper immediately rushed at him to attack. The man did the same. But suddenly, everyone froze when they heard a voice telling them to stop. The evil spirits began to fly away after the order. They bowed their heads to the protagonist, who came out to them and asked what they would do if losses began. The man's mouth opened in surprise at what he saw. After a while, they were all standing outside. The main character clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Stretching out his hand, he ordered to break. At the same moment, the stones collapsed and closed the passage to the tomb. Seeing this, the man knitted his eyebrows tensely and said that he could tell by his eyes that it was an incredible dungeon, after which he asked if he was sure of his action, to which he replied that he did not destroy it, but simply hid it so that no one could find it. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man looked at the blocked entrance and said to himself that from now on this place would remain a family sanctuary and stronghold, adding that this was possible only thanks to this magical amulet. Thinking of this, he placed his hand on the artifact around his neck. After imagining an image of it in his head, he explained that this necklace was actually a lockpick, capable of revealing or hiding any secrets that their family had. Suddenly, the man raised his hand and asked if he regretted leaving the guards there, but they could be quite useful, to which he replied that of course he would take them. After these words, the main character stretched out his hand and used the absorption ability. The reapers immediately freed themselves from the dungeon. Elric quickly absorbed them. The men stared at this with their mouths open in shock and said to themselves that he had become even stronger since the black snow field, adding that this was exactly what was expected of their nephew. After finishing the absorption, the guy clenched his hand into a fist. Then he pulled his hand towards him. Suddenly he looked up at the demon, who said that Otto had indeed given him something outrageous, to which he was told that the guards were strong, but not particularly powerful. Hearing this, Mephistopheles looked at the guy with displeasure and asked what kind of stupidity it was. Did he really not understand? He introduced Otto, who had a huge army behind him, and said that the protagonist simply had no idea how powerful this old man was when he summoned winter and commanded ghosts. Leaving these memories, the demon looked at Elric from under his brow and added that Otto had incredible skills and could control souls by an effort of will, adding that even these ghosts that he now commanded. But without finishing, he turned away and told the guy to forget it. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye and asked himself if those who served Otto during his lifetime were outstanding personalities, adding that if they were personally selected by Otto, who led the House of Merbinger through its golden age, then they can all be called heroes. From these thoughts, the guy clenched his hand tightly into a fist. He imagined an army of powerful undead around him and realized that if he could fully command them, he could restore the glory of his house, so he must get his hands on Otto's full inheritance. After these thoughts, the main character moved. He walked forward, saying to himself that after 2,000 years, winter had descended on this land again, so it was time to announce to the world that House Merbinger had risen again. The blue lions' wars lined up in front of him in 2 ranks. After a while, the sun shone brightly in the blue sky. A great many people gathered outside the central office of the magical administration, including reporters, who were waiting for the official announcement that Elric had been granted Magus status. The guys looked at each other and said that he seemed to have completed the task in just 3 days, but this simply could not be, because even Tasha took more time, so most likely there was some other reason. At these words, one of them turned around in surprise. A blue lion's carriage was rushing along the road. After a few seconds, she stopped abruptly. People immediately surrounded the carriage. The main character came out of it. The reporters immediately ran up to him and began to say that the public had been paying close attention to his achievements lately, after which they asked if it was true that he had already completed his task, adding that in this case, he had broken the record of both his grandfather and Tasha herself. And some say that instead of 3 rising stars, you should say 4 rising stars, therefore. They are interested in what he will say about this, and what his secret is. Elric walked forward silently, not answering the questions. He came to the man who said he had been waiting for this moment. The guy held out his hand and told him that the Central Bureau of the Magical Administration was now officially confirming Elric's achievement of the status of a Magus. The protagonist held his ID in his hand while reporters shouted loudly, asking how he felt, given that in 30 years he was the first member of the Merbinger family, the home of prestigious magicians, to receive official Magus status, adding that they wanted him to share his thoughts. Hearing this, the guy turned sharply at them and said that he really had something to say, but before his speech, he wanted to say something. Raising his fist, he furiously frowned and revealed that during his mission, he was attacked by a group of unknown persons and almost managed to end his life. From these words, horror and shock appeared in the eyes of the reporters, but the main character continued to say that thanks to the intervention of the Vile House, he was able to escape. But after much reflection, he came to the conclusion that he could not leave this humiliation unpunished. Not far from the carriage stood the members of the Vile House. Reporters waited with their mouths open in shock. The protagonist was staring at them with his shoulders squared as he suddenly declared a war of possessions. From all sides, the guy was photographed and asked if this was really the kind of war that only stopped after one of the parties was completely destroyed. But how could they declare a war of possession if there were only 2 members left in the Merbinger house? One of the reporters knitted his eyebrows and shouted loudly, asking who could have directed the assassins against the patriarch of the great magical family. Then the main character, without any emotion on his face, replied Paul Weil. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he added, traitor to House Vile.